Xiao Keqing's face turned red, and she kicked Lu Ting's shoe with her foot. Blushing, she said, "I'm done eating." She picked up her aluminum lunchbox and pickled vegetables and left. Lu Ting watched her walk away with a fixed gaze and couldn't help but smile. Jingjing is so shy and pretty. Xiao Shanshan had just finished eating when she saw Xiao Keqing come out with a blushing face. "Xiao Keqing, what's wrong? Your face is so red." Xiao Keqing looked embarrassed and said, "Oh, I just ate a chili pepper and it was spicy. By the way, I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't go to the group." It's all his fault for teasing her now. Xiao Shanshan nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead. Are you free on Saturday? I want to invite you to buy clothes." Xiao Keqing thought for a moment and said, "Sure. Let's meet at the military district gate at 9 a.m. on Saturday." "How about that?" Xiao Shanshan agreed. "Okay." After saying goodbye, Xiao Keqing took her pickled vegetables and went home. As soon as she entered, she saw Xiao Junjie, Aunt's son, and Grandpa having dinner. Xiao Keqing opened the jar of pickled vegetables and said, "A friend gave me these. They're pretty tasty." Aunt's son was the first to pick up the bottle and look inside, and she seemed eager to eat. "Coco, how did they make this? The color looks better than mine." Aunt's son took a bite and praised, "Really delicious." She then handed the bottle to Grandpa Xiao. Grandpa Xiao took a bite from the bowl and started eating. "Little Sunday, it's 100 times better than what you made. You should improve your own recipes. Your pickled vegetables are so sour that they could make my teeth hurt. This sweet and sour taste is delicious." Aunt's son nodded and said, "I really want to learn how to do it too." Xiao Keqing sat down and said, "The one in the group is made by my mom. It's far away, so it's hard to ask." Xiao Junjie also picked up a piece and took a bite, then grabbed another from the jar. Seeing how his brother was eating, Xiao Keqing knew he liked it. Aunt's son asked, "Kiki, have you eaten yet?" Xiao Keqing stood up and said, "I ate at the army." "You all eat slowly. I'm going upstairs to change clothes." She then looked at her brother and said, "Brother, after you finish eating, find me." After saying that, Xiao Keqing went upstairs. Xiao Junjie knew his sister was looking for him about the motorcycle, so he quickly finished his rice, grabbed some pickled vegetables, and then went upstairs. As soon as Xiao Keqing changed her clothes, she heard the door open.
"Come in," she said.
Xiao Junjie came in, casually locked the door, and took out a ticket from his pocket to give to his sister. He pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Motorcycles are in high demand. The distribution is strict. Even if you have money without a ticket, you can't buy one. Usually, they are only allocated to designated units, and you need to apply to higher authorities. There are many rules, and you have to buy the bike at specific places, which we definitely can't do. So, we can only take the second route. Even if we get caught, they won't find out." Xiao Keqing, unfamiliar with this era, knew she couldn't do it without her brother. "How do we take the second route?"
"Tell me quickly."
Xiao Junjie said, "You can buy tickets in Port City, just like here. It's much simpler. But the price there is much higher. Someone will ask about it, and we'll just say we pre-ordered from Port City. If they investigate, I have contacts there, so don't worry." Xiao Keqing asked, "How much does it cost in Port City?" Xiao Junjie frowned slightly and said, "2 bikes cost over 10,000.
"I want to tell you about this."
It's easy to explain for 1 bike, but 2 bikes, it's hard to explain to the family." Xiao Keqing said nonchalantly, "What's hard to explain? Just say one was bought with your salary. For Lu Ge, just say he bought his own. That's fine." Xiao Junjie said seriously, "No, I disagree. Before we get married, you shouldn't use Lu Ting's money. If you give him money, it should be from your own salary. That way, he will treat you better in the future." Xiao Keqing was surprised and said, "Brother, your plans are really quite far ahead." Xiao Junjie asked, "What else would I do? It's all for your good. How much savings do you have?" "Except for Lu Ting." Xiao Keqing thought for a moment and said, "It's from Dad, Mom, Grandpa, and me. I also have about 5,000 yuan now." Xiao Junjie suggested, "Why not buy one first, and then after a few months, get one for Lu Ting?" Xiao Keqing remembered the look the man gave her brother when he saw his clothes last time, and her memory was clear. She felt very jealous. She saw it very clearly. If her brother was the only one getting something this time, she would be jealous too. If Lu Ting treated her like that, she would definitely feel jealous. Xiao Keqing firmly said, "No, just say that my money was used to buy it for Lu Ting. Yours was bought with your salary." Xiao Junjie frowned and said, "No, I don't agree. If I do that, Lu Ting will show off even more in front of me." Xiao Keqing shook her head. This way doesn't work, and that way doesn't work either. She simply lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and thought. After a moment of thinking, her eyes suddenly opened, and she sat up. "Brother, I have an idea. Both bikes can be said to be bought by me. From the money my little grandpa, mom, and dad gave me, it's more than 5,000. I can say I saved up from childhood. That way, I can clear my name. What do you think?" Xiao Junjie thought for a moment and asked, "Will that work?" Then he looked at his sister. Xiao Keqing shrugged and said, "That doesn't work, and this doesn't work either. Just don't bring them out. Next time we go shopping, I'll take the bus." Xiao Junjie didn't want that. He had already gotten the tickets for Minglu. That wouldn't do. He quickly agreed, "Okay, it's settled then." Xiao Keqing stood up and said, "Let's go now and ride the bikes back?" Xiao Junjie nodded. They really couldn't just conjure a motorcycle in the yard. They needed to find a safe place. Xiao Keqing thought of a question and asked, "Brother, do you know how to ride a motorcycle?" Xiao Junjie smiled and said, "Yes, I do. Lu Ting and I both do. We rode them in the army. If I couldn't, would I let you take one out?" They walked while talking. "Brother, where do you think we should take them out from?" Xiao Junjie thought for a moment and said, "There's a path on the back mountain. Along the side is a forest, and it's quite hidden. Not many people go there. We can check the situation first. I haven't been back in 3 years either." Xiao Keqing nodded in agreement. After about half an hour, they arrived at the place Xiao Junjie mentioned earlier. Xiao Keqing looked around to make sure no one was there, then exchanged a glance with her brother. Junjie Xiao still felt uneasy, so he took his sister and walked for about 10 more minutes before stopping. He looked around and said, "Let's sit for a bit first." He was still a little worried and wanted to be sure everything was safe. Keqing Xiao also looked around nervously, inspecting everything, and urged, "I think it would be safer if we took the bikes out earlier and rode back." Junjie Xiao carefully observed his surroundings and nodded to his sister again. "Okay." In the next moment, Keqing Xiao took out 2 motorcycles from her space. No matter how many times her brother used it, he was still amazed by the sight. It's truly magical. 2 brand new motorcycles gleamed in the sunlight, shining with a metal luster. Very beautiful. Junjie Xiao couldn't wait and climbed onto a green motorcycle, touching it repeatedly. Keqing Xiao then took out a large bag of clothes she had prepared earlier from her space, which included warm clothes for Dad, Mom, and Grandpa. She also quickly moved 2 barrels of gasoline from her space. Junjie Xiao looked at the extra bag in his sister's hand and the oil barrels on the ground and asked, "What do you have there?" "It's cold now, so I packed warm clothes for the family to wear inside. I also bought some from Gangcheng," Keqing Xiao replied, handing the bag to Junjie Xiao. He stepped off the motorcycle and looked at the barrels on the ground. "Sis, get some cardboard to put under the barrels. If the barrels sit on the bike, they might scratch it. The new bike hasn't been driven home yet. It would be a shame if it got scratched." Keqing Xiao thought about it and agreed. Her brother was thoughtful. She quickly used her space to bring out 2 pieces of cardboard. Junjie Xiao placed the cardboard on the back seat of the bike, then carefully put the barrels on top and secured them with rubber bands. He also fixed the barrels on his sister's bike. Keqing Xiao smiled and asked, "Brother, what color do you want?" Junjie Xiao looked back and forth at the 2 brand new motorcycles, one red, one green. "Sis, you choose for Lu Ting first." "I don't mind what color." Keqing Xiao examined the motorcycles. The green one had a more vintage feel, and she preferred it. "I like green. I'll choose green for Lu Ting." Junjie Xiao thought she would pick red, but to his surprise, he said, "Okay." After that, he climbed onto the red motorcycle and placed the bag of clothes on the gas tank. Keqing Xiao warned, "When we go back, I want to surprise Lu Ting. You can't tell him beforehand, understand? Hearing this, Junjie Zhao's eyes flashed with a mischievous smile. Okay. Perfect. What a little rascal. How could he not be annoyed? What else did Xiao Junjie think of? He advised his sister, let him discover the surprise himself. When I talk to him later, you should speak less, understand? Xiao Keqing looked at her brother with suspicion. What does he want to do? Her idea was to let him find out on his own. That's what makes it a real surprise. She agreed, okay. Xiao Junjie thought that since his sister's driving skills were excellent, her motorcycle skills must also be good, so he didn't ask if she could ride a motorcycle. He used the key to start the engine and tried it out. A deep, powerful sound came from the engine, making Xiao Junjie smile happily. Xiao Keqing still thought it was better not to take out the motorcycle helmet, as it was advanced and might reveal the surprise. The motorcycle was an old-fashioned one they bought specifically. She also sat on another bike, excited. Next time she went shopping with Lu Ting, she wouldn't have to ride a bike. Riding a bike was too tiring. Xiao Keqing started her engine. The fuel tank at the back was a bit heavy. Brother, I'll drive this bike straight to Lu's house later. How else can I surprise Lu Ting? Xiao Junjie nodded and reminded her. Put it in his storage room. That's where he usually keeps his bike, understand? Xiao Keqing nodded. Xiao Junjie couldn't help but smile, eager to see Lu Ting's expression. They exchanged looks, and both smiled happily. The two rode their motorcycles home, attracting many envious glances along the way. They rode slowly, reaching the residential area in less than 20 minutes. Suddenly, children and elders noticed and gathered around, exclaiming in surprise. They followed the two motorcycles, watching eagerly. In this time of scarce resources, seeing two brand-new motorcycles at once was bound to attract attention. What amazed everyone even more was that Zhao's girl could ride a motorcycle. People said, where did they get these iron lumps? Wow, Xiao girl can ride a motorcycle, so impressive. They continued, this really is a hot ride. They also guessed it must have cost a lot of money. Seeing the crowd rushing over, Xiao Keqing could only let her brother handle it and drove straight to Lu Ting's house. Xiao Junjie stopped at the door of the Xiao family to open it. Everyone rushed over, reaching out to touch the bikes. They all exclaimed in amazement. One elderly man said, Xiao Jie, where did you get these? Xiao Junjie opened the courtyard gate and returned to his car, saying, Am I not back now? My sister saved up her wages to buy this from Hongcheng, and it was delivered today. Everyone heard this and was stunned. The old man continued, Your sister just started working at the cultural troupe, right? Where did she get the money to buy this iron thing? Xiao Junjie smiled and said, My sister has been working at Manhwa newspaper as a translator for a while now. The old man looked confused and asked, What? A translator? Do translators make that much money? The people around started talking excitedly. Everyone was amazed. Was Xiao family's girl really so impressive? Some women looked like they had missed out on a huge opportunity, patting their thighs in regret. They thought they should have proposed marriage when they had the chance. Now they had missed it again. Recently, everyone in the big yard had been talking about Xiao girl and Lu Ting. Their close relationship was obvious to all. At this moment, some women looked at Xiao Junjie. Could he be a good son-in-law? Oh, I hear his mother said he's now a deputy group leader, and he's still young. Another woman shouted from behind, Xiao family, do you have a boyfriend? My Yun is also of marriageable age. Maybe you two should meet? Another auntie echoed, My family's also the same. Junjie, maybe you should meet her too. I'll talk to your mom later. Hearing this, Xiao Junjie felt a bit embarrassed. He had originally wanted to say a few nice words about his sister, but now he had to escape quickly, or it would turn into a matchmaking scene. He shouted loudly, Everyone please move aside. I'll drive the car in first. Everyone, go home quickly. Xiao Keqing quickly stopped her car and knocked on the Lu family's gate. She looked back to see if anyone was behind her. Luckily, her brother was blocking the view, or she wouldn't have been able to drive the car to the Lu family. Grandpa Lu opened the door, saw the girl, and smiled. Kiki is here to see Grandpa. Come in quickly. Xiao Keqing said anxiously, Grandpa, please open the door first.
I want to talk to you.
Grandpa Lu then fully opened the door and looked outside. He was stunned to see the girl sitting on a motorcycle, starting the engine. Xiao Keqing waved her hand and said, Grandpa, please move aside quickly. I want to drive the car in. Grandpa Lu finally realized what was happening. He hurried to the side to let Xiao Keqing in. Once inside the yard, Grandpa Lu closed the gate and came over, saying, Kiki, you really surprised me. Where did you get this motorcycle? How do you even know how to ride one? Xiao Keqing sat in the car and smiled, saying, Grandpa, I know a lot of things. I bought the motorcycle myself. I plan to give it to Brother Lu. Grandpa Lu exclaimed, What? Xiao Keqing, what are you doing? This thing isn't cheap. Where did you get the money to buy it? Xiao Keqing carefully got out of the car because there was a fuel tank behind her. She looked at Grandpa Lu and said, Grandpa, I'll park the car first. I want to surprise Lu Ting. Later, can you help me hold the fuel can? Grandpa Lu nodded, sure. Xiao Keqing pushed the motorcycle. Because of the fuel can, it was a bit heavy. Grandpa Lu helped her push from behind. They moved the motorcycle into the storage room. Grandpa Lu quickly moved the bicycle in the storage room aside to make space for the motorcycle. Xiao Keqing held the fuel can, untied the rope, and together with Grandpa Lu, they carried the fuel can down. Xiao Keqing praised, Grandpa, you're so strong, even stronger than young people. Grandpa Lu was happy to hear that and smiled. I walk very fast. Then Grandpa Lu looked at the motorcycle, touching the fuel tank area. Xiao Keqing, good thing I don't have a heart condition, or I'd be scared to death. This big thing probably costs quite a bit, right? Where did you get so much money? Why are you giving such an expensive gift to Lu Ting? And this isn't easy to get. Tell me, how did you buy it? Xiao Keqing and Grandpa Lu went to the living room, walking and talking. It's from my salary and savings, Xiao Keqing said. Lu Ting is my boyfriend, so I just gave it to him. Grandpa Lu refused. No, you should write it back and give it to your brother. Xiao Keqing replied, my brother doesn't need it. I bought one for him too. Grandpa Lu was shocked again, louder than before. Xiao Keqing comforted him, don't get so surprised. I'm worried you might have a heart problem. She pointed at the sofa, sit on the sofa, and I'll tell you more. Grandpa Lu sat on the sofa and looked at Xiao Keqing. She explained, my brother likes motorcycles. I wanted to give him one. But since Lu Ting is my boyfriend, I thought I should give him one too. Grandpa, just think about it. If I only give the gift to my brother now and not to him, he might get jealous. The key is that when he has free time, he can take me out to play. You don't know how tiring riding a bike can be, so I booked 2 bikes from the port city. Grandpa Lu loudly said, Oh, 1 bike is enough. They can take turns riding. Why buy 2? That must have cost a lot. The prices in the port city are getting more expensive. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, Grandpa, you know my salary. If I can spend money, I can also earn it. Next time I save enough, I'll buy a small car so you and Grandpa can go out and have fun. Hearing that Xiao Keqing wanted to buy a small car to take him around, Grandpa Lu felt very happy.
Oh,
Kiki is so good. None of his grandchildren or sons have ever said they would take him out to play. Grandpa Lu smiled and said, Kiki, how much does the car cost? I'll give you the money, but you can't spend it all.
Save your money, okay?
Xiao Keqing pouted and said, If you say that, I'll leave. Why would she need her grandpa's money? Lu Ting has so much money, and she's still keeping it all. Grandpa Lu felt a bit helpless and gave up. Xiao Keqing asked, Grandpa, I want to leave a message on the motorcycle for Brother Lu. Later, you need to cooperate and not tell him in advance so he can find out by himself, okay? Grandpa Lu smiled and nodded, okay, I'll cooperate. If he doesn't go to the storage room where the motorcycle is parked, he probably won't see it for a month. Xiao Keqing said casually, it's okay. After saying that, she pretended to take out paper and a pen from her bag, but actually took them out from her space and started writing. Sending you a motorcycle, not for rushing but safety first. Don't ride too fast or even your bike won't be able to keep up. Below her message, she drew a cute cartoon motorcycle with a cartoon Lu Ting riding it. She sat behind him, hugging his waist and leaning on his back, looking very close. Under the drawing, there was a small note, "Take me for a ride when you're free." After finishing, she picked up the paper to look at it, couldn't help but smile, and handed the note to Grandpa Lou beside her. Grandpa Lou put on his reading glasses and looked at it. He was instantly attracted by the drawing on the paper.
Oh,
So adorable. It clearly shows Lu Ting and Kiki. The drawing is very detailed. This girl is really talented.
great, great.
From now on, she is part of the Lu family. Grandpa Lu smiled as he handed the paper to Xiao Keqing and said, "Kiki, when your dad comes back, let's all discuss and decide on the wedding. Do you think that's okay?" Xiao Keqing took the paper, smiled shyly, and said, "I haven't thought about getting married right now. Grandpa, don't worry too much." She looked at her watch and said, "It's almost time to get off work. I'll stick the note on the motorcycle and then go home. Remember not to tell Lu Ting." Grandpa Lu nodded and said, "All right, go ahead." He couldn't help but feel anxious. It seemed his grandson still hadn't made progress, even though the marriage was almost settled. It would be great if he could marry her sooner. After they left, Grandpa Lu went back to his room, opened a cedarwood box, and stored important items inside. Xiao Keqing stuck the note on the motorcycle's fuel tank. On the way home, she thought, "I never imagined I'd be pressured about marriage by Grandpa." When she got home, she saw her brother, Grandpa, and Aunt's son all staring at the motorcycle. Grandpa looked at his granddaughter returning home and hurriedly said, "Kiki, everything you do surprises me for a long time." Xiao Keqing stepped forward, holding her grandpa's arm, and asked, "Grandpa, do you think I spend money recklessly?" Grandpa smiled and said, "I heard from your brother. You're really bold, buying 2 bikes at once. You like that guy so much. Last time you talked about marriage, why didn't you agree?" Xiao Keqing couldn't think of a good explanation for her grandpa. Xiao Junjie came over and said, "Sister, Mom came home early today. I told her everything. She's in her room now. She doesn't look very happy. You should explain to her yourself." Xiao Keqing's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she hadn't thought so much. There are still many motorcycles in the space. She was just thinking that if she took out the motorcycle, maybe she could sell a few and make some money. She never expected her family to misunderstand her. She kicked Xiao Junjie lightly and said angrily, "Didn't I tell you I bought it? Now what? Mom's going to scold me later. You have to help me, right?" Grandpa Lu smiled and said, "It's just a piece of paper. You're not very brave. Go ahead. Your mom won't scold you, I know her." Xiao Keqing took a big step forward, grabbed her brother, and said, "Let's go inside. If Mom scolds me later, you have to help me. Otherwise, I won't give you good things next time." Xiao Junjie patted his chest and promised, "If Mom scolds you, I'll take the blame. Just push all the responsibility onto me." Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "That's more like it. It's confirmed that he's my real brother." The two went upstairs. Xiao Keqing nervously knocked on her mother's door. When she heard her mother's voice inside, she opened the door and saw her mother tidying up the warm clothes she brought home today. Xiao Junjie also followed behind his sister and entered. Xiao Keqing went to her mother's side and smiled, saying, "Mom, why did you get off work so early today? It's the first time I've seen you finish work this early." Zhao's mother put down the clothes she was holding, looked up at her daughter, and tears started flowing down her face. Xiao Keqing frowned and quickly stepped forward to hold her mother's hand, comforting her. "Mom, don't cry. I won't spend money recklessly next time, okay?" Hearing this, her mother cried even louder. Xiao Junjie wanted to take out a handkerchief, but realized there was none left. He had used it last time for Qiao Shanshan. Xiao Junjie sighed. "Mom, don't cry. It's my fault. My sister doesn't understand anything. I, as her big brother, am the one who's not responsible." Her mother wiped her tears and looked at her children, choking up, "I didn't mean to blame you. It's my fault. Your father and I weren't around much because of work. We only gave you money, never thought how talented you'd become, especially Coco. She's so outstanding, saving so much money. I'm sorry, I don't blame you for spending it freely. I feel guilty." Xiao Keqing wiped her mother's tears and said, Mom, don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell. What if Dad comes back and sees you crying? He might get upset with us. Hearing her daughter's words, her mother's mood improved a lot. You bought a car, and now you're out of money? Her mother got up and headed to the wardrobe and stopped. Xiao Keqing replied, There's still some left. Her mother opened the wardrobe, took out a large box, and placed it on the bed. She looked at her two children and then opened it. Xiao Keqing and Xiao Junjie curiously approached to see what was inside. Xiao Junjie's eyes widened even more. Her mother counted the large bundles of cash from the box. Xiao Keqing couldn't believe her family kept so much cash at home. It looked really a lot. She asked curiously, Mom, why do you keep so much cash at home? Her mother smiled and said, These were also secretly given to me by your grandma. I don't keep money in the bank. Mom Xiao finished counting the money, found a newspaper in the room, wrapped the money in it, and handed it to her daughter, saying, Mom gave this to you. Xiao Keqing looked up at her mom with wide eyes and said, Mom, you're so kind. I thought you were going to scold me, but I didn't expect you to give me money. She then hugged her mom's arm and acted cute.
Mom Xiao said, Keep it.
You can buy whatever you want. I also prepared a dowry for you. I know you're sensible. Xiao Junjie also smiled and asked, Mom, do I have any? Mom Xiao glared at her son and said, No, you don't. She quickly closed the box and looked at her son again. Hurry up and find something for your wife. I will give it to her later. Not now. The three of them chatted in the room. Meanwhile, over at Lu Ting's place, just before finishing work, a young soldier delivered a letter. He looked at the envelope, which only had his name on it, and asked the young soldier, Who sent this? The soldier replied, It was left at the guard station, from a female colleague. Lu Ting nodded and said, Okay, go ahead. He examined the envelope carefully, feeling it was quite thick. Who could have written this letter? Why from a female colleague? He quickly returned to his office, tore open the letter, and took out the paper to read. When he saw the first sentence, anger flashed in his eyes. Was this woman relentless? She dared to write to him again. He slammed the letter on the desk, feeling it wasn't worth reading further. Last time, it was because she went into the courtyard and Qinger stopped talking to him. It was always because of her. Looking at the letter on the desk, a cold chill appeared in his deep eyes, terrifyingly cold. After a moment, he put the letter back into the envelope. He had planned to discard it, but recalling what happened last time, he decided it was better to take it back and tell Qinger. At the Lu family house, after Lu Mom returned, she heard the old master talk about buying Coco a motorcycle. She was stunned and quickly went to the storage room. Old Master Lu followed her. Lu Mom looked at the motorcycle repeatedly and exclaimed, Good heavens, she really is generous. I doubt anyone in the entire courtyard spends money like her. How does she even know how to live? Old Master Lu, listening behind her, widened his eyes and said loudly, How can you say she doesn't know how to live? She can earn money. You're just worrying for no reason. Coco is amazing. I've never seen anyone buy 2 motorcycles at once. She'll earn even more money in the future.
What?
2 motorcycles? Lu Mom shouted loudly. Grandpa Lu proudly said, Kiki said her brother likes motorcycles, so she bought him one. Then she thought about your son being her boyfriend, so she didn't want to be stingy and bought 2 motorcycles at once. Mom Lu gasped and said, Oh my goodness, I can't even buy 2 motorcycles with my 20 years salary. She's really a spender. Mom Lu looked at the note on the gas tank, bent down to read it, and admired the beautiful handwriting and unique drawings. She couldn't help but smile. Such a cultured person must be her daughter-in-law. How wonderful! Kiki has good taste. Look at how impressive this car is. Only her youngest son has such good judgment. To find a daughter-in-law who is educated, beautiful, wealthy, and caring, it's perfect. Grandpa Lu snorted and said, Why don't you say she's also a hardworking person? What's wrong with spending money? It's not your money. Mom Lu turned to look at her husband and praised him with a smile. Dad, you're the most insightful. You arranged such a good marriage for your son. Grandpa Lu smiled and said, I always judge people accurately. Before, I wanted to match Kiki with the eldest and second sons, but they looked down on her. One said she was too young, the other said she didn't look good. Look at how the second son is doing now. If he had listened to me, he wouldn't be suffering now. He'll regret it someday. And now he says Kiki isn't pretty. Look at the girl I found. She's 100 times better. Mom Lu thought about her second son, Xiao Cheng, and felt worried. Grandpa Lu continued, I told them back then that whoever married Kiki would inherit my belongings. My words are final. I helped the two older boys a lot, but I never helped the youngest. My things are for them, and none of you should think about them. Mom Lu watched her husband get more excited and pulled him to leave. We're not here to surprise Lu Ting. We should go back quickly, or he'll find out. They returned to the living room. Mom Lu went to cook, and Grandpa Lu sat waiting for his grandson to come home, enjoying the show. Xiao Kushing told her family not to tell Lu Ting in advance because she wanted to surprise him. As Lu Ting entered the community courtyard under the big tree, he heard many people chatting. It must be someone having a lively time again. Some of the people chatting hadn't seen the motorcycle and asked curiously, is the Xiao family really amazing? Do they really care so much about her brother? Did they really buy a motorcycle? With such loud voices, it was hard for Lu Ting not to hear. Now I realize they are all talking about her family's Qing'er. It seems Qing'er has done something big again, motorcycles? Could it be that her afternoon mention of having something to do was about a motorcycle? He quickened his pace and went straight to the Xiao family. Lu Ting arrived in the yard and immediately saw Xiao Keqing standing by the motorcycle, chatting with Xiao Junjie, who was sitting on the motorcycle. When Lu Ting saw Qing'er walking toward him with a bright smile, her already beautiful face became even more radiant, making it hard to look away. He couldn't help but smile and quickly walked toward Qing'er. Qing'er linked her arm with the man's and asked, "Where did you eat today?" Lu Ting looked at her arm in his and couldn't help but smile. "Anywhere is fine." Xiao Junjie turned his head from the motorcycle and looked at Lu Ting. Didn't he see the motorcycle? He seemed to be ignoring it and just chatting with her. Lu Ting whispered in Qing'er's ear, "Miss me?" Qing'er glared at Lu Ting and whispered, "My brother is still here." "You're so shameless. I can't do that."
Lu Ting chuckled softly.
"I've missed you." After saying that, he looked at Xiao Junjie. "Did your brother buy a motorcycle?" "He's quite capable. Motorcycles aren't easy to get, even with money. Your brother must be rich." Qing'er looked at Lu Ting and smiled but didn't say anything. The two of them walked to Xiao Junjie's motorcycle. Lu Ting rested one hand on the seat and couldn't help but examine it. Qing'er looked at his expression and knew he liked it. Most men love cars or bikes. Xiao Junjie smiled and said, "How about this? I rode it back really fast today." Lu Ting kept his eyes on the motorcycle.
"Nice.
You're really talented. How much did it cost?" He also wanted to buy one so he could take Qing'er out riding someday. Xiao Junjie held up 5 fingers in front of Lu Ting. Lu Ting praised him. "I underestimated you. You really got it for yourself." Xiao Junjie looked at Lu Ting and smiled. "I don't have that kind of skill. My sister knew I liked it. She bought it for me with her salary. When she found out I couldn't buy it here, she ordered it from Hong Kong City early on."
"It was shipped here today."
Lu Ting finally looked away from the motorcycle and saw Xiao Junjie's smile almost reach his ears. He turned his gaze to Qing'er and slightly curled his lips. "So, having skills means I'm your boyfriend?" He probably couldn't even manage that, but Qing'er was capable. He took her hand again, gently rubbing her back. Xiao Junjie looked at his expression. Was he jealous? The clothes are soaked with sweat, and this is a motorcycle. His gaze at his sister is almost intense enough to pull wires. He can't stand his brother's look. Xiao Junjie directly increased his effort. "My sister said only to give it to the most important person in her heart, the one she loves the most. I didn't even realize how important I am to her. I've planned this for a long time. My sister really cares about me." He just wants to tease Lu Ting now. The more annoyed he gets, the more he will feel sorry for his sister when she also buys him a car later. That way, the car won't be wasted. This is his main goal today. Xiao Keqing loudly asks her brother, "Brother, what are you trying to do?" Xiao Junjie glances at his sister, signaling her not to speak. Lu Ting immediately can't smile and looks at Xiao Junjie, giving a teasing look. Remember when Qing'e asked if he liked motorcycles, he probably already prepared one for her brother. Lu Ting coldly snorts at Xiao Junjie. The person you love the most? I will also be the most loved and important person in her heart someday. Seeing Xiao Junjie's expression, he gets annoyed and pulls Qing'e by the hand into the house. Xiao Junjie looks at Lu Ting's expression, can't help but smile, and follows inside, adding more fuel to the fire. He jogs over, puts his arm on Lu Ting's shoulder, and smiles. The seller said they could sell 2 cars to my sister. Do you know what my sister said? Lu Ting stops and turns to look at Xiao Junjie, who is showing off. Is this guy finished? Just talk. Why are you leaning on me? Xiao Keqing watches her brother make things up. No wonder she didn't want to speak. Xiao Junjie puts his hand down. My sister said, such an expensive car can only be given to someone important. Someone unimportant can't buy it. If they do, it would be a waste. Lu Ting glares at Xiao Junjie and coldly says, are you really her brother? Trying to stir up trouble between me and your sister? Can't stand us being together? Such expensive things. He didn't think much of it before, but now he wonders if he isn't considered important in Qing'er's heart. Lu Ting turns to look at Xiao Keqing and says, I'm going home to eat. Seeing my brother, I just want to hit him. Do you want to come home with me? Xiao Keqing shakes her head. No, I'll eat at home. Lu Ting releases Xiao Keqing and says, I'll come find you after dinner. After saying that, he glares at Xiao Junjie and turns back home. After they leave, Xiao Keqing frowns slightly and looks at her brother, saying, what are you trying to do? I really don't understand. You praise him in front of me, but in front of him, you deliberately provoke him? Xiao Junjie explained, I'm not doing this just for your sake. When he comes back and finds out you bought him a car, he'll be very happy. He'll see that you care about him too, and will love you even more. I hope you two can be happy together forever. Did I do something wrong? Xiao Keqing heard this and realized her brother was really thoughtful. Brother, I didn't mean for him to get a car just to make you worry. I can still tell if he's good to me or not. Xiao Junjie took his sister to sit in the dining room. What I said just now, when he finds out later, he'll thank me in his heart. Xiao Keqing looked at her brother and said, hurry up and find a nice girl for me to marry. Find me a wife soon. She's so annoyed. Xiao Junjie nodded. Sure, I'll wait until Mom arranges everything. Meanwhile, Lu Ting returned home. Seeing his mom and grandpa eating, he went to the kitchen to serve himself some rice. Grandpa Lu and Mom Lu exchanged a glance but didn't say anything and kept eating. Lu Ting sat at the table and ate. The food his mom cooked today tasted bland. What did she make today? Grandpa Lu glanced at his grandson, who looked unhappy. Could it be like what Qing'er said, that he's jealous of his brother? What a useless guy. After finishing his meal, Lu Ting went back to his room. He sat at his desk and saw a notebook with today's date marked clearly. He got up, went to the cabinet, and took out a thermos he specially bought from Cheongzi. He remembered Qing'er's schedule well and prepared honey tea for her 2 days early, so she wouldn't get a stomach ache again. He peeled and washed then took out some brown sugar and started boiling it. This time he didn't make much, only half a cup. He used less so it shouldn't be too spicy. He poured the honey tea into the thermos and then went to Zhao's house. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Keqing and Xiao Junjie sitting on the sofa chatting. Lu Ting didn't bother with Xiao Junjie. He went straight to Xiao Keqing and sat beside her, handing her the thermos.
Drink this.
Xiao Keqing took the thermos and asked curiously, Brother Lu, what's inside?
Lu Ting replied, brown sugar ta.
Xiao Keqing suddenly remembered that her period might be coming in the next couple of days. She looked at the thermos in her hand, feeling very touched. She turned to Lu Ting and asked, Did you remember on purpose? Lu Ting's ears turned slightly red. Why are you asking so many questions? Just drink it. Xiao Keqing saw Lu Ting's ears turn slightly red. This man only feels shy sometimes. Yesterday when she was like that, he didn't seem shy at all. She smiled and opened the thermos cup, looked inside and smelled it. Lu Ting noticed her hesitation and said softly, The temperature is just right. How does it taste? I'll improve it next time. After taking a sip, Xiao Keqing found the temperature just right, and the flavor was not as spicy as last time. Xiao Junjie kept staring at Lu Ting and asked curiously, "What kind of riddle are you guys playing? I can't understand it." Lu Ting, I can tell you're a bit shy too. Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Junjie and said, "You, who don't have a partner, don't know anything. When you have someone, you'll understand." Xiao Junjie was stumped and coldly chuckled twice. "Seeing how sweet you two are, I can't stand it, so I'm going upstairs." After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Ting saw Xiao Junjie go upstairs. A small smile appeared on his lips. He moved closer to Xiao Keqing's seat and put his hand on her shoulder. "How is it? How does it taste?" Xiao Keqing said, "It's too sweet. Want to try a sip? See how sweet it is." She handed the thermos cup toward Lu Ting's mouth. Lu Ting refused, saying, "A woman drinking something, how can I drink it?" He wasn't thinking about last time when she said it was spicy, so he added more sugar today. He placed his hand on her shoulder and held her back of her head. In the next second, Xiao Keqing's lips were covered by his. His tongue slipped into her mouth, and after a few seconds, he slowly pulled away, whispering in her ear, "It's too sweet. I'll improve it next time." After hearing what he meant, Xiao Keqing's face quickly turned red. "There are others at home." Lu Ting said, "I saw that. No one is around now." Xiao Keqing looked toward the staircase and said, "That still doesn't work." Lu Ting took a letter out of his pocket and handed it to Xiao Keqing. "Today, the security office sent this letter. I don't know who wrote it. I opened it and just saw the beginning. It's from Dr. Su. I haven't read the rest. You have to believe me. I really have nothing to do with her. Please don't misunderstand me this time." Xiao Keqing looked at the letter in Lu Ting's hand and said, "She wrote you a love letter?" Lu Ting's face immediately darkened. "You're talking nonsense. I didn't read it. I brought it back for you. This person is so annoying." Xiao Keqing didn't reach out for the letter because she didn't have the habit of reading love letters from others. "Why give it to me? I won't read it. I trust you." Lu Ting heard Qinger say, "I believe it," and felt a sudden sense of relief. He looked at the matchbox on the coffee table, picked it up, and said, "I don't want to see it anymore. Might as well burn it." He got up and went to the kitchen, ignited the envelope, and placed it into the stove. After the letter was burned, Lu Ting finally sat back down beside Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing thought that Lu Ting hadn't mentioned the motorcycle yet. It seemed he hadn't noticed. She took another sip of her sweet tea and asked, "Today, my brother said that. Do you have any thoughts?" Lu Ting reached out and put his arm around her shoulder. "Yes, I do. Of course I do." Xiao Keqing leaned into his embrace and asked, "What is it? Tell me." Lu Ting gently kissed her head and said, "I love you. It's okay if you don't love me right now. I believe you will love me someday. I can wait." Xiao Keqing's hand, holding her thermos, trembled as she looked into his eyes. "Why do you think I don't love you?" Lu Ting didn't expect her to ask such a question. He asked, "Did you use the money I gave you?" Xiao Keqing shook her head. "No, I didn't." Lu Ting's eyes dimmed a little, and he asked again, "What about the tickets?" "No, I didn't." Lu Ting frowned and let out a sigh. He still voiced his thoughts. "Why not use them? You didn't spend the money I gave you. You also refused the marriage arrangement my family planned for us. Don't think I don't know that some family tradition is just an excuse to refuse me. Are you still thinking about leaving me easily?" Xiao Keqing felt a bit guilty under his gaze. She had indeed made excuses, but she never thought about leaving him. She unconsciously raised her voice. "I don't want to leave you. I just forgot to use the money." Lu Ting curled his lips, clearly not convinced. "When will you remember to use it?" Xiao Keqing was a little amused and said, "You really want me to use your money? Aren't you afraid I'll spend it all? Or do you not understand how good I am at spending money?" Lu Ting scoffed coldly. "If you don't want to use it, then don't. Don't make so many excuses. If I was worried you'd spend it all, could I give it to you?" Xiao Keqing said softly, "You're misunderstanding me." Lu Ting looked down at her, his tone deep. "How am I misunderstanding you? Isn't it your excuse that you don't want to marry me? You don't want to even have an engagement. Or is it that you love me? Xiao Keqing looked up at him, her voice soft and a bit playful. Lu Ting, you're so silly. Her tone even carried a hint of teasing. Lu Ting shivered all over. Oh no. This kind of teasing is hard to bear, especially since it's the first time she called his name. It sounded so nice, and most of his feelings of frustration disappeared. Lu Ting softly said, Yes, I am quite silly. Otherwise, you wouldn't love me, and you'd still want to leave me. Xiao Keqing finally understood that this man just lacked security. She leaned into his arms and said, Lu Ting, sitting behind you on the bike last time was a bit hard. When you get home, see if you can make it softer. Lu Ting looked at her with affection and said gently, You're so delicate. Xiao Keqing left his embrace and stood up, saying, I'm going upstairs to take a shower. You should go back too. Lu Ting also stood and said, I'll go with you. I'm looking for your brother. Xiao Keqing walked ahead, and Lu Ting followed them upstairs. Just as Xiao Keqing was about to close the door after entering, she looked at the man. Their eyes met, and she sweetly said, Lu Ting, you're such a big fool. After saying that, she closed the door. Lu Ting stayed where he was, then smiled to himself. He was just a big fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have missed 3 years. Lu Ting knocked on Xiao Junjie's door. Xiao Junjie was reading history on his tablet when he heard the knock. It was probably his sister looking for him.
Come in.
Lu Ting opened the door and saw Xiao Junjie looking at something. Just as he wanted to step closer to see more clearly, Xiao Junjie quickly pulled the blanket over himself in panic. Lu Ting raised an eyebrow and asked, What are you looking at? Hiding it from me? Xiao Junjie looked a bit nervous and said, Just reading a book. Lu Ting clearly didn't believe him. What kind of book could make you so nervous? Let me see. He stepped toward Xiao Junjie's bed. Xiao Junjie hurriedly said, Didn't you say I can't find a partner? I was reading a naughty book. I was shy because you saw it. He was feeling anxious inside. Lu Ting clicked his tongue and said, You're really something. Don't you worry you'll burst if you keep it all in? He looked at Xiao Junjie with suspicion. What was that glowing thing? Could he have seen it wrong? Xiao Junjie changed the subject and asked, Do you need to talk to me? Lu Ting straightforwardly said, Tonight, we're going up the mountain together. I want to help your sister recover her strength. Be a bit more careful. Tomorrow morning, you'll hunt for game. I won't have time in the morning. Hearing that it was to help his sister recover, Xiao Junjie agreed immediately. Lu Ting continued, We're going out tonight, but don't let your sister find out. I'm worried she might want to come along. Last time, she asked me to take her up the mountain, but I didn't agree. Tonight, it's even less possible, understand? Xiao Junjie got out of bed, smiling as he looked at Lu Ting and said, Good. You know how to care about my sister. After speaking, he got off the bed. Lu Ting said, Wait for me at my house entrance later. I need to go home first to prepare some things. Xiao Junjie nodded, Okay. Lu Ting turned and went downstairs. He needed to go home to get a flashlight, a machete, and a sack. Maybe he would encounter prey tonight. When he returned home, he headed to the storage room, where everything was kept. He opened the door to the storage room, pulled the string to turn on the light in the dark, and with a click, the room lit up. Suddenly, the surroundings became bright. As Lu Ting stepped forward, he suddenly stopped. How could he see a motorcycle? His eyes closed again, and when he opened them, he saw Xiao Junjie's motorcycle parked in his storage room. When did it get here? He stepped forward quickly to the motorcycle.
Ha!
It was green. Weren't he seeing red before? He examined the motorcycle and saw a note on the fuel tank. He picked it up. It was written in Qinger's handwriting. He recognized it. Qinger drew the picture. He had seen it in Xiao Junjie's letter. He looked at the note repeatedly. No wonder Qinger called him a fool. He was a fool. Thinking of Xiao Junjie's words, there was nothing he didn't understand now. Lu Ting's lips curved into a smile. He couldn't hide his happiness inside. Qinger loved him. Why wouldn't she admit it when he asked? No, he had to ask. Clearly, she had to admit it. He touched the motorcycle and thought it wasn't too late to come back. Right now, the most important thing was to ask clearly. He took the things he needed and left the house. He immediately saw Xiao Junjie waiting at the door. Seeing Xiao Junjie's bright smile, Lu Ting knew he must have found out. He smiled and said, "Did you find out everything?" Lu Ting patted Xiao Junjie's shoulder and said, "My good brother, I know Qing'er's feelings for me now. Take me to see Qing'er. I have something to ask her." Xiao Junjie smiled and said, "You're not going to hit me anymore? You can't see my sister tomorrow. She might be asleep by then." Lu Ting pulled Xiao Junjie toward Zhao's house. "You're my brother. Why would I hit you? I need to see your sister now. I can't wait until tomorrow to ask." The two quickly arrived at Zhao's house in the living room. Xiao Junjie stopped Lu Ting from going upstairs. "You can't go to my sister's room. I'll call her down." Lu Ting frowned and said, "I'm just going to ask a few questions. Why are you so protective? Don't you know it's getting cold? What if Qing'er catches a cold? Don't you care about your sister's health? Aren't you scared when she was being rescued?" Junjie Xiao still refused to let go, holding Lu Ting's arm tightly. "Then we'll ask again tomorrow." "No, I can't wait. I have to ask today," Lu Ting said firmly. Junjie Xiao replied, "Then I'll go with you." Lu Ting clicked his tongue. "Brother, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to? Can you hear what I'm asking? My family is here. What can I do to your sister? There's no need for you to worry about me, okay?" Seeing that Junjie Xiao still wouldn't let go, Lu Ting sighed. "I'll come down once I get clear answers. It'll be quick." After saying that, when he still wasn't released, he added, "I haven't finished asking. I'll come down within half an hour." Junjie Xiao looked serious. "Why does it take so long to ask a question?" "No, it's not okay." Lu Ting looked at him. 20 minutes? Seeing that Xiao still looked firm, he said confidently, 10 minutes. "If you don't agree in 10 minutes, I'll have to go to Auntie." Junjie Xiao tightened his grip on his hand. "You can't do anything to my sister." Lu Ting rolled his eyes. "What can I do in 10 minutes? Don't worry. Nothing will happen to your sister. There's not enough time anyway. We should at least wait until our wedding night. Do you understand? I've been straightforward enough, right?" Junjie Xiao looked at his watch and said, "If you don't come down in 10 minutes, I'll go up." He let go of Lu Ting. Lu Ting quickly went upstairs and knocked on Xiao Kexing's door. Xiao Kexing, wearing pajamas, had just finished showering in the space and was about to go to bed when she heard the knock. She guessed it was her brother. Looking at her nightdress without underwear, she felt it was inappropriate for her brother to see her like that. The next second, she took out a robe from the space, put it on, and slightly opened the locked door, hiding behind it with her body. She peeked out and asked, "Brother, what's the matter?" Lu Ting saw Xiao Kexing's long black hair hanging over her right shoulder, her cheeks slightly flushed, probably from the shower. She recognized him and asked, "Did my brother let you in?"
Lu Ting smiled.
"Can I come in and talk? Your brother only gave me 10 minutes. Xiao Kexing thought she had her robe on and wasn't exposing herself, so she opened the door a little. Lu Ting looked at his watch. 9 minutes left, he said as he stepped inside. Xiao Kexing smiled softly. "It's good that my brother let you in." Then she casually closed the door. Lu Ting fixed his gaze on Xiao Kexing, who had her long hair flowing behind her, her slender neck exposed. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and her small, white legs were bare, making her look stunningly beautiful. Lu Ting's body suddenly tensed, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. His ears turned red quickly. He didn't expect things to turn out this way when he came in.
His voice trembled as he said,
I think I'll ask tomorrow. I'll go back now." After speaking, he dared not look at Xiao Kexing again and turned to leave. "Stop," Xiao Kexing said. Lu Ting immediately stopped and dared not look back. Xiao Kexing really couldn't understand how this man could have so many sides. He's bold sometimes, shy at others. The clothes on her body weren't revealing at all. She wore a nightgown under a robe, tightly wrapped around her. She walked up to him. "Hurry up and ask. There's not much time left for you to hesitate." Lu Ting looked down at her. "You love me, right?" He stared at her steadily, her skin delicate and rosy, soft and smooth. The scent on her body drifted to his nose. Xiao Kexing smiled softly, her hands hanging naturally at her sides. "You're so silly. Do you think I'm some naive girl? I already knew what would happen if I came into your room, and I even did those things with you. Haven't my actions proven it? Lu Ting couldn't help but smile. Excited, he wrapped his slender waist with his arms and lifted her up, spinning her around. Xiao Keqing smiled brightly, her feet instinctively hooking around his waist. In this bear hug, Lu Ting naturally lifted her up a bit. As she moved, her robe loosened. She was wearing a V-neck inside, exposing a large patch of white skin. His gaze unintentionally fell on her fair skin, especially those two rounded curves. They were prominent and clearly defined. Was she not wearing anything underneath? His face flushed with heat, his heart pounding wildly. Xiao Keqing looked into Lu Ting's eyes, then looked down at her clothes. She completely forgot she wasn't wearing a camisole. His gaze was so intense, dark and swirling. Her face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. She hurriedly hugged Lu Ting tightly, blocking his view. Her warm breath hit his neck. She held him tightly, making his feelings even more intense. Her soft front pressed against him, rubbing as she moved, almost making him explode. Her slim arms and legs, her good figure, she was full of surprises for him. Xiao Keqing suddenly realized their position was too intimate. She whispered softly in Lu Ting's ear, Did you see everything just now? Her clothes were made of thin fabric, so it was definitely clear. Lu Ting's throat went dry, and he couldn't help but swallow twice. I'll say I didn't see anything, he said, and you probably won't believe me. I saw a little but not much. Xiao Keqing was so shy, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. She hugged Lu Ting's neck tightly with both hands and softly said, I want to come down now. Lu Ting took a deep, cool breath, but the image from earlier kept flashing in his mind. He coughed lightly, trying to keep his voice steady. Qinger, I didn't mean for it to happen. Xiao Keqing buried her face in his embrace, teasingly saying, Why do you keep turning around? You always do that. Lu Ting reluctantly put Xiao Keqing down. She hurriedly adjusted her pajamas. Lu Ting looked at her and softly said, Qinger, I'll come to see you tomorrow. After saying this, he quickly opened the door and left, closing it behind him. He stood outside, took a deep breath, tidied his clothes, and tried to suppress the restless feelings inside him. Leaning against the wall, he calmed down, feeling quite useless. Just a quick glance, and he was already like this. What would happen in the future? Xiao Keqing waited until the door was closed, then quickly climbed into bed, burying her face in the blanket, her heart still pounding fast. Meanwhile, upstairs, Xiao Junjie was waiting with a stern face for Lu Ting. He was annoyed that Lu Ting hadn't come down on time. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he saw Lu Ting walking down. Lu Ting appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was still thinking about the intimate scene just now. He picked up a sack from downstairs, turned on his flashlight, and went up the mountain with Xiao Junjie. Xiao Junjie asked, My sister told me you gave her all your money. Aren't you worried she'll spend it all? Lu Ting looked at the place suitable for setting a trap and said, I can argue if I want. Your worries are unnecessary. Xiao Junjie remembered what had happened in later stories, which was similar to now but not exactly the same. He said seriously, I told my sister that before marriage, she can't use your money. You can take it back whenever you want. Lu Ting frowned and clenched his back teeth. I was wondering why Qinger stopped spending my money, he said. Turns out it was you causing trouble. I spend money on Qinger, and it's none of your business. You're overstepping. Even if she spends it all in one day, I'd still be fine with it. You're just a busybody. Junjie Xiao could see that he truly loved his sister very much. He smiled and said, When will you rest? Let's go for a bike ride. Lu Ting replied, I'm not going. When I rest, I plan to take your sister out to play. You should find a partner soon. I'm worried about you. Junjie Xiao coldly said, Don't think I don't know your plans. You haven't passed my dad's test yet. Marriage is still far away. Lu Ting raised an eyebrow. I've got plans for my dad. He plans to start with gentle approaches, and if that doesn't work, switch to stronger ones. He definitely wants to win over his father-in-law. The two set a trap. Junjie Xiao hadn't been up the mountain in 3 years. Hearing Lu Ting mention that villagers nearby had reported wild boars coming down and destroying crops, he said they were quite bold, coming in groups. They agreed to come back on their day off. Lu Ting returned home, went to the storage room, put down his machete, and sat on his motorcycle. He couldn't help but smile as he took out a note from Qing'er that she had written to him. He really wanted to ride now, but to avoid disturbing his family's sleep, he could only wait until morning. The next day, at dawn, Junjie Xiao carried a basket with a sack inside and went up the mountain to hunt. Lu Ting had told him that one bag wouldn't be enough. Sure enough, when he returned home, both the basket and the sack were full. Lu Ting had already gotten up early. As soon as he woke, he was stopped by his grandfather, who took him into a room. Lu Ting smiled and asked Grandpa, "Why are you looking for me so early?" His grandfather brought out something he had prepared and handed it to him, saying, "Don't let that girl get the short end of the stick. Look how good she is to you. She bought you that expensive car, without blinking. I wanted to give it to my little girl yesterday, but she refused. Please give it to her for me. Make sure she accepts it." Lu Ting's lips curled up as he took the bag from his grandfather and looked inside. "How much is this?" 5,000. Lu Ting praised Grandpa. "I didn't expect you to be so rich. I'll give it to her later." His grandfather smiled.
Most of it was left by your grandma.
As he left his grandfather's room, his mother called him into her room and asked how much the car cost. Lu Ting honestly replied 5,000. His mother, although prepared, still felt a bit distressed. She took 5,000 yuan from the cabinet and handed it to Lu Ting. Lu Ting happily took the money. "Mom, you're so kind. I'll give it to her later." He was about to leave but stopped and said, "Mom, someone will ask how much your motorcycle costs. Just tell them it was a gift from my girlfriend Qing'er. Understand?" Lu's mother hesitated. Will that hurt her reputation? Lu Ting smiled slightly. "I can joke about Qing'er's reputation, but it only makes her look better. If you want me to marry your daughter quickly, just listen to me. Is the future father-in-law coming back? When he's soft, he gets tough. He must be preparing. Qing'er is only hers." Early in the morning, she collected 10,000 yuan for Qing'er and put it back in her room, then went to the storage room. Today, she didn't go for a run. Instead, she rode her motorcycle outside. Once she got more skilled, she planned to take Qing'er for a ride. Xiao Junjie just got home and saw his sister working on her vegetables in the greenhouse. He went in and saw that the plants from the last planting had already sprouted. He squatted beside his sister and asked, "Wow, they grew so fast?" Xiao Keqing smiled slightly. "I added a drop of spiritual spring water to the bucket and diluted it. That's why they grew. I didn't dare to use much." Xiao Junjie nodded and advised, "Yes, for safety, use less." Xiao Keqing curiously asked, "Why are you so dirty early in the morning? What are you doing?" Xiao Junjie stood up and explained, "Lu Ting said he wanted to help you recover, so he took me up the mountain to set traps. I went early in the morning. My brother will take you to see the game." Thinking of the man coming to her for breakfast early in the morning, she remembered he also brewed tea with brown sugar for her. They ate breakfast together, and he kept holding her hand under the table, gently rubbing it. She followed her brother to the yard, watching him bring out the game one by one. Xiao Keqing asked in surprise, "Why are there so many?" Xiao Junjie smiled. "There's more wild game on the mountain." Lu Ting said the wild boars are very rampant. Recently, villagers reported groups of them coming down to destroy crops. He plans to go up the mountain to hunt wild boars when he has free time, and it can also improve the army's meals. Xiao Keqing immediately became interested. "Take me with you." Xiao Junjie didn't hesitate and said, "What do you mean, take you?" "Lu Ting wouldn't take you, and he told me it's not safe." Xiao Keqing snorted coldly. Lu Ting is so unreliable. Xiao Junjie thought about his sister having space and smiled, saying, "I'm not worried about your safety. If there's danger, you can hide inside." Lu Ting wouldn't agree. "Then I can't take you with me." Xiao Keqing said she would talk to him after Lu Ting returned. She counted the prey on the ground. There were 15 in total. Xiao Junjie said, "It's getting colder now. If we can't eat all the meat, we can dry some for later." Xiao Keqing nodded and whispered to her brother, Lu Ting doesn't know how many you've brought back. Why don't you take some rabbits out of the space and put them together? The rabbits in the space are breeding too fast and need to be managed. Xiao Keqing remembered she still hadn't found the key to the space, which made her a bit annoyed. She took her brother into the space. Brother, you catch a few rabbits first. When you're done, call me. I'll look around here. After speaking, Xiao Keqing wandered outside the warehouse, checking every place she could find. She didn't miss any spots except the foggy areas. She had checked many times before, and now she thought maybe the key wasn't in the space. Otherwise, she would have found it earlier. She visited each warehouse to count the goods, thinking that since she couldn't open the exchange now, she couldn't just wait around. She went to her brother and said, Brother, let's sell some of the goods. Xiao Junjie replied, Sis, you're not short of money. Don't take risks. It's not safe now. The goods in the space won't spoil, so there's no rush. We have plenty of time later. Xiao Keqing agreed. She knew her brother understood more, so she listened to him and nodded, saying all right. When someone asks about the motorcycle, you can sell 3 of them from the space and keep 5. Xiao Junjie nodded.
Got it.
He caught 5 rabbits, but didn't dare to take more. The 2 of them left the space with the rabbits. Xiao Junjie said, I'll split the prey with Lu Ting. Then he whispered to his sister, after you finish processing the prey, take me to the space to catch some rabbits and fruits. I'll ride the motorcycle to deliver them to Grandpa. Xiao Keqing nodded, saying, that's a good idea. Xiao Junjie picked out 10 prey and put them in a basket, then took them to the Lu family. Today, Lu Ma was at home resting. Seeing Xiao Junjie bring out the prey from the basket, she was surprised and asked, why are there so many? Xiao Junjie smiled and said, last night, I set a trap with Lu Ting. I went to collect them in the morning. We caught 20 in total. I only brought 10 back for you. Lu Ma couldn't stop smiling and said, good. After chatting with Aunt Lu for a while, Xiao Junjie went home. He helped Aunt Sun process all the game before sitting down to rest. In the morning, many people gathered under the big tree in the courtyard, talking happily about the Xiao family. Aunt Lu, after Xiao Junjie left, took 2 wild chickens and 2 rabbits, put them in a basket, covered them with a burlap sack, and first delivered them to her eldest son's house, then to her second son's house. When she returned, she would handle the other game. She thought her second son might need help cleaning up, and since he married a lazy wife, there was nothing she could do. As Aunt Lu passed under the big tree, Lu Aunt called out, Xiao Man, where are you going? Aunt Lu paused and said, just to see my grandchildren. As she was about to leave, Lu Aunt asked again, we heard your son bought a motorcycle. How much did it cost? Aunt Lu looked around at everyone, who were all staring at her intently. She smiled and said, I don't know exactly how much it cost. It was a gift from Xiao Ting's girlfriend.
What?
Lu Aunt exclaimed in surprise. Everyone gasped in shock. Lu Aunt then looked at others and back at Aunt Lu, asking, Xiao Man, is it true? Your son Xiao Ting is dating someone from the Xiao family? Aunt Lu smiled happily and said, yes. They've been seeing each other for a while. It's Coco who introduced them. Everyone said, I knew it. Xiao from the Xiao family is really capable. No one else can earn as much as she does. She's done something big without making a fuss. Aunt Lu continued walking and said, we'll talk more later. I need to catch the bus. Meanwhile, Tang Ran's mother overheard the conversation clearly and felt sorry for her daughter. She hurried home. Once home, she told Tang Ran about what had happened in the courtyard yesterday and today. Tang Ran's mother patted her thigh and said, why didn't you listen to me back then? Look at the mess you've made, always thinking of taking shortcuts. Tang Ran looked pale and was full of regret. She reached out and opened her hands to look. Her hands were covered in calluses, some with cuts. The pain in her hands was worse than her heartache. Tears started to flow uncontrollably. Tang Ran's mother was furious and also felt heartache for her daughter. Tang Ran wiped her tears and said, Mom, I want to divorce Hong Guohua. Tang Ran's mother was stunned and said, You can't be serious. Divorce is not an option now. The whole courtyard will laugh at us. I don't agree. Your dad definitely won't agree. If he wants to take shortcuts, let him. We just need to keep a closer watch. Tang Ran quietly returned to her room, but still heard her mother loudly calling behind her, later, go home and see if the kids have eaten enough. Bring back some noodles. Xiao Keqing waited for her brother to finish, and then took him into the space again, where he was busy catching living creatures. She was outside, preparing fruit for her grandfather. They quickly left the space. Xiao Junjie placed the basket on the back of the car, secured it with a rubber band, and placed a piece of cardboard underneath to prevent scratches. Xiao Junjie asked Xiao Keqing if she wanted to go with him, but she decided to stay home and make spicy rabbit meat. Xiao Junjie rode his motorcycle toward the gate and happened to meet Tang Ran at the entrance. Tang Ran looked at Xiao Junjie riding his motorcycle with wide eyes. After daily chores, she understood what the motorcycle represented. Gathering courage, she shouted, Xiao Junjie. Hearing her call, Xiao Junjie stopped his motorcycle and looked at her, asking, is something wrong? Tang Ran tidied her hair and stepped forward to stand beside him, asking, can you take me to the station? Xiao Junjie frowned slightly and replied, no, then accelerated and drove away. Tang Ran clenched her fists and looked around before walking forward. Because of the motorcycle, Xiao Junjie returned quickly. When he arrived home, his sister was cooking. He was happy just thinking about eating his sister's cooking again. Lu Ting finished work and went straight to his room, took the money from the morning, packed it into a bag, and went to Zhao's house. As soon as he entered, he smelled the spicy aroma, which told him it was Qing'er's cooking. Aunt Sun set the dishes, and Xiao Junjie saw the bag Lu Ting was holding and asked, what are you carrying?
Lu Ting straightforwardly replied, something for Qing'er.
Xiao Keqing had just washed her hands and came out, hearing Lu Ting's words. She looked at the bag and asked, what's in the bag? Then sat next to Lu Ting. Lu Ting handed her the bag and said, it's from Grandpa and Mom. I took it. Xiao Keqing finally saw what was inside. Did their family also like to keep money at home? Don't they save it in the bank? Seeing the money inside, she asked, is it because of the motorcycle? At this moment, Xiao Junjie also bent down to look inside and saw there was a lot. Lu Ting said, yes. They gave it to me, so I took it. I brought it to you. Xiao Keqing pushed the money back toward Lu Ting and said, take it back. I didn't want your money when I gave you the motorcycle. Besides, you still have so much money stored at my place. Lu Ting whispered in Xiao Keqing's ear, I've already claimed you, and this is yours too. Go upstairs first, put the money away, then come down for dinner. Xiao Keqing glared at the man and went upstairs to put the money away. Xiao Junjie smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be quite wealthy. Lu Ting stood up and walked toward the kitchen, saying as he went, there are many things you can't see. Xiao Keqing quickly came down, and the family happily ate dinner together. Xiao Keqing put the sauerkraut sent by Qiao Shanshan into her bowl. Seeing this, Xiao Junjie said, give me some, it goes well with rice. Xiao Keqing handed the sauerkraut to her brother and remembered she had plans with Qiao Shanshan tomorrow. Brother Lu, are you working tomorrow? She asked. Lu Ting was eating rabbit meat, swallowed, and replied, I have to go in the morning, but I can come back at noon to rest. I won't work on Sunday either. Xiao Keqing looked at Xiao Junjie again and said, brother, can you take me and my friend Qiao Shanshan to the department store by bike tomorrow? Who? Xiao Junjie asked loudly. Xiao Keqing said, me and Qiao Shanshan. We're new friends from our group. Xiao Junjie frowned and said, don't get too close to her. He was worried she might be up to something again. Xiao Keqing said casually, I know about you and her, it won't affect me. Hearing this, Xiao Ma, sitting nearby, asked, what's your relationship with Qiao Shanshan? Do they know each other? Xiao Junjie hurriedly explained, when I came back, Captain Yang asked me to watch over the train. That's all. He didn't want his mother to ask too many questions. Xiao Keqing looked at her brother eating sauerkraut and smiled mischievously. Are you taking me or not? I don't want you to see Brother Lu going to work, she said. Xiao Junjie replied, no time. I still have a few families to visit. You can ride your bike or take the bus. He couldn't forget the moment he kissed Xiao Shanshan on the bus. It made him uneasy. He didn't want to see her again. Something bad would happen. Xiao Keqing asked curiously, "Do you dislike her that much?" Xiao Junjie looked at his sister and said, "Yeah, I do." It kept him awake for several nights. Xiao Keqing showed a sly smile and said, "If you dislike her, why are you still eating the sauerkraut she sent?" Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh out loud across from Xiao Junjie. Xiao Junjie choked and paused, looking at the sauerkraut in his bowl. "I don't know if it's hers."
If I did, I wouldn't eat it, he said.
Xiao Keqing looked at her brother's bowl of sauerkraut and said, "Then it's better not to eat it." Xiao Junjie quickly ate the sauerkraut in his bowl and said, "Don't you know wasting is shameful?" Xiao Keqing giggled and said, "I was worried there wouldn't be enough pickled vegetables, but now it's perfect. If you eat one less bite, I'll eat one more. Isn't that great?" She added some pickled vegetables to Lu Ting's bowl and said, "This is good with rice." Lu Ting nodded and said, "Yes, it's quite good with rice." He kept looking at Xiao Junjie. Xiao Junjie didn't pay attention to them and continued eating. After dinner, Xiao Keqing pulled Lu Ting to the yard and held his arm. She asked, "Are you serious about what you said?" Lu Ting replied confidently, "Of course I am." Xiao Keqing looked at him and asked, "Did you promise to take me up the mountain? You're going hunting for wild boar on Sunday with my brother, but you're not taking me, right?" Lu Ting rubbed his nose and said, "I was just worried about you coming along." Xiao Keqing softly asked, "Will you take me on Sunday?" Lu Ting hesitated for a moment and said, "Next time, I'll take you. Wild boars can be dangerous." Xiao Keqing let go of his hand. "We've finished eating. You should go back now. And it's not very polite for you to come to my house to eat so often. Starting tomorrow, don't come anymore. Come back when you're serious about your promises." After saying that, she turned and left. Lu Ting quickly grabbed Xiao Keqing and gently pulled her into his arms. He said softly, "You're so temperamental. Are you trying to scare me away? I'll take you, but you have to listen to me." Xiao Keqing nodded and looked at Lu Ting with a smile, saying, "Okay." Lu Ting asked, "Do you want to go riding bikes?" Xiao Keqing happily agreed and grabbed his hand, leading him outside to go to Lu's house to ride bikes. Just as they reached the gate of Lu's house, they saw Su Malia talking to Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu saw his grandson and said, "Perfect timing. This lady is looking for you." Then he went inside. Su Malia turned to look behind her and saw Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing. Could they really be dating? She had heard rumors recently. Lu Ting looked at Su Malia and said coldly, "What are you doing here again?" Su Malia stepped forward and stopped. "Did you receive the letter I sent you yesterday?" "Yes, I did." Su Malia glanced at Xiao Keqing and raised an eyebrow. "I explained everything in the letter. I invited you to the lake, but you didn't go." Lu Ting's eyes narrowed sharply, looking fierce like an eagle. "You're scheming against me." He remembered what Qing'e had warned him. Su Malia shivered and said, "No, I don't know what you're talking about." She then looked at Xiao Keqing and asked, "Comrade Xiao, I want to talk to Lu Ting alone. Is that okay?" Xiao Keqing held Lu Ting's arm, smiled at the man, then looked at Su Malalai and said, "Why did I let you talk alone with my fiancé? And my fiancé doesn't want to talk to you." Su Malalai's face turned stiff and said, "Aren't you two breaking off the engagement?" Lu Ting glared angrily and said, "Qing'e is my fiancé. We are about to get married soon. Stop scheming against me, or I won't forgive you." Su Malalai's face went pale, and she said, "I don't believe it. You're definitely lying to me." Xiao Keqing couldn't help but smile and tugged at the man's sleeve. Lu Ting turned his head to look at the person beside him, and their eyes met. Xiao Keqing pouted playfully and said, "Darling, stay away from her. You are my man. If you look at her one more time, I won't want you anymore." Lu Ting shivered all over.
"Oh."
With such a sweet tone, he almost wanted to hug her and kiss her right now. His gaze was tender and full of love as he looked at Xiao Keqing, speaking softly, "No, I only look at you." Su Malalai couldn't believe what she was seeing. Lu Ting's tone and the look in his eyes were unlike anything she had seen before. What shocked her even more was what happened next. Xiao Keqing wrapped her arms around Lu Ting's neck and kissed his lips. Then she pulled away with a bright smile and said, "Good boy, here's a reward for you." Since Lu Ting's house was at the end of the street, and they were eating at home now, no one else was passing by. That's why she dared to kiss him. Lu Ting's eyes sparkled with a smile. He bent down and picked her up in a princess carry. One kiss isn't enough. Let's do it at home. There are still people outside. Without even glancing at Su Malalai, he carried her inside. Xiao Keqing snuggled into his arms. As they passed by Su Malalai, she coquettishly said, "Hubby, be gentle later. Last time, it hurt me a lot." Su Malalai's face instantly turned red and white, her fingertips digging deep into her palms. Lu Ting staggered slightly, but kept his grip steady. This was a dangerous situation. His heart was pounding wildly. Xiao Keqing quickly grabbed his shirt. He looked down at the person in his arms, his eyes burning like fire, full of deep affection that couldn't be hidden. At that moment, Xiao Keqing realized she had said a lot just to make Su Malalai angry. Looking into the man's eyes, her heart beat faster. Lu Ting no longer cared about Su Malalai. When she called him husband, he was completely lost. He didn't forget to close the door with his foot, then quickly carried her into the storage room, setting her down against the wall and said, "Say it again."
What?
"I forgot," Xiao Keqing said with a shy look on her face, which gave her away. Lu Ting kissed her lips, this time with a strong and fierce kiss. Xiao Keqing responded to his assertiveness, and after a while, she felt a bit unsteady. She grabbed his shirt with both hands. They kissed for a long time, and Lu Ting's hoarse voice said, "Say it again, Xiao Keqing buried her head in Lu Ting's arms, afraid he would kiss her again, and softly said, "Husband." Lu Ting couldn't hold back his excitement. He held her face, lifted her up, and kissed her again. Gently, strongly, and with restraint, Xiao Keqing responded to his kisses one by one. When their lips parted, they both took deep, shaky breaths. Lu Ting pressed her forehead and said in a hoarse voice, "Will you marry me?" Just as Xiao Keqing was about to answer, they both heard the sound of the front door opening. Soon, Lu Yaohui's loud voice came, Man, I'm back." Xiao Keqing let go of Lu Ting, looked outside through the window, and Lu Ting followed her gaze. They saw his mother run out, and his father put down his bag and hugged her tightly. Xiao Keqing quickly looked away from Lu Ting and whispered, "Your parents are so affectionate at their age." Lu Ting thought of 3 years ago and nodded. "Don't worry, once we get married, we won't live with them. They won't bother us." Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "I haven't even agreed yet. Besides, my dad hasn't approved either." After saying that, she looked outside. Seeing no one there, she turned to leave and said to the man, "I'm not going to ride with you. I want to go home and see my dad." Lu Ting clenched his teeth and followed her, watching as Qing'er ran out of the yard quickly. He really is his dad's little sweetheart, running so fast. Su Malia returned to her dormitory, feeling very upset. Even though they had already canceled the engagement, why was it like this? And how did Lu Ting figure out her feelings? She hadn't told anyone her thoughts. How did he know? Suddenly, she felt uneasy, but she was still unhappy. Xiao Keqing quickly ran back home, entered the yard, took out a small mirror from her space, looked at her lips, and saw that it wasn't a big problem. It probably couldn't be seen. She put the mirror back into her space and went inside. She immediately saw her father sitting at the dining table, eating. Xiao Keqing ran up and cheerfully called out, "Dad." Xiao Gui smiled and said, "Come, eat with Dad." Xiao Keqing looked at the food on the table, which was still leftovers from earlier. She ran to the kitchen and took out the meat sauce and spicy chicken sauce, placing them on the table. She poured a glass of tea for her father and added a drop of spiritual spring water. Xiao Gui looked at his son and said, "See, your sister cares a lot about me." Xiao Junjie snorted and said, "Don't eat the food I serve you." Xiao Gui looked at his son and said, "You naughty boy." Then he turned to look at his daughter and asked, "Where did you go to play?" "I came back and didn't see you." Xiao Keqing looked at her brother and blinked. Xiao Junjie understood her meaning and gave her a helpless look. Xiao Guowei watched his children and couldn't help but say, "You're hiding something. I can see you're keeping this a secret from me." Xiao Keqing thought her dad would find out once he returned, so she confidently admitted, "Dad, I have a boyfriend." Xiao Guowei put down his chopsticks and smiled. "Good. You like someone?" Xiao Keqing nodded and said, "Yes, I like him." He finally felt proud. Recently, he only heard good things about his son from Lu Yahui, but he didn't care much. He wanted to arrange his daughter's marriage early and preferred her to get married before Lu Ting. Xiao Guowei excitedly said, "Good, good. I've already shown you your blind dates photo. He's not bad. I have some days off now, so bring him over to play. I think he's better than Lu Ting. That kid isn't good enough, I don't like him." Xiao Junjie chuckled happily, finding it very funny. Xiao Keqing glared at her brother and said, "Don't laugh." Xiao Junjie stopped and turned away, continuing to giggle quietly. Xiao Guowei looked at his son and then at his daughter, saying, "Lu Ting may be young, but he's a regiment commander in the army. He's a cold-faced king of. Have you heard his nickname? He's not a caring person. Luckily, you don't like him anymore. When you bring your partner home, we'll set the wedding date. I want to do it before Lu Ting." He wanted to beat Lu Ting to it. Xiao Keqing's heart skipped a beat. She looked at her brother, who was trembling shoulders and pouting lips. She couldn't help but ask carefully, "Dad, do you dislike Lu Ting that much? What if the person I'm dating is him? What would you do?" Xiao Guowei said, "Even if you're dating him, I wouldn't agree. It's good that my good daughter has found someone else." Xiao Keqing asked again, "What if we really are dating?" Xiao Guowei finished his meal, put down his chopsticks and loudly said, "I won't let my daughter jump into a fire. No matter how high Lu Ting's rank is in the future, I don't care about him being my son-in-law. You also have a partner now, so it's best to keep your distance." After speaking, he looked at his son. "I know you have a good relationship, but I don't care. You can go to his house to play, but I won't stop you. Just don't bring him home often." Seeing his son silent, Xiao Guowei shouted loudly, "Xiao Junjie, did you hear me?" Junjie called out, quickly responded, "Yes." He also looked at his sister and shrugged. Keshuan looked at her father. Now that she told him Lu Ting was her boyfriend, she wondered if he would be so angry he might faint. She looked at her brother and asked, "Where's Mom?" "Before Dad comes back, I don't know which house she went to visit," Junjie signaled with his eyes. Finding Mom wouldn't help. She would still listen to Dad. Keshuan looked down and thought deeply. Everyone in the big yard knew, and so did the military. Her father might not know tonight, but he would find out tomorrow morning. She thought it's better to admit it herself than to hide it. She sat across from her dad and gathered her courage. "Dad, my partner is Lu Ting. We've been together for a while." Xiao Guowei's hand, holding his tea, trembled hard. His smiling face turned serious as he placed the cup heavily on the table. The water inside spilled out, splashing on the table, as he looked at his daughter. He hesitated for a moment. Dad admits he's excellent in the military, but he doesn't know how to care for others. "I don't want you to suffer. If I agree now, am I not pushing you into a fire? We don't care about his family. If you marry him, will he treat you well?" Keshuan silently looked at the table. Junjie also worried for his sister. Xiao Guowei firmly said, "Break up." Junjie believed in his brother. "Dad, I grew up with Lu Ting. I know him better than you do. I can see he's sincere about my sister this time." Xiao Guowei looked at his son sternly. "It's good enough that he hasn't caused trouble for you. Don't start defending him. Go away." Keshuan looked at her father. She was afraid she couldn't convince him now. She decided to wait until her mom came back and talk to her dad properly. "I'm going upstairs." Meanwhile, at the Lu family, Lu Yahui listened as the old master and Man talked back and forth. Finally, he understood everything that had happened at home recently. He looked at his son with a big smile.
"Good job, son.
"Tomorrow, I'll go to the Xiao family and settle this matter." Lu Tinghan smiled and said, "I'll rest tomorrow afternoon before going. Don't worry, I want to handle this myself." His father is probably still upset. Lu Yahui nodded and said, "That's good. Once you confirm everything tomorrow, we can then propose marriage to their family. Seeing his father holding his mother's hand, Lu Tinghan didn't want to stay longer. Dad, you should rest early too. I'll go upstairs first. He went back to his room, took out paper and pen, and started to write carefully. The next morning, as Xiao Keqing just came downstairs, she saw everyone sitting in the living room. Her father looked serious, and her mother was still beside him, trying to persuade him. The kids are now engaged, right? You should observe that boy more carefully. Xiao Keqing knew this was about her, so she walked over and sat with her brother. She looked toward the door. Lu Tinghan always came to her house every morning. Was he not coming today? Xiao Junjie also wondered why Lu Tinghan hadn't come this morning. Maybe he knew her father was back and was afraid to come? Her mother looked at Xiao Keqing. I told your father last night that he still doesn't approve of Lu Tinghan. Her father, Xiao Guowei, looked at his daughter. He saved you. We don't need you to marry him. Your father will handle this, and the debt of kindness will be repaid. Let's break it off. Tomorrow, your mother will take you to a blind date. I've seen the guy, he's very good. You'll like him when you see him. Xiao Keqing frowned and said firmly, what if I don't want to break up? Her father looked at her with a seriousness he had never shown before. His lips pressed into a thin line. He thought about what would happen if his daughter married Lu Tinghan and he ignored her, or if she was rejected. His eyes started to water. Knowing that person was unreliable, yet still wanting his daughter to marry him, his heart ached painfully. Large tears flowed down his face. Sigh, Xiao Keqing thought about many ways to oppose her father. She could argue with him, but she never expected him to cry. Her heart softened involuntarily. She quickly sat beside her father and comforted him. Give me some time, okay? Don't cry anymore. Old Xiao couldn't bear to look at his son. He stood up and walked toward the dining room. He felt nauseous early in the morning and was afraid he wouldn't enjoy breakfast. Her father immediately wiped his eyes. Did you agree to consider breaking up? Don't lie to me. Xiao Keqing remained silent. She had wanted to delay, but how could she answer this question? Xiao Guowei looked at his daughter, who didn't answer, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. Xiao Junjie saw his father like that and also went to the dining room, feeling worried. Oh no! He was scared of this side of his dad. Why was he so harsh usually? Xiao Keqing was still delaying time, hoping her father would see how good Lu Ting was. Give me some time. You can't pressure me so much. Xiao Guowei promised, okay. Xiao Keqing finally relaxed a little, then stopped crying. She really couldn't handle her dad like that. Xiao Guowei wiped his tears and said, just give you 1 day. Xiao Keqing was silent. Just 1 day was better than nothing. Let's go eat. She pulled him to the dining room for breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Keqing saw it was still early, so she went back to her room. Xiao Junjie followed her inside. He sat down and said, you don't need to rush. The one who should be worried is that guy. Don't worry, if Lu Ting really wants to marry you, he will make sure to calm your dad, right? Play when it's time to play. Eat when it's time to eat. Isn't he supposed to meet someone? Be careful outside. Xiao Keqing nodded, agreeing with her brother. You really don't seem worried about me. Xiao Junjie smiled slightly and said, sis, you don't really understand Lu Ting. That's why he's so young and already a team leader. Xiao Keqing thought about how the man often said he wanted her to marry him. Now, in the morning, he wasn't even here. After chatting with her brother for a while, she checked the time, said goodbye to her family, and left with her bag at the military district gate. She had arranged to meet Xiao Shanshan at 9 a.m. When she arrived at the gate, she saw Xiao Shanshan already waiting there. They exchanged smiles and headed to the station together.
On the way, they chatted.
Xiao Shanshan whispered, today I mainly want to buy some small clothes and pants. What about you? Xiao Keqing thought for a moment and replied, I don't need anything. I'll just look around. Xiao Shanshan noticed something was different about Xiao Keqing and asked curiously, what's wrong with you today? You don't seem very happy. Xiao Keqing thought about Lu Ting and decided there was nothing she couldn't say. She told her friend about her dad not agreeing with her relationship with Lu Ting. Xiao Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Your dad is a commander. Did he really cry? Xiao Keqing nodded. She hadn't expected that either. Zhou Shanshan comforted her and said, Do you know what I heard in the army these days? Xiao Keqing looked at Shanshan and shook her head. I don't go to the army often, so I don't know much. Shanshan had heard many different rumors. People say you're about to get married. You know, you're now a famous person in the army. Plus, Lu Ting is young and talented. Everyone says you two are a good match. Your dad will understand eventually. Xiao Keqing knew that any man wanting to marry her would have to pass her dad's test. She relaxed a bit, thinking she should enjoy herself while she could. They quickly arrived at the shopping mall and went inside to buy clothes. Shanshan took the small clothes and pants from the sales clerk. Xiao Keqing was shocked. Were they really that ugly? She couldn't help but look at them. Could she really wear this? And these big shorts, but they were considered quite good for this era. Luckily, her space had plenty of underwear and bras she could wear. Shanshan looked at Xiao Keqing's upper body. What are you wearing? I feel like I look better than you. Xiao Keqing glanced at Shanshan's upper body. Her appearance was a bit off. She looked at them both and shared her opinion. At least your shoulders and elbows are roughly aligned, which is the golden ratio of the human body. That makes your figure look more balanced. The sales clerk and Shanshan looked at Xiao Keqing in surprise. They both looked at her upper body. Shanshan shook her head. Xiao Keqing gestured to her own upper body and continued, Since your shoulders are broad, you should wear clothes that are more stable. That way, you'll look smaller and the proportions will look better. Shanshan looked at Xiao Keqing with admiration and nodded repeatedly. You're amazing. I have such a talented friend. You really know a lot. The sales clerk looked at them with confusion. Why would she want to look smaller? She wanted to look bigger. She was already small, and making herself look smaller would just make her disappear. Xiao Keqing pointed to the small clothes in her hand. These aren't suitable for you. They won't fit well and will hang loosely, making you look heavier. Shanshan looked worried. You're right. It's awkward walking around like this. I don't dare to run. What should I do? This is the best I can find. She looked at Xiao Keqing's upper body and asked, Where did you buy yours? Take me there, please. The saleswoman was originally very interested and focused on her work, but now it seemed unlikely she could make a sale. Moreover, the young woman was completely wrong. How could she see anything if she was so young? Her face also looked displeased. She said to them, If you're not going to buy anything, please don't block the people behind you. Xiao Keqing finally looked behind her and saw there were indeed people. Xiao Shanshan then pulled her aside and said, Come on, take me with you. You have no idea how much I sometimes struggle, but luckily I have you. Xiao Keqing paused and explained, I'm not wearing what I bought here. I brought it from a friend in Gangcheng. Xiao Shanshan looked disappointed and stopped her thoughts. Oh, I was so happy for nothing. Looks like I need to go back and buy something myself. After saying that, she turned around and headed back. Xiao Keqing still felt annoyed thinking about the saleswoman's attitude. How could someone do business like that? She held Xiao Shanshan's arm and said, Don't go. If it doesn't suit you, don't buy it. Xiao Shanshan smiled bitterly. How can I not buy it? I can't just stop wearing it. I'm almost out of clothes. Xiao Keqing looked at her and said, I think your figure is similar to mine. I have a few new sets at home. I'll give them to you. Anyway, they had all sizes in the shop. Xiao Shanshan's face lit up with joy, and a faint dimple appeared on her cheek as she smiled. Keqing, you're so kind. But I don't want you to give me anything. I still have to pay you. Xiao Keqing also smiled, surprised at how adorable this girl was. It's just a few sets of underwear. Why are you so excited? Xiao Shanshan beamed and said, How can I not be happy? You have no idea, you just hit all my soft spots. Since her main goal was to buy underwear, that problem was now solved. She linked arms with Xiao Keqing and went to browse elsewhere. They bought some pastries and then returned to the courtyard. Xiao Shanshan was eager to see the underwear, but she felt a bit conflicted inside. She was afraid to see Xiao Junjie because she might not be able to resist feeling attracted to him. The last time she saw Xiao Junjie was on the day of the performance. He was wearing a trench coat, and it really made her heart race. She told herself she shouldn't like him anymore and that avoiding him was the best choice. She hesitated and said, "Kaching, I think I won't go inside. I'll wait for you at the gate." Xiao Kaching was suspicious. "Are you hiding from my brother?" Since Jiao Shanshan genuinely considered Xiao Kaching her friend, she had nothing to hide. "Well, I've decided not to pursue your brother anymore. I definitely need to hide from him, or else. Or else. Or else what?"
Come on, tell me.
Xiao Kaching hurriedly said. Xiao Shanshan blushed and replied, "Otherwise, I'm afraid I might like your brother again. I would definitely hide away. I think once I like someone else, I won't hide anymore. If your brother sees me now, who knows what he'll say or do to get close to me." Hearing this, Xiao Kaching suddenly remembered her own past struggles before being with Lu Ting and wondered if hiding was really effective when you truly like someone. "My brother is probably not home now. He's gone to visit relatives and won't be back for a while." Xiao Shanshan finally relaxed and followed Xiao Kaching home. When she entered the Xiao house because it was the weekend, Deputy Captain Yang, Commander Xiao, and Grandpa Xiao were all there. She politely greeted each of them. Initially nervous, she felt relieved knowing Xiao Junjie wasn't home. Gao Wei, Xiao's father, was seeing his daughter's friend for the first time and looked pleasantly surprised. His daughter was different from before. Seeing this gentle and quiet girl, he thought she was quite likable, especially since she was a friend brought by his daughter. Xiao Kaching pulled Xiao Shanshan into her room and said, "I told you my brother isn't home now. Why are you so nervous?" Xiao Shanshan looked around Xiao Kaching's room, expecting their family to be well off, but was surprised at how nice it was. Xiao Kaching opened her wardrobe, pretending to hide something, and took out 3 sets of matching underwear and bras of the same size as hers. She handed them to Xiao Shanshan and said, "Try them on now. I'll see if they fit." Xiao Shanshan took the underwear and looked at them, her eyes wide. "Are they this beautiful?" It was her first time seeing such pretty underwear. She asked hesitantly, "Right now?" Xiao Kaching shrugged and said, "What else? Are you shy now? Don't I have the same?" Xiao Shanshan remembered taking showers in the army, sharing the bathroom with others, and started to undress. Xiao Kaching locked the door, then walked behind Xiao Shanshan to fasten her, and then in front of her, she patiently showed her how to wear it properly. Xiao Shanshan looked at her cleavage and wondered if it was really that. After putting it on, she felt different. She put on her outer clothes, moved around a bit, and felt steadier. She looked down again and said, "Kaching, this is the most comfortable little outfit I've ever worn, and it's so too." Xiao Kaching smiled and said, "From now on, wear it like this." She teased, "Your husband will be lucky." Zhou Shanshan understood what she meant and spoke in the same tone. "Our sizes are the same. You'll be lucky if your husband likes you in the future." Xiao Kaching couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Shanshan picked up her underwear and looked at it. "Is it really this small? Can I wear it?" she asked with doubt. Xiao Kaching nodded. "Yes, once you get used to it, even those big shorts will feel uncomfortable." Zhou Shanshan took off her underwear and put it in her bag. "How much is it?" "I'll pay you now." Xiao Kaching didn't plan to take her money. "No need to pay. If you give me money, it would feel too formal. If you find it hard, next time your mom sends you pickled vegetables, just give me a little. I think it's pretty tasty." Zhou Shanshan hurriedly said, "No. You must be charging a lot. That's not right. If you like to eat it, I'll bring you some next time." Xiao Kaching wasn't sure how much she should charge, as she didn't know much about prices. She pretended to think and said, "All right then, give me back my underwear. Since you don't consider me a friend anymore, I don't need to give you anything. Besides, you didn't pay me last time for the pickled vegetables." Hearing this, Zhou Shanshan quickly said, "The pickled vegetables aren't worth much. I don't have to pay you back." Thinking for a moment, she realized it was almost noon and asked Xiao Kaching, "What time is it?" Xiao Kaching looked at her watch and said, "It's 11:30.
Yu Shanshan quickly packs her bag.
"Kaching, I'm going back." Xiao Kaching watched her in a hurry and said, "Eat lunch first. I won't be able to come back because my brother isn't home." Zhou Shanshan firmly said, "No need. I'll go home and eat. I can catch the cafeteria's lunch. Xiao Keqing knew what Zhou Shanshan was worried about and thought for a moment. She said with a smile, "It seems you really don't consider me a friend. You won't even eat a meal with me. If that's the case, then go ahead." Just as Zhou Shanshan was about to leave, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing burst out laughing.
See?
"I've got you now." She took Zhou Shanshan's arm and went downstairs. Having a companion at home is always good. Today, Aunt Sun went to her daughter's house to take care of her sick daughter. In the kitchen, Zhao's mother was cooking. Zhou Shanshan stayed to eat and felt a bit embarrassed. She went into the kitchen and helped Deputy Captain Yang cook. "Shidu don kaiko soa." "Deputy Captain Yang, maybe I should do it? I shouldn't just eat for free." Captain Yang understood what the girl meant. Her daughter had hardly any friends visit, so she didn't refuse. If she refused now, maybe next time people would think poorly of her and stop coming. Xiao Shanshan was used to cooking on a large stove, and she was very skilled at it. Xiao Keqing watched how quickly Xiao Shanshan worked and thought, "Wow, having a cook at home really makes a difference." She rarely used the big stove herself because she wasn't used to it. Xiao Shanshan looked at Deputy Captain Yang's prepared dishes and cooked even faster. Seeing chicken, meat, and rabbit meat, she asked Xiao Keqing if she wanted so many meat dishes. Xiao Keqing said, "My dad has been working hard outside. I made a lot of dishes. It's okay to cook extra for my dad to have some energy. If there's leftovers at noon, I'll cook less at night." Xiao Shanshan nodded to show she understood. She used the big pot to stir-fry wild mountain chicken, braised rabbit meat, made a mushroom soup, and stir-fried some cabbage. Long Xiao looked at the beautifully prepared dishes on the table, full of color, aroma, and flavor. He swallowed hard. His daughter's friends all knew how to cook, so they were lucky to enjoy such good food. He kept smiling. Xiao Keqing enjoyed the meal Xiao Shanshan made. The dishes from the big stove tasted really special, delicious beyond words. Because someone else was cooking, Grandpa Xiao ate with great appetite, and Long Xiao also ate happily. Mom Xiao's eyes lit up as she ate. The food was really good. She also thought her daughter's friend was a good person, honest and straightforward. Xiao Keqing felt even happier. It was great to have a friend whose family was a cook. After finishing the meal, Xiao Shanshan went to clear the dishes, but Zhao's mom refused. Xiao Keqing pulled her to sit in the living room. Xiao Shanshan was worried that Xiao Junjie might come back early and feel awkward meeting her, so she greeted everyone and planned to go back to her dorm. As she left Zhao's house, she saw someone riding a motorcycle over. She was curious about the motorcycle and looked at it a bit longer, which caused her to make eye contact with Xiao Junjie for a moment. Unconsciously, Xiao Shanshan looked back. Xiao Junjie stopped his motorcycle and turned to look at her. They exchanged glances again. Xiao Junjie frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Shanshan. Xiao Shanshan clearly saw the expression on his face. Did he dislike her that much? Was she so unimportant that he looked at her with dislike? Feeling embarrassed, she snorted and turned to walk ahead. Although she spoke softly, Xiao Junjie, who had good hearing, clearly heard her voice.
Wow.
He was angry, but at least now he believed what she said and had no feelings for her anymore. He parked the car inside the yard after getting out. On her way back, Xiao Shanshan kept thinking about how their family's conditions were much better than theirs. Xiao Junjie and Xiao Keqing had been living comfortably since they were young. Today, Xiao Junjie's motorcycle looked quite expensive. What kind of conditions could afford a motorcycle like that? She couldn't even dream of owning one. Her mother had told her to find someone from a good family, and after learning more, she realized his family's situation was very good, definitely not a match for her. Plus, he was so annoying when he came to see her. Luckily, she saw the light and turned away. Otherwise, if the man didn't pursue her, she and Xiao Keqing wouldn't be friends anymore. That would be a pity. It's better to stay away from Xiao Keqing's house. Anyway, Xiao Keqing would also go to the group, so there's no need to worry about not having time to hang out. Zhao's mother thought the girl was quite good. She walked up to her daughter and asked, "Kiki, what do you think of this girl? Do you think she's suitable for your brother? Xiao Keqing was interrupted from her thoughts and looked at her mother. Brother said, he doesn't like girls like Xiao Shanshan. You should find someone else for him. She looked toward the door again. Wasn't that man supposed to not work this afternoon? Why isn't he here today? Is he really afraid of his father? Zhao's mother coldly snorted. No wonder he's still single. He wouldn't even look at someone like her. Even a fairy couldn't tempt your brother now. Xiao Junjie parked the car and went inside. Mom, is there any food? Zhao's mother looked at her son. Didn't they leave you to eat? After saying that, she headed to the kitchen to reheat the lunch. Xiao Junjie shook his head. Why should I stay and eat? I might as well go home. He didn't dare tell her that when he saw the bowl of food she just brought out, there was meat in it, but it looked boiled and tasteless. It didn't look good, and she was staring at the small bowl of meat eagerly. Should he eat it? He felt embarrassed. Xiao Junjie asked, Did Xiao Shanshan come just now? Xiao Keqing nodded and quickly added, She's no longer interested in you. She's already given up. You told you that? Xiao Junjie said. Xiao Keqing looked proud. Of course. We're friends now. After hearing this, Xiao Junjie also went to the kitchen. His mother was so quick, she had already set the table. Looking at the dishes, he could tell they would taste good. He was glad to be home. He washed his hands in the kitchen, filled his bowl with rice, and sat down to eat. This dish definitely wasn't made by my sister. I can tell who cooked it just by looking at her. I saw her mom bring another bowl of food to the table and couldn't help but praise, Mom. Your cooking has improved a lot. It's delicious. Mom said I didn't make this. Today, your sister's friend brought it. Her name is Xiao Shanshan, a new member of the group. She made all this. Xiao Junjie nodded while eating and continued to enjoy his meal. No wonder he said on the train that she could cook. I didn't expect it to be this good. Meanwhile, Lu Ting finished work early and went home, tidying up the gifts he had prepared earlier. He took a shower, changed into a navy blue coat that Xiao Keqing bought for him, and put on leather shoes. He put the notes he wrote last night into his pocket, then carried the gifts downstairs to eat dinner. Lu Yahui watched his son dress up and nodded. There's no one else like you, but you're a bit less than I was at your age. Lu Ting glanced at his father. Seeing this many times, it didn't surprise him anymore. Lu Yahui looked at his son holding the gifts and examined them. He looked at a few bottles of wine and picked one up. Son, what kind of wine is this? I've never seen it. Lu Ting looked at the wine in his dad's hand. It was the one brought back from Qing'er. The little woman said it cost 88,000 per bottle. It's imported. Lu Yahui put the bottle back and picked up another one to look at. He didn't need to ask, he already knew it was also imported. You really put in effort. Seeing all these gifts, they were even more valuable than a marriage proposal. Lu Ting quickly finished his meal. Just as he was about to carry the gifts out, the old man came over. Do you want me to go with you? Lu Ting said, No need. I should apologize and make amends. After speaking, he took the gifts and headed to the Xiao family. The person opening the door was Xiao Junjie. Seeing Lu Ting dressed up and carrying gifts, he couldn't help but laugh. He pulled him toward the yard with a table and chairs. Since you're my brother, I'll give you a clear message. Go ahead. Xiao Junjie whispered. My sister told Dad yesterday about your relationship. Dad wasn't happy and gave my sister a day to break up with you. Be prepared. Lu Ting's brow furrowed at this news. Did your sister agree? Xiao Junjie said, My dad was upset and even cried. My sister must have softened her heart. Lu Ting's breath tightened. Xiao Junjie continued, I tried to speak well for you in front of my dad, but I still got scolded. It's because of how you treated my sister before. After a day, my dad will arrange a blind date for my sister. Lu Ting tightened his grip on the gift. Qing'er could only be his wife, Lu Ting, so there was no way he would let her go on a blind date. He took a deep breath and entered the house carrying the gift. Xiao Junjie also followed inside. When Lu Ting entered, the whole family was there, and he made eye contact with Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing sat on the sofa, watching Lu Ting come in. Her eyes lit up instantly. Seeing his outfit, she thought he looked like a modern, successful man. Xiao Bui looked at Lu Ting, who was the visitor. He examined him carefully. Even if he dressed up nicely, it was no use. He still didn't like him. Lu Ting greeted Grandpa, Aunt, and Uncle, then looked at Xiao Guowei with a smile and said, Uncle, I brought some gifts.
I also came to apologize to you.
Stop, Xiao Guowei interrupted him, standing up.
Come with me.
He didn't want their conversation to be overheard. Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Keqing and gave her a reassuring look. Xiao Guowei looked at his son and said, You want to get beaten? Xiao Junjie changed the subject.
No.
I was just waiting for you to leave, so I could close the door, he said, trying to eavesdrop without getting caught. Xiao Guowei walked to a recliner in the yard and sat down, signaling Lu Ting to sit as well. Lu Ting sat across from Xiao Guowei and sincerely said, Uncle, I know I disappointed you before. I regret spending the past 3 years in the Southern Army, which made me miss many chances to be with Keqing. I hope you'll agree to let us get married and be together. I promise to treat her well for the rest of my life. Xiao Guowei snorted coldly. What can you promise? After marriage, you'll ignore Keqing just like 3 years ago. What if you start to dislike her again? Knowing you're unreliable, why would I let my daughter marry you? Break it off. After a 3-second pause, Xiao Guowei continued, Yes, Lu Ting is well known in the military district. But my standards for a son-in-law aren't about how high your rank is or how good your family conditions are. I look for genuine love for my daughter. You only see that Keqing has become outstanding now and are attracted to her. That's just surface. I appreciate that you saved my daughter, but she doesn't have to thank you by offering herself. After speaking, Xiao Guowei started to take off his coat, unbuttoning his shirt one button at a time. Pointing to a scar near the heart, he said, Do you see this? This scar was left when I saved your father years ago, very close to the heart. I stayed in a hospital in another province for more than half a year. No one in my family knew, only your father and I. You can ask your father when you go back. I don't want you to use this as a reason to pressure my daughter into marrying you. Lu Ting looked at the scars on Xiao Guowei's body. Each scar meant something, and he understood this better than anyone. He suddenly felt a knot in his throat.
Put it on.
Don't catch a cold, Uncle. Xiao Guowei finally buttoned his shirt carefully. Lu Ting's eyes were firm, and his tone serious. I never thought of pressuring Qing'er to marry me. I am very glad I came that day. I can't imagine what would have happened if she had left me. Now we both love each other. After speaking, Lu Ting took something out of his pocket and placed it on the table in front of Xiao Guowei. This is everything I've experienced in the military over the past 8 years, plus a letter of self-reflection. Xiao Guowei looked at the thick stack of papers on the table. Did you write this to get me to promote you? Lu Ting explained, to show you my determination. I swear in the name of a soldier that I will treat Qing'er well for the rest of my life. I just want you to see what I've written and understand me better. Once I decide to do something, I will definitely do it. I won't let Qing'er down. Xiao Guowei looked at the papers for a few seconds and said, That doesn't prove anything. Take your gifts and go home. Don't come back, and my daughter Coco has agreed to break up with you. Lu Ting couldn't believe Qing'er would agree. He directly exposed the truth. I believe Qing'er won't agree. If I don't come, I can't do it. And don't think about introducing her to other suitors. I don't agree. Xiao Guowei snorted coldly. I need your permission to introduce my daughter to someone? Lu Ting said naturally yes. I've already accepted your daughter's betrothal gift. I am now her person. How can you still introduce someone else to her? Xiao Guowei's eyes widened. What gift? Lu Ting pretended to be surprised. Don't you know? Everyone in the compound and the military district knows now. I am your daughter's boyfriend. She gave me a motorcycle as a betrothal gift. I'm just waiting for you to come back, then I'll apologize first, and then I'll go with my parents to propose marriage. Xiao Guowei couldn't believe what he was hearing. How much was that motorcycle worth? Her daughter has so much money, and last night her daughter-in-law didn't tell him about it either. Xiao Guowei said in a deep voice, You planned this long ago, didn't you?
Lu Ting straightforwardly said, I love Qing'er.
I was planning to propose once you returned. You really shouldn't find a match for your daughter anymore. Everyone in the big yard knows about it. It's not suitable for her to go on blind dates now. Please don't be upset, okay? I'll pour you a cup of tea to help you relax. After speaking, he got up and went to the kitchen. Xiao Guowei was annoyed. Why didn't he come back earlier? His eyes caught sight of his son standing at the door, and he shouted, "Xiao Junjie, come here." Xiao Junjie stopped walking and thought, oh no, he's been called out again. It doesn't sound good. He walked over and asked, Dad, what's the matter? Xiao Guowei looked angry and said, hurry up and tell me about the motorcycle. Xiao Junjie had no choice but to talk about his sister buying a motorcycle. Xiao Guowei was furious when he heard this. He didn't know his daughter was so wealthy. How rare is that kid? Buying such an expensive bike for someone else. Won't he be laughed at by others? At this moment, Lu Ting came out with tea, holding it with both hands and placed it in front of Xiao Guowei, saying, Uncle, please have some tea. I hope this tea meets your taste. Please don't be upset. Xiao Junjie looked at Lu Ting's flattering attitude toward his father and admired his brother's good manners. Xiao Guowei frowned and said, my daughter gave you the bike. Just give some money in return, as if you sold it to you. That wouldn't be acceptable to outsiders. Lu Ting spread his hands and said in front of Xiao Guowei, I don't have money. I bought gifts, so I don't have any cash now. Today, I also plan to ask Qing'er for some pocket money. Hearing this, Xiao Guowei was stunned and scolded. You. Are you living off my family? You get allowances? You're such a spendthrift. Xiao Junjie saw his father getting so worked up and hurriedly explained, Dad, let him finish talking. Xiao Guowei looked up at Lu Ting, noting that the captain's allowance wasn't small. How could he be so wasteful? Lu Ting explained, my allowance and savings have long been handed over to Qing'er for safekeeping. Since she's my future wife, who else should I give them to if not her? Xiao Junjie whispered to his father, Dad, my sister showed me. This guy gave her more than 70,000 yuan. Wow, even his battalion commander isn't as rich as him. Where did he get so much money? Xiao Guowei was bombarded with shock after shock, his ears buzzing. He shouted loudly, what else are you hiding from me? Just tell me everything at once. No more hesitation. If Lu Ting didn't tell him something serious, how could he possibly let his daughter marry him? He was worried he might even have to propose to Qing'er himself. When I saved Qing'er, I held her and kissed her for several minutes. The nurses and doctors at the hospital saw everything. I have to take responsibility for that. Xiao Junjie. Now he finally understood how thick-skinned his brother was. Today he truly saw it. Xiao Guowei. His face changed dramatically. He hurriedly said, what else? Say it all at once. Lu Ting continued, but don't be angry when I say this. Xiao Guowei looked serious and loudly said, go on. Xiao Junjie was amazed. There was more shocking news.
Wow.
He admired his brother. He's fearless. He's not afraid of his father at all. Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Junjie, then looked at Xiao Guowei and said seriously, I am already your daughter's person. Xiao Junjie. Xiao Guowei was stunned for a moment. Was that what he thought it was? Oh no. That brat.
Oh dear.
Seeing Xiao Guowei's face turn red with anger, Lu Ting quickly said, Qing'er and I can't be separated anymore. Please don't break us up. Isn't it better to have me as your son? Last night, I wrote a whole night of self-criticism. Take a look, okay? Xiao Junjie saw the paper on the table and was about to pick it up, but Xiao Guowei snatched it first. He stood up loudly and said, are you looking for a beating again? After saying that, Xiao Guowei shot a glance at Lu Ting, then angrily went inside. Xiao Junjie gave Lu Ting a thumbs up. You don't want to be a son-in-law anymore? You made my dad so angry. You're really something. After speaking, he also went inside. Lu Ting followed him into the house. Today, he must succeed, and tonight he had to have dinner. Xiao Guowei took the military service experience and self-criticism letter Lu Ting wrote over the past 8 years and returned to his room. He sat in a chair and started reading. Seeing this thick stack of paper, he guessed he would be writing all night. He first picked up the self-criticism letter and flipped through page by page. Every word was sincere, showing Lu Ting's heartfelt care for his daughter. Then he opened Lu Ting's military experience, which detailed every moment of his time in the army. From his perseverance during training to his glorious achievements when earning merits. From his fearless courage in facing difficulties. When he saw the records of Lu Ting being injured, he was deeply moved. It was shocking, and he felt the same pain. He sat quietly in the room, flipping through page after page, the sound of paper turning the only noise. When I finished the last page, I couldn't calm my mind for a long time. I placed the last page on the table, still falling for this kid's tricks. I kept looking, and now I was so annoyed I couldn't get angry anymore. I picked up the paper again, wondering if this kid's handwriting could be so good. I angrily threw it back on the table. At this moment, Lu Ting sat beside Qinger, chatting with the old man. Xiao Gui came down and saw Lu Ting and the old man talking about funny stories from the army. His son was nodding along, and his daughter was sitting close to Lu Ting, looking happy. Seeing his daughter so happy, he couldn't bear to stop these two from being together, especially since they were already like that.
He decided to wait and see.
His footsteps grew louder as he came down. Lu Ting turned his head and saw Uncle Xiao coming down from upstairs. He stood up and smiled, saying, "Uncle, sit down. I just made you some tea, but it's cold now. I'll go get you a new cup." Then he went to the kitchen to pour more tea. Xiao Gui sat next to his daughter, looking at her. Xiao Keqing leaned on his arm, acting cute, and said, "Dad, please don't be angry anymore, okay?" Hearing his daughter's words, Xiao Guowei's heart softened. Lu Ting brought the tea again, holding the cup with both hands and offering it to Xiao Gui. "Uncle, try the tea I bought. If it's not good, I'll buy a different one next time." Xiao Gui looked at Lu Ting, took the cup, blew on it, and took a small sip. Lu Ting smiled, finally forgiven. He then turned to Xiao Keqing and smiled. Their intense gazes all fell into Xiao Guowei's eyes.
Sigh.
It was hard to watch. Xiao Junjie looked at Lu Ting, learning a lot from him, being flexible and adaptable. Xiao Ma carried a basket inside, filled with vegetables just picked from the yard. Xiao Guowei watched his wife with the basket, then exchanged a glance with Lu Ting, asking, "Can you cook?" He didn't want his daughter to marry someone who couldn't cook and had to cook for him every day. How tiring that would be. Hearing this, Lu Ting was excited. It seemed like a test. He quickly replied, "Yes, I can." Xiao Guowei said, "Don't show off. It's easy to slip up. If my daughter's partner can't cook, that's a problem." Xiao Ma couldn't help but laugh when she heard her husband's question. He had been asked the same thing by his father before. At that time, Xiao Guowei immediately went to the kitchen and cooked a full table of dishes. His father only agreed to let him be the son-in-law then. It seemed Xiao Guowei approved of Lu Ting as a son-in-law. Lu Ting stepped forward and took the basket from Xiao Ma. "Madam, I'll cook. Let me show you my skills." Xiao Ma nodded with a smile.
All right.
Xiao Guowei looked at Lu Ting and said, "Lu Ting, I asked my son to help you out. Now I need to talk to Cuckoo about something." Lu Ting smiled and replied, "Okay." He placed the basket on the ground, took off his windbreaker, and laid it on the sofa, rolling up his sleeves. Xiao Junjie looked at his dad and asked, "Dad, do I know how to cook?" Xiao Guowei raised an eyebrow and said, "Hurry up and learn to cook. You're spoiled by your mom, and even your sister can cook. When will you learn?" Seeing his wife walk toward the kitchen, Xiao Guowei quickly shouted, "Don't go there." His wife suddenly stopped in her tracks. Xiao Guowei picked up his teacup and took a sip, glancing toward the kitchen. If he couldn't cook, he wouldn't let his daughter date anyone. Xiao Keqing knew her dad's intention. She didn't plan to help him. Even if she wanted to, judging by her dad's attitude, she probably wouldn't get to go. Lu Ting went into the kitchen and started opening cabinets to see what he could use to make something tasty. Xiao Junjie entered and said, "If I had known my dad was making things difficult for you, I would have eaten less of the leftovers at lunch. You could still handle it." The food was so good that he finished it all during lunch. Lu Ting said, "You think if you left some, your dad wouldn't notice?" He planned to make some snacks to drink with alcohol, aiming to get his future father-in-law drunk and also to accept his proposal of marriage. After all, he was free tomorrow. Looking at the hanging rabbit meat, he was glad he had watched Ching'er cook before. Since he already knew how to cook, he just needed to replicate it. Lu Ting took down the rabbit and handed it to Xiao Junjie, saying, "Cut the rabbit into small pieces, about the size your sister usually eats, and wash the greens several times." Xiao Junjie took the rabbit and started working. Lu Ting looked through the cabinet, choosing the ingredients he was good at cooking: eggs, peanuts, dried seaweed, and the meat his aunt had prepared on the cutting board. He wasn't good at making braised pork, but he could do small stir-fried pork. Seaweed was even easier. Just boil it with pork fat and some mincemeat for soup, stir-fry vegetables, make an egg pancake, and fry some peanuts to enjoy with drinks. He reflected on his cooking mistakes, using too little oil and not seasoning well. He had seen Ching'er cook and was generous with the oil. For example, when stir-frying greens, adding some animal fat would make it taste better. Xiao Guowei, Xiao Keqing, Grandma Shi, and Grandpa Xiao all listened to the loud noises from the kitchen. How much strength was being used? Xiao Guowei snorted coldly, but was secretly thinking, "Let's see how this kid ends up." Lu Ting watched Xiao Junjie chopping vegetables and asked, "Are you trying to get a new cutting board for the family?" Xiao Junjie understood the meaning behind his words, so he relaxed his grip. Lu Ting wanted to impress his future father-in-law and Ching'er, so he was more careful than usual when preparing this meal. When Xiao Junjie brought out dish after dish, he only knew that Lu Ting could cook, but he didn't expect it to be so good. Lu Ting carried out the last stir-fried eggs from the kitchen. Xiao Ma looked at the dishes on the table and was surprised for a moment, feeling very happy inside. Where could she find such a good son-in-law? Xiao Gui looked at the dishes Lu Ting made, and his eyes softened a lot. Lu Ting took the wine he brought and walked to the table. "Uncle, I brought some good wine. I'll have a drink with you. I'm free tomorrow." Gui looked at the wine in his hand. Ching'er looked at the wine in Lu Ting's hand. "Isn't this the wine she took from her space?" Lu Ting sat next to Ching'er, poured a glass of wine for Gui, and set it down. As they clinked glasses, Gui gradually opened up. He started talking about his past in the army with Lu Ting. Lu Ting listened carefully, responded at the right moments, and shared his own opinions. Sometimes he even made Gui laugh out loud. Ching'er watched the two chatting happily, feeling very happy inside. Does this man know her family loves to drink? Did he ask about it on purpose? Xiao Junjie sipped his wine quietly, eating happily. After a few rounds, Lu Ting thought it was about time. If they drank more, he might get too drunk, and then he wouldn't be able to ask questions. Lu Ting sincerely said, "Uncle, how about I come with my parents tomorrow to propose?" Ching'er was surprised when she heard this, looking at Lu Ting. This man is really clever. He's trying to ask while her dad is drunk. Gui put down his wine glass, smiled slightly, looked at Lu Ting, paused for a moment, and said, "You guys can talk about it first. It's still early." He had underestimated Gui. He wasn't drunk at all. Although the marriage wasn't settled yet, Gui agreed to him dating. Lu Ting was happy. After dinner, Gui drank a little too much, and Xiao Junjie helped him back to his room. Lu Ting pulled Ching'er to the yard. His steps were a bit unsteady as he pressed Ching'er against the wall and hugged her. "Did you promise your dad and break up?" Ching'er knew he was drunk and softly said, "I didn't promise." Lu Ting looked down, his eyes burning as he gazed at her. "Call me by a good name again, okay? I want to hear it." Xiao Keqing understood his words. "You're drunk. I'll take you home." Lu Ting held her tighter. "If you don't call me, I won't go back." Xiao Keqing couldn't help but laugh. She was really drunk, throwing a childish tantrum. Feeling helpless but amused, she said, "Hubby, I'll take you home." The next second, Lu Ting kissed her lips. Xiao Keqing responded to his kiss, then pulled away. "If my brother comes out and sees this, it won't be good. I'll take you home." Lu Ting gently said, "Wait until your birthday is over, and then marry me, okay?" He thought that if Ching'er agreed, her father would surely agree too. Xiao Keqing lightly pinched his cheek. "You're drunk now. Let's talk about it another day." Lu Ting suddenly became more alert. "Does another day means she will agree to be his wife. He smiled, suppressing his inner excitement. He leaned close, touching her nose with his, still smiling. All right, let's talk another day. Can you agree to that? Okay, I'll take you home first, Xiao Keqing said. Lu Ting let go of her and started walking away. Xiao Keqing watched him stagger as he walked, shook her head, and stepped forward to support him. At that moment, she saw Xiao Junjie come out. Perfect timing. Take him home. Xiao Junjie walked over to support him on the other side. Lu Ting turned to look at Xiao Keqing. Are you serious? Xiao Keqing released Lu Ting. Hurry home and sleep well. Xiao Junjie looked a bit suspicious. Did you really drink a lot? My head feels a little dizzy, she replied. Xiao Junjie muttered. Maybe it's because you haven't drunk in a long time. Your alcohol tolerance isn't what it used to be. Lu Ting didn't answer him, and was helped back to the Lu family by Xiao Junjie. Xiao Junjie threw him onto the bed, covered him with a blanket, then went downstairs, greeted Lu Ma, and went home. The next morning, Xiao Keqing came downstairs and saw Jiang Qi sitting on the sofa chatting with her grandfather. She was a bit surprised. Why are you here so early today? Jiang Qi said, I took a day off and came to visit. Xiao Keqing went to the kitchen, grabbed a bun, and called Jiang Qi outside. While eating the bun, she said, my family now agrees that Lu Ting and I are dating. He even asked me to marry him last night. I want to ask for your opinion. Jiang Qi smiled and asked, that depends on you. Do you like him? Xiao Keqing finished a bite of her bun and said, of course. If I didn't like him, I wouldn't be with him. Jiang Qi asked, last time I asked you a question, he caught you. Did he do anything to you? When talking about this, Xiao Keqing looked at Jiang Qi and said, what kind of broken book did you read? He's doing very well or not? Jiang Qi smiled and said, what are you worried about? Just get married if you like him. I haven't seen you like anyone, even though you're an old girl. Xiao Keqing replied, when I first came here, I wanted to get married early in this life. But now that the moment is here, I feel it's too soon. Jiang Qi said, you're not brave enough. Isn't this life about trying new ways to live? Why not give it a try? Hearing this, Xiao Keqing suddenly felt enlightened and smiled. After finishing her bun, she told Jiang Qi she was going up the mountain to hunt wild boars and asked if he wanted to go. Hearing that, Jiang Qi got excited. He had never hunted wild boars before and didn't know how to do it. Xiao Keqing also didn't know how Lu Ting hunted wild boars, but they would find out later. While they were chatting, Xiao Keqing saw Lu Ting walking over. He looked at her deeply, and she smiled at him. Lu Ting came up to them and said, Jiang Qi, go see what Xiao Junjie is doing. We're about to go up the mountain. Hearing that, Jiang Qi smiled and headed into the house. He had never hunted game before and was very excited. Lu Ting sat next to Xiao Keqing and held her hand in his large palm. He said, later, I'll take you up the mountain. You must listen to me. Xiao Keqing nodded and said, okay, I'll definitely listen to you. Lu Ting held her hand, and they went inside the house. They saw Xiao Junjie and Jiang Qi chatting and having breakfast. Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing's hand and sat down with them. He knew Jiang Qi was going, so he reminded him to listen to him when he went up the mountain. Jiang Qi agreed happily. After breakfast, everyone discussed going up the mountain to hunt wild boars. Lu Ting needed to come back to get his hunting rifle and arranged to meet at the back door. Xiao Keqing, Jiang Qi, and Xiao Junjie went to the back door together. Soon, Xiao Keqing saw Lu Ting walking over with 2 rifles and some rope on his back, along with a water bottle hanging from his waist. It was her first time seeing guns, and she couldn't help but look at them a little longer. Lu Ting handed one of the rifles to Xiao Junjie. Jiang Qi watched with envy, knowing his own strength and only feeling jealous. The machete in his hand was also given by Xiao Junjie, just in case. Lu Ting held Xiao Keqing's hand and said, we're going to the mountain. It's a bit far. Do you want me to carry you? Xiao Keqing playfully scolded him. You're underestimating me. I don't want you to carry me. Jiang Qi and Xiao Junjie followed behind. Watching the two of them look so close, Jiang Qi said, Brother Jie, let's not watch their PDA. Let's go ahead. Junjie Xiao agrees with Jiang Qi's words. Do they not realize that the other two have no partners? Don't they consider others? If they keep watching, they might want to go and hold the hands of the two people again. He quickened his pace and quickly passed the two, not forgetting to look back at Lu Ting and say, "Take good care of my sister. If she gets hurt, you'll be in trouble." Then he strode ahead. Lu Ting shook his head and whispered to Xiao Qingtian, "Look around and find someone for your brother quickly. Last time, my mom wanted to introduce someone for him, but they already found someone." "I don't have anyone, just that the right person hasn't come along," Xiao Qingtian replied. Soon, they arrived at the spot Lu Ting had previously stepped on. He signaled everyone to stop and went ahead to check. The group waited in place. Lu Ting carefully moved forward, observed for a while, then returned to Xiao Qingtian. He handed his hunting rifle to Junjie Xiao and hung the water bottle on Xiao Qingtian. Lu Ting held Xiao Qingtian's hand and found the biggest tree. He whispered, "Can you climb trees?" Xiao Qingtian asked suspiciously, "Are you trying to make me climb a tree?" Lu Ting nodded. "Didn't you promise to listen to me? Stay in the tree for your safety. I'm worried a wild boar might run wildly and hurt you." Although Xiao Qingtian was a bit reluctant, she still agreed because she had promised Lu Ting. Lu Ting affectionately patted her head and whispered, "I know you want to see, so I picked a spot where you can see a little." Xiao Qingtian nodded in agreement. Lu Ting held her waist with both hands and carefully helped her up the tree. "Climb a little higher, sit in the fork of the tree, and hug the branch. It'll be easier. Don't move around too much up there. Once we deal with the wild boar, calm me down," Lu Ting advised. Xiao Qingtian sat in the middle of the big tree, looking down at Lu Ting. "I'm settled.
Don't worry about me."
Seeing she was seated securely, Lu Ting went to join Jiang Qi and Junjie Xiao. He carefully moved toward the wild boar tracks and made a few hand signals to Junjie Xiao. Junjie Xiao nodded and moved toward the other side. Jiang Qi followed Lu Ting. Seeing the wild boars ahead, there really are many, probably about 10 or so. Lu Ting looked at Jiang Qi beside him. Their eyes met, and Lu Ting signaled Jiang Qi to climb the tree. Jiang Qi shook his head, raised his axe, and said casually, "I can do it." Lu Ting frowned, his eyes becoming sharper, and he signaled Jiang Qi to climb the tree again. Jiang Qi was also helpless. He had promised Lu Ting before going up the mountain, so now he couldn't refuse. Lu Ting didn't know what he was thinking. He found a big tree and climbed up, then gave a quick glance and a teasing look to Xiao Keqing on the tree behind him. Xiao Keqing sat on the branch, watching Jiang Qi, and couldn't help but smile. She sat in the fork of the tree, feeling nervous but also excited, staring tightly at Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie. When she saw Lu Ting aiming his gun and firing, then another shot, she saw a figure rush out and disappear from sight. All she heard were the roars of wild boars and more than 10 gunshots. Her heart tightened with worry for Lu Ting and her brother's safety. After a while, the noise gradually quieted. She stretched her neck and looked around, seeing Lu Ting and his brother talking ahead. Her tense heart finally eased. She picked up the water bottle Lu Ting gave her and took a sip. Oh, it was brown sugar water, this time without. She suddenly remembered her period hadn't started yet. It was probably delayed by a day. She looked back at Lu Ting and the others. Jiang Qi excitedly jumped down from the tree and ran over to talk to them. Then she saw Jiang Qi run toward her, looking very excited. "Xiao Qingqing, your man and your brother are really amazing."
"Did you see?"
Lu Ting shot wild boars one after another. More than 10. "So impressive. I'll go call the troops now," he said, then rushed off.
"Wow.
That's so cool." She took another big sip of the brown sugar water, then hung the bottle back on her body. Just as she was about to slide down the tree trunk, her body suddenly felt a warm rush. What bad luck. Why is it always like this? Luckily, she had space. She looked around and saw Lu Ting coming toward her. She immediately frowned. Looks like going into space is not an option now. She heard Lu Ting calling from below the tree, "Qing'er, come down. It's safe now." Xiao Keqing awkwardly replied, I'll stay a little longer." You go to my brother first. I'll come down after you finish. She thought it would be better if Lu Ting left quickly, so she'd have time to enter space. Lu Ting spread his hands.
Come down.
I'll catch you. Once the troops arrive, they'll carry you back. Xiao Keqing felt like disappearing on the spot. After hesitating a moment, she said, Lu Ting noticed something unusual in her voice and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Are you scared? Don't worry, I've checked around and there's no danger. That's why I let you come down. Xiao Keqing looked at the man who refused to let her down, sure he wouldn't give up. Anyway, he was going to be her man in the future. She bit her lip hesitantly and said, Lu Ting, I have my period. Lu Ting was surprised at first. Period? He quickly understood what she meant. He gently said, come down first, I'll support you. Only then did Xiao Keqing move her body. As she shifted, Lu Ting clearly saw her pants get dirty, and his ears turned red instantly. He carefully caught Xiao Keqing in his arms. They looked into each other's eyes and saw each other's shy expressions. Lu Ting gently set her down and was about to touch her face, but he remembered his hands were dirty, so he withdrew. He spoke softly, does your stomach hurt? After saying that, he started to take off his jacket. Xiao Keqing looked at him and shook her head. Lu Ting took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. He looked down, and the hem of his coat just covered her. From now on, you'll be my wife.
There's no need to be shy.
Come on, I'll carry you back. After saying that, he turned around and squatted down. Xiao Keqing looked at the man in front of her, his ears red. How could he say she shouldn't be shy when he himself was blushing so much? She leaned on the man and was carried up. Softly, she whispered in his ear, then why are your ears still red? Lu Ting pretended to be calm and said, chasing wild boars. Xiao Keqing chuckled softly, tightening her hands around his neck. Lu Ting carried her to find Xiao Junjie, letting him know they were heading down the mountain. Xiao Keqing saw her brother tying a fat wild boar with a rope, with many more around on the ground. These two men were really impressive. They had already caught so many wild boars in such a short time. Xiao Junjie saw Lu Ting approaching with his sister on his back and asked, why are you carrying my sister instead of working? Lu Ting kept a calm face and said, each family's yard has 3 boars to share. We split them equally, and the rest are sent to the military district. Your sister is a bit cold, so I'm taking her home first. I'll leave her in your care here. Xiao Junjie's hand, which was tying the pig, trembled. He wasn't used to calling his sister that, and he looked at her and asked, are you okay, sis?
Xiao Keqing replied, I'm fine.
She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, I can go home by myself. Let me take you home. Lu Ting reminded her kindly. Eat more when you get back. Xiao Keqing thought the man was saying she was too thin and argued. I'm not thin at all. If I eat too much, I'll gain weight, right? Lu Ting felt the soft sensation on his back and remembered Qing'er saying she wasn't thin at all. That made him think of the romantic scene from that night. Indeed, she wasn't thin. Not long after descending the mountain, they met the soldiers coming up. Leading the group was Zhou Haoyu, who saw the person on Lu Ting's back and immediately smiled as he approached, saying, hello, Commander Lu. Hello, sister-in-law. Other soldiers saw this and also called out, hello, Commander Lu. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiao Keqing awkwardly responded, hello. This made her a bit flustered. She patted Lu Ting's shoulder. Hearing Qing'er admit her identity in front of his comrades, Lu Ting knew their marriage was close. He turned to the soldiers and said, I'm taking my fiancé down the mountain now. Be careful when you go up. The soldiers responded, yes. Jiang Qi came over, seeing Qing'er being carried by Lu Ting. He was worried and asked nervously what happened. Are you hurt? Xiao Keqing shook her head and said, no. Lu Ting quickly explained, Qing'er is a bit cold. I'm carrying her down. After speaking, he continued walking down the mountain. To the soldiers, Lu Ting's words sounded like he was spoiling his wife too much, contrary to the rumors. Xiao Keqing was carried home by Lu Ting. Once inside the courtyard, she patted his shoulder and said, just put me down here. If they see us, they'll ask questions. Lu Ting set her down, and they went into the house. Everyone was in the living room. Xiao Keqing, wearing Lu Ting's clothes, went upstairs, while Lu Ting briefly explained about hunting a wild boar on the mountain. Yang Yunqiu's face lit up with a smile.
Oh.
Ever since they returned, there's no shortage of meat. Xiao Ting, I'll go boil some water, so we can enjoy the wild boar sooner. Xiao Wei nodded quietly. He didn't usually praise people, but agreed with how Lu Ting arranged the division of the pork. The family members in the courtyard could each get a share. The soldiers on the mountain were excited seeing so many wild boars they had hunted. Everyone looked at Xiao Junjie with admiration. Their leader and deputy leader were truly impressive, like sharpshooters. Xiao Junjie explained how to divide the pork, and everyone started helping. He found some sturdy branches and made simple stretchers, working together. When Xiao Junjie and his team carried the 4 wild boars back to the courtyard, everyone was excited. The courtyard suddenly buzzed with activity. Lu Ting arranged for one of the boars to be taken to his family. The family members in the courtyard finally realized the gunfire they heard earlier was from them hunting to eliminate pests. Xiao Junjie loudly shouted, "Everyone be quiet and listen to me." The people watching in the courtyard immediately quieted down. Almost everyone at home in the courtyard had come here, including Tang Ran, who was holding her child and standing among the crowd. Seeing everyone quiet, Xiao Junjie said, "Today, Captain Liu and I went up the mountain and hunted 14 wild boars to eliminate the pests." The family members in the courtyard suddenly burst into excitement, gasping in amazement. Xiao Junjie signaled for silence with his hand and said, "Captain Liu and I discussed how to share the meat. We have 2 family courtyards here, and each received 3 boars for everyone to share. Captain Liu and I each got half a pig, and the remaining 7 boars were sent to the army." People immediately started clapping, excited about the news. Xiao Junjie shouted again, "Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone who could get a share of the meat dared not object, though some were envious. They couldn't ask for half a pig, as they were afraid they wouldn't even get a pound of meat if they didn't help hunt the boars. Some thought each person should get 1 whole boar, which wouldn't be too much. Seeing many people saying they had no objections, and some whispering among themselves, Xiao Junjie continued, "If anyone has objections, don't take the meat." As soon as he said that, the whispering stopped. Xiao Junjie was tired of arguing with some people, so he arranged for 5 soldiers to help distribute the meat to the families and told them to come to eat at his house later. He wanted to go home to see his sister, as he was a bit worried about her. As he was heading back, he saw Tang Ran holding her child and standing in front of him. Xiao Junjie frowned but didn't bother to respond. He turned a corner and continued walking forward. Tang Ran picked up her child and followed him, walking behind Xiao Junjie. Everyone was busy discussing how to divide the meat, so no one paid attention to them. Xiao Junjie knew she was behind him. What was she trying to do? He walked for a while before stopping and turning to look at Tang Ran. "Are you looking for me?" Tang Ran shyly nodded and asked, "Yes, I want to know if I still have a chance to be with you if I get divorced." Xiao Junjie couldn't believe his ears. He reached into his ear and asked, "Are you out of your mind? What do I have to do with you? Or did you misunderstand something? You're just being unreasonable." He looked at her coldly. She must have a problem with her mind. How could she think he would marry a woman who was divorced? He said coldly, "Stop having ideas about me. I like someone else, and I have a cleanliness obsession." After saying that, he turned around and went home. Tang Ran's face turned red. Wasn't he the one following her before? It's impossible that he doesn't like her. He must like her. She definitely didn't misunderstand anything. Xiao Junjie quickened his pace home, still needing to pursue the matter of his mother finding him a match. These confusing people wouldn't bother him anymore. If anything happened between him and Tang Ran, his position as vice squad leader would be over. When he got back, he'd also need to talk to his sister. His sister was more experienced than her, and asking her was definitely the right choice. When he arrived home, he saw Lu Ting coming out of the kitchen, holding a bowl. He looked at what was inside: eggs and brown sugar. What's wrong with her today? Did she catch a cold on the mountain? Are you bringing this to my sister? Lu Ting looked at him like he was an idiot. This is what women drink. Don't you know? He was a bit impatient. Go away. Once you find a partner, you'll understand. Your sister isn't sick. Hurry up and help slaughter the pig. After saying that, he carried his bowl and went upstairs.
Xiao Dianig lærte at det er luting.
Did he not know it was something women drink? Knowing his sister was fine, he relaxed a bit and shouted at Lu Ting, "Finish delivering and come down quickly." Then he headed to the kitchen, drank some water, and prepared to help slaughter the pig. In the kitchen, he saw his mother picking vegetables. She told him a few comrades would come over for dinner, so she cooked extra dishes. Thinking about what happened with Tang Ran earlier, he asked, "Mom, weren't you arranging a blind date for me? How did it go?" His mother looked up at her son and smiled. "Are you worried because you saw Xiao Ting talking with your sister? Don't worry. I've arranged it, and you can go on the date tomorrow. I'll go with you. Your uncle just called. He's coming home tomorrow to visit Dad and Mom." Xiao Junjie couldn't help but ask, "What kind of girl is she?" "Do you know, Mom?" His mother replied, "Your uncle said she's from the art troupe in the army. She works nearby and is quite pretty." Hearing this, Xiao Junjie immediately thought of Xiao Shanshan. The scene from the car last time appeared again in his mind. He quickly shook his head. "Mom, let's go early. If I think she's okay, we'll settle things sooner." Xiaoma looked at her son with surprise. "Are you in such a hurry now?" "Not this morning. I need to go to the group first and make arrangements. You can pick me up there. The time is set for 10 o'clock. I promised your uncle we'd have lunch at his house. The woman's family will also be back." Xiao Junjie nodded. "Okay." After speaking, he drank some water and walked toward the backyard. Because Xiao Keqing had climbed a tree, she took a shower when she got back. Since it was daytime, she changed into long sleeves and pants directly. While showering, she washed her clothes. Now she saw Lu Ting's coat hanging on a chair, picked it up, and checked if it was dirty. She noticed a small stain on the inside of the coat. She planned to wash the coat for the man before returning it to him. Lu Ting stood outside Xiao Keqing's door, holding a bowl, and knocked. Qing'er opened the door. Hearing the sound, Xiao Keqing hung Lu Ting's coat on the back of a chair before opening the door. Seeing what Lu Ting was holding, she asked curiously, "What are you holding?" Lu Ting smiled, came inside, and placed the bowl on the table. "I made you brown sugar eggs. Drink it while it's hot. I learned it from your mom." Xiao Keqing looked at the bowl of brown sugar eggs and smiled, sitting down. "I was just a little hungry. If you're hungry, eat quickly." Lu Ting saw his coat on the chair, reached to put it on, but Qing'er grabbed the hem of his clothes. Xiao Keqing hesitated and said, "Go back and change into a different one. I got it dirty, I'll wash it and give it back to you tomorrow." Lu Ting looked at the coat. It wasn't very dirty. His ears turned slightly red. "It's okay. I still need to go help with the pig slaughter. I'll wash it myself later." He picked up the coat and put it on. Since he was going to help slaughter the pig soon, no one outside would notice. Just as Lu Ting was about to sit down and eat the eggs with Qing'er, he heard Xiao Junjie's voice upstairs. "Lu Ting, come down quickly to help." Lu Ting clicked his tongue. "Your brother is like guarding me. He's afraid I'll go into your room." Xiao Keqing giggled. "He's afraid of wolves." Seeing her adorable face, Lu Ting bent down and kissed her forehead. "When I marry you, if your brother calls again, I'll kick him away." After saying that, he turned to leave, not forgetting to remind her, "Rest well. I'm going down first. Call me if anything happens." With Lu Ting's presence in the backyard, Xiao Gui stopped what he was doing. Let the young people handle it. He washed his hands and sat in the backyard, watching the three of them. He took out a cigarette and lit it, staring closely at Lu Ting. Lu Ting was in the kitchen making eggs for Coco. Sitting on the sofa, he also heard this and felt okay, because he was quick at work. His daughter's friend, Jiang Qi, is very good. His daughter really makes him worry less now. Because of the pig slaughter, lunch was delayed until after 2 p.m. It was the first time a few soldiers ate with Commander Xiao, and they felt a bit uncomfortable. When they saw Commander Lu tenderly helping Commander Zhao's daughter serve food, they were all very surprised. Is Commander Lu so gentle? After eating, Lu Ting greeted Qing'er and then carried the meat home. Lu's mother had already heard that her son had caught many wild pigs today and had shared half a pig. When her son brought the meat back, she was very happy. Lu Ting divided the pork into pieces and said, "Mom, give some to big brother and second brother. I'll ride my bike to deliver some later. I'll go take a shower first." Lu's mother nodded happily, okay, and then went to find a container for the meat. Things at Tang Rant's house were also not peaceful. When Tang Rant's mother took the meat home, she saw her son-in-law sitting inside, arguing with her daughter. The noise was loud enough to be heard outside. Xiong Guohua saw the meat his mother-in-law brought in and immediately stopped arguing. He swallowed nervously. Tang Rant's mother was helpless and divided the 10 jin of meat into 2 halves for him. Tang Rant clenched her fists. She had decided on this marriage. Even if they didn't get married again, it was still much better than staying with Xiong Guohua. Lu Ting finished a shower and first went to his second brother's house. His second brother worked at a motorcycle factory and was probably at home taking care of the kids on his day off. He got off his motorcycle, carried the meat, and knocked on their door. Lu Chung was holding his 1-year-old son and opened the door. Seeing it was his brother, he smiled immediately. "Come in quickly." Lu Ting indicated the meat in his hand and said, "Caught a wild pig this morning. I brought some for you. Your wife isn't home?" Lu Chung sighed and said, "She went shopping with her sister again." When Lu Ting entered the house, he saw it was messy again. How could he walk inside? It was really tough on his second brother. He looked at the path and went in, placing the meat on the kitchen counter. He saw the sink filled with unwashed dishes and shook his head. He went to his brother and said, "Hire someone to help you clean up. It will make things easier, and the kids will have someone to take care of them." Li Chung sighed and said, "You think I didn't invite anyone? Over the past few years, anyone who comes to work here usually leaves within a month because your sister-in-law gets angry. It was okay before we had kids, but now I can't even go anywhere." Lu Ting couldn't interfere in family matters and said, "I'm leaving, and I still need to deliver meat to my older brother." After speaking, he walked out. Li Chung followed behind him. When he saw Lu Ting get on his motorcycle, he exclaimed, "Brother, are you buying a motorcycle?" Lu Ting smiled slightly and said, "My fiancé gave it to me."
What?
Li Chung was surprised and reached out to touch it. "Mom brought meat the other day and didn't mention you were getting married? How long ago did you break off the engagement? This motorcycle must be expensive. I've saved up 2 years' worth of work and still can't afford it." Lu Ting chuckled. "It costs 5,000. My 2 years' salary isn't that much." Her sister Chinger was truly impressive. Li Chung immediately felt envious and said happily, "That's good. Who introduced her to you? How is she?" "I heard that rich people can be bad-tempered and full of bad habits." Lu Ting grinned slyly and said, "Grandpa arranged it. She's beautiful, educated, gentle, and delicate. Every part of her touches my heart. Her monthly salary is much higher than my 4 months' worth. There's one downside, though. There are too many people interested in her. I wish I could marry her tomorrow, but she won't agree." Li Chung looked suspicious and asked, "Is she really that good? Why didn't Grandpa introduce her to me before?" Lu Ting looked at him with interest and said, "Grandpa did introduce her to you, but you didn't want her, right? So now it's my turn." Li Chung scratched his head and said, "I don't remember anyone being that good." Lu Ting started his motorcycle and smiled. "You'll see next time we go home. I should thank you for not wanting her, or I wouldn't have such a good wife." Li Chung watched Lu Ting's distant figure and fell into deep thought. Such a person couldn't exist. When he was a child, his grandpa had already arranged a marriage for him. His older brother disliked her because she was young, and he disliked her because she was ugly. He often used that to tease her. His younger brother definitely wasn't talking about her. They had already broken off the engagement long ago. Lu Ting rode his motorcycle again to his older brother's house to deliver meat. That evening, they ate at his older brother's home. His older brother, Lu Yu, asked the same questions as his second brother. Lu Ting repeated what he told his second brother to his older brother. My older brother looked at Lu Ting with confusion and said firmly, "That's impossible." Someone as good as you described. I would never leave for you, and I definitely wouldn't let my second brother give her to you. Lu Ting smiled so widely that his mouth almost reached behind his ears. You should thank yourselves. When you go home next time, you'll get to see her. She often comes to our house for dinner now. My older brother was quite curious. After Lu Ting finished dinner and went home, he couldn't help but call his second brother, Lu Cheng. They talked and became even more curious. They agreed to go home together next Sunday to visit, both eager to learn about their brother's new girlfriend. The next morning, Xiao Junjie pulled his sister into his room and asked her to help him pick out clothes because he was going on a blind date. He told her about his uncle introducing him to a girl yesterday and also about Tang Ran coming to see him. Xiao Keqing was excited after hearing this. She helped her brother pick out clothes, thinking that the girl's family was from a nearby village. While choosing clothes, she said, "You must stay away from Tang Ran. It's better to keep your distance, okay?" I didn't realize she was like that before. Xiao Junjie understood the importance of this and nodded, "I know." Xiao Keqing looked at her brother's wardrobe and said, "You should buy a few more sets of clothes later. Just wear a denim jacket. It makes you look young and energetic. I'll find a pair of sunglasses in my space for you. When you ride your bike, they can block UV rays, protect your eyes, and keep out wind and bugs." She thought Lu Ting should also have a pair. Xiao Junjie doubted, "Are they really that good? Imagine how dangerous it would be if a bug flew into your eye," Xiao Keqing said, and suddenly, she pulled out a pair of sunglasses and put them on her brother. She touched his chin and nodded, "Brother, when you ride your motorcycle, you'll be the brightest one. Super handsome." Xiao Junjie was amused by his sister's tone. He trusted her. If she said he looked handsome, he definitely did. Seeing a faint stubble on his brother's face and a fully automatic shaver that appeared from her space, Xiao Keqing handed it to him and showed him how to use it. She then took out cleanser, and together they washed his face, patting water and lotion on his skin. She also reminded him to use these morning and night. Xiao Junjie looked annoyed and said, "Men don't usually use stuff like that." Xiao Keqing disagreed and replied, "We even have men here who wear perfume. It's totally normal. Just look in the mirror and see how much better your skin looks." Xiao Junjie hesitantly picked up the mirror and examined himself carefully. He touched his face and felt much more comfortable, less oily. He put down the mirror and said, "Why do I still feel a little nervous about this blind date?" Xiao Keqing chuckled and said, "When you see the girl, your first impression will be good. Just try to get along and see how it goes. Don't rush into anything. If it's not right, just leave." "I'm sure I'm right about this." Xiao Junjie nodded to show he understood. Xiao Keqing also reminded her brother to buy some snacks or gifts at the supply and marketing cooperative before going. Xiao Junjie looked at his watch. There was half an hour left before meeting his mom. He decided it was okay to leave now. After greeting his sister, he rode his motorcycle to the art troupe. He wore sunglasses just as his sister said, blocking the sun and wind at the same time. At the guard station, he showed his ID before riding into the compound and waited outside his mom's group's door. He parked his motorcycle, took off his sunglasses, and hung them on his denim jacket. Leaning lightly on the bike, he looked at his watch. Oh, he was early, still 20 minutes before the meeting. Meanwhile, Yang Yunqiu finished a meeting and went to Director Yang's office. Today, he was the one in the troupe, so he could ask for leave. He knocked and entered to see Director Yang talking with Qiao Shanshan. Seeing Yang Deputy Director looking for the director, Qiao Shanshan politely stood up and said, "Maybe you two should talk first. I'll come back later." Yang Yunqiu quickly said, "No need, Qiao Shanshan. I just want to ask for leave from the director, and then I'll leave." Qiao Shanshan nodded.
"All right."
Director Yang smiled and said, "Why are you asking for leave as soon as I get back? I still have work for you. I also need to tell you something." Yang Yunqiu felt a bit helpless. "It's because my son is worrying me. His uncle introduced him to a blind date today, so I came to ask for leave." Standing nearby, Qiao Shanshan's breath caught. Xiao Junjie was just a liar. Yang Yunqiu then took a tape her daughter gave him from his pocket and handed it to Director Yang. "My daughter asked me to give this to you." Director Yang took the tape and smiled. He said to Qiao Shanshan, Go take the tape to the broadcasting room and come back. I want to talk with Deputy Yang for a bit. Okay. Xiao Shanshan took the tape and headed out. Xiao Shanshan pouted slightly. Xiao Junjie was just a liar. He even lied about liking someone. It was just an excuse for not liking her. Luckily, she quickly moved on, otherwise, she might be very sad now. Was she really that bad? For the first time, she doubted whether she was really so useless. It was also her first time liking someone, and it ended so embarrassingly. She was glad she didn't fall for him completely. Next time she saw him, she would definitely ignore him. As she just stepped out, she suddenly stopped. She saw Xiao Junjie leaning casually against his motorcycle, one long leg stretched out on the ground, the other slightly bent with his shoe touching the bike. He was dressed in the most popular style now, holding sunglasses and playing with them. His face was sharp and defined. He radiated a rebellious yet handsome vibe. Every detail showed that this man was wealthy and good-looking. Her originally angry heart unexpectedly felt a bit nervous. What's so great about him not liking her? She wasn't interested anyway. Xiao Junjie also saw Xiao Shanshan and was slightly surprised. Their eyes met. It was the first time he saw Xiao Shanshan in military uniform, which made her look brave and spirited. Her lively features now had a touch of heroism, making her look bright and charming in a special way. She looked a bit like his sister in her military outfit, so he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Xiao Shanshan wanted to turn and leave, but for some reason, her feet seemed glued to the ground. She couldn't move and just looked at Xiao Junjie. Seeing how flashy he was dressed, she thought, it's just for a blind date, who cares? After glancing at him, she shifted her gaze and pretended not to know him, walking past him confidently. Xiao Junjie couldn't help but slightly smile. Was she pretending not to know him? It wasn't necessary to pretend completely. They weren't just acquaintances. He even helped her with her foot earlier. The way she looked at him with a pouty face, her bright eyes fierce but adorable, was quite charming. No wonder she could be friends with his sister. They looked a bit alike in some ways. He glanced back at her figure walking away, sneered coldly, and looked at his watch. There were 10 minutes left before the time he agreed with his mother. Xiao Shanshan delivered the tape and then started walking back, deliberately slowing her pace. It still took her over 10 minutes to go there and back. Xiao Junjie and Deputy Captain Yang should have already left. She felt calmer and headed back along the way. Xiao Junjie, feeling uncomfortable standing still, started to walk around. When he looked up, he saw Xiao Shanshan. She didn't expect him to still be there. She had already slowed her steps when she returned. Sighing inwardly, she looked away and decided it was better to pretend not to recognize him. Xiao Junjie looked at Xiao Shanshan after she glanced at him, then walked past him like a stranger. He couldn't help but call out to her, "Xiao Shanshan." Shanshan suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xiao Junjie, a bit annoyed, and said, "What?" Xiao Junjie stepped forward and stood in front of her. "Pretending not to know me?" Shanshan nodded, sincerely. "Yeah, you figured it out?" Xiao Junjie hesitated. "I'm not blind. Of course I can tell." "I think you're pretty blind," Shanshan muttered softly, pouting slightly. "It's okay now? If it's okay, I'll go." She continued walking ahead. She had a good figure, a nice face, and even graduated from high school. He was just being blind. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He didn't understand what she saw in him. Xiao Junjie frowned. "Are you insulting me?" Shanshan was annoyed inside. She stopped and turned back to face him, looking up at him. "You probably don't like anyone, right? You're just a trickster." Xiao Junjie chuckled bitterly, angry at being called blind and a trickster. He shouted loudly, "Xiao Shanshan, you're bold. Still insulting me?" She had never been yelled at before. Wealthy young masters were different, hot-tempered. It really proved her mother's words, too rich to find a good partner. She angrily took out some money from her pocket, pulling out 2 large bills. They weren't low. She handed them over. "Here's the money for the last time. I also bought you something on the train last time. It's settled." Seeing that he didn't take the money, his face still full of anger, her heart started pounding. She grabbed his hand and shoved the money into it. She didn't like him anymore. Who would still indulge him? Just now, he had shouted at her. She also shouted back, "What are you shouting for?" Fuming, she stomped on his foot hard.
Ow.
"You're ungrateful." Xiao Junjie gritted his teeth, still moving his foot where she had stepped. "Because you yelled at me," Shanshan said, glaring at him. "I'm also blind. I liked you 3 years ago, and the more I look at you, the more I realize I'm the one who's blind. You should go home and wash your eyes." Xiao Junjie's face darkened. Before he could react, Shanshan turned and ran away. He clenched his teeth. She really knew how to make him mad, such a fiery woman. She was too fierce, yelling at him, talking in riddles, and even kicking him. He shouted loudly, "Xiao Shanshan, if I catch you, you're dead." Zhou Shanshan heard Xiao Junjie's threat and ran away quickly. She turned back and made a funny face, shouting, "Xiao Junjie, if I meet you again, you're definitely doomed." Everyone knows how to talk tough sometimes. It's just for fun. Seeing Xiao Junjie angry and unable to catch her, she felt strangely happy, as if she had released all her frustrations from these days. Xiao Junjie clenched his teeth, annoyed by her, and kept a close eye on her. Seeing her playful look, he felt both angry and amused. She was almost as mischievous as his sister. Of course, Zhou Shanshan heard Xiao Junjie's words. She no longer went out of her way to find him, so she thought it was impossible to meet again. Last time, she went to Qing's house to pick up clothes, but now no one visits his house anymore, so there was no chance to meet again. Plus, Xiao Kurson also came to the army, so she had even less chance to go to his house. At this moment, Yang Yunqiu came out of the group, watching her son lift his foot and move around. "Son, what's wrong?"
she asked.
Xiao Junjie shook his head, clenched his teeth, and put the money in his pocket. "Nothing, Mom. Let's go," he said. Then he got on his motorcycle and they headed to his uncle's house. On the way, Yang Yunqiu bought some gifts. With the motorcycle, they arrived quickly at her mother's house. As soon as she entered, she started chatting with her brother about the girl's family. Xiao Junjie sat nearby, listening carefully. Her uncle praised, "The girl I matched with is from the same village. She's hardworking and can earn 10 work points each time she goes to work. She keeps her home tidy, and she's probably good-looking. She's taller than most young women. If she wasn't good, could I do this coal work? They'll come over for dinner later, and after meeting, we'll decide." Yang Yunqiu smiled and nodded, then looked at her son. "Son, what do you think?" she asked. Xiao Junjie thought about what had just happened. His mind flashed back to Zhou Shanshan stomping on his foot angrily and her fierce look. "I want to find someone gentle. If not gentle, I don't want her," he said. His uncle heard this and laughed. "Well, I don't know if she's gentle or not. When she comes, you can see for yourself." Yang Yunqiu paused for a moment, surprised that her son had such a request. Soon, the girl's family arrived. Xiao Junjie looked at her. As his uncle said, she was pretty, tall, and sturdy. Her skin looked tanned from working in the fields. The girl was a bit shy and kept glancing at Xiao Junjie. Last time, she just took a quick look from afar. Now that she saw him up close, she liked him even more. The woman's parents were very pleased when they saw Xiao Junjie's appearance, and they were even happier when they heard he was a deputy captain. This is the ideal son-in-law, the best in the village. Both sets of parents were talking back and forth, asking questions and answering each other. At the dinner table, Xiao Junjie watched the girl across from him eating heartily, biting into her meat. When she smiled at him, some food was still stuck in her front teeth. That wasn't gentle at all. What kind of girl is this? His parents praised their daughter for being hardworking and capable of doing everything, even better than some men. But what's the point of marrying someone so capable? He can support himself just fine. He quickly finished his food and said, "You all eat slowly. I've had enough." His uncle said, "Eating so little, how can you be full? Why are you in such a hurry?" Xiao Junjie explained, "I just took on a new job, and I have to go to the army this afternoon for something." Yang Yunqiu, noticing her son's expression, understood what he meant, and quickly started eating. After finishing, Yang Yunchio took her brother to the kitchen to say a few words, then spoke with the woman's parents before getting into her son's car to go home. Sitting behind her son, Yang Yunchio said, "I declined for you. You wouldn't even look at girls from the art troupe, so this one doesn't stand a chance either." Hearing art troupe, Xiao Kexing thought of Qiao Shanshan's words. She said she liked him 3 years ago? Where did they meet? Was she blind?
No, she was just blind.
He clenched his jaw in anger. When they returned home, Yang Yunchio went inside and found her daughter, telling her that tomorrow, Director Yang wanted her to go to the troupe to discuss the New Year program and to include a new performer in one of the acts. After Xiao Kexing agreed, she asked her brother about his blind date. Yang Yunchio recounted the process. Hearing this, Xiao Kexing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yang Yunchio said, "There are also single women working at the hospital. I told someone to keep an eye on your brother too. They haven't replied yet." Xiao Kexing thought of Su Malia and felt that women working at the hospital or in the art troupe wouldn't have trouble finding a partner. Why is Su Malia so persistent in chasing Lu Ting? She thought it was mainly influenced by the plot in the book. Last time, she heard about her inviting Lu Ting to the lake, which seemed to follow the story in the book. She didn't dare think further. Could she have drugged Lu Ting again? Just as she was about to ponder more, her mother said, "Maybe you should keep an eye on someone for your brother." Xiao Kexing smiled and said, "I don't want to. I don't know many people, only Shanshan, and my brother also dislikes her coming." The two continued talking about the group's affairs. The next morning, Lu Ting arrived early at Zhao's house. No matter what, since his wife hadn't moved in yet, he still came every day for check-in. Lu Ting greeted everyone one by one. When he saw Xiao Junjie, he called him Big Brother loudly and clearly. Xiao Guo slightly curled his lips, feeling a bit awkward. Seeing his daughter dressed in military uniform, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Today, he was also going to the military, so he could go with his daughter. Xiao Guo, Yang Yunchio, Lu Ting, and Xiao Kexing left together. Xiao Guo watched Lu Ting take her backpack and hang it on himself, unable to help but glance at him a few more times. This man can smile too, but his smile in front of his daughter doesn't seem genuine. Once they entered the military zone, they parted ways. Xiao Kexing and Yang Yunchio went to the cultural troupe. Lu Ting and Xiao Guo walked together, and many people who saw Xiao, the senior officer, approached to greet him. Some even praised Xiao for having a good daughter. Others looked at Lu Ting and Xiao, walking together, and started praising him as well. Having such a good son-in-law and daughter was truly a blessing. Xiao Guo listened to everyone's praise with a broader smile, his proud expression hard to hide. Lu Ting was also surprised by this, realizing he was about to become Zhao's son-in-law. At the military office area, Xiao Guo went to handle military affairs. At that moment, the radio played music recorded by Xiao Kexing, which quickly spread throughout the entire military zone, making Xiao Guo even more proud. Lu Ting could hear many people humming and singing Kexing songs. He couldn't help but hum along, returning to his office for a meeting to plan tomorrow's departure. He decided to talk to Kexing about it tonight. Meanwhile, Xiao Kexing and Yang Yunchio arrived at the cultural troupe. Director Yang greeted Xiao Kexing warmly, with so many folds on his face that they could even trap mosquitoes. "Xiao Qing, I mainly want to discuss this year's New Year program with you. Can we add some new performers to one of your acts? Let those newcomers join in." He was afraid Xiao Kexing wouldn't agree, so he quickly added, "You can choose the performers yourself, I won't interfere. Whatever you decide, it's up to you." He still hoped that even if Xiao Kexing left the troupe someday, others could take her place and bring some excitement. Xiao Kexing smiled. Her mother had told her the reason yesterday, and she agreed happily. "Captain Yang, can I make a request?" "What request?" Xiao Kexing explained. "Captain Yang, can I bring someone home to rehearse? I need to come to the team every day, but I don't have enough time. You know I have other work too." Captain Yang sighed in relief. "I thought it was something big." "No problem, since the new members are only arranged like this now, let's go pick people." Xiao Kexing nodded and asked, "Can I choose one person?" Yes. You decide how many you want. Captain Yang's goal was achieved. Even just one person was fine. Xiao Keqing immediately thought of Qiao Shanshan, as she didn't know the others well. Captain Yang gathered the 10 new members in the dance practice area. Xiao Keqing saw Qiao Shanshan wink at her. Captain Yang said seriously, everyone knows that the New Year program is very important. Each person needs to rehearse well. Xiao Keqing will choose someone from among you to perform with her. If anyone is willing, raise your hand so I know who's interested. All 10 people raised their hands at once. Xiao Keqing didn't plan to have others perform with her. Too many opinions would cause trouble, and she didn't want that. Plus, she had her own things to do. She definitely wouldn't let so many people come to her house, especially those with bad intentions. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, Captain Yang, I just want one person. That way, the stage effect will be better. If there are too many, I worry the effect won't be as good. Captain Yang was happy to hear more colorful and immediately smiled. All right. You see who's suitable, and I'll make sure she cooperates well with you. Xiao Keqing looked over everyone. They all looked at her brightly. She had no choice but to disappoint them. Luo Xiaohong was worried Xiao Keqing would choose someone else and quickly said, Xiao Keqing, can you pick me? I'll definitely cooperate well. As soon as Luo Xiaohong spoke, Wu Xiaoyu beside her also said, pick me. I'll cooperate too. Yang Yunxiu stood next to his daughter, frowning. These two had joined the team and were always trying to flatter her, even asking about her son. Now they were rushing to speak, clearly with some sneaky ideas in mind. She didn't like scheming people. These two looked like troublemakers. If they went home with her daughter, that would be a problem. Xiao Keqing said seriously, do you all play any instruments? Luo Xiaohong immediately showed an awkward smile. Next to her, Wu Xiaoyu smiled and said, I can play the harmonica. Xiao Keqing shook her head and said, that doesn't match my program. I think Qiao Shanshan's accordion is perfect for me. Qiao Shanshan immediately smiled and said, okay, Comrade Xiao Keqing, I agree. Xiao Keqing smiled at her and then looked at Captain Yang. I've made my choice. It's her. The others looked disappointed, especially Luo Xiaohong. If she knew how to play an instrument, she would have been chosen. She also glared at Qiao Shanshan. Qiao Shanshan and Captain Yang's group went outside. Captain Yang looked at Qiao Shanshan and said, you should work well with Xiao Keqing at home to rehearse the program. Follow her and learn as much as you can. I believe in you. Qiao Shanshan happily agreed, okay. Yang Yunxiu saw that she was this girl and felt more at ease. He patted her shoulder and said, Shanshan, don't be nervous at home. Just treat it like your own house. If you want to eat something, just make it with Kiki. Qiao Shanshan looked confused and said, Deputy Captain Yang, I didn't quite understand what you mean. Xiao Keqing explained, I told Captain Yang that I brought you home to rehearse, so just come home with me. Qiao Shanshan's heart skipped a beat, and she hesitated. Can we just rehearse in the group? Deputy Captain Yang frowned slightly. Didn't we agree just now? Now you don't want to? Such a good teacher. Everyone would love to learn from her. You don't need to come to the group for now. Just follow Xiao Keqing and learn. Qiao Shanshan nodded. Captain, I will study hard. Captain Yang nodded and left. Xiao Keqing saw what Qiao Shanshan meant. She had mentioned before, are you still worried about my brother? Qiao Shanshan hesitated, trying to find the right words. Yes, I upset your brother. I don't dare go to your house. Yang Yunxiu smiled and said, I thought it was something serious. If Junjie bullies you, tell me and his dad. We'll handle him. Seeing how scared his son made the girl, no wonder she hurried back last time. Seeing her distressed expression, it was very touching. Xiao Keqing explained, you know me. I can't come to the group every day. My brother is a good person and wouldn't bully anyone, especially women. She can't come to the group every day. Yesterday, her mom told her that the leader wanted her to bring people to learn, probably to work together, and teach her more things. She doesn't want to bring many people, as it's much easier to teach just one person, especially since this person is her friend, and she wouldn't have to worry about other things. Zhou Shanshan gathered her courage and nodded. For the sake of learning, she was willing to try. She remembered how Xiao Junjie looked when he was angry. At worst, she could just let him be upset. If she had known yesterday, she would have just tolerated it. It was only him shouting at her. Yesterday, she felt better, but now she wondered what to do next. Yang Yunqiu smiled and took Zhou Shanshan's hand. It's okay. If he gives you a hard time, just tell me, and I'll deal with him. Zhou Shanshan felt nervous, but nodded. Xiao Kexing and Zhou Shanshan agreed on a time. Tomorrow morning, Shanshan would go directly to her house. After they finished planning, Xiao Kexing was about to go home when she saw some doctors in white coats walking in the military area, each carrying a medical box. She looked carefully and recognized one of them as Su Malia, who was not very tall. Looking at the group, she guessed it was related to military affairs. She remembered from the story that Su Malia was a doctor, and getting that kind of medicine should be quite simple for her. A little worried, she frowned and felt uneasy. She knew she needed to have a serious talk with Lu Ting tonight about this matter. She wondered if Lu Ting would believe her strange story. Back home, she saw her older brother sharpening a wooden stick. "Brother, what are you doing?"
she asked.
Xiao Junjie explained, "It's getting cold soon. When it snows, we won't be able to go into the mountains. I've been setting traps every night lately, and it gives you a reason to get rabbits out. Other prey are easy to handle, but rabbits breed too fast inside, so I need to solve that problem for you." Xiao Kexing nodded and praised, "Brother, you're so thoughtful." Xiao Junjie smiled slightly. "In winter, everyone stays at home, and having meat makes us feel safe. I don't want you to take risks getting things from inside." He looked serious. "Don't think everything in the big yard is safe. There's danger everywhere. You're good at cooking, and sometimes I can even smell the meat from outside. Others can't smell it, but if you're eating meat every day in winter, problems might come." Xiao Kexing suddenly understood and looked at her brother with brighter eyes. "Brother, I really didn't know these things. Please tell me more." Junjie Xiao looked at his sister and said, "Since I am on holiday these days, I go up the mountain every day. Everyone in the big yard knows about it. Even in winter, even if we eat some meat every day, no one can say anything." Qingqing Xiao nodded repeatedly beside him and said, "You're right. What else?" Junjie Xiao continued, seeing that his sister wanted to hear more. "I checked some planting books. Growing vegetables in a greenhouse is also possible. You shouldn't use that water anymore. It's too explosive. I won't allow you to use it, understand?" "Okay." Qingqing Xiao agreed to reassure her brother. Junjie Xiao sighed and said, "Starting tomorrow, your brother will work hard. Aunt Sun isn't home either, so I'm the only one handling the game. Remember to boil water in the morning." He added, "Also, buy more salt tomorrow. If someone asks, just say your brother hunted the game for winter storage and to make cured meat." Qingqing Xiao promised, "All right. I'll cook something delicious for you tomorrow. You work so hard. You should eat more." She thought about Xiao Shanshan coming back tomorrow, told her brother about arranging for someone to bring the newcomers, and explained why she asked her to bring them. "I only picked one person. Guess who I chose, brother?" Junjie Xiao looked up at his sister and asked, "Xiao Shanshan?" Qingqing Xiao replied, "Yes. You know me so well, brother. You can't give her any face. She told me herself that she has no feelings for you anymore. It took her half a day to come because I and Mom talked to her." Hearing this, Junjie Xiao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Looks like she's coming to me willingly this time. Let's see who's doomed." He then kept a calm face and said, Meanwhile, in the southern troops, Yang Guizhi was helped onto the train by her brother. She wanted to stay a few more days to recover her health, but time didn't allow it. Worried that she might be sent to the countryside again, she decided to return early to the capital to make arrangements. To avoid suffering in the countryside, she thought marriage was the best solution. She originally came to the southern troops because of Lu Ting. Now that Lu Ting had returned to the capital, it was impossible to find him again. Given her current situation, being expelled from the army and her health not good, finding a good husband seemed unlikely. Not marrying meant facing the countryside again, so finding a partner was urgent. All of this was caused by Xiao Kexing. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her face twisted with rage. Suddenly, her chest hurt from the anger, and she tried not to think about Xiao Kexing. Looking at her brother, she said with a sad face, "Brother, please arrange the matchmaking as soon as we get home." Her brother agreed quickly. Meanwhile, Lu Ting finished work and hurried home. He didn't see Qinger at the cafeteria during lunch, so she must have gone home early. When he arrived at the Xiao family, he saw Xiao Junjie organizing his backpack and knew he planned to go up the mountain tonight. Xiao Junjie asked, "Going together tonight?"
No, Lutin pul Xiao Junjie Said.
"Tomorrow, I need to take 1,000 people to help search the mountains in the neighboring province. They say they've found some suspicious activity. Don't tell Qinger about the danger. I don't want her to worry. Last time he went on a mission, she was worried. This time, he definitely didn't want his little wife to worry." Xiao Junjie warned, "Be careful. If anything happens to you, I might have to find someone else for my sister." Lu Ting replied firmly, "I won't give you that chance." Xiao Junjie nodded, and the two went inside. They saw Xiao Kexing chatting with her grandfather. When Xiao Kexing saw Lu Ting, she looked at him with a smile. At that moment, Xiao Gui also returned home and wasn't surprised to see Lu Ting. Xiao Kexing stood up and said, "Dinner is ready. Aunt Sun isn't here today, so I cooked." Lu Ting and the others went to the dining table and sat down to eat. After finishing the meal, Xiao Junjie carried his backpack and went up the mountain. Lu Ting helped clear the dishes, knowing the little woman was already tired from cooking, so he took responsibility for washing the dishes. After washing up, Lu Ting approached Xiao Gui and said, "Uncle, I'm taking Qingyu out to relax. I'll be back soon." He made sure to tell him before taking her out. Xiao Gui nodded and said, "All right, go ahead. Come back early." Lu Ting smiled and said, "Okay," then took Xiao Kexing's hand and left. Lu Ting looked at the person beside him and spoke gently, "I wanted to take you biking, but it's cold now, and I worry you'll catch a cold. Let's just take a walk outside, okay?" Xiao Kexing smiled and agreed, "Okay." Lu Ting held her hand and left the courtyard. He said, "I'll be gone for a few days tomorrow, but I'll try to come back in time for your birthday." Xiao Kexing's heart skipped a beat. "Is it dangerous?" Lu Ting's heart softened, and a smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, it's not dangerous." Suddenly, Xiao Kexing remembered meeting Su Malia and her group at the military district earlier that morning. Thinking about the man's words and tone, she asked, "Are we bringing some doctors along this time?" Lu Ting stopped and looked surprised. "How do you know that?" Xiao Kexing pouted and said, "If there was no danger, why would we need to bring doctors?" Lu Ting pulled her to a quiet place and held her in his arms. "You still don't know my skills. I can't hurt you, really, I'm not lying." Xiao Kexing reached out and hugged Lu Ting's slim waist. "My birthday is coming soon. Can you come back in time?" Lu Ting smelled the sweet scent in her hair. "I'll try my best." Xiao Kexing thought that Su Malia might also be on a mission. "If I say that Su Malia might also be plotting against you, do you believe me?" Lu Ting had already verified what Qinger said last time and believed her completely. "I believe you. So, tell me, how will she try to trick me next time?" "I had a dream she would drug you," Xiao Kexing said without hesitation. "If she really succeeds, I might really leave you." Lu Ting showed a playful smile. "I know you don't want second-hand goods. I'll make sure to protect myself." Xiao Kexing lowered her head and buried her face in his chest, blushing slightly. "When are we leaving?" Lu Ting looked at her shy expression and touched her hair. "Early morning." Xiao Kexing remembered it was around 7 when she came out and suddenly pushed herself out of his arms. She looked up at him and said, "Let's go home. I'll prepare some things for you. You should rest early and sleep for a few more hours." Lu Ting felt warm inside, thinking that the young woman was still on her period. "Don't bother. Just hold you for a while." Xiao Kexing was worried Lu Ting might get hurt and insisted, "Let's go. I already have everything ready."
And Lu Ting nodded. "Okay."
Xiao Kexing took his hand and they headed back. When Xiao Gui saw the two returning quickly, he immediately thought about the team situation. "Talk with Dad for a bit. I'll be down soon," Xiao Kexing said before running back upstairs. Lu Ting watched her shy figure run up the stairs, then slowly sat down. He turned his gaze to Xiao Guowei, who was watching him intently, not knowing how long he had been looking. Feeling a bit awkward, he cleared his throat. Ahem. Uncle. Xiao Guowei looked at Lu Ting's eyes and understood what they meant. He nodded and asked, "Tell me about the current situation over there." Lu Ting then began to discuss the plan for this mission. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing went upstairs. Like last time, she took out medicine from her space, again filling small bottles with undiluted spiritual spring water. If Lu Ting asked, she would say it was leftover from last time. She also took a jar of meat sauce from her space and put it into the bag along with the bottles, then came downstairs. Xiao Keqing watched Lu Ting whisper something to his father. The voices were too quiet to hear clearly, but it was probably work-related. Xiao Guowei said, "All right then. Go back early." Lan Ting nodded and said, "Okay." Then he stood up. Xiao Keqing saw this and said, "Dad, I will see him off." After saying that, she and Lan Ting went outside together. After they left, Xiao Keqing handed some items to Lan Ting and said, "Inside are medicine and meat sauce." She also took out a prepared bottle of spiritual spring water from her pocket. "I didn't finish the last bottle, so here's another, just in case." Lan Ting frowned slightly and asked, "Didn't you promise me? Why do you have more?" He didn't want anyone to know she had such extraordinary items. If someone with bad intentions found out, he was worried Xiao Keqing would become a target. He had already experienced her nearly dying once, which made him feel terrible, and he didn't want to go through that again. "I know you have secrets. Protect yourself. Promise me?" Xiao Keqing tightened her grip on the bottle, still holding the man's hand, and placed the bottle into her palm. "I know you're a soldier, and danger is unavoidable. I don't want you to come back injured every time. Twice now you've come back hurt. If it happens again and again, I'll be very worried. It might be better not to have a partner. If I decide not to marry you, then our promise doesn't count anymore." "No, you can only be my wife," Lan Ting said, putting the bottle into his pocket. "Yes, I'll carry myself from now on. I'll be more careful. Don't worry. Hurry up and go home to sleep. Only after resting well will you have energy," Xiao Keqing said as she pushed Lan Ting outside. In the next moment, Lan Ting turned around, hugged Xiao Keqing, kissed her lips, then reluctantly returned home. The next day, after Xiao Keqing got up and had breakfast, her mother and father went to work, and her grandfather went visiting. Her brother told her to boil water early, so she could process the hunted game when he returned. She tidied up the dishes, then lit the coal stove to boil water. Thinking about the amount of hot water needed, especially with the game in her space, she knew the coal stove alone wouldn't be enough. She decided to use the large stove to boil water faster. Although she had never used the large stove before, lighting it seemed simple, so she thought it shouldn't be difficult. Xiao Keqing tried to imitate Aunt Sun's way, first stuffing some dry grass into the stove, then adding a few pieces of wood, and striking a match to light it. But the dry grass caught fire briefly, and then went out. She tried several times, but it didn't work, and the kitchen filled with smoke, making her cough and unable to open her eyes. As she ran out of the kitchen to get some fresh air, the gate suddenly opened. Xiao Keqing went to open the door and saw that Qiao Shanshan had arrived. Qiao Shanshan saw the black marks on Xiao Keqing's cheek and asked curiously, "What are you doing? What's on your face?" After speaking, she reached out and touched Xiao Keqing's cheek. Xiao Keqing looked like she had found a savior. "You're just in time. I wanted to boil water, but I don't know how to start a fire." Qiao Shanshan chuckled softly. "I thought it was something serious. I'll do the fire for you. I'll teach you how to do it, and next time you'll be able to do it yourself. First, wash your face." Xiao Keqing said casually, "I'll boil the water first, then go wash my face. There's no rush right now." They both went into the house together. Qiao Shanshan put her bag on the sofa first, then went to the kitchen with Xiao Keqing. She sat by the stove, looked inside, and said, "Your position isn't set right. Leave some space, and for the first time, use small pieces of wood. The ones you used are too big and hard to catch fire. Wait until it starts burning, then add larger pieces." Xiao Keqing nodded, watching her skillfully adjust the wood, add smaller sticks, and relight the fire. Soon it was burning well. She smiled immediately. You're really good at this. I've been trying for a long time and couldn't get it to burn, and I even choked on the smoke. Although she knew how to cook, she couldn't start a fire. If others found out, it might be funny. Xiao Shanshan smiled and said, "This is probably your first time trying. Next time, you'll get better." Seeing that she arrived early, Xiao Keqing couldn't help asking, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Xiao Shanshan added another piece of wood to the fire before answering, "I just ate in the dining hall." Xiao Keqing looked at the large pot of water, which wasn't full yet, and kept adding water until it was full. Only then did she go to wash her face. Xiao Shanshan occasionally looked outside. Seeing that Xiao Junjie wasn't home, she felt relieved. She could hide for a while. Xiao Junjie carried a basket on his back and a sack in his hand, walking into the residential area. On the way, he greeted neighbors, responding to each and adding, "Went hunting on the mountain." He entered the house and placed the basket and sack in the yard. Xiao Keqing heard the noise in the yard and knew her brother had returned. She quickly poured water into a porcelain cup, then looked at Xiao Shanshan and said, "Shanshan, turn up the fire a bit. My brother is back from hunting. I'll go see him. Please watch the fire for me." Xiao Shanshan nodded. "Okay, go ahead." She added a few more sticks to the stove, her mind drifting away. Xiao Keqing carried water outside and added a drop of spiritual spring water into her cup. She knew her brother had gone out before dawn, so he must be tired. When she stepped outside, she saw her brother placing his prey aside and sitting on a chair. "Are you tired?" she asked, handing him a ceramic mug. Xiao Junjie smiled and took the enamel mug. "Not tired," he replied, then took big sips of water until the mug was empty, placing it on the table. Xiao Keqing watched her stubborn brother and said, "You say you're not tired, but you finished a whole mug without stopping. How was today's catch?" A slight smile appeared on Xiao Junjie's lips. "There were many places to hunt last night, and today I caught even more than last time." Thinking about so many prey, she knew it was tiring for one person to handle everything. Plus, with Shanshan here, it was better not to take more prey from the space today. She quietly shared her opinion with her brother. Xiao Junjie nodded and agreed. Tonight, he planned to set more traps. Every day, he caught about a dozen, and in a week, that added up to over 100. After a week, he would stop. After drinking water, Xiao Junjie quickly regained his strength. "Is the water you boiled ready?" "Yes, it's ready." Shanshan is watching the fire. It should be boiling now. Xiao Keqing was about to head back when she heard a voice behind her. "Did you buy the salt?" Xiao Keqing paused and turned around. "No, I haven't had time to boil water yet. Maybe I should get it from inside?" Xiao Junjie's lips curved slightly. "No, go buy it now. Just let Xiao Shanshan watch the fire." He was definitely trying to distract her sister. Xiao Keqing understood her brother's concern and quickly agreed, going upstairs to get money and the receipt. When she came back, she asked, "How much should I buy?" Xiao Junjie raised an eyebrow at his sister. "Start with 5 jin. If it runs out, buy more. I worry you might not be able to carry it." Xiao Keqing scolded him lightly. "I'm not that weak," she said, then headed out. Seeing her sister leave, Xiao Junjie stood up and went straight to the kitchen. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Shanshan sitting by the fire, using tongs to poke at the fire in the stove. Her cheeks were flushed from the heat. Hearing the noise, she looked up and saw Xiao Junjie. Their eyes met. Suddenly, she felt so nervous, she didn't know where to put her hands. Seeing her nervousness, Xiao Junjie felt happier. He kept a calm face and walked in slowly, keeping his gaze fixed on Xiao Shanshan. He stopped by the sink, turned on the tap, and began washing his hands. She turned her gaze sharply toward Xiao Shanshan, her eyes like blazing flames. Xiao Shanshan looked into his deep, sharp eyes, causing her to freeze for a moment. Such eyes made her heart race with fear. Xiao Junjie thought to himself, "With such guts, she dares to yell at me. She's not very brave. Now she's just a little scared." He slowly and carefully washed his hands, but his sharp eyes kept staring at Xiao Shanshan. At this moment, Xiao Shanshan's heart was pounding so hard she felt like it might jump out of her chest. She felt like crying inside. Whoa. I should have just kept quiet. She thought, how could I have liked him before? He only saved a kid on the train. Why do I keep thinking about him? Now she had gotten into trouble with someone she shouldn't have. Xiao Junjie turned off the faucet, shook the water off his hands, and slightly smiled, his sharp eyes fixed on Xiao Shanshan as he walked over. Xiao Shanshan saw him coming, and her tongs fell to the ground with a loud clatter. She immediately stood up. He was tall and strong, wearing a sweater that made his broad shoulders and narrow waist stand out, giving off a powerful presence. At this moment, she felt a bit scared and nervously said, I'm warning you, if you bully me, I'll tell Deputy Captain Yang and Leader Xiao. Your mom said she'd deal with you. Xiao Junjie chuckled softly, haha, and knew she was trying to complain. He stepped closer, and Xiao Shanshan instinctively backed away, her back pressed against the wall, with nowhere to go. Her heart was pounding loudly, and she didn't dare breathe. Xiao Junjie stopped just a step away from her, a meaningful smile on his lips, and slowly said, What's wrong? Are you sure you want me to give up? Xiao Shanshan looked at Xiao Junjie so close, gathered her courage, and tentatively asked, How about this? We pretend all those things from before never happened, and we don't know each other. I promise I'll just finish the program and leave right away. That was the best idea she could think of yesterday. Xiao Junjie chuckled softly. No, he said, you've scolded and stepped on me. It's not that easy to just forget. Xiao Shanshan bit her tender lip and said softly, I was just pretending to be tough. You're the deputy captain, high above, so you probably won't bother with me, right? Xiao Junjie looked at her with narrowed eyes, crossing his arms. I have to see how tough you are. Xiao Shanshan's eyes instantly filled with tears, and she softly said, Then, I'll give you a call back. After speaking, she closed her eyes tightly. Xiao Junjie looked at her long, trembling eyelashes, her cheeks blushing, her elegant nose, and her small, charming lips bitten by her teeth, making her look especially delicate and pitiful. I felt sorry for her. His heart softened instantly. He put down his arms from across his chest. He usually couldn't stand to see people like this, as if he wanted to bully women. He didn't really want to do anything to her. She was so timid, it was hard to tease her. Xiao Shanshan saw he wasn't moving and finally opened her eyes. Xiao Junjie looked at her eyes, which were red, making her look even more pitiful. His voice softened a bit. Am I someone who hits women? I forgive you because you cooked lunch for me, something I like. Xiao Shanshan immediately relaxed and nodded obediently, smiling as she said, That's fine. I'm good at that. Xiao Junjie watched her smile, her dimples making her look even prettier. He quickly looked away and focused on the pot. Xiao Shanshan asked, What do you like to eat? I'll cook it for lunch. Whatever you want, Xiao Junjie replied. After saying that, he picked up a bucket, scooped hot water from the pot, and after filling it, said to Xiao Shanshan, Boil a big pot of water. Xiao Shanshan nodded, Okay. Seeing Xiao Junjie carry the water out, she began scooping water and pouring it into the pot. Xiao Keqing came back with salt. Seeing her brother busy boiling chicken feathers, she said, Brother, I bought 5 jin. When I bought it, the seller's eyes were glued on me. No one else buys salt like I do. Xiao Junjie carried the water bucket into the house, saying, There's no one like that. No one hunts like this. Only Lu Ting, and I know this method. What method? Xiao Keqing asked curiously. I won't tell you. It's not something you need to do, Xiao Junjie replied, then went into the kitchen with the water bucket. Xiao Shanshan saw Xiao Junjie and said, The water is boiling. Xiao Junjie looked at her, then turned away, picked up a ladle, and scooped water. Turn off the fire. It's enough. Okay, Xiao Shanshan said. Watching Xiao Junjie scoop water and work seriously, she thought he was just a spoiled rich kid who always had others do things for him. Xiao Junjie sensed her staring at him. After finishing, he put down the ladle and looked at her, catching her gaze fixed on him. Realizing he caught her, she quickly looked away. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Junjie's lips, and his eyes showed a clear happiness. Even with that look, she still said she wasn't interested in him.
Who would believe that?
He carried the water and left. Xiao Keqing entered the kitchen loudly, saying, "I'll bring a basin for my brother. We can start planning." Zhou Shanshan happily agreed, and there was no need to boil water now. She followed Xiao Keqing into the yard. They saw Xiao Junjie plucking chicken feathers. When he saw the prey on the ground, he was surprised and couldn't help but ask Xiao Keqing curiously, "Where did you get so much wild game?" Xiao Keqing proudly replied, "My brother hunted it last night for winter eating." Zhou Shanshan praised with a smile, "Wow, that's impressive. This is the first time I've seen someone hunt so much wild game. Usually, her brother only catches 2 or 3 animals at most." Hearing Zhou Shanshan praise him, Xiao Junjie felt very happy inside. Xiao Keqing said with a smile, "Of course. My brother is really capable." A few days ago, he fought wild boars with Lu Ting on the mountain. They caught 14 wild boars together, half for the army, half for the family, and the rest for other households. Zhou Shanshan looked at Xiao Junjie with admiration growing in her eyes. "Wow, that's amazing. How are you so good at this?" Xiao Junjie turned to look at Zhou Shanshan. Her bright eyes were full of admiration for him, and her words of praise made him feel good. He couldn't help but smile slightly, eyes full of warmth. He thought to himself, "Now my eyes aren't blind. If I'm not capable, who is?" Zhou Shanshan truly thought Xiao Junjie was impressive. He was very skilled when working, and she gained a new understanding of him. If Xiao Keqing knew why her brother was so skilled, because all the prey in that space was handled by her brother, she wouldn't be surprised. Skill comes from practice. Xiao Keqing looked back and forth at their expressions. Her brother's words to her didn't seem to match his attitude. He didn't seem to dislike Zhou Shanshan at all. And her tone when praising her brother, was she really letting go? Xiao Keqing stepped forward and said to Zhou Shanshan, "I'll go upstairs to get some things. We'll discuss in the living room later." Zhou Shanshan nodded, "Okay," then said to Xiao Junjie, "I'll go inside now." After speaking, she headed into the house. Seeing Xiao Keqing go inside, she didn't want to stay alone with Xiao Junjie. When she thought about how she once wanted to pursue him, she really didn't want to miss this chance. Now that others were dating, she knew her limits. If she had already given up on her feelings because she might have been close to settling down with someone else, she shouldn't try to get involved again to avoid misunderstandings and trouble. She needed to finish the task given to her by Captain Yang as soon as possible. In the Southern Army, she had been pursued before, but she wasn't interested then and rejected politely. Now, thinking about it, even if she felt a little moved after understanding him better, she knew it wasn't suitable. I still need to find a suitable one. A few days ago, she received a package and a letter from home, both urging her not to be so stubborn and to not miss a good partner. She is almost 21, and it would be bad to marry too late. Xiao Keqing went upstairs and took out the song she had written last time from her drawer, then came back down. She saw Qiao Shanshan waiting on the sofa and handed her the song. "Have you thought about what you want to perform? Singing, dancing, or playing an instrument?" Qiao Shanshan picked up the script she handed over, looking a bit confused. "I don't know. Isn't it supposed to match with you? I can do anything." After saying that, she started to look at it. Xiao Keqing said, "I haven't decided either. There's no need to rush with the show. We have plenty of time. Do you understand Director Yang's intention?" Qiao Shanshan nodded. She had talked to Director Yang again later, so she understood what he meant. Xiao Keqing looked at her and said, "Which area do you want to learn? I can teach you anything I know." Qiao Shanshan grabbed Xiao Keqing's hand, excited. "Keqing, you're so kind. I've looked at others in the group, afraid they might learn what they're good at." Xiao Keqing smiled helplessly. "My silly girl. They rely on this to make a living. How can I not be cautious?" Qiao Shanshan asked curiously, "Then why are you so generous? Aren't you worried I might learn everything and become more talented than you?" Xiao Keqing chuckled softly. "If you manage to learn everything I teach, you'll be truly outstanding." In her later years, Xiao Keqing studied many skills and gained a lot of experience, which led to her achievements. She knew that what she learned and understood didn't happen overnight. Even if Qiao Shanshan studied for a year, she wouldn't finish learning everything she knew. They continued talking and occasionally smiled. Meanwhile, Su Malia and several other doctors got out of the car. As soon as they stepped down, she started to. Seeing this, the person beside her patted her back gently. You really are brave. Motion sickness, and you still wanted to come out on a mission with us. After vomiting, Su Malia took a deep breath and said, "Is gone now. I feel much better. It's okay." She knew that Lu Ting was leading this mission, so she definitely wanted to join. Her eyes swept over the people present and immediately spotted the most outstanding one, Lu Ting. Her eyes lit up, and she said to the person next to her, "Let's sit over there. I saw someone I know." Lu Ting and his main team arrived at the foot of the mountain. After resting for half an hour, they began today's task. He also found a relatively clean spot to sit down. Zhou Haoyu, holding the dry food he planned to eat in the morning, jogged over and sat next to Lu Ting, handing him 2 steamed buns. Zhou Haoyu took a bite of his bun and asked, "Boss, how many days do you think this mission will take?" "Probably within 3 days," Lu Ting replied while starting to eat his bun. He looked at the map. It would take less than 3 days to finish. Thinking of the little woman, he couldn't help but miss her. Just as he was about to take out some meat sauce from his bag, a package of dry food was handed to him. He looked up and saw Su Malia. Instantly, his eyebrows furrowed, and his eyes grew colder. "Stay away from me." Su Malia immediately looked upset and softly said, "Lu Ting, I just want to give you the pancake I made." Zhou Haoyu also observed the medic in front of him, noticing her expression, which probably meant she was interested in their leader. Without paying much attention to her, he took out a bag from his pack. Seeing that he ignored her, Su Malia awkwardly withdrew her hand. When she saw the doctor who came with him sitting across from Lu Ting, she walked over and sat down. Lu Ting opened the bag, which contained not only a jar of meat sauce but also a spoon. The little woman really thought of everything. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Zhou Haoyu saw the glass jar in Lu Ting's hand and immediately knew it was something good. After eating food sent by his partner last time, he still remembered it vividly. He smiled and asked, "Boss, what is this?" Lu Ting opened the jar of meat sauce, and the aroma spread out. Zhou Haoyu swallowed unconsciously, quickly breaking his bun in half and offering it to him. He praised with a smile, "Smells so good." Lu Ting scooped a large spoonful of meat sauce onto his bun and also dug a hole in his own bun, putting in a big spoonful before eating. Zhou Haoyu took a bite and nodded repeatedly. "Delicious, my taste buds are almost dancing." Seeing this, his comrades also gathered around, eager to ask for some. Lu Ting saw about 7 or 8 people together. Since it was fine to share, he placed some of the sauce into each person's bun. Su Malia's gaze was fixed on this side. When she saw Lu Ting sharing the food with his comrades, she also wanted to get closer to him. If she stepped forward now and asked for some, he would probably give her some too. His comrades had all shared, so why wouldn't he share with her? This way, she could get closer to him, and then she could find a chance to talk to him. Gathering her courage, she held her pancake and stood up, walking straight over to their side. At this moment, the comrades nodded in agreement and praised, "Yes, it's delicious." Su Malalai looked shyly at Lu Ting and said, "Lu Ting, I get motion sickness in the car today. Can you give me some?" Since she asked, he would definitely give her some. He deliberately blushed and looked shy, pretending to be uncomfortable to show everyone. When they got closer, the comrades also noticed. They all knew their leader had a partner. Who was this person? Lu Ting quickly took a few steps back, covered the meat sauce, and said coldly, "My wife is worried I might not eat well on the way, so she made this for me. If I share it with a female comrade, she will get upset. Also, Dr. Su, if there's no urgent need, don't come to see me. I believe other comrades can handle your problem." Hearing this, the comrades nodded and looked at Dr. Su. Su Malalai didn't expect Lu Ting to say this. She instantly felt so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She lowered her head and was about to leave. Lu Ting sternly said, "Stop." Su Malalai stopped and looked at Lu Ting with a blushing face. Lu Ting turned to Zhou Haoyu and said, "This female medic is too weak. Can someone with such health be a good medic?" Zhou Haoyu, report this to the higher-ups when you get back. Next time, don't send someone like Dr. Su. Zhou Haoyu responded loudly, "Yes." Su Malalai felt her heart hurt, as if pierced by countless arrows. The pain made her breathe hard, and she took a few steps back. Her reaction seemed to confirm what Leader Lu said. Someone like her was only causing trouble, not saving anyone. She hurried back to her original spot and sat down. The comrades around Lu Ting teased, "Leader, when did you get married?"
We didn't hear about it.
Lu Ting explained loudly, "The exact date will be announced later. The day is almost set." After saying that, he put the meat sauce bottle back into his bag and sat down to eat again. Su Malalai clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Are they really going to set the date? So soon? What should she do?
Why?
Why are they doing this to her? She was only a little worse than that woman. She must find a time when no one else is around to ask clearly. Since she had already done something so embarrassing, what's one more? At this moment, Lu Ting finished his bread, looked at his watch, and rested for 10 more minutes. He brushed off the crumbs from his clothes, stood up, and loudly shouted, "Gather up, get ready to leave." Near noon, Xiao Keqing looked at the time and said, "Shan Shan, sit for a while. I'll go cook. We'll eat together at noon, then continue." Zhoushan Shanshan held Xiao Keqing's hand and said, "I'll cook lunch. You've taught me so many things. I feel bad not doing it myself. Plus, Xiao Junjie also asked me to cook at noon." Xiao Keqing understood Shanshan's concern and smiled, saying, "Then I'll have good luck today." Shanshan immediately smiled proudly, saying, "I'm pretty good at cooking. I learned well from my mom and grandpa." Xiao Keqing nodded and praised, "Your cooking skills could even open a restaurant." The two went into the kitchen together. Shanshan thought about Xiao Junjie's request for her to cook what he liked, but she didn't know what he liked to eat. Asking his sister might cause Xiao Keqing to misunderstand her feelings for her brother, which wouldn't be good. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "What dishes should I make for lunch? How many people will eat?" Xiao Keqing replied, "Brother, grandpa, and me, plus you. Anything is fine. My brother has prepared wild game, and we have ingredients at home, including wild boar meat. My mom and Aunt Sun grow vegetables in the backyard, so we have plenty." Shanshan nodded and asked, "What does grandpa like to eat? What do you like? What about your brother?" Hearing this, Xiao Keqing didn't think much and answered, "Grandpa prefers light flavors and doesn't picky about food. Last time you cooked, he ate 2 bowls of rice. My brother and I prefer stronger flavors." "Okay, I got it. Help me start the fire. If I can't get it going, I'll teach you," Shanshan said with a smile. Xiao Keqing readily agreed. Shanshan pondered for a moment. She only asked about each person's taste, but didn't know exactly what Xiao Junjie liked to eat. If she asked more details, Xiao Keqing would definitely notice her intentions. She looked around at the ingredients, slightly smiling. This was not difficult for her. She started preparing the dishes. Xiao Keqing watched as Shanshan quickly and professionally prepared the ingredients. Her skills were impressive. Her shredded potatoes were cut evenly and precisely, each strand just right. She couldn't help but ask, "Shanshan, your knife skills are amazing. How do you do it?" Shanshan casually replied, "My grandpa used to do banquets in the village, and I often helped him." No wonder. That explained why she could make such delicious dishes. Xiao Keqing started the fire, following Xiao Shanshan's instructions, and this time it quickly caught flame. Xiao Junjie marinated the meat, cleaned the house, then went upstairs to wash clothes and take a shower. He smelled the tempting aroma from the kitchen and couldn't help but swallow. He left early in the morning and worked all morning. How could he not be hungry? Xiao Shanshan cooked braised wild boar, wild chicken soup with mushrooms, fried potatoes, and stir-fried vegetables. Since she made 2 hearty dishes, she kept half of each and said to Xiao Keqing, "Keqing, I kept half of these 2 dishes for you to eat tonight. That way, you won't need to cook as many dishes tonight." Xiao Keqing looked at the dishes. You're so thoughtful. Tonight, I'll just stir-fry 2 vegetable dishes. Xiao Keqing carried the dishes prepared by Qiao Shanshan to the dining room. Grandpa came back just in time, sniffing the delicious smell and unable to resist taking a whiff. Xiao Junjie quickly came downstairs as well. Everyone sat down, and Grandpa smiled happily, praising Qiao Shanshan. Qiao Shanshan smiled and said, "They're just home-cooked dishes. I heard Keqing say you prefer light food, so I specially made chicken soup. I hope it suits your taste." Grandpa Xiao took a piece of chicken, which was very tender and flavorful, and it suited his appetite. It seemed she really considered his preferences. He nodded and praised delicious. Xiao Junjie looked at the meat on the table. Its color was very tempting. He picked up a piece of wild boar meat, about to put it in his mouth, but his eyelids lifted when he saw Qiao Shanshan staring at him from across the table. Their eyes met, and from her gaze, it was clear she wasn't just looking to see if he liked the food. He slowly put the meat in his mouth. Delicious, really tasty, much better than Aunt Sun's cooking. He couldn't let Qiao Shanshan see that he liked it, so he kept a neutral expression while eating. Xiao Keqing was about to serve herself when she saw the scene. Her eyes lit up, sensing something unusual. She kicked her grandfather gently with her foot. Grandpa Xiao saw his granddaughter nudging him and looked at her. She was signaling him to look at her grandson. Grandpa Xiao observed the two of them. During the meal, Qiao Shanshan kept secretly watching Xiao Junjie's reactions. It was hard to tell whether he liked the food or not. All she knew was that he ate politely and slowly. Was this his usual eating style? With such a tall figure, only eating so little? Or was her cooking not to his taste? Qiao Shanshan imagined many possibilities. After a meal, Xiao Junjie ate very carefully, probably because Qiao Shanshan kept glancing at him now and then. He thought she might be trying to see if he liked her cooking, but he didn't want her to realize he liked her dishes. He deliberately kept a low profile, only eating 2 bowls of rice even though he could have finished 4, planning to eat more later at night. After dinner, Xiao Keqing pulled Qiao Shanshan into the living room. Xiao Junjie cleared the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. Watching him wash the dishes, Qiao Shanshan thought he seemed like a spoiled young master who didn't do much work, but she could tell he often helped out. She said to Xiao Keqing, "Our family often has my brother wash the dishes, but whenever we go to Grandpa and Grandma's house, he isn't allowed to do anything and I have to do all the chores." Xiao Keqing could imagine this was common at their age, especially with elders around. She comforted her anyway, "Your parents are fine with it." Qiao Shanshan looked at the materials Xiao Keqing gave her, and Xiao Keqing took out a book she needed to translate. Since Qiao Shanshan couldn't do much else here, she decided to focus on translating books. If she didn't understand something, she would ask Xiao Keqing, who was patient in explaining. After washing the dishes, Xiao Junjie left and looked toward his sister, saying, "Sister, I'm going to sleep for a while. Call me again at dinner." Xiao Keqing glanced at her brother. "Okay, I got it." Then she looked at Qiao Shanshan, who was also watching her brother, and said, "My brother gets up early in the morning and has to go out tonight, so he needs to rest now." Qiao Shanshan nodded. They stayed until about 3 in the afternoon before Qiao Shanshan said goodbye to Xiao Keqing and went back to her dorm. For dinner, Xiao Keqing cooked 3 more dishes, and with the 2 dishes Qiao Shanshan made, the family had just enough. She reheated the meat dishes and served them on the table. At dinner, Xiao Junjie was eating heartily, showing off his food. He hadn't eaten enough at noon and felt uncomfortable, but now he was very hungry and eating eagerly. Xiao Keqing watched her brother eat now and compared it to how he ate at noon. Completely different. This was his 5th bowl, and she couldn't help asking, "Brother, how hungry are you?" Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xiao Junjie. He replied seriously, "After catching so many prey this morning, I was too tired to have much appetite. I still need to go up the mountain tonight, so I need to eat more. Seeing that there's no more rice in the pot, I'm sure I can eat another bowl." Yang Yunxiu gave her son a piece of pork in his bowl. "Eat more, son. Tonight, you need to work harder. I'm counting on you this winter. Tomorrow, I'll have someone bring back some big jars for you to make cured meat." She then remembered the matchmaking situation. "Son, many people in the big courtyard have come to me about matchmaking for you. What do you think? Xiao Junjie paused while holding his chopsticks. Forget about the people in the courtyard. I don't like them. He knew well enough which girls in the courtyard he didn't like. None of them suited him. Yang Yunxiu understood this. She couldn't imagine what kind of girl her son liked. She continued, I'm trying to find out about girls working at the hospital. Grandpa Xiao looked at his grandson. I think Shan Shan, the girl from Noon, is pretty good. She's obedient, cooks well, and is nice. Junjie, what do you think? Not good. She's too bossy, replied Xiao Junjie, continuing to eat. Gao Wei, looking annoyed, said to his son, just choose. Look at yourself. How old are you? If she doesn't mind you, then why do you reject her and others? Are you planning to stay single forever? Sister Xiao Kushing looked at her brother. I think Shan Shan is very gentle. Where is she bossy? Xiao Junjie didn't answer his sister's question. He kept eating. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Xiao Kushing started boiling a large pot of water. Xiao Shanshan arrived at Xiao Kushing's house at the same time as yesterday. Xiao Kushing handed her a song sheet. Get familiar with this song first. When you can sing it well, I'll teach you some singing tips. Xiao Shanshan took the manuscript and looked at it. Xiao Junjie carried a basket on his back into the yard, placing his burlap sack and backpack down, then went inside the house. Seeing Xiao Shanshan sitting on the sofa, the two exchanged glances. Where's my sister? Xiao Shanshan pointed toward the kitchen. In the kitchen. Xiao Junjie went straight into the kitchen and saw his sister sitting by the fire. When Xiao Kushing saw her brother return, she asked curiously, how many did you catch today? Look yourself. It's quite a lot, Xiao Junjie said, pouring himself a glass of water. Xiao Kushing went to the living room and said to Xiao Shanshan, come on, let's see how much my brother brought back today. Xiao Shanshan smiled, put down her manuscript, and hurried to follow Xiao Kushing into the yard. Xiao Junjie carried the boiling water into the yard and saw both of them looking at his backpack. He set down the water bucket and emptied the catch. Both Xiao Kushing and Xiao Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Shanshan carefully counted, and today there were 16 people. Besides feeling shocked, she felt more admiration for Xiao Junjie. This person is truly amazing. Xiao Junjie watched her and her sister's expressions closely, feeling happy inside but always keeping a calm face. Lunch was also made by Zhou Shanshan. Xiao Junjie ate only 2 bowls of rice, and then went upstairs, just like yesterday. Zhou Shanshan couldn't tell if he liked her cooking or not, so she curiously asked Xiao Kuching, am I not cooking well? Is your brother eating so little? Xiao Kuching said casually, your cooking is super delicious. Don't mind my brother. He's just tired from work this morning and doesn't have much appetite. In this way, the 2 days quickly passed. Over here at 8 p.m., Lu Ting finished his task early. He decided to rest tonight and leave early tomorrow morning to return to the army. After dinner, Lu Ting looked for a convenient place to rest. Just as Su Malia was about to go back to the temporary tent to rest, she saw Lu Ting walking out toward the woods, which surprised her. There were too many people during the day, and he was on the mountain, so she couldn't find a good chance to meet him. She just received a notice that they would leave early the next morning. Once they left, she wouldn't have such a good chance to see Lu Ting again. His family's old master was very strange. He wouldn't let her into the house. So she boldly followed him. As Lu Ting entered the woods, she heard someone following behind. He glanced back casually and, under the moonlight, saw it was someone dressed in white. From the height, it was clearly Su Malia. She was too persistent. His face darkened, like a storm approaching. He quickened his steps toward the area with more weeds and branches. Su Malia struggled to follow behind Lu Ting. Her face was scratched by branches from time to time, making her gasp in pain. Lu Ting found it hard not to hear her. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Under the moonlight, he looked at the bright spot on the ground, probably the small creek he saw earlier in the afternoon. He stepped over it and continued walking forward. Soon her scream came from behind. Ah! Lu Ting, help me! Su Malia desperately tried to get up. Her feet slipped into the muddy water ditch, and she fell in, smelling terrible. Her mouth suddenly filled with dirty water, and she screamed again. "Aw. Spit it out. Lu Ting, help me up quickly." Woo-woo. Lu Ting stopped and turned around, walking to the edge of the water ditch. He looked coldly at Su Malia, who was lying in the ditch. "Dr. Su, are you following me? You wouldn't happen to be a spy, would you?" Su Malalai reached up and climbed along the edge of the ditch, crying, "Sniff.
I'm not a spy."
Lu Ting, I just want to tell you I like you." Lu Ting paused, his face turning cold, filled with icy anger as he asked, "Do you not know I have a partner and am about to get married? Or do you not know what happens if you ruin a military marriage?" Su Malalai froze in place, her face pale. Her body suddenly fell back to the ground, trembling from the cold. She muttered, "It can't be. It can't be." She struggled to get up again, voice trembling. "You're lying to me. You're not married at all. I don't believe it. I still have a chance. Tell me, what do I lack compared to her?" Lu Ting sneered coldly. "You are not even a fraction as good as her. I'm already married. If you know what ruining a military marriage means, don't bother me anymore." Su Malalai shouted desperately, "I don't believe you. You're lying to me." Her trembling hands touched her cheeks, lips trembling. "Look at me carefully. Look at me. I'm prettier than her. What does she have that I don't? Crazy woman." After saying that, Lu Ting ignored her and walked straight ahead, looking for a quiet place. Su Malalai muttered to herself, "You're lying to me. You must be lying." The coldness overwhelmed her, forcing her to stand up and walk back. Her nails dug into her palms painfully, her eyes filled with fierce determination. She wanted to ruin her, destroy her, so Lu Ting wouldn't like her anymore. When she got back, with the help of a colleague, she washed at a villager's house before returning to the camp. The delay took some time. Early the next morning, Su Malalai developed a high fever, repeatedly whispering, "Destroy her. Destroy her." Lu Ting returned to the army in the afternoon. After arranging his matters, he arrived at the family quarters just in time for dinner. At the dinner table, Lu's mother told him that his older brother and second brother would both come back the day after tomorrow. Lu Ting raised an eyebrow. They were probably curious about his wife. He ate quickly, wanting to shower and go to bed early. He wasn't worried about affecting Qing'er's impression of him. He had already planned to find her. Tomorrow was Qing'er's birthday, and luckily, he managed to come back in time. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing finished dinner and sat on the sofa. She didn't know when Lu Ting would return. He had promised to come back for her birthday, but she wasn't sure if he would. She thought her father must know something. She ran into the yard and saw her father and brother talking. She approached and asked, "Dad, do you know when Lu Ting will come back?" Xiao Gui was also talking with his son about Lu Ting's report today. He looked up at his daughter and asked, "Girl, do you really like that boy?" Xiao Keqing confidently admitted, "Dad, I like him. That's why I'm with him. If I didn't like him, why would I be with him? Anyway, tell me quickly, when will he come back?" Xiao Gui sighed and said, "He'll be back at the army this afternoon. He should be at home now." Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Then I'll go find him. You all take your time talking." After saying that, she turned and headed outside. Xiao Junjie made a sound of disapproval. "You're in such a hurry." As Xiao Keqing left the yard, she started running. She didn't know if the man was hurt or not. She quickly arrived at the Lu family's house and knocked on the door. Lu Yahui opened the door and saw Coco, immediately smiling. "Coco, come in quickly. Later, I'll give you a key so you can open the door yourself next time, like it's your own home." Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, no need. I shouldn't take a key before we're married." She entered the house and greeted Grandpa Lu and Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu gently said, "Coco, we just finished eating. We're about to go out with Uncle Lu to digest our food. You can go upstairs and find him. He's in his room." Xiao Keqing said casually, "You all go ahead. I'll chat with Grandpa Lu for a bit." Aunt Lu pulled Lu Yahui and left the room. Lu Yahui frowned and said, Man, I haven't even had a few words with Coco before you pulled me out. Why are we digesting food? We never did that before." Aunt Lu tapped Lu Yahui's forehead and said, It's probably to make space for the sun and Coco. It's so cold, you wouldn't want them outside talking, right? Lu Yahui suddenly understood. Dad is still at home. Just the two of us coming out isn't enough. Grandpa is still there too. Aunt Lu smiled. In less than a minute, Grandpa will come out. You just don't have good judgment. Lu Yahui shook his head. Not necessarily. Grandpa Lu said, Xiaoqing, I was about to go out when you arrived. I can't stay with you now. I've made plans. Just treat this place like your own. Go upstairs and find him. Xiaoqing nodded.
Okay.
It felt a bit like she was making space for Lu Ting, but also didn't quite feel right. Grandpa Lu stepped outside and saw his son and daughter-in-law waiting outside, as if they were expecting him. Lu Yahui was convinced by his wife and couldn't help but smile. Xiaoqing went upstairs and heard water running from the bathroom, probably Lu Ting taking a shower. Suddenly, she remembered the last time she saw him without his shirt. Oh my goodness. She couldn't think about it anymore. His figure was really good. Seeing that the door to Lu Ting's room was not closed, she went in, knowing she could enter her boyfriend's room. Inside, she saw a painting on the wall. Wasn't that her own artwork? The man was hanging in her room. Looking around the room, everything was neat and tidy. The back of a chair held Lu Ting's military uniform, probably just taken off, with some dirt on it. Lu Ting finished his shower and returned to his room, where he saw Qinger looking at a photo on the wall. His eyes lit up instantly. Xiaoqing turned to look at the person at the door, who was wearing the warm clothes she had given him. They exchanged glances. She smiled gently at Lu Ting. Lu Ting put down the basin he was holding and quickly walked over to her. He grabbed her arm, pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on her neck, and tightly embraced her waist. His voice was a little hoarse. Did you miss me? Xiaoqing couldn't see his expression clearly, but felt his strong arms holding her tightly, almost like he wanted to melt into her. Lu Ting didn't hear her answer and looked at her affectionately. Did you miss me? Xiaoqing didn't reply with words but showed her feelings through action. She tiptoed and kissed his lips briefly. In an instant, Lu Ting held her head with one large hand and kissed her again, beginning to deepen the kiss. Their flirtation was about to ignite. Xiaoqing's fingers curled around his neck. The long, passionate kiss lasted quite a while before ending. Both of them were breathing heavily. Xiaoqing snuggled in his arms and softly said, I missed you. Lu Ting immediately smiled. I missed you too, very much. He bent down, picked her up, first closed the door, then carried her to the bed and sat down. He casually opened a nearby drawer, took out a cloth bag, and placed it in Xiaoqing's hand. Looking at her with affection, he said, This is for you. It was a gift he ordered from Liao Chun as soon as he returned. Xiaoqing suddenly smiled and asked, A birthday gift? Lu Ting nodded. Yes, open it and see. Xiaoqing finally opened the cloth bag, and what caught her eye was a collection of gold jewelry, earrings, rings, and a necklace with a heart pendant. The bracelet was simple and plain, a pull-on style.
Wow.
This man is really talented. Is this how men are these days? Looking at these, she felt like they were meant for marriage. Could he be asking her about marriage again? Are you sure this is a birthday gift? Before she could think more, the man softly spoke. Does what I said last time still count? If I promise not to bring up marriage again, will you agree? Will you marry me? Xiaoqing suddenly remembered what he said when he was drunk last time. It matched her guess perfectly. Are you hurt again this time? Lu Ting shook his head and said no. Xiaoqing wrapped her arms around his neck and said, If you keep getting hurt on every mission, I really won't want to marry you. Lu Ting knew she was worried about him. His heart felt like it was filled with honey, sweet and warm. He promised it won't happen. I plan to ask your dad for permission to marry you next week when I have a day off. Xiaoqing smiled and said, You need my dad's approval too. Since she liked him, marrying him and living in a different way could also be good. Hearing this, Lu Ting felt a surge of excitement. As long as he could win her family's approval, she would marry him. He was so happy he couldn't hide it. Wife, you finally agreed. That's great. I want to marry you before the new year.
Wow.
Hearing her call him wife made Xiao Keqing's heart race wildly. The two of them talked in the room about what had happened over the past few days. Lu Ting also told her about Su Molière following him that evening, warning, next time, stay away from that crazy woman. I suspect she might be mentally unwell. Xiao Keqing nodded obediently. As long as she didn't provoke her, she was fine. If she did, she would definitely give her a hard time. Lu Ting also remembered that his older brother and second brother would come the day after tomorrow. Wife, my older brother and second brother are coming home for dinner. Will you come? Lu Ting definitely wanted her opinion. If she didn't want to go, he wouldn't force her. Xiao Keqing remembered her impression of his older brothers. She thought she rarely saw them because they were much older, more than 9 years older than her. As for the second brother, Lu Cheng, her impression wasn't very good. He was only a year older than Lu Ting, and every time she saw him, he would criticize her, saying she looked ugly and was short. The original owner also tolerated Lu Cheng because he was Lu Ting's second brother. Lu Ting watched Xiao Keqing lost in thought, wondering if she was unwilling. It's okay if you don't want to come. It's just a family dinner. Xiao Keqing immediately agreed, I'll go. She came, so how could she let him spoil her? If he still had a bad attitude towards her now, she wouldn't spoil him. She wanted to see his reaction. She pointed at Lu Ting's nose and said, what if your second brother argues with me? I'll handle him and make him go away, Lu Ting replied. After speaking, he gently kissed her small hand that was causing trouble. Xiao Keqing was quite happy with his answer, but she wondered how he would act the day after tomorrow. Lu Ting continued, I have days off the day after tomorrow and the next day. I'll take you to the department store to buy things for my room. Maybe we can also get a bigger bed? Xiao Keqing looked at the man holding her and asked, for me? Of course. Lu Ting looked at the bed. It's fine for me to sleep alone, but for 2 people, it's a bit small. Plus, we've been sleeping together for so many years, and the bed isn't very sturdy anymore. He had heard from his comrades in the dormitory that a marriage bed must be strong. Otherwise, it might collapse, and that would be embarrassing. Xiao Keqing still wanted to see how he would act the day after tomorrow. Isn't it too soon? Maybe we can talk about it later. It's not too soon at all. I was thinking after we get the marriage certificate, I'll apply for a separate yard, so we can live together, Lu Ting said. Seeing her thinking, he added, and I can buy you winter clothes and shoes. Hearing Lu Ting's gentle tone, Xiao Keqing couldn't refuse, so she agreed. After chatting with Lu Ting for a while, she looked at the time and said, I'm going back now. You should sleep early today. We can go shopping later or tomorrow afternoon. I still need to boil water for my brother in the morning. Boil water for what? Lu Ting asked. Xiao Keqing told him about her brother's recent hunting trips. Lu Ting was surprised. He's hunted so much while I was away. I should go hunting tomorrow night too. Xiao Keqing was brought back by Lu Ting. The next morning, Lu Ting had breakfast at Zhao's house. In the kitchen, he made her a bowl of noodles with 2 eggs inside. Zhao's mother watched with tears in her eyes. Every year, she made these for her daughter, but now there was someone else who loved her. She felt very touched. Xiao Keqing watched the man serve her noodles, a gentle smile appearing on her face. After taking a bite, she felt the taste was quite good. After breakfast, Lu Ting started boiling water for Xiao Junjie. According to Qing'er, 2 pots of water would be enough. Soon, Qiao Shanshan also arrived. Xiao Junjie carried a basket on his back and a bag in his hand. When he saw Lu Ting boiling water at his house, he immediately smiled, happy to have helped with processing the game. He cheerfully said to Lu Ting, Perfect. You can help me clean the game. It'll be faster with 2 people. Lu Ting shook his head. No, I've already boiled water for you. Qing'er and I are going to the mall to buy clothes. I don't have time to help you. Xiao Junjie glared at Lu Ting. Not helping, huh? Then you 2 can't go. I don't agree. It's my sister's birthday, and her brother isn't here. Aren't you my brother? Do you call me that? Or are you thinking of marrying my sister? Do you still want me to speak well of you in front of Dad? Lu Ting scoffed coldly. You're really something. You're always bothering us. I'll ask you, when will you find a partner? You're the oldest in the yard with no one. Aren't you afraid others will think something's wrong with you? After saying that, He picked up the bucket to scoop water. Outside, Xiao Keqing and Qiao Shanshan listened clearly to their conversation and couldn't help but laugh. Qiao Shanshan asked Keqing, "Is today your birthday?" Xiao Keqing nodded.
Yes.
Qiao Shanshan immediately looked a bit regretful. She hadn't known earlier, so she could have prepared a gift. She sighed, "Keqing, I didn't realize today was your birthday. I didn't prepare a gift." Xiao Keqing smiled softly. "Do I have to get a gift for my birthday? I'm happy to spend the day with you." Meanwhile, Lu Ting was helping Xiao Junjie clean the game in the yard. Xiao Keqing stayed nearby, keeping them company. Qiao Shanshan also followed Xiao Keqing, chatting with her from time to time. They talked happily, laughing and chatting. Lu Ting noticed Xiao Junjie looking at Qiao Shanshan with a certain look in his eyes. He squinted suspiciously, paying attention to Xiao Junjie and Qiao Shanshan's interactions while chatting with Xiao Keqing. Finally, he figured it out, a small smile forming on his face. Seeing only one piece of game left, he got up and went to the faucet. After washing his hands with soap, he called Xiao Keqing over to the other side of the yard and sat on a chair. He whispered to her, telling her what he saw. Xiao Keqing listened, her face showing shock. She had suspected something before, and Lu Ting seemed to notice it too. Lu Ting slightly smiled and confidently said, "I have been with your brother for a long time. You could say it's longer than the time he spends with his own brothers. I can tell what he wants just from a look. No one knows your brother better than I do." Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting with suspicion and asked, "Then why did my brother refuse Qiao Shanshan?" "I don't know," Lu Ting thought for a moment and added, "Trust me, your brother is definitely interested in Qiao Shanshan, but he hasn't realized it himself." Xiao Keqing thought that having Qiao Shanshan as her sister-in-law was pretty good. She liked her too. Lu Ting also hoped Xiao Junjie would find someone soon, so he wouldn't keep bothering him and cheating her all the time. It was really annoying. Xiao Keqing looked thoughtful, then turned to Lu Ting and said, "Maybe we should try to set them up today. If it doesn't work, it's okay." Since she couldn't be alone with Qinger, Lu Ting complained, "I'm really amazed by your brother. He's such a fool. He likes someone but doesn't do anything about it." Xiao Keqing giggled and said, "He's just a primitive guy. Let's think about how to help them get together." They started brainstorming. Lu Ting remembered what he did when he was pursuing Xiao Keqing and said, "This afternoon, weren't we going to the mall? Your brother will definitely come with us. Invite Qiao Shanshan too, watch a movie, have some dinner. I did the same with you back then." Hearing this, Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting with a smile and asked, "Did you plan this all along?" Lu Ting's face instantly turned slightly red, but he admitted, "Yeah, I just wanted to win you over quickly." Then they discussed their plans for the rest of the day. After finalizing everything, Lu Ting couldn't help but sigh. That took a lot of effort. Xiao Keqing laughed. Of course, it was a lot of effort. They exchanged glances and began to act. Xiao Keqing went to the living room to tell Qiao Shanshan about her plan to buy winter clothes and watch a movie, asking if she wanted to go. Qiao Shanshan's eyes brightened. She hadn't watched a movie before and agreed immediately. Lu Ting saw Xiao Junjie pretending to pick feathers from a chicken and said, "Brother, after dinner, I want to watch a movie and go shopping for clothes with Qinger. You woke up early this morning, so you should rest well this afternoon. We'll be back after dinner." "Watch a movie?" Xiao Junjie looked up at Lu Ting with sharp eyes, sizing him up. This person is really kind and even worries that he woke up early. Don't think he doesn't understand his own feelings, and he hasn't watched movies in the cinema. The screenings in the army don't count, but he also wants to watch. Lu Ting nodded, "Yeah. What's so good about movies? Isn't it your sister, who wants to see? I had to take her, but I'll be back soon. You should rest well." After speaking, he glanced to the other side. Xiao Junjie snorted coldly. Isn't he just afraid of disturbing them? Is it appropriate to leave him alone at home? How could he miss his sister's birthday? "Brother, it's decided. I'm going to find your sister now," Lu Ting said as he headed towards the house. Xiao Junjie loudly called out, "Stop right there." Lu Ting showed a satisfied smile, feeling secretly pleased. If he can't handle this, what's the point of being brothers for so many years? He turned around silently and looked at Xiao Junjie. "Brother, don't worry. We will definitely come back early." Xiao Junjie quickened his movements and said, I want to go too. I haven't watched a movie in the cinema either. Plus, I need to buy winter clothes. Lu Ting pretended to frown and said loudly, No, I don't agree. Why do you need new clothes? Just wear your military uniform, like you always do. Xiao Junjie firmly replied, I've already decided. If not, then neither of you should go. His expression showed a bit of pride after speaking. Fortunately, everything was planned in advance. Otherwise, based on his expression, I might really want to kick him. Lu Ting pretended to look helpless. If you really want to go, it's not impossible. Just listen to us and don't complain. Xiao Junjie thought for a moment. It wasn't a big deal. He still needed to listen to his sister. He nodded and said, Okay, but you have to wait for me. I need to take a shower first. Lu Ting reminded him, All right, hurry up. If you're late, we really won't wait for you. Xiao Junjie quickly finished what he was doing and started to cut open the wild chicken. Xiao Keqing cooked a bowl of sour bamboo shoots at noon, mixed with meat sauce, and served 5 bowls of noodles. Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie's bowls had the most noodles, more than their 2 bowls combined. At the dining table, Xiao Shanshan was surprised to find how delicious Xiao Keqing's noodles were. Seeing Xiao Junjie eating noodles eagerly, it was clear he loved them very much. Xiao Keqing opened the pickled vegetables sent by Xiao Shanshan, scooped some into the noodles, and then handed them to Lu Ting. Lu Tingji scooped some of the mixed noodles onto his chopsticks and started eating. He deliberately said, Qinger, your idea is really good. Adding pickled vegetables makes the noodles even more delicious. He then turned to his grandfather and said, Grandpa, would you like some too? Grandpa Xiao also took a bit and put it into his bowl, praising its tasty. Xiao Junjie blinked and looked at the bottle, swallowing nervously. If you like it, I'll bring some more tomorrow. Xiao Shanshan smiled warmly, picked up the bottle, and took a small amount to add to her bowl. Seeing that Xiao Junjie's bowl still didn't have any, she offered, Would you like some? Xiao Junjie looked at Xiao Shanshan, unable to find the words to refuse, so he reached out and took some. His hand accidentally brushed her fingers. Xiao Shanshan quickly withdrew her hand, looking a bit awkward as she started eating her noodles. Xiao Junjie's hand holding the bottle paused for a moment before he withdrew it.
Oh.
Xiao Junjie suddenly remembered a scene on the bus, his ears turning slightly red. This moment was seen by a few others at the table. Lu Ting shook his head and whispered to Xiao Keqing, He's just a fool. Xiao Keqing chuckled quietly, already sure that her brother was interested in Shanshan. She thought it would be good to keep Shanshan around for a few more days, to teach her more things. Grandpa Xiao also felt embarrassed for his grandson. Not having a girlfriend was strange. He had been observing for days. If he liked her, just go for it. Why was he so hesitant? He was nothing like his younger self. When would he be able to hold his grandson? Truly slow-witted. Xiao Junjie continued eating his noodles. His family's girl knew more. Adding pickled vegetables made the dish especially tasty. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Shanshan across from him a few times before shifting his gaze away. After dinner, Xiao Junjie washed the dishes and Lu Ting went home to ride his motorcycle. He secured the basket on the back of the motorcycle, took his military coat and packed it in a bag, and also put the hot water from the thermos into the basket. Only then did he ride to Zhao's house. Xiao Junjie finished washing the dishes and waited outside on his motorcycle for Lu Ting. Lu Ting soon arrived, stopping in front of Xiao Junjie. Xiao Keqing put the money and tickets she had taken into her bag, held her sunglasses for Lu Ting, and walked out with Xiao Shanshan. Xiao Junjie watched them, giving Xiao Shanshan a scrutinizing look. He wondered if she was also going, but her sister hadn't mentioned it. When Xiao Shanshan saw Xiao Junjie in his coat, she thought he looked really handsome. She shook her head silently. No matter how good-looking he was, it wasn't suitable. Xiao Keqing walked up to Lu Ting and said, Here, wear this. It protects against bugs and wind. Lu Ting smiled as he took the sunglasses from Xiao Keqing and looked at them. Xiao Keqing turned to her brother and Xiao Shanshan and said, Brother, Xiao Shanshan, sit in your car. Lu Ting's car isn't big enough. She pointed to the back of the car, where the basket was. Really? Xiao Junjie looked surprised, and then glanced at Xiao Shanshan. Xiao Shanshan was also a little stunned, not expecting Xiao Keqing to ask her to sit in Xiao Junjia's car. Xiao Junjia said, "I'll ride in Lu Ting's car. You drive and take her." Lu Ting frowned and said, "No, that's not safe." Xiao Shanshan looked at Xiao Junjia, who seemed reluctant. She decided not to go. She wasn't eager to ride in his car anyway. There will be other chances next time. She didn't care much about riding in his car. Looking at Xiao Keqing, she smiled and said, "Keqing, I won't go this time. Maybe another day." Lu Ting suddenly shouted loudly, "Xiao Junjia, what are you trying to do? Didn't we agree? Have you already forgotten? Is this how a soldier acts?" Xiao Junjia looked at Lu Ting. Wow, this guy again stopped calling him brother and started calling him by name. I haven't forgotten. He then looked at Xiao Shanshan and said, "Get in the car." Seeing this, Xiao Keqing took Xiao Shanshan's hand and went to her brother's car, saying, "It's more fun to go together. When I pick out clothes, you also give me your opinion. You're my only friend. Men's opinions aren't always reliable." Hearing Xiao Keqing say she was her only friend, Xiao Shanshan felt her heart soften. Nothing touched her more deeply. She smiled and agreed, "Okay." Xiao Keqing then turned and got into Lu Ting's car. Both Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing looked toward Xiao Junjia's side. Xiao Junjia looked at Xiao Shanshan, wondering why she hadn't come yet. He looked to his side and said, "Come on, get in." Xiao Shanshan climbed onto Xiao Junjia's motorcycle and sat behind him. Her heart started pounding faster, and her hands felt nervous, unsure where to put them. Xiao Junjia asked, "Are you ready?" Xiao Shanshan replied, "Yes." After sitting properly, she moved a little away from Xiao Junjia, leaving space for one more person. Lu Ting started his motorcycle and drove forward, heading straight through the main gate. Now that Qing'er was about to become his wife, he didn't need to worry so much. Xiao Junjia didn't know if he could think of this. The ability to spread news in the big yard was obvious. Could he help his brother? If he could get married sooner, he could also marry Qing'er. Xiao Junjia started his motorcycle and followed Lu Ting's car. Under the big courtyard tree, several military spouses watched clearly as Lu Ting and Xiao Junjia rode away on a motorcycle. Xiao Keqing saw that they had already gone outside. She hugged Lu Ting's waist with both arms and pressed her body close behind him. Lu Ting immediately smiled and reached out to touch Xiao Keqing's hand, which felt a bit cold. He advised, "Qing'er, put your hand inside my clothes so it won't be cold." Xiao Keqing thought for a moment, "If I put my hand inside, the wind will get into your clothes. Be obedient. I'm not cold. Just put it in," Lu Ting said confidently. Seeing that Lu Ting was wearing the windbreaker she bought for him today, Xiao Keqing said, "Then I'll put my hand in your pocket." Lu Ting responded, "Okay." Xiao Keqing also turned her head to look behind her. Her brother was following her. Xiao Shanshan sat behind Xiao Junjia. Since she kept some distance from him, the motorcycle started moving. The wind blew fiercely on her face, and her body began to shake. She started to feel scared she might fall off. She was very anxious, fearing for her safety. For her safety, she moved a little forward and thought it was best to tell Xiao Junjia. Looking at the back of his head, she asked, "Can I hold on to your clothes a little? I'm a bit scared." Hearing her words, Xiao Junjia slightly curved his lips. She said 3 years ago she liked him, and she couldn't possibly not like him. Now she was so close she underestimated her. Seeing that she didn't reply, Xiao Shanshan didn't know if he agreed or not. She decided not to hold on anymore, safety first. She moved a bit forward again and grabbed the clothes beside him, hiding behind him. Suddenly, the wind blocked her from feeling like she might fall. She felt much safer and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Junjia saw the whole process in the rearview mirror and showed a faint smile that even he didn't notice. This woman was definitely being fake. Look how close she was behind him. He was determined not to fall for her tricks. He was stern and harsh. Who would like her?
Lu Ting said.
Riding a motorcycle was really fast. Soon, they arrived at the cinema entrance. He stopped the bike. Xiao Keqing got off the motorcycle and looked back at her brother. He was really slow, falling far behind. After parking the bike, Lu Ting came over to Xiao Keqing, took her hands in his, and felt relieved that it wasn't cold. I'll go buy the tickets first. You wait here for your brother, he said. Xiao Keqing nodded. Today is Saturday, and many people are watching movies. Lu Ting is standing in the back of the crowd, waiting in line. Xiao Keqing saw her brother stop his car. Xiao Shanshan quickly got out of her car and ran to her. Keqing, riding a motorcycle really saves time. Last time, we spent a lot of time taking the bus. We didn't shop for long before heading back. Xiao Keqing also thought the same. If they had a small car, it would be even more convenient. She started chatting with Xiao Shanshan happily. Xiao Junjie sat in the car, wearing sunglasses, watching Xiao Shanshan and his sister talk and laugh. He only looked away when Lu Ting returned. Lu Ting divided the 4 tickets. Her and Keqing's tickets were set aside, and Xiao Junjie and Xiao Shanshan's tickets were kept separately. He was eager for his friends to find partners, so he was very thoughtful. They went to the car, and Lu Ting said to Xiao Junjie, "The tickets are for 3:30 in the afternoon. You two go to the department store and wait for us. Qianer and I will go to order a bed." Xiao Junjie asked, "Who is it for?" Lu Ting explained, "My bed in the room is too small. I need to prepare one for after we get married." Xiao Junjie chuckled, "You're thinking ahead. That makes sense. I also need to prepare. My bed is small too. If we order together, it might be cheaper." Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Junjie and said, "You, who don't even have a partner, what are you ordering a bed for?" Xiao Junjie said straightforwardly, "Now is a good time to order. Once I have a partner, we can get married right away. Let's go." Xiao Shanshan heard this and thought Xiao Junjie was probably interested in someone through matchmaking. She felt a little disappointed, but quickly recovered. After all, she had liked him before, so feeling a bit sad was normal. She decided she wouldn't feel that way anymore. She got back into Xiao Junjie's car. Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting and smiled. "My brother is more eager than you." They arrived at the home of a well-known old carpenter in the area. Xiao Keqing thought they were going to order a custom piece, but the carpenter took them straight to the warehouse to look around. Inside, there were already some finished furniture pieces. The boss was very business-minded. Xiao Keqing thought they would need to order something custom, but it turned out not to be the case. Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie carefully examined the furniture. It was well-made and very trendy. Lu Ting approached a bed and looked it over. The boss came over with a smile and said, "Our furniture is famous for being strong and durable. You can turn over in bed without making any noise." Lu Ting, having not interacted much with the boss before, decided to test his claim. He reached out and shook the bed gently to see if it was true. It was really sturdy and felt very good. She looked at Xiao Junjie and gave a subtle signal with her eyes. Xiao Junjie nodded in response. Lu Ting approached Xiao Keqing and asked, "Qinger, what do you think?" Xiao Keqing looked at the furniture. The quality was definitely good, and the style was popular for this era. She couldn't find any fault with it. Having seen and used furniture from later times, she only thought it was quite ordinary. She looked up at Lu Ting and said, "These are all ready-made. Buying them later would be the same." She thought it would be better if she could draw her own plans and have Lu Ting order custom pieces. She also thought about designing a sofa for their home. How nice that would be. Lu Ting seriously said, "It's getting late. Since we still have time now, we should buy them sooner rather than later." After speaking, he went to the shop owner and said, "A double bed, a large wardrobe, a dressing cabinet, high and low cabinets, and a set of stools, 2 sets. Can you give me a better price? I'll come back in a few days to order another set." The shop owner immediately smiled broadly and said, Sure. I'll give you the best deal." He quickly took out the paper and pen he carried and started writing on the table. Xiao Keqing held Xiao Shanshan's hand and said as they left the warehouse, "What do you think of the furniture just now?" Xiao Shanshan smiled and replied, "It's so much better than what we have back home. It looks nice and the quality seems good. When I find a partner someday, I want furniture like this." Seeing how satisfied Xiao Shanshan was, Xiao Keqing teased, "Why don't you marry my brother? If you become my sister-in-law, I'd be so happy." Xiao Shanshan awkwardly smiled and said, I've realized that I and your brother aren't a good match. I don't like him like that anymore. As she finished speaking, her eyes flickered as she looked away, just in time to see Xiao Junjie standing at the door. She wasn't sure if he heard what she said. Xiao Junjie showed a meaningful smile. She didn't like him sitting in the car and grabbing his clothes. Was this a game of push and pull? Lu Ting quickly came out and approached Xiao Keqing, whispering with a smile in her ear, Wife, just give a 50 deposit now. We'll pay the rest when it's delivered tomorrow. Oh my! The tone and calling her wife made her heart skip a beat. Was this person not aware there were others around? Xiao Shanshan quickly moved away and went to the other side. She was quite perceptive after all. Xiao Keqing glared at Lu Ting and said, You didn't see anyone around and still called me that. Then she took out money from her bag. Lu Ting dismissed it and said, You're my wife anyway. After that, he stared at her face without blinking, his eyes full of deep affection. Xiao Keqing's heart beat a little faster, and her eyes were once again teasing him. She looked down and took out a stack of money and tickets from her bag, handing them to Lu Ting. Lu Ting smiled as he took them, feeling good about receiving money from his wife. If you don't use it all at home, I'll give you more later. After Lu Ting finished giving the money, they all went to the department store again. At the store entrance, Lu Ting stopped his car and took out a thermos, handing it to Xiao Keqing. Honey, drink some. It's warm. Because the two cars were parked close together, Lu Ting's words also reached Xiao Junjie's ears. His eyes widened as he looked at Lu Ting. He must have heard right? This man called his sister-in-law? He couldn't believe it. He loudly shouted, Lu Ting, are you rushing things? My family hasn't agreed yet. Lu Ting turned his head to look at him. You, who have no partner, don't know anything. Hurry and take her inside. You have no sense. See if she's thirsty. Buy some soda or something. Understand? We'll come in later. After saying that, he ignored Xiao Junjie and watched his wife drink water. Xiao Junjie saw that Lu Ting was really nice to his sister. He even knew to bring hot water for her. He hadn't expected that. When he has a wife someday, he would do the same. Not wanting to watch their affection, he turned to Xiao Shanshan and said, Let's go buy some soda. Xiao Shanshan looked at Xiao Keqing and the others, but decided to follow Xiao Junjie's lead. She didn't want to disturb their romantic moment. It was better to stay close to Xiao Junjie. Xiao Keqing chuckled to herself. Her brother was a bit funny. Drinking warm water was really thoughtful. This man was quite considerate. After finishing her water, she handed the bottle to Lu Ting. You should drink some too. Lu Ting smiled and took the water, took a few sips, then put the bottle back in his bag. I'm worried that with the cold weather now, you'll catch a cold if you drink it. I didn't buy you any. If you want a drink, I can go buy some now. Just drink a little less. Xiao Keqing shook her head. She had never drunk soda before, and honestly, warm water was more comfortable now. Lu Ting looked at his watch. Buying furniture had taken too long, and now there wasn't much time left to shop. They went inside and reached the counter. The clerk, who was very perceptive, clearly saw they were a young couple and smiled, saying, Take a look and tell me what you want. I'll show it to you. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing. Honey, you pick what you like. Xiao Keqing glanced and pointed at a comb. The clerk immediately took it out and placed it in front of Xiao Keqing, asking, Do you want anything else? Xiao Keqing shook her head and looked at Lu Ting. I'm done choosing. That's all? Lu Ting asked in surprise. Xiao Keqing nodded and said, Yes. Isn't your room missing a comb? Lu Ting looked around. Not only was there no comb, but there were also many other things that needed replacing, like the bed and sheets. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing again and asked firmly, Are you sure there's nothing left? Xiao Keqing confidently replied, Yes, there isn't. Lu Ting pointed at the items on display and said this, and this. Whenever he saw something suitable, he picked it up. The shop assistant had never seen someone buy so many things at once. Quickly, she brought out the items the man had just selected. He was very happy, showing he really cared for his wife and was generous. Xiao Keqing was also stunned. She looked at the items on the counter and was speechless. There was a big red basin, peony-patterned sheets, embroidered pillows, porcelain cups, ointments, creams, towels, toothbrushes, soap, shampoo, hair ties, and floral water. She hurriedly grabbed Lu Ting's arm and said, "Stop." Lu Ting turned to look at Xiao Keqing and softly said, "Wife, I haven't finished choosing yet." Then he looked at the shop assistant and said, "What else does my wife need? Bring it out." Seeing they were a couple, the shop assistant took more items from the counter and placed them in front of Xiao Keqing, smiling and saying, "Sanitary pads and toilet paper. Your husband hasn't picked those yet." Xiao Keqing. When Lu Ting heard the words menstrual products, he immediately understood what they were for, and his ears turned slightly red. Xiao Keqing also felt embarrassed at this moment. Suddenly, she realized she had overlooked a serious issue. She looked at the shop assistant and said, "Wait a moment, I need to talk to him." After that, she pulled Lu Ting aside and whispered, "Let's not buy these yet. It's too soon." Lu Ting softly replied, "It's not too early, and these items don't expire. You can use them once you take them home." Xiao Keqing frowned, and at that moment, she remembered the problem she had ignored. The things Lu Ting had just chosen were usually not used by her. Shampoo, body wash, skincare products, toothpaste, everything she used daily was from her space. If she married him, he would eventually notice the clues. Exposure was only a matter of time. She never wanted to reveal her secret. She looked at the shampoo, cream, soap, and especially the menstrual products on the counter. She was sure she couldn't use them and hesitated on how to explain herself. Lu Ting saw Xiao Keqing's expression. Do we really need to buy all these wedding things? And that's still not enough. Why is she so worried? In an instant, he remembered what she said yesterday. She thought it was too early. Today, she not only said it was too soon but also seemed reluctant to buy these items. When shopping for furniture, she also said it was too early. He recalled asking her yesterday if she wanted to marry him, but she didn't give a direct answer. All these signs suggest she doesn't want to marry him, right? His eyebrows furrowed tightly, his expression serious. His breath caught, and his throat felt blocked, making it hard to speak. After staring at her for 3 seconds, he took a deep breath, looked at the mall, an unremarkable place, and then walked back to the salesperson, saying, "Just these, please total the price and put everything in the basket." The salesperson nodded repeatedly and started calculating the bill. Xiao Keqing watched the man's jaw tighten. Was he upset? After placing all the items in the basket and covering it with a black bag to hide the contents, Lu Ting looked at his watch, then approached Xiao Keqing and said, "Next time I buy clothes, I'll come with you. Now I have something more important to tell you." After speaking, he walked outside. He needed to clarify things or he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He wanted to resolve everything today. Xiao Keqing nodded and followed him out. As Lu Ting was about to leave, he encountered Xiao Junjie and Xiao Shanshan walking in. Lu Ting said seriously, "We'll meet at the movie theater entrance at 3:20. I have something to discuss with your sister. Don't follow us." Xiao Junjie saw the serious look on Lu Ting's face. He didn't want to follow either. After glancing at his sister and checking his watch, he said to Xiao Shanshan, "Let's go inside and see what she wants to buy. It's her birthday, so she must want to shop." Xiao Shanshan followed Xiao Junjie, thinking she really wanted to shop with Xiao Keqing. Didn't she want to look at clothes? Seeing their expressions earlier, she was sure they had something to say. Lu Ting secured the basket behind him, slightly smiling as he looked at Xiao Keqing before getting into the car. Xiao Keqing also stared at Lu Ting. How did she see the sadness in his eyes? Was she mistaken? She got in, put her hand into his pocket. Lu Ting drove the car to a quiet place and stopped. Xiao Keqing saw that he hadn't spoken to her all the way and was sure she hadn't been mistaken earlier. He was definitely angry. She wondered what made him mad. She got out of the car and stood by the roadside. Lu Ting also got out of the car shortly after. Xiao Keqing looked at his long legs and sighed. Wow, they are really long. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing. Thinking that she was unwilling to marry him, a sour feeling rose in his heart. Xiao Keqing asked her doubts aloud. Were you upset just now? Or mad at me? Lu Ting only thought about her unwillingness to marry him, and his eyes filled with sadness. I'm not mad at you. Then what are you upset about? Xiao Keqing asked. Lu Ting hesitated but still asked his question, his voice low and broken. You don't want to marry me anymore, do you? His heart started to feel anxious, worried she would say she didn't want to marry him. Xiao Keqing knew this man misunderstood her. Why are you asking like that? Lu Ting seriously said, First, I asked you many times to marry me, but you never answered directly. Second, when buying furniture, you said it was too soon. Now I think you probably don't want to. Third, just now at the mall when buying these things, you also didn't want to. He pointed at the stuff in the back of the car. Hearing his serious tone and how he listed points like a leader giving instructions, Xiao Keqing couldn't help but chuckle twice. It felt like he was giving a speech. She also mimicked him and said, Third, at the mall, I didn't want to buy these because we already have some at home. She pointed at the stuff in the back of the car. Second, I don't dislike the furniture, but it's not as good as I imagined. I was thinking that since we will get married in a while, I could draw the plans and have them make it, and I could earn some money from the design. Maybe even more in the future. Lu Ting's eyes widened. Was Xiao Keqing so talented? Could she design furniture now? Xiao Keqing continued, As for your question about not answering directly, I will now tell you officially. After speaking, she looked at Lu Ting's expression and showed a gentle smile. Hearing this, Lu Ting saw she wasn't going to say more and he felt anxious. He urged, Quick, tell me. Xiao Keqing smiled warmly at Lu Ting and said, I, Xiao Keqing, am willing to marry Lu Ting. I wish to share one heart and grow old together. Finally, Lu Ting heard what he wanted to hear. His heart was filled with joy that words couldn't describe. He stepped forward and hugged her tightly, repeating her words excitedly, share one heart and grow old together. After saying that, he kissed her hair and then said, Wife, I promise to love you for a lifetime. Then she released the person in her arms and said, When I was applying for the marriage license, I also asked for a house. You can draw the furniture inside, and I will find someone to make it. Xiao Keqing nodded and said, Okay. If you ever treat me badly, I won't marry you. Even if we are married, I will leave you. Although she agreed to marry Lu Ting, she still thought it was best to tell her brother about the situation to get some advice and ideas. Lu Ting looked serious and said, It won't happen. I've worked hard to win you, my dear, and I will cherish you. Hearing him call her dear, Xiao Keqing felt happy inside. How did this man become so thoughtful? Meanwhile, Xiao Junjie looked at Qiao Shanshan, who was standing far away, and asked, Do you want to buy something? Qiao Shanshan turned her head and shook her head. She didn't want to buy anything with him. She wanted to shop with Xiao Keqing. Since she was at the mall, she thought she could buy a small gift for Keqing. She approached the counter and immediately liked a small round mirror there. The mirror was about the size of a palm, with a metal frame. Qiao Shanshan's eyes lit up. It was easy to carry in her bag, very convenient. She called the clerk, asked the price, 3 yuan each, and took 2 with her 6 yuan from her pocket. Xiao Junjie saw this and asked, Why buy 2 of the same thing? Qiao Shanshan turned to him and said, Of course, to give to Keqing. Today isn't her birthday, but this small mirror can go in her bag, very handy. She can even use it before performances. Xiao Junjie nodded, thinking her reason made sense. He looked at the items on the counter again, scanned them twice, but couldn't decide what to buy for his sister. If his sister was here, he could ask her what she wanted. They continued shopping forward. Xiao Junjie thought about how his sister said she would pick out clothes for him. Since she wasn't here, how could he choose? He looked at Qiao Shanshan again. She probably wouldn't pick clothes for him either. Who knew how happy she'd be if she did? Qiao Shanshan looked around and saw a scarf. It looked very nice, probably made of good material. She reached into her pocket but remembered she didn't have enough money. She definitely couldn't buy it. If Xiao Keqing had told her earlier about going to the movies today, she would have brought enough money. Xiao Junjie glanced at the person beside him and suddenly realized she wasn't following. He turned around and saw Qiao Shanshan staring at a scarf on the shelf. He looked at the scarves, one plaid, one striped, and one beige. He looked at Joseon's gaze but couldn't tell which one she liked. Xiao Junjie took a few steps back and saw her touch her pocket with a look of regret. She then walked forward, still looking at the scarves. Joseon walked ahead without noticing Xiao Junjie standing in front of her. Just as she was about to shift her gaze, she bumped into him. She cried out in pain. Ow. Afraid of falling, she quickly reacted by grabbing his clothes. Xiao Junjie could have moved away, but somehow, he stayed in place. Joseon frowned and looked up, meeting Xiao Junjie's eyes. She was so surprised she froze. Xiao Junjie looked at her holding on to him with a silly expression and chuckled softly. How long are you going to keep holding on? Joseon only then realized her hands were still clutching his clothes. She was very close to him. She quickly let go and stepped back in panic. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Xiao Junjie smirked slightly. If he wanted, he could have easily pried her hands off. Joseon touched the spot where she was hurt. Is this guy made of iron? He's so hard. She felt pain from the bump. Xiao Junjie looked back at the scarves. Not buying? He asked, glancing at them. Maybe he could buy one for her sister. He wouldn't buy anything else. Joseon finally understood what he meant. No, I won't buy. Xiao Junjie stepped forward and stopped in front of the scarves. He looked at them, touched their fabric, then turned to Joseon and beckoned with his finger. Joseon pouted. If she didn't have to sit in his car later, she really wanted to turn around and leave. But she still stepped forward and stood beside him. Xiao Junjie looked at her and asked, which one do you like? Or, which one looks good? Joseon looked at him suspiciously. Could he be buying it for her? In the next moment, she quickly dismissed the idea. He disliked her enough already. There's no way he'd buy for her. She knew her place. She adjusted her attitude and chose her favorite scarf, pointing to the beige one. At that moment, the shop assistant approached and smiled at Xiao Junjie. Sir, these scarves just arrived. Your partner would look good and stay warm with one of these. Hearing the shop assistant say your partner, Joseon hurriedly explained. You misunderstood. I'm not his partner. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junjie looked at Xiao Shanshan, smiled slightly, and said to the salesperson, I don't want the beige one. Please pack the other two for me. Okay. The salesperson quickly picked up the two scarves. Xiao Junjie followed to pay. Xiao Shanshan heard which scarves Xiao Junjie wanted and clearly felt that he didn't like the color she chose, so he picked the other two instead. What did he mean by asking for her opinion? Man, she angrily turned around and walked elsewhere. Xiao Junjie's gaze caught her fiery expression, and he couldn't help but laugh. She was not only fierce but also seemed to have a bad temper. He handed over the money, looked at his watch, and realized it was just the right time to go see a movie. He quickly found Xiao Shanshan and told her they could go to the movies now. The two then rode their bikes to the cinema. The timing was perfect. Xiao Junjie also saw Lu Ting carrying a basket and couldn't resist teasing him. Your outfit doesn't match that basket. Since I bought some things, I can put them in your basket. Xiao Shanshan got off her bike and went to find Xiao Keqing, also taking out the gift she had prepared for her. Xiao Junjie asked, Where do you plan to put the basket? Lu Ting replied, At the ticket booth. Just pay 2 dimes, and you can get in. He picked up what Xiao Junjie handed him and curiously asked, What is this? 2 scarves. For mom and sister. Lu Ting looked at him and asked, Only 2 scarves? Xiao Junjie nodded, Yes. What? Do you think I should buy more? Lu Ting looked at Xiao Junjie with a blank expression and then clicked his tongue. Bro, are you emotionally slow or just stupid? Xiao Junjie frowned. Speak properly. Lu Ting glanced toward Xiao Keqing, knowing they couldn't hear him now, and withdrew his gaze. If it weren't for his brother, he wouldn't bother with him at all. He sighed and said, Don't you think you're different around Xiao Shanshan? Xiao Junjie turned to look into Lu Ting's eyes. How am I different? Lu Ting confidently said, You like Xiao Shanshan. Xiao Junjie looked at him in confusion.
Impossible.
If I liked her, I wouldn't even realize it. Plus, she's fierce and not gentle at all. Lu Ting warned, Let me tell you, if someone else ends up chasing her away, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. After saying that, he headed toward the cinema. Xiao Junjie shook his head. No way. Could it be that he himself didn't even know if he liked someone? Lu Ting handed the basket to the ticket seller for 2 dimes and started buying snacks. Thinking about how his brother is just an emotional fool, he definitely wants to help out. He bought double portions of snacks for everyone. After buying the snacks, he went to meet up with them. Lu Ting handed one of the tickets to Qiao Shanshan and said, "This is for you." Qiao Shanshan smiled and took it, saying, "Thanks, I'll pay you back for the ticket tomorrow." Lu Ting then gave another ticket to Xiao Junjie and also handed him the snacks, saying, "These are for the ladies." He then looked at Xiao Keqing, took her hand, and they went inside together. Xiao Keqing gave her brother a meaningful look. Xiao Junjie checked his seat number, looked at the snacks in his hand, then handed them to Qiao Shanshan beside him before walking inside. Lu Ting intentionally asked the ticket seller to separate their tickets, placing her and Qinger in the innermost seats and Xiao Junjie and Qiao Shanshan on the other side. Once seated, they couldn't see each other. Xiao Junjie quickly found a seat and sat down. Looking around, he didn't see his sister, so he stood up. That's when he realized his sister was on the other side of the theater. He knew Lu Ting was quite clever, so he sat back down. Qiao Shanshan also quickly found her seat. She glanced at Xiao Junjie beside her, then looked away, probably because their seats were connected when they bought the tickets. Seeing that Qiao Shanshan sat next to him, Xiao Junjie finally understood what his sister's look meant when she entered. He smiled helplessly. She was trying to get him and Qiao Shanshan to sit together. The movie started quickly. It was a war film. Xiao Keqing watched the movie, while Lu Ting boldly put his arm around her shoulder. Since the movie was dark, it didn't matter. He whispered softly in her ear, "If you don't want to watch anymore, we can leave early. We still have many things to buy for our wedding." As he spoke, his lips occasionally brushed her ear. Xiao Keqing felt a tingling sensation and a bit of itchiness. This man was teasing her again. She reached up to scratch her tingling ear and couldn't help but smile beautifully. On the way here, he hadn't stopped talking, discussing what else they needed for the wedding. The more they talked, the more excited he seemed. She knew he was eager to marry her and wanted to give her the best. Now he was planning to take her shopping again. She turned her head, mimicking his earlier gesture, whispering softly in his ear, occasionally brushing his ear with her own, and said sweetly, "Okay, after the movie, we'll buy everything next time too." After saying this, she boldly kissed his cheek. Lu Ting not only felt his ears itch, but also felt his heart itch even more. He really wanted to kiss her right now, but he restrained himself, thinking it was not the right place. Xiao Keqing leaned on the man's shoulder, watching the movie and snacking, while also feeding Lu Ting. Although Lu Ting usually didn't like sweets, since Qinger was feeding him, the treats tasted extra delicious. A nice smile appeared on his face. He never thought he would like Qing so much one day. His eyes sparkled with happiness as he leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." His tone was very charming, making Xiao Keqing really want to sit on his lap and watch the movie. While Qiao Shanshan was happily watching, she suddenly felt her left leg brush against someone's leg. She looked to her left and saw it was a man. Even in the dark, she could tell. She thought maybe it was just the darkness that caused the accidental touch, so she moved her legs closer to Xiao Junjie and shifted her body a little. At this moment, Xiao Junjie quickly sensed that Qiao Shanshan's body was leaning toward him more. He thought to himself, she says she doesn't like him, but her actions are very bold. He underestimated her. After eating a few bites of snacks, Qiao Shanshan decided she couldn't eat alone and handed some to Xiao Junjie. Xiao Junjie clearly saw what she was offering and caught a faint scent of her fragrance. Since he didn't like sweets, he pushed her hand back. He thought, she's offering him food now, what will she do next? Surely, she will make another move. Seeing that he didn't take it, Qiao Shanshan was glad. That way, she didn't have to give it to him. After a few more bites, she suddenly stopped. Her left leg was brushed again by someone's leg nearby. She looked to her left, now sure that the person was deliberately trying to touch her. They were sitting so far apart, but it was likely they would accidentally brush against each other. Suddenly, the lights on the screen flickered for a moment, making it easier to see the face of the person on her left. The man was smiling at her with a mischievous look. Xiao Shanshan immediately felt angry. Today she was wearing leather shoes. Gritting her teeth, she used all her strength to stomp hard with her heel on his foot. After that, she leaned toward Xiao Junjie and unconsciously placed her hand on his thigh. The man let out a loud cry, "Aw!" Everyone's eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Someone in the back shouted, "No yelling." The man winced in pain, lifting his foot and gritting his teeth to bear it. He had often been through this before, and those women didn't dare to cry out. When they touched his thigh, they also kept silent, but his eyes flashed with anger and a fierce look as he stared at the women nearby. The sensation on Xiao Junjie's leg made him feel numb, like an electric current running through his body. The woman's body seemed to lean into his embrace, with a faint, pleasant scent filling his nose. His heartbeat seemed to pause for a moment, and his neck quickly felt hot. His face also started to burn. Sure enough, she became bolder this time. "Ah! This woman is trying to trick him again." Before he could fully react, the woman softly whispered in his ear that she wanted to switch places with him. She was probably thinking of another way to play tricks on him. He underestimated her, really underestimated her. Xiao Shanshan slightly bent forward and stood up, accidentally kicking the man on her left. A sly smile appeared in her eyes as she bit her lip and kicked again. The man let out a pained cry. The people behind started to complain more loudly. "Are we still allowed to watch?" Xiao Shanshan was worried the man might retaliate, so she quickly moved closer to Xiao Junjie. Hearing the cry from the man beside her, Xiao Junjie no longer cared about others' reactions. His body still felt numb from earlier. Xiao Shanshan's foot caught Xiao Junjie's, causing her to sit on his lap and lean into his chest. In reflex, Xiao Junjie wrapped one arm around her waist. Both of them froze, as if turned to stone, unable to move. Xiao Junjie's heart seemed to want to jump out of his chest, and his other hand clenched into a fist. Is she this soft? This woman is so bold. Xiao Shanshan's heart was pounding in her throat. She didn't mean to do it. She turned toward Xiao Junjie, her voice trembling as she said, I didn't mean to." Xiao Junjie's jaw was tight as he struggled to speak. "Get up now." Gritting his teeth, he thought about how Xiao Shanshan said she didn't mean it, yet she was still rubbing against his leg. She pushed herself up with her unoccupied hand, trying to stand, but he quickly pulled her back into his arms. Xiao Junjie clenched his fist tightly, his veins bulging on his arm. Does this woman want to kill him? Doesn't she realize what she's just done? She responded again. He quickly picked her up and placed her on the seat where he was sitting, then sat back down in her position. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath. My heart is pounding, and my throat moves rhythmically. Zhou Shanshan doesn't know where her hands are right now. She only knows that the man with strong arms has just picked her up and placed her on a seat. What should I do? What should I do? She looks nervously at Xiao Junjie. She clutches her clothes tightly and bravely whispers to Xiao Junjie, I didn't mean to do it. It was that creepy man next to me trying to take advantage of me. That's why I swapped seats with you. Xiao Junjie initially thought the girl was still trying to flirt with him. But after hearing her words, his eyes suddenly open wide, and his restless heart calms instantly. He softly whispers in her ear, tell me exactly what happened. Zhou Shanshan then quietly explains what just occurred. Hearing this, Xiao Junjie's face turns dark with anger. His eyes, deep and dark like ink, seem to burn with fire as he looks at the man beside her. He also thinks about how scared a girl like Zhou Shanshan would be after experiencing this. He realizes such things could happen to her even while he's nearby. Feeling guilty, he suppresses his anger and gently says in her ear, don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhou Shanshan's heart suddenly trembles involuntarily. Hearing his words, she feels a strong sense of safety inside. What should I do now? I feel so moved, so very moved. She presses her hand to her chest, hoping it will help her stay calm. Soon, the movie ends and the lights turn on. Xiao Junjie and the man beside him exchange glances. The man is slightly overweight, with slick back hair that looks shiny, probably styled with gel. The man looks behind him and then at Xiao Junjie. His presence and sharp eyes make Xiao Junjie's hair stand on end. This man must be the girl's boyfriend. Xiao Junjie tries to run, but the person in front just stood up. He pretends to look elsewhere, hoping the person ahead will leave quickly. He figures the girl probably won't tell anyone what happened. That kind of thing isn't something to be proud of. Watching the person walk away, he also stands up, feeling his foot hurt badly from being stepped on. He mutters to himself in frustration. He walks toward the front, finally feeling a bit relieved. Just as he's about to turn the corner and leave, Xiao Junjie quickly catches him at the last second. He grabs the man by the collar and pulls him back. It's probably because of his sister's special water. His strength wasn't this big before. The man immediately started moving his feet and struggling, shouting loudly, "Let me go. What are you trying to do?" His voice drew curious looks from the people around, and they started talking. Lu Ting held Xiao Keqing's hand and looked over. They exchanged a quick glance and quickly walked over. The man was still shouting loudly. Xiao Junjie loudly said, "The police are here to arrest someone. If you don't want to get involved, leave the scene now." As soon as Xiao Junjie finished speaking, the other spectators immediately ran away. The crowded place suddenly became empty. Seeing this, the slightly overweight man, who was in the army, looked very strong. No wonder he was so powerful. His neck was almost choked, and he was gasping for air. "Let go of me. Let go," he begged. Xiao Keqing approached Qiao Shanshan and asked what had happened. Seeing no one else around, just a few of them, Qiao Shanshan explained what had happened. Xiao Junjie forcefully threw the man to the ground. The overweight man screamed in pain and then, scared, crawled away on the ground. Xiao Junjie didn't give him a chance. He grabbed the man's ankle and pulled him back. The man cried and begged repeatedly, "I won't dare anymore. I won't do it again." Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing's hand and walked to the other side. He whispered in her ear, "Look at your brother's anger." He said he doesn't like Qiao Shanshan. "If it were me, I would have cut this person into pieces just like your brother." Hearing this, Xiao Keqing thought she was quite capable of handling herself. If someone bullied her, she could take care of it herself. Xiao Junjie looked at the man on the ground with icy eyes. When he saw Qiao Shanshan being bullied, he almost wanted to kill him. His fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. He took off his windbreaker and threw it onto a nearby chair. Then he stepped toward the man. "Won't dare anymore." "I won't do it again." The overweight man ran away quickly. Xiao Junjie quickly stepped forward and kicked the man's back. The man fell forward, and blood started flowing from his nose. Lu Ting covered Xiao Keqing's eyes with his large hand and turned her around, holding her close. "Don't look." Xiao Keqing still wanted to see, and she wasn't afraid. She thought this man was overreacting. She heard the man's painful cry and begging. She asked, "Will my brother get into trouble for hitting him?" "No, your brother knows his limits," Lu Ting replied. After that, he hugged Xiao Keqing's shoulder and walked outside. Xiao Keqing couldn't help but look back behind her. Lu Ting turned the man's head back and said, "Be good. Don't look. Just watch me. Let's go outside and call the police to send a message." Xiao Keqing couldn't help but laugh. Qiao Shanshan watched Xiao Junjie stand up for her, feeling deeply moved and worried he might hurt the man too badly, which could cause big trouble. She quickly shouted, "Stop fighting, stop fighting." She hurried forward and grabbed Xiao Junjie's arm. "Stop, you'll hurt him too badly." Xiao Junjie wasn't actually going to kill anyone. He was just hitting where it hurt most, making the man suffer without causing serious harm. The man was unable to move from the blows, and Xiao Junjie's arm was pulled by Qiao Shanshan. Still, he kicked the man on the ground hard. Qiao Shanshan quickly stepped in front of him. "Stop, you're really going to hurt him." Xiao Junjie looked at Qiao Shanshan and shouted loudly, "Who am I doing this for? And you're worried about him?" Seeing Xiao Junjie like this, Qiao Shanshan felt very touched and moved inside. She gently said, "I'm worried about you. If you hurt him too badly, what will happen? There will be an investigation. Can you still be a soldier after that?" Hearing this, Xiao Junjie's mood suddenly brightened.
She still cared about him.
Now she was speaking softly. Looking at her hand on his arm, he noticed that she was always trying to tease him. Xiao Shanshan saw Xiao Junjie looking at her hand, so she quickly let go of his arm. She had only wanted to hold on to him earlier, but now she had forgotten that her hand was still on his arm. Xiao Junjie raised his hand and looked at the back of it. He had hit the man too hard. His fist was a little cut. Xiao Shanshan saw the bright red blood on the back of his hand. She quickly grabbed Xiao Junjie's hand as he was about to put it down. "You're hurt." Xiao Junjie waved it off. "It's nothing, just a small cut." Xiao Shanshan frowned. If it weren't for her, he probably wouldn't have been hurt. She didn't even look at the man. She took a clean tissue from her bag. Luckily, she hadn't used it today, so it was still clean, and planned to buy some red medicine to wipe the wound later. She also took Xiao Junjie's hand and gently blew on the back of it. Xiao Junjie trembled inside. Her gentle blowing felt like a feather brushing his heart. Then she took out a tissue and wrapped it around his hand. Xiao Shanshan looked up at him. "We'll buy some red medicine later." Xiao Junjie awkwardly retracted his hand. "It's fine, no need to wipe it," he said, then picked up the clothes from the chair and headed outside.
Oh.
So gentle, he couldn't take it. Xiao Shanshan followed Xiao Junjie out. After the group arrived at the police station, they explained what had happened. This person looked like a habitual offender. Xiao Junjie reminded them to check if he had done any bad things before. Then, they went to a state-run restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie discussed their plan to set a trap that night. Xiao Keqing and Xiao Shanshan talked about other things. After dinner, they left the restaurant and prepared to ride their bikes. Lu Ting took out the military coat he brought in the morning and put it on Xiao Keqing. "It's cold tonight, so you won't feel the wind." Xiao Keqing looked at the coat and knew it was a gift from a man. She felt warm inside. How could he be so kind? Since the two bikes were parked close together, Xiao Junjie and Xiao Shanshan saw this scene clearly. Xiao Shanshan was very jealous that Xiao Keqing found someone who cares for her. She was genuinely happy for her. Xiao Junjie looked at Lu Ting, feeling sorry for his sister. He didn't expect his brother to be so caring. He was reliable. Xiao Keqing looked at the bulky military coat and said, "How am I supposed to sit in the car like this?" Lu Ting smiled and said, "That's easy." He directly carried her onto the back seat of the motorcycle, wrapping the coat tightly around her, covering her delicate face except for her shining eyes. Then he lifted his foot onto the motorcycle and looked at Xiao Junjie, who was staring blankly. "When you get home, go straight to my house. I'll wait for you there to go up the mountain." After speaking, he started the bike and drove forward. Xiao Junjie finally looked away and turned to Xiao Shanshan. He examined her clothes. They didn't seem too thin during the day, but at night, they looked a bit flimsy. He wondered if she might catch a cold on the way back. He also remembered the scarf was in Lu Ting's car. Since Lu Ting's car had left, he thought maybe he could give her the scarf. Xiao Shanshan thought about his hand injury and couldn't help but ask, "Do we have medicine at home?" Pointing to his wound. Xiao Junjie nodded, yes, and turned to get on the bike. This woman was always thinking of ways to trick him. She used to be fierce, but now her words sounded gentle. Xiao Shanshan sat in his car. As it started moving, she curled up behind Xiao Junjie. The night was colder now, and the wind was really chilly. Xiao Junjie wasn't riding very fast, but he still felt a bit cold. His hands and face were even colder, making him feel more annoyed inside. He suddenly stopped the car and softly said, "Get out." Zhou Shanshan's alarm went off. Could this person really leave her here now? It shouldn't be. Just now, he helped her deal with the people who bullied her. Does he still hold a grudge? She looked around. It was dark and scary.
She didn't want that.
How could she go home like this? Feeling scared, she tightly hugged the person in front of her, gripping their waist with both hands. Xiao Junjie's back stiffened instantly, and his heartbeat quickened. "Get out." Zhou Shanshan's mind started racing. Her voice trembled with fear. "Don't make me get out. Don't leave me here. I promise I'll cook more delicious food next time to make up for it. Please don't leave me in this dark place."
I'm scared.
Xiao Junjie suddenly realized how badly she was misunderstanding him. Thinking about how he didn't even like the food she cooked, her confidence dropped further, and tears began to fall. He explained gently, I don't want to leave you. Just get out of the car. Zhou Shanshan didn't quite believe him. Why would he want her to get out if he wasn't leaving her? Still, she refused to let go, holding him tightly. Seeing she didn't respond, Xiao Junjie had to gently pull her hands away. When he touched her hands, he couldn't help but frown. Her hands were freezing cold, with no warmth at all. He quickly pried her hands apart, lifted one foot, and got out of the car. In the faint light, he saw tears like short strings of pearls falling down her face. She looked like she was crying her heart out, cheeks flushed, probably from the cold. Her pitiful look softened his heart completely. He comforted her softly, don't cry. I didn't mean to leave you. If you don't want to get out, then don't. Zhou Shanshan looked up at him with a sad, pleading face. Xiao Junjie took off his windbreaker and handed it to her, saying gently, put this on. Zhou Shanshan looked at him in surprise, her eyes full of shock. Seeing her stunned, he draped the coat over her and said softly, put it on. She obediently slipped her hands into the coat. It was thick, and she immediately felt warmer. The coat carried Xiao Junjie's warm scent. She sniffed her nose. Seeing her like that, Xiao Junjie raised his hand to wipe her tears but stopped suddenly, too close to her face. He retracted his hand and then got into the car. Zhou Shanshan watched his movement carefully. Was he trying to wipe her tears just now? Xiao Junjie softly said, sit properly and zip up your coat. The car started again. Zhou Shanshan pulled her coat tighter and moved a little closer behind him. As the car started moving, the wind remained cold. Little hands grabbed Xiao Junjie's clothes, a soft sweater, quite thin, so it was obviously very cold. What does he mean? Why does he care about her? She had just managed to let him go, but after today's events, her heart began to race wildly again.
So exciting, so exciting.
Now her nose was clear, and she could smell a pleasant scent on his clothes. She couldn't quite identify the smell, but it was very nice. Xiao Junjie was riding his bike, feeling uneasy inside. Just moments ago, he wanted to wipe her tears. Was he losing his mind? He quietly told himself not to think too much, just because she looked cold. If she caught a cold, he would be to blame. Lu Ting arrived at the residential area and parked his car steadily in front of Zhao's house. He was the first to get out, gently lifting her down with one hand and parking the car securely. Xiao Kexing clumsily started to undo her coat. Seeing this, Lu Ting quickly stepped forward to help. I won't be coming tomorrow morning.
Come find me then.
For lunch, my older brother and second brother will be at home to eat together. Okay, I'll come to find you in the morning, Xiao Kexing said, taking off her coat and handing it to Lu Ting. Then I'll go inside. She was about to walk in but was pulled back by Lu Ting. Are you just going in like that? Did you forget something? Xiao Kexing knew what Lu Ting was hinting at. It's just because I'm worried someone might see. The next second, Lu Ting locked the car keys and turned off the headlights. Suddenly, everything around was pitch dark. Xiao Kexing smiled and took a step forward, wrapping her hands around his neck and kissing him. But she quickly pulled away. She was caught by the man, who held her head and deepened the kiss. Her breath was completely taken by him. Under his teasing, they kissed deeply for a long time, making her head spin. Lu Ting released her and softly said, after next weekend's break, I'll come to propose to you. Xiao Kexing leaned into his arms. All right, has my dad agreed? Your dad will agree, Lu Ting replied. Xiao Kexing let go of him. I'll go inside now. Lu Ting's face was lit with a bright smile as he watched her go in. Only then did he lock the door and head home. Next week, they must finalize the engagement. Xiao Junjie quickly arrived at the military district gate. He parked the car, and Xiao Shanshan got out, took off her coat, and handed it to him, softly saying, thanks. Remember to put on medicine when you get home today. Xiao Junjie took the coat, glanced at her, then put on his own clothes. Zhou Shanshan immediately blushed and said, I'm leaving. After speaking, she jogged back home. Xiao Junjie, after dressing, felt warmer. His clothes still carried Zhou Shanshan's faint scent, and he sniffed again, recognizing her fragrance. He looked in the direction she ran off, but she was already gone. Only then did he start his car and head home. Lu Ting returned home, where everyone was in the living room. After putting down his basket, he sat down and looked at his grandfather. "Grandpa, Qing'er has agreed to marry me. I plan to take a day off next week to propose." Grandpa smiled happily. Lu Yaohui and Lu Ma also looked pleased. He then turned to his mother. "Mom, pick a good date, the soonest possible. I want to marry Qing'er soon."
Lu Ma nodded repeatedly.
"Okay, I'll find a good date tomorrow." He then looked at his father. "Dad, after the proposal, I'll go file the marriage report. I want to move out and live alone." Lu Yaohui was surprised.
"What?
"Can't you stay at home? Why do you need your own place?" He thought how nice it was to live together as a family. Now, it seemed his younger son wanted to move out. Grandpa Lu was anxious. "Yes, just stay at home."
It's lively."
"Son, I also don't agree with you moving out. Just stay at home," Lu Ma said. Lu Ting stood up. "Let's discuss this. Both sides can live here. Tomorrow, someone will bring furniture. I want to replace all the furniture in my room and remember to buy more blankets," he said, carrying his basket and going upstairs to change clothes. The people in the living room started discussing. Lu Ma admired her son's ability to handle things. Today, the furniture was already bought. Lu Ting placed his basket in his room, changed his clothes, and came downstairs. Lu Ma watched her son change and asked, "Are you going out again?" "Tomorrow is my day off. I'll hunt some game for you to eat through the winter," Lu Ting replied, heading to the storage room. Lu Ma couldn't stop smiling. After waiting a while at home, Xiao Junjie came to find him. On the way up the mountain, Lu Ting noticed Xiao Junjie was unusually quiet tonight. Usually, he was the one chatting. Curious, Lu Ting asked, "Are you thinking about something?" Xiao Junjie was feeling upset, his mind full of Zhou Shanshan. He finally shared his feelings. "You know, I like Zhou Shanshan. I'm really annoyed right now."
Lu Ting smiled.
"I saw you get angry at that guy today. You really don't like her, huh? Why are you so mad?" Jiao Junjie said, "That guy really deserves to be dealt with." Lu Ting patted Jiao Junjie's shoulder and smiled. "You're just stubborn. If you really didn't like it, you wouldn't feel so upset tonight." Jiao Junjie couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "How did it feel when you first started liking my sister?" The initial feeling. Lu Ting suddenly stopped walking, hesitated, and said, "Can I not say?" "That's a hard question for me to answer." Jiao Junjie became even more curious and insisted, "It's easy to say. Just tell me." Lu Ting used his flashlight and kept walking forward, not wanting to answer Jiao Junjie's question. Jiao Junjie followed behind him, urging, "Hurry up and tell me." Throughout the walk, Jiao Junjie kept asking him questions. If he didn't give a clear answer today, he really wouldn't know what to do. Lu Ting had to share a few things. "When I saw your sister, I felt my heart race. When I couldn't see her, she was always on my mind. I just wanted to see her." He also thought about how Jiao Shanshan cried when she was drunk, which made him feel sad, and added, "I hate to see her cry.
It hurts me to see her like that.
When your sister was in the hospital, I wished I could take her place."
Jag gelistenet karafulli.
Seeing Lu Ting stop again, he urged, and then? Lu Ting felt helpless and thought for a moment before saying, "I only have eyes for her. When I see other women, I get annoyed. When I see her sister with other men, I want to go and fight them. I get jealous, okay?" Jiao Junjie firmly said, "No, that's not enough."
"And?"
Lu Ting sighed and said, "I want to kiss and hug her. If you ask again, I won't tell you." Jiao Junjie froze in place. Seeing this, Lu Ting wondered if he was scared by the idea of kissing and hugging. He continued, "Why are you making such a fuss?
I'm a normal man.
When I like a woman and she's nearby, wanting to kiss and hug her and having physical reactions, that's normal." Jiao Junjie glared at Lu Ting and strode ahead, but his mind was a mess. He thought, even if Lu Ting said some things, he also felt the same. Though he hadn't experienced kisses and hugs like Lu Ting, his body did react. Jealous? Probably not. He remembered how Jiao Shanshan gently bandaged his wounds and how she held him tightly from behind. Sigh. He couldn't think about it anymore. The more he did, the more annoyed he felt. Yet, his mind kept drifting back to Jiao Shanshan's image from time to time. He quickly forced himself to focus on other things, especially on setting a trap. The next day, Jiaoju and Jia woke up. Today, the family was resting at home, so she didn't need to boil water. Thinking about going to Lu's for lunch today, I changed into the sweater and khaki coat that Lu Ting bought me last time. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, I looked at myself and wondered if this man had measured me with a ruler, because the clothes fit perfectly. I styled my hair into a lazy low bun, casual yet gentle, and very elegant. It matches this outfit perfectly. My skin is smooth and flawless, no makeup needed, just fine as it is. When I went downstairs, I saw my dad busy moving things around. So early? Could it be that the furniture has already been delivered? I went closer and saw that it was true. I heard my mom complaining nearby, no boyfriend yet, but the furniture is already arranged? What's going on? Xiao Keqing chuckled to herself. She couldn't tell her that her brother might be interested in Xiao Shanshan. My mom looked at what I was wearing and glanced at me a few more times. She said curiously, "Did you buy this yesterday?" "No, it was a gift from Lu Ting some time ago," I explained. After hearing this, Xiao Gui also looked at me briefly before continuing with his work. I finished breakfast and was planning to visit Lu Ting, but seeing my mom busy in my brother's room, I decided to wait. I'll go later. In the meantime, I started tidying up my brother's clothes and bedding. While the furniture delivery people were here, the furniture was quickly moved inside. My mom arranged my brother's bed. Luckily, we had extra cotton bedding at home, which was just enough. She suddenly started complaining, "I don't understand why your brother is in such a hurry to change his bed. Shouldn't he be more worried about finding a partner first?" Seeing my mom's constant chatter, I told her about the furniture change at Lu's, mentioning that my brother was also involved because of a discount. I also told her I was going to Lu's for lunch later. At Lu's house, Lu Ting had already moved all the furniture out of his room into the hallway that morning, then went up the mountain with Xiao Junjie to hunt. When they came back down, they returned to the residential compound, and many neighbors looked on in shock. Are there so many wild animals on the mountain? It looked like they had caught dozens, making everyone's eyes widen. Many neighbors went home and started discussing this event, planning to go hunting too. They probably wouldn't catch as many as Captain Lu, but catching one or two to improve their meals would be good. Xiao Junjie returned home, first placing his basket and the sack in his hands on the ground. He thought that today his mother was at home, so with someone to help clean the prey, it would be much easier. He first went to the kitchen to drink water. When he entered the living room and kitchen, he didn't see his sister or Xiao Shanshan. He guessed they were probably in their rooms. As usual, he boiled some hot water to clean the prey. When Lu Ting entered the yard, he saw the old furniture from his room had already been moved outside, and the prey was also placed in the yard. Then he went inside. He saw his eldest and second brothers chatting with their grandfather. They looked surprised and asked, "Big brother, second brother, why are you both so early today? Where are your wife and kids?" Second brother Lu Cheng smiled and said, "She took the kids to her mom's house. I came with my older brother to see the person you found for me." He had just asked their grandfather about Lu Ting's partner. When the grandfather said it was Xiao Keqing, he was filled with shock inside. Grandfather Lu looked at Lu Ting and said, "They asked me about your partner." I told them, and they still didn't believe it.
But Keqing is really wonderful now.
Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow and smiled. Grandpa was just praising her as if she were a fairy. Listen to what he said, probably using all the idioms he's learned in her praise. Gentle and wise, talented and beautiful, kind-hearted and refined. He knew his grandfather's perspective well. The Xiao family, he wasn't unaware, but after 3 years apart, how much could she have changed? It was impossible for her to be as perfect as his grandfather described. She's short, not pretty, and not very clever. Lu Ting nodded seriously and said, "Grandpa's words are completely right. But I think no fairy can compare to my Qing'er." Fortunately, Qing'er had forgiven him. He must treat her even better from now on. Just thinking about her marrying him made the smile on his face hard to suppress. Lu Chung exclaimed. Lu Yu also exclaimed. His eldest brother looked at him with disbelief. Could his younger brother be possessed? Although he had met Zhao's girl only a few times, he knew she wasn't as perfect as their grandfather described. Second brother Lu Chung widened his eyes and said, "Are you really going to marry her? Last time, you said she bought you a motorcycle. Did she really spend all her family's money to do that? Brother, you must be careful not to be fooled." Lu Ting looked at his second brother and said confidently, "It's decided. When she comes later, you two should be polite and respectful. If you upset Qinger, next time you won't get even a tiny piece of meat." Grandpa Lu nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, if either of you upset her, I will deal with you. Especially you, Xiao Cheng. If you don't want to get hit, speak more politely." Lu Cheng was completely confused. Grandpa protecting her was one thing, but his own brother doing the same? Is this really his biological brother? For a woman, they won't even share their meat? That's not acceptable. Their monthly ration cards aren't enough. This woman must have fed his brother and grandpa some kind of spell. Could it be that even he, as the older brother, is no match for her? Lu Ting continued, "I went hunting outside. You two clean up the game I caught and share it. I'm going upstairs to take a shower. Qinger should be coming soon." After saying that, he ran upstairs. Big brother Lu Yu was also stunned. Was he in such a hurry? Is he looking for a wife? What exactly did he experience during those 3 years outside? Second brother Lu Chung widened his eyes, watching his brother run upstairs, and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." He covered his face, feeling embarrassed. Xiao Keqing finished tidying her brother's room and then went downstairs to the yard to see what her brother had caught today. After that, she planned to go to the Lu family. Xiao Junjie saw his sister come out and looked behind her. Had Xiao Shanshan not come out? Xiao Keqing moved a chair to sit beside her brother and asked the question she wanted to yesterday. "Brother, if I marry Lu Ting, have you thought about the things I might reveal?" Hearing this, Xiao Junjie paused his work and looked at his sister. Xiao Keqing recounted what she bought at the mall yesterday. Her brother frowned in deep thought. Xiao Junjie looked at the time and said, "Let's discuss this tonight. I need to think carefully first." Xiao Keqing nodded and said, "Okay. I'll have lunch at the Lu family. I'm leaving now." After saying that, she stood up. Seeing this, Xiao Junjie quickly asked, "You're going to the Lu family for lunch. What about Xiao Shanshan?" Xiao Keqing explained, "I told her yesterday that I'd go to the Lu family today. She won't come." After speaking, she took a step forward but suddenly stopped, turning to look at her brother with a doubtful expression. "Brother, are you really concerned about Xiao Shanshan?" Xiao Junjie quickly brushed off his feathers and said, "Who cares? I just asked because I saw you going to the Lu family." Xiao Keqing smiled slyly and said, "If you like someone, you should chase her quickly. Don't let someone else beat you to it. You know the girls in the arts troupe are quite popular." Xiao Junjie stopped what he was doing and loudly said, "Who likes her? You're just talking nonsense. Hurry to the Lu family. It's annoying to watch." Xiao Keqing looked at her brother and smiled, then walked out. Xiao Junjie paused his actions and suddenly remembered the feeling of excitement that Lu Ting mentioned last night. "Oh well, that's another thing to worry about. Why does my heart feel so troubled?" Xiao Keqing arrived at the Lu family's house. The gate was wide open, so she planned to go inside. Just then, she overheard a man's voice in the yard. "Do you think Zhao's girl is putting some kind of spell on her brother? Look at how he's smiling. It's really hard to watch." She suddenly stopped, realizing it was probably Lu Ting's older brother talking. The Zhao's girl in his words must be her. Is this the older brother or the second brother of Lu Ting? Another man replied, "Everyone has their own taste. Why are you so worried about this?" Lu Chung slightly smiled and said, "Big brother, you've also met Zhao's girl, right? She's ugly and short, like a winter melon. No one in the big yard likes her. She's not suitable for our brother's position as leader." Lu Yu smiled and said, "And yet, she's supposed to be our future sister-in-law. It's not good to speak about a girl like that. When I saw her before, she wasn't as ugly as you say." Who cares about her status? As long as our brother approves, I do too. Lu Cheng looked at the furniture in the yard and said, if we marry her, we'll be laughed at by everyone in the yard. What's more annoying is that our brother wants us to be polite and respectful to her. Otherwise, we might not get any meat from him later. Lu Yu shook his head at his brother's complaints and said, if you're rude to my wife, I wouldn't share meat with you either. That's just normal. Lu Cheng explained, I'm not rude to her. I just think they're not a good match. I was just saying if we find someone, it should be someone as beautiful as my wife. Do you think our brother has been in the army too long? He probably hasn't seen many pretty women. I'll introduce him to some good-looking women someday. He'll like them, and he won't like that ugly winter melon. Lu Yu looked at his brother coldly and sneered, you're so fond of your lazy wife. Now that she's had the baby, she looks like a middle-aged woman. She's not even as good as my wife. Don't cause trouble. I see our brother likes her a lot. I've never seen him smile so happily before. He only cares that his brother is happy. That's all that matters. He's never seen him smile so joyfully before. Lu Cheng said, my wife used to be pretty too. She's much better than Zhao's girl. And I just realized she's been lazy all along. After finishing speaking, she felt a bit helpless. Who knew that after getting married, his true nature would be revealed? If she had known his wife was like this, she wouldn't have married him. Xiao Keqing heard their conversation clearly. These two men spoke very loudly. It was hard not to hear. The one talking badly about her was Lu Cheng. She coldly snorted twice. Ugly pumpkin? Sharing meat? She had to stand up for the original owner. The most annoying thing was that this man still wanted to introduce her husband to a pretty woman. The two men continued talking about her, but she didn't want to listen anymore. She stepped inside. As she entered, she saw the two men packing up their prey on the ground. Lu Ting's older brother looked just like she remembered, wearing glasses, appearing gentle and refined, dressed in a suit. He was plucking chicken feathers. As he moved, a few strands of hair fell over his forehead, looking a bit awkward. It seemed strange that he was handling prey while dressed so formally. Lu Ting's second brother looked somewhat like Lu Ting, but he wasn't as handsome as Lu Ting and didn't have his good figure. So, he was criticizing her for being ugly and short? At this moment, Lu Cheng and Lu Yu heard the footsteps at the door and looked over. Lu Cheng saw the woman entering. Her skin was fair, her presence outstanding, her figure slender and tall, with big eyes that made her look even more beautiful. With her figure, looks, and aura, she was definitely a beauty. Who was this person? She couldn't be that ugly pumpkin, right? The prey in his hand also fell. He stared at her with wide eyes, her sharp gaze fixed on him. No, probably on him. That look was a bit dangerous. Lu Yu saw the person entering and was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Could this be Xiao Keqing? Had she changed so much? They say women change a lot after 18, but this was too exaggerated. Such elegance? Seeing her staring at his brother with that look, he felt a jolt. Could she have overheard their earlier words? He hurriedly put down the prey in his hand, stood up, and smiled. Your sister-in-law, right? I think I've seen you a few times when you were little. I almost didn't recognize you when you came in. You've changed a lot. Lu Yu smiled and said, Sister-in-law, why don't you go inside and sit first? We're almost finished here. We can chat later. No wonder his younger brother liked her so much. His words were very sweet. He's already 30, so he must have changed, but just hearing him makes people feel comfortable. Xiao Keqing nodded and said, okay. After speaking, she turned and went inside. Lu Cheng was stunned, so surprised that he almost swallowed an egg. When the others turned around, he realized she hadn't greeted him earlier. He hurriedly stood up and asked his older brother, Did she not see me? Did she not say hello? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at his second brother. She probably heard you talking badly about her. Lu Cheng couldn't believe it and doubted. That shouldn't be the case. Xiao Keqing heard their conversation and slightly curved her lips. Just as she was about to step into the house, she suddenly stopped. She turned to look at them, meeting their gaze. She said, You two were talking too loudly. If you're discussing important matters, you should be careful not to let others overhear. After speaking, she smiled and looked toward the wall, then finally went inside. Lu Cheng exclaimed loudly, "Oh, she really hurt us." Lu Yu smiled gently. His younger brother was truly a good match for him. His overall aura was unmatched by anyone else. He then looked at his second brother and joked, "If he weren't so young, I definitely wouldn't leave her to my brother." "Didn't you say Grandpa's taste isn't good?" "I think our old man has the best taste." Lu Cheng, hearing this, awkwardly smiled. He liked girls who looked good. Xiao Keqing was much more beautiful than his wife. Sometimes he also made mistakes in judgment. Xiao Keqing went inside and saw Grandpa Lu and Uncle Lu chatting happily. When they saw her come in, they both smiled kindly. Lu Yahui liked her very much. She was about to become his daughter-in-law. He quickly brought out some pastries and placed them on the table. "Coco, have some pastries." Shouting just went to take a bath and should be back soon. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, you're too polite. I can serve myself. You can leave it." Grandpa Lu chuckled and said, "Come sit here with Grandpa. Let's chat for a while." Xiao Keqing happily agreed and sat beside Grandpa Lu. When Shouting came downstairs, he saw Xiao Keqing chatting with Grandpa. She was wearing the clothes he bought her. His eyes immediately filled with happiness. He quickly went downstairs and sat beside her. Xiao Keqing looked at his wet hair and the water still on his face. She said, "It's so cold outside, and you didn't dry your hair before coming down?" Lu Ting put his hand on Xiao Keqing's shoulder and whispered softly in her ear, "I was in such a hurry to wash up because I was worried you'd come." Luo Yahui looked at Coco caring for his son and felt increasingly satisfied with her. He thought it was best to marry her soon. Xiao Keqing pushed away Lu Ting's hand and turned to give him a reproachful look. Only then did Lu Ting withdraw his hand. "I'll take you upstairs to see. The furniture has all been replaced. Let's see what else is missing." Hearing this, Luo Yahui agreed, "Yes, let's see what else we need so we can arrange everything early." "No, I won't go up. I've already seen the furniture in my brother's room. It's all the same," Xiao Keqing said firmly. She definitely couldn't go upstairs now. She still held a grudge against Lu Cheng and needed to vent her anger. Thinking about him introducing a beautiful woman to Lu Ting made her feel uncomfortable. Of course, she trusted Lu Ting. But Lu Cheng's careless words calling her an ugly winter melon annoyed her. She knew he was insulting the original owner. Now that the body was hers, she had to vent her anger. Otherwise, people might think she was as easy to bully as the original owner. Lu Ting didn't think much and asked, "Did you see your eldest and second brothers in the yard earlier? Come on, I'll take you out for a chat." Xiao Keqing hesitated and said, "I saw them. I want to chat with Grandpa now, so I won't go." Lu Ting immediately sensed something was wrong and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Did they bully you when you came in?" Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "It's been several days since I saw Grandpa. I just want to chat with him." Luo Yahui looked at Xiao Keqing. "If those two guys bullied you, tell me. I'll deal with them." Grandpa Lu also agreed. Xiao Keqing nodded. She definitely planned to say something, but she didn't like gossipers behind her back. She wanted to say it in front of them for satisfaction. Yes, she had to say it face to face, no more tattling behind their backs. She continued chatting happily with them. Meanwhile, Lu Ting went to the yard. He still wanted to ask about his brothers. He knew his eldest brother wouldn't bully Qinger, but he wasn't so sure about the second. 3 years ago, the second brother often saw Qinger, and they sometimes argued. He approached them and asked, "My Qinger is here. Did you guys bully her just now?" Though he seemed to be speaking to both brothers, his gaze was actually on Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng quickly shook his head. Of course not. After speaking, he glanced at his older brother. Since childhood, he had always been unable to win fights against his younger brother. Now, seeing him with strong muscles, he knew he still couldn't win. Although he and his younger brother had a better relationship than with their older brother, he felt guilty this time because he had just spoken badly of someone and was caught in the act. Lu Ting looked at his older brother. Lu Yu smiled and said, "I'm much older than her. She's just a little girl. I wouldn't bully her." That's good enough, he replied, then looked at his second brother before turning around. As he walked back, he urged, hurry up, both of you. Don't finish cooking only after the meal starts. After his younger brother went inside, Lu Cheng looked at his older brother with worry. What should I do? I spoke badly of her, and she heard me. Will she tell on me in front of her brother? Lu Yu thought for a moment and said, if it were me, I would definitely tell. He just asked us earlier, so your wife probably didn't say anything. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to pick chicken feathers here now. I suggest you admit your mistake early. Lu Cheng nodded, clearly agreeing with his older brother. If he admitted now, his younger brother might make him practice boxing again. His fighting skills were actually learned from his younger brother, and he looked very impressive in front of others, but not so much in front of his brother. His worries eased, and he moved faster. At this moment, Xiao Keqing was also called into the kitchen by Aunt Lu to help prepare fish. Aunt Lu smiled and said, I know you came to eat at our house today. Xiao Ting told me last night to buy fish. Luckily, I went early and also bought shrimp. Your boiled fish is so delicious. I want to learn how to make it so I can cook it for you next time. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing felt warm inside. This man always remembered her. Looking at the prepared ingredients, she then turned to Aunt Lu and said, Aunt Lu, I worry about wasting oil when I cook. This reminded her of the last time she cooked with the Southern Military Unit, when Aunt Lu looked at her with concern about the oil, just like her mother used to. Her mother had also been changed by her. Coco, you can add as much as you want. Since it's going into your mouth anyway, it's not really waste, Aunt Lu said. Lu Man was surprised she said that. She knew how much oil she used when cooking her dishes, having made them many times. Her husband had tasted Xiao Keqing's cooking and always asked her to add more oil. She did, but it still wasn't as good as Xiao Keqing's, so Xiao Ting often ate outside. This made Lu Yahui and the old master very jealous. Today, they definitely wanted to learn how to cook better. Xiao Keqing received Aunt Lu's approving tone, then started preparing the last two dishes, fish and shrimp. She looked at the shrimp, which appeared very fresh. She planned to make plain boiled shrimp. If she made spicy fried shrimp, Aunt Lu might worry too much. All ingredients were ready, so cooking was quick. The final step for the boiled fish was to pour hot oil to release the aroma. Aunt Lu still worried, but it was worth it. Delicious dishes often require a bit more oil. Smiling, she praised Kiki, I remember the steps for the fish you made today. Next time, I'll cook it for you. Xiao Keqing happily nodded in agreement. In the living room, everyone had already smelled the aroma. Lu Yu and Lu Cheng were curious why the food smelled so good today. Had their mom improved her cooking skills? Lu Yahui couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He'd been wanting to eat what Kiki made for a while. He glanced at Lu Ting, who looked unhappy. Had someone upset him? Lu Ting looked toward the kitchen. Qing'er was at his house, and someone was cooking for her. He became more determined. Once married, he wanted to live alone. Seeing Qing'er and her mom bringing out the dishes, he stood up and walked quickly to Xiao Keqing. Just as Xiao Keqing placed the boiled shrimp on the table, Lu Ting approached and took her hand, gently touching it. Don't make trouble, there are so many people here. Lu Ting withdrew his hand. Luckily, her hand wasn't cold, and he felt relieved. He was worried she might catch a cold. He didn't want to experience that again. He decided that when it got cold, he would cook for Qing'er. At that moment, Mom Lu called out, dinner is ready. After the meal started, Lu Ting washed his hands before sitting beside Xiao Keqing. Lu Cheng and Lu Yu sat opposite them. As they picked up their bowls, they saw their mom warmly greeting Xiao Keqing with a smile. Mom Lu picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and put it into Xiao Keqing's bowl, saying warmly, Kiki, eat more. Grandpa Lu also picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of chicken, and placed it in Xiao Keqing's bowl, saying cheerfully, Kiki, it's been several days since you visited Grandpa. Next time, if you don't come, I'll come to your house for a meal. Xiao Keqing smiled happily and said, if I don't come, I'll go to my own house. We can also have a little drink with Grandpa. Grandpa Lu happily agreed. Seeing this, Lu Yahui also imitated his wife and father-in-law. He picked up his chopsticks, selected the tenderest fish, and put it into Xiao Keqing's bowl. Not satisfied, he moved the fish and shrimp from in front of his two sons to Xiao Keqing's side. Lu Yu watched how much the family loved Xiao Keqing. This was truly special. I've seen scenes like this before in front of children. Lu Cheng was very surprised. This is what family favoritism looks like. His wife and his older brother's wife came over, but they didn't get this treatment. The most embarrassing thing was his younger brother, who was shelling shrimp and putting them into her bowl one after another. After picking out the fish bones, he finally placed the fish into her bowl. He couldn't believe his younger brother was so attentive. Turning to look at his older brother nearby, he rarely saw him eating so heartily. He glanced at the fish in his brother's bowl. Was it really that delicious? He also scooped some fish into his own bowl and started eating. It was incredibly tasty. They kept passing dishes back and forth. Then he looked across at his younger brother, who was still carefully picking out fish bones. He shook his head. This was too embarrassing. Lu Yahui was sweating slightly from eating and praised, "Kiki, your fish is still the best. You don't know how long I've been craving this." Lu Cheng and Lu Yu were both shocked and said, "How can our mom make such delicious fish?" Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, next time you want to eat this, I'll make it again." Lu Yu looked at Xiao Keqing across from him and said, "Little sister-in-law, your sister-in-law has to go to work tomorrow. Since we didn't bring a gift this time, next time when my wife and I visit, we'll bring one." Xiao Keqing was a bit surprised and smiled, saying, "Big brother Lu, you're too polite. No need to be so formal." Lu Ting heard this, paused with his chopsticks, looked at Xiao Keqing softly, and said, "Just call me Big Brother. Why add my name in front? It sounds so awkward." Xiao Keqing looked at both of them staring at her, then turned to Lu Ting, awkwardly smiling, and continued eating her food. Lu Yu thought about this and smiled. His younger brother caused trouble, and now he had also dragged his big brother into it. His big brother hadn't even recognized him. He wondered how his younger brother would react if he found out. He wasn't worried that the brothers would fall out over this. Instead, he chuckled, knowing there might be more drama ahead. Lu Cheng also understood what Xiao Keqing meant in her words. He had no idea that the Xiao Keqing now was so different from the person he used to know. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room. Lu Yu picked up his briefcase, ready to say goodbye and leave. The old man couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Isn't today Sunday? Why do you still have to work?" Lu Yu explained, "This is still a machine that was recently imported from Germany. It's not working properly, and I don't know if it's broken. The technician we called couldn't understand the manual, and I don't dare to open it blindly. I plan to find someone who can translate German this afternoon. If I can't find anyone, I'll have to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs tomorrow morning to see if they can help." The old man nodded, thinking that Xiao Keqing only spoke English. If it were in English, it would be much easier. Xiao Keqing heard this. She does speak German, and she was considering whether to help. Just then, the phone rang. Usually when the phone rings, it's for Lu Yahui. He quickly answered the call. Lu Yahui looked at his eldest son and said, "It's your mother-in-law calling." Lu Yu was surprised for a moment and hurriedly answered the phone. Xiao Keqing saw him frowning and said, "You should put some red medicine on her hand to soothe her. I might not be back until tonight." After hanging up, Lu Yahui asked anxiously what happened. Lu Yu frowned and said, "My younger daughter fell and hurt her hand. She was crying for her mom. Her mom is at work, so she called here." He also felt sad for his 2-year-old daughter. Fortunately, her fall wasn't serious. Lu Yu explained this, sighed, and was about to leave when Xiao Keqing stopped him. "Brother Lu Ting, wait a moment." Lu Ting heard this and wondered why his full name was being used again. The whole family looked at Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing's heart softened. She thought, she's so young and her parents aren't home. How sad. Besides, she has no conflicts with Lu Yu. He's always been very polite to her. If it were Lu Cheng, she wouldn't help. She looked at Lu Yu and asked, "Did you bring the things you need to translate?" Lu Yu was surprised for a moment, but nodded. "Yes, I brought them." He had just finished eating before going to find someone. Xiao Keqing said, "Let me see." Lu Yu took out the materials and handed them over. Everyone in the family looked at Xiao Keqing. Lu Cheng didn't expect her to be so brave now. Does someone uneducated really know how to do this? Xiao Keqing took the materials, looked through them briefly, then raised her eyes to Lu Yu and said, I can translate. If you trust me, just give me some paper and a pen. Everyone was shocked at her words. The family knew Xiao Keqing could speak English, but they didn't expect her to know German too. Lu Ting smiled slightly. This little woman is even more impressive than he thought. Seeing Xiao Keqing's confident look, Lu Yu believed her completely. He quickly took out a notebook and pen from his bag and handed them to her.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Just as she was about to sit down, she hurriedly pushed aside her younger brother and sat down herself. Xiao Keqing turned to look at Lu Ting and said, Go get me a small stool. I'll translate at the coffee table. Before Lu Ting could stand up, Lu Yu quickly got up and said, I'll go. Lu Ting looked at the person in front of him with affection and softly whispered in her ear, How much do I still not know about you? Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting with a playful smile and replied, There's quite a lot. Lu Ting looked at her lovingly and smiled. He wanted to kiss her. Lu Yu soon brought a small stool, and Xiao Keqing sat in front of the coffee table to start translating. She looked at Lu Yu and asked, Is this a textile machine? Do you work at a textile factory? Lu Yu's eyes brightened. Yes, I am the workshop manager. Both my wife and I work at the textile factory, and our house is also there. Lu Cheng's face, which was full of disdain earlier, gradually turned to shock. He realized his younger brother had found a treasure. Her pen danced quickly on the paper, and accurate translation lines appeared clearly. Grandpa Lu and Lu Yahui watched from the side. It was like adding a scholar to the family. Amazing. Mom Lu also smiled and said, Kiki is so impressive. Xiao Guowei and his wife are truly remarkable, raising such an outstanding daughter. Xiao Keqing focused on translating, while Lu Ting sat quietly beside her, full of pride and love in his eyes. She was so excellent that he felt a little unworthy. No, he must work harder. The living room was silent except for the scratching sound of Xiao Keqing's pen on paper. This included instruction manuals, installation steps, operation procedures, maintenance steps, repair steps, and more. Xiao Keqing sat for almost 2 hours. Lu Ting looked at his watch, frowned, and said, Qing'er, take a break. If you keep writing like this, your body won't handle it. Grandpa, Lu Yahui, and Mom Lu agreed with him. Xiao Keqing didn't stop writing, softly saying, Just a few final notes left. Almost done. Lu Ting looked at her serious expression, which was especially dazzling. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Keqing finally put down her pen and stretched her hand. She handed the materials to Lu Yu. Brother Lu Ting, the translation is done. It won't be wrong. Lu Ting immediately took her writing hand in his and massaged it, moving each finger to help her relax. No wonder people say hands hurt after writing for a long time. Of course they do. Lu Yu took the materials and looked at them carefully, excitedly saying, Sister-in-law, you're amazing. You really surprised me. You've helped me a lot. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, Luckily, I know how to do it. Lu Yu was even more impressed with Xiao Keqing's handwriting. He handed the paper to Lu Yahui and said, Dad, look at my sister-in-law's writing. It's incredible. Lu Yahui took the paper and looked at it. The writing was neat, elegant, strong, flowing smoothly, and he praised it repeatedly. Lu Ting's lips curled into a small smile. Of course, his wife was impressive. Maybe there were things he didn't know. Lu Cheng tilted his head to look at the writing, full of admiration. Was he blind back then? Lu Yahui handed the paper back to his eldest son and said to Xiao Keqing, Ko, our whole family has discussed it. Next weekend, we will go to your house to propose marriage. I'll go there later and talk to your family. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing thought that the whole family had discussed it, but probably not including Lu Cheng and Lu Yu. Otherwise, Lu Cheng wouldn't have said those things this morning. She looked up at Lu Cheng. Suddenly, Lu Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was about to be accused? His expression looked unfriendly. Oh no, now the whole family was there. His father might get angry and scold him. Lu Ting observed Xiao Keqing's gaze and narrowed his eyes at Lu Cheng. Xiao Keqing looked back at Lu Yahui and asked, Uncle Lu, Is it true that your whole family discussed this? Lu Yahui nodded seriously and said, Yes, I was planning to have dinner at your house tonight and talk to your dad about this. Xiao Keqing hesitated and said, but Lu Qing said I'm not suitable for his brother, the team leader, and that I'd be laughed at by everyone. Hearing this, Lu Ting paused his massage on Xiao Keqing's hand and looked sharply at Lu Qing. Lu Qing suddenly jumped up and looked around at everyone. He swallowed nervously and said, I
just said that.
Sorry, sister-in-law. Please don't take it seriously. Xiao Keqing continued, I guess so. After all, I'm just a member of the cultural troupe. How can I compare to the team leader? She turned her eyes to Lu Ting, pouted her lips, and pulled her hand away from his. Lu Yu watched with interest, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His sister-in-law was quite interesting. Lu Ma hurriedly said, Coco, you can't say that. You're the best I've ever seen. I think my son has really high standards for you. Lu Yahui pointed at Lu Cheng with his finger, looking angry, and asked, What else did you say? Be honest. After glaring fiercely at Lu Cheng, Lu Ting quickly held Xiao Keqing's hand gently and asked softly, What else did he say? Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting and said, Your brother said that since you've been in the army for a long time, you've probably never seen a beautiful woman. He wants to introduce some nice ones to you and you'll like them. He thinks you probably know yourself best. After speaking, she pouted her lips, and her eyes immediately filled with tears. Lu Ting looked at her with concern, feeling very worried, and coldly glared at his second brother. Lu Cheng explained, I
didn't mean it that way.
Xiao Keqing turned her gaze to Lu Yu and said, Big brother Lu Ting can testify. Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Yu. Lu Yu nodded and said, Yes, I did say more than that. Lu Qing looked at his older brother and loudly said, Big brother, what are you doing? You're just making things worse. Lu Yu looked at his silly younger brother. He was just trying to help him, wasn't he? If he didn't stand up for his younger sister-in-law, who knew how long this would go on? He then shared what they had just been talking about. Xiao Keqing's eyes brightened, feeling that all her hard work translating was worth it. This older brother was someone she could get along with. Lu Ting suddenly became very angry. His beloved Xiao had just agreed to marry him, and now his brother was trying to cause trouble? Lu Yahui was so angry that he looked around and walked toward the feather duster. Lu Cheng secretly thought this is bad. He's afraid his brother's fists will get heavier, or his dad's feather duster will come down. Don't be fooled by how thin the feather duster is. It hurts when hit. Since childhood, he's had a shadow over feather dusters and can't remember how many they've replaced at home. He hurriedly looked at Xiao Keqing and said, Sister-in-law, I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me. Don't take it to heart. I apologize to you. Lu Yahui had already grabbed the feather duster and was waving it at Lu Cheng. You good for nothing. Always talking nonsense. Are you helping your brother or hurting him? Dad, stop hitting me. I admit my mistake. Stop hitting me, Lu Qing shouted while dodging. Old Master Lu was so angry he puffed his cheeks and glared. Hit harder so you remember it. Then he turned to Xiao Keqing and said, Kiki, don't worry. We won't let you be wronged. Xiao Keqing stood up and said, I've been sitting too long. I want to go out for a walk. Hearing Lu Cheng's screams made her ears hurt from the noise. Lu Ting also stood up, took Xiao Keqing's hand, and looked at Lu Cheng with a deeper gaze. His jaw was tight, and he clenched his teeth as he said, I'm staying with second brother at home tonight. Haven't we barely talked in 3 years? Don't even think about sneaking away. You know you can't escape. Xiao Keqing looked up and saw Lu Ting's expression clearly. Lu Cheng trembled all over and hurriedly explained to Xiao Keqing, Sister-in-law, I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Talk to second brother, and don't let me stay overnight. I have to go to work tomorrow. Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing upstairs to his room, closed the door casually, and entered. Xiao Keqing then looked around the entire room. All the furniture had been replaced. The quilt on the bed was probably the original one, only half spread out. Lu Ting sat down in a recliner, then pulled Xiao Keqing onto his lap. He wrapped his arms around her waist and looked up at her slightly. I know you've been wronged. Don't be upset. Tonight, I'll make him obedient. In the future, you can choose whether to acknowledge him as your second brother or not. Now, he finally understood why his wife called him Big Brother with his name when she was upset. He felt heartbroken for her suffering so much. Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting with suspicion. Make him obedient? Considering how scared Lu Ting looked downstairs just now, was that what she thought? Could it be that this man really wants to kick his brother out? But that was his second brother. She couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by making him obedient? And if I really refuse to acknowledge him as my second brother in the future, what will you do? Lu Ting said seriously, I told you the night before last. I'll handle him. Do you think I was joking? If you refuse, it won't affect us brothers. I won't let you be wronged. It depends on what you want. Seeing Lu Ting's attitude was quite good, Xiao Keqing softly said, I was going to be angry with you, but I just couldn't really get mad. Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh. He kissed her chin. That's right, no need to be angry. From now on, we'll live together, not with him. You don't have to look at his face. If my second brother's taste was good, you'd see it just by looking at his wife. It's really complicated. Xiao Keqing wanted to ask what was so complicated, but downstairs, Lu Cheng's begging and Lu Yaohui's scolding continued. She could also feel that Aunt Lu, Uncle Lu, and Grandpa Lu were very kind to her. Your dad is pretty harsh. Lu Ting nodded, then suddenly thought of something and refuted. How is he harsh? He's dressed warmly in winter. If he bullies my wife, that's all? And he's shouting and screaming. Tonight, I'll give him a good lesson. He needs to remember this. Listening to Lu Ting say this, Xiao Keqing agreed and nodded. Yes, winter clothes are so thick, they don't hurt at all when worn. At first, she thought there might be something wrong, but after Lu Ting explained, she felt that even if they hit her harder, it would be fine since it didn't hurt. Look around the room and see if there's anything else you need to buy. I'll arrange it right away, Lu Ting said. Xiao Keqing looked around and couldn't think of anything for a moment. I haven't thought of anything yet. We can buy it later when we need it. Lu Ting replied, I think there are still many things we haven't bought. I'll take care of it. Xiao Keqing nodded. Okay. Lu Ting continued, I'll also handle the marriage registration. Once it's approved, we can get the marriage certificate. Xiao Keqing had forgotten about this matter but agreed, all right. Lu Ting looked up slightly, a smile on his lips. He touched her chin with his lips and kissed her on the lips she had been thinking about all day. Xiao Keqing hugged his neck and responded. Wow. This man is getting better at kissing. It feels so wonderful. I want more. Meanwhile, Su Malia was repeatedly running a fever in the hospital and only woke up after 3 days. When she opened her eyes, she immediately felt her throat dry and burning pain. She couldn't help but furrow her brows and struggled to sit up. Looking around, she saw she was in a hospital room. She saw a porcelain cup on the bedside table and without hesitation, picked it up and drank because she couldn't bear the pain. After finishing, she put down the cup and the burning sensation in her throat eased. Suddenly, her mind recalled what had happened before she fainted and the dream she just had. It felt so real, as if she had experienced it herself. In the dream, she liked Lu Ting very much, just like now. In the dream, Lu Ting had retired from the army and gone to Hangqing to do business. She saw him again at his brother's wedding and learned that he was now a famous business tycoon. Since then, she had been chasing after him, but he always rejected her coldly. In her last letter, she wanted to plan something against Lu Ting, but in reality, it was very different from her dream. In the dream, she knew Lu Ting liked to run by the lake, so she carefully planned to fall into the water. Lu Ting was running and saw someone fall into the water. Without hesitation, he jumped in and saved her. When rescuing her, he only grabbed her clothes and pulled her ashore. She took the opportunity to say that he had touched her body, so he should take responsibility. But this man simply didn't agree. Unable to do anything, she could only create public pressure at her home to make Lu Ting take responsibility. Despite everything, the man still refused to be pressured and didn't care about rumors or gossip. He was completely unaffected. While Lu Ting was away, She went to the Lu family to see the old master. In her dream, the old master looked very unwell. She told him that Lu Ting had touched and exposed her, making it impossible for her to remarry. Everyone in the neighborhood, the entire army, and the hospital knew. If Lu Ting didn't marry her, she felt she wouldn't be able to live with dignity anymore. The old master was worried about causing real trouble and knew that his grandson, being older, had no plans to find a partner. After weighing the options, he decided to consider his son's and grandson's feelings and agreed to let Su Malya stay. Later, in his final moments, the old master asked his grandson to marry Su Malya. Lu Ting looked at his weak grandfather and tearfully agreed. 3 years after the old master passed away, Lu Ting and she registered their marriage. She was very happy, thinking that as long as they married, she could win his heart. However, married life was very different from what she expected. Lu Ting often stayed in Hong Kong City and didn't take her with him. Even when she went there to find him, he ignored her and didn't speak to her at all. She thought that once they had intimacy, he wouldn't ignore her anymore. When Lu Ting visited his parents at the family residence, she secretly added medicine to his food when no one was paying attention. Even at home, Lu Ting didn't allow her into his room. One night, sensing the medicine's effect, she dressed in a dress and knocked on his door. The man forcefully threw her out, disturbing his parents inside. At that moment, the medicine took effect, and Lu Ting was in pain but endured silently. Seeing his suffering, she yelled wildly, saying that the medicine was beyond saving even in the hospital. Lu Ting clenched his fists tightly, his veins bulging, and his eyes turned red as he looked at her with a deadly expression. His gaze made her shiver with fear, feeling an unprecedented terror. She had no choice but to hide behind Lu Ting's mother. The next day, Lu Ting went to Hong Kong City and never saw him again for many years. During this time, she fell in love with a married doctor at their hospital named Lu Qiming. She thought about divorcing Lu Ting so she could be with Lu Qiming, and she went to ask for a divorce. The despair of being unable to divorce in her dreams still gives her chills today. In her dream, she was involved with Lu Qiming. This man appeared very gentlemanly and handsome on the outside, but inside, he was a mean and sneaky person. He was also very flirtatious outside and infected her with a disease. This caused her great pain and suffering. A few days before her death, Lu Ting asked his assistant to handle her divorce. She died alone in a dilapidated rental room. The scene in her dream made her feel as if she were sitting on the hospital bed now, fear and despair. Suddenly, fear took over her whole body, making her sweat coldly and her lips tremble. Then she remembered it was just a dream. There was no doctor named Lu Qiming at the hospital. Her fear eased a little. At this moment, a nurse came in and saw that Su Malya was awake, her face very pale. "Dr. Su, you're finally awake. You've had a fever for several days. How do you feel?" Su Malya's voice was hoarse. "Much better now. I don't have a fever anymore." The nurse was relieved to hear this. Suddenly, she remembered what had happened in the hospital these past few days and started gossiping. "Dr. Su, you've been sleeping a lot these days. You don't know that 2 days ago, a very handsome doctor came, and now he's the talk of the hospital." Curious, Su Malya asked why. The nurse continued, "He's educated and handsome, and he's become popular with the young women here. His name is Lu Qiming." Su Malya was terrified and froze completely. Fear struck her again. Her mind went blank. Lu Yahui threw the broken feather duster onto the coffee table and sat heavily on the sofa, gasping for breath. Looking at Lu Chung, he scolded, "You little brat, if Coco doesn't forgive you, don't come back." Lu Chung rubbed his sore hand and touched his ankle where he was hit. "Oh, it hurts so much. Dad, you're really experienced, targeting the unprotected spots." He explained, "I was planning to apologize, but I hadn't found the right time yet." "Then you guys found out first." Lu Yahui snorted coldly. "Tonight, stay at home and listen to your younger brother. If you run away, don't come back." After saying that, he looked at his watch and decided it was time to go to the Shao family. Lu Cheng immediately started crying.
Dad.
I'm your real son. He looked sad and then glared at his mother, who was sitting on the sofa, glaring at him. Mother Lu angrily said, just like your father, if you run away, don't come back for the new year. Grandpa Lu snorted, show some pride tonight. If I weren't worried because you're my grandson, I might really kick you out now. Li Qing shouted, I'm really sorry. You can't all gang up on me like this. Luo Yahui glanced at him and, too tired to bother, got up and went upstairs. It's better to go to Lu's house with Man.
We should set the date soon.
He went into his room, took out a bottle of his treasured wine from the cabinet, looked at it, then left. The couple arrived at the Xiao family's house. Xiao Gui saw the wine bottle in Luo Yahui's hand and couldn't help but smile, deliberately asking, why are you here? It's not just to drink wine, right? Luo Yahui placed the wine on the table and sat down with a smile. We're here to settle the matter of the two kids. Mother Lu learned that Yang Yunxiu was in the backyard, so she went to find her. Yang Yunxiu, hearing the intention, was very pleased with Luo Ting. Since their two families live very close, even if they hold a wedding banquet, they can still see their daughter every day. Yang Yunxiu said, I agree. I like Luo Ting too, but I can't decide for my family. Mother Lu immediately smiled, that's good. As long as you agree. Your husband is talking with my Luo Yahui now. We plan to propose next Sunday. If you have any requests, just tell us. I'll ask someone to check the date tomorrow, and we'll discuss it on Sunday. The two began discussing the marriage arrangements. Luo Yahui, after much persuasion, finally convinced Xiao Gui. He sincerely said, Old Xiao, our two families know each other well. The kids get along nicely. My little Ting cares a lot about Kiki. If Kiki comes to my house, we'll treat her like our own daughter. And this isn't even a real marriage. We're just in the same big yard. It's like having a son or a daughter. Let's just agree. Sunday, we'll come to pay respects. Xiao Gui had been watching Luo Ting's concern for Kiki these days. It was clear he was sincere. Mainly, after reading what Luo Ting had written last time, he was touched. Since his daughter liked him too, he nodded with a smile. Luo Yahui immediately smiled and began discussing the wedding details with Xiao Gui. As for the bride price, if you have any ideas, just tell us. We definitely want to make a grand wedding to marry Kiki into our family, Luo Yahui said. Xiao Gui paused and said, since your first two sons are already married, just do it the way you did before. Follow the same process. Lu Yahui smiled, clearly understanding Zhao's meaning and truly caring for him. Xiao Gui thought simply, her daughter is good at making money. Lu Ting's salary isn't low, so just follow the usual procedures to avoid trouble from those with bad intentions. Lu Yahui nodded and said, okay. They then discussed the general plan for the wedding, whether to hold it in the cafeteria or at home, and exchanged ideas, becoming more enthusiastic as they talked. Soon, Lu's mother and Yang Yunxiu also joined the discussion. Thus, the wedding plan was tentatively decided. At dinner, Lu Ting brought Xiao Keqing back to Zhao's house to eat. At the table, Lu Yahui and Xiao Gui drank wine and continued discussing the wedding arrangements. Hearing this, Lu Ting's smile never left his face. His lips were always curved in happiness. He couldn't believe he was about to marry Qing'er and looked at her with shining eyes. Xiao Keqing glared fiercely at his gaze and pinched his leg. She touched her lips, feeling the kiss was too long. Her lips hurt. She had told him to stop, but he refused to let go. Seeing her actions, Lu Ting knew he had kissed her too hard. He was already trying to control himself. His hands kept still, only moving his mouth. Especially when he saw her big, watery eyes, her face like a peach blossom, and her red lips, which looked so tempting. She leaned into his arms, soft as water, making sounds that stirred his heart. Could he bear it? Now, as she glared at him, her expression filled him with even more affection. Her angry look was exactly what he liked. While eating, he kept thinking about how to make her happy later. If his wife was upset, he definitely had to comfort her. After dinner, Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing to the yard. He smiled as he held her hand and softly said, Wife, I'll be more careful next time. I couldn't hold back this time and you made that sound. How can I stand it? Xiao Keqing's face immediately turned red. That's all your fault, kissing me everywhere. Lu Ting chuckled, holding her gently and whispering, there's no helping it. Wife, you smell so good. Xiao Keqing burst out laughing and said, as if she was a dish of food. Seeing her smile, he finally let go of her. He needed to go home early tonight because his second brother was waiting for him. He was reluctant to release her and only said goodbye before heading home. When he arrived, he saw his second brother sitting on the sofa, looking very sad. Lu Cheng saw his younger brother return and quickly stood up. He said, Brother, I really didn't realize she had become so good. I thought she was still the same as before. Tomorrow, I will buy some gifts and go to apologize. Please forgive me, brother. Lu Ting nodded and said, Since you are sorry, I won't argue with you. Apologizing in person is necessary. You can choose what to buy. Maybe some health supplements for my wife to help her get better. Hearing this, Lu Cheng finally relaxed and smiled. All right, brother, I remember. Being the younger brother is better. If I had seen her earlier, I wouldn't have said those things. Lu Ting took off his coat and then removed his sweater. Seeing this, Lu Cheng's nerves tensed. His body hair stood up and he stammered, Brother, you said you wouldn't argue with me anymore. What are you about to do? Lu Ting nodded again and said, Yes, I forgive you. Since I haven't been back for 3 years, I need to check your skills now. See if you've improved or gotten worse. Hurry up and take off your clothes. If you don't, I will do it for you. Lu Cheng hurriedly waved his hand. Brother, no need to check. I have gotten worse. I am no match for you. Lu Ting rolled up his sleeves. Oh, if you've gotten worse, you need to practice more. Hurry up. If you don't take off your clothes, I will do it myself. Seeing Lu Ting's attitude, Lu Cheng knew he couldn't avoid it. He took a deep breath and started to undress. He muttered, Brother, be gentle. I really can't compare to you from the army. The two went to the yard and prepared for a fight. Lu Cheng made the first move, throwing a straight punch at Lu Ting. Lu Ting slightly curled his lips, easily dodging the punch. He then slowed his hand and struck at Lu Cheng's arm. Lu Cheng quickly dodged, smiling. He didn't lose much. After a few rounds, Lu Cheng was getting tired. Lu Ting attacked quickly, hitting his arm or kicking his leg. Lu Cheng panted heavily and sat on the ground, saying, Brother, stop fighting. I can't do it anymore. Lu Ting wouldn't let him go. He pulled him up and started fighting again. His brother really knew him well, forcing him to fight back, so he wouldn't get beaten up for nothing. While fighting, Lu Ting said, This punch should land here, so it hurts but doesn't cause damage.
Got it?
Lu Cheng was beaten by him and couldn't say anything. His younger brother had always taught him this way. If his guess was correct, the next step would definitely be a kick. Sure enough, Lu Ting kicked him repeatedly. Watch out. When you kick, do it quickly. Use your whole body next time, it won't hurt you. Since you're my brother, I only used half my strength. Lu Cheng was in pain, sweating coldly. If he used full strength, he might see the afterlife. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly said, I've learned it. No need to teach me anymore. Lu Ting smiled and said, No way. I haven't taught you in 3 years. You're really falling behind. Study hard. If you weren't my brother, I wouldn't teach you at all.
Keep going.
Lu Ting kept teaching until Lu Cheng was so exhausted he collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up. Only then did Lu Ting stop. Lu Ting let out a breath and said, Don't you have a punching bag at home? Practice what I taught you when you get back. Also, you've gained quite a bit of weight. Exercise every day. Don't be lazy. I'll check on you next month. Lu Cheng gasped heavily, unsure if he should feel lucky to have a younger brother who was a squad leader. Lu Ting turned to leave, then stopped after a few steps. Come to my room later. I'll put medicine on your injuries, or you might not be able to get up tomorrow. At this moment, Lu Ma walked in holding Lu Yao Hui's arm. They both saw Lu Cheng lying on the ground. They glanced at their son on the floor and then headed into the house. Lu Ma loudly said, Get up quickly. Why are you lying there like a dead fish? Let your brother put medicine on you. When she first saw her second son covered in bruises from his brother's beating, she felt very upset. Later, she noticed her second son's health was improving, rarely getting sick and much stronger, so she understood her younger son's intentions. When they were at home before, such scenes happened every now and then. She had become used to it now. The old man came back holding a thermos cup. He saw his grandson on the ground and walked over, hands behind his back, slightly bending down to look. "Why are you so useless? Not a single time have you been able to stand out." Lu Cheng bit his lip and got up, replying, "He's been in the army for a long time. How can I compare?" The old man snorted and went inside, saying, "Good for nothing." Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing went to her brother's room to discuss how to avoid Lu Ting discovering her plans after they got married. Xiao Junjie said seriously, "As long as you use it, he will find out. We are all scouts. Do you think you can hide it from him and me? It's pretty easy for him not to know."
I just hope he doesn't find out.
Xiao Keqing frowned and said, "No way. I can't lower my living standards just to get married." Xiao Junjie warned, "In the future, try not to use things from your space. It's fine now, but I can't have my wife doing that." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Xiao Keqing thought for a moment and asked, "If I say I bought it from the port city, will he believe me?" Xiao Junjie replied, "Even if he believed it at first, it would be obvious soon. You can't really buy those things. Lu Ting and I have friends in the port city. If I guess right, Lu Ting's money is earned there. Just ask around and you'll know."
Don't use it for now.
"It's better to get used to the things of this era." Xiao Keqing shook her head. She could manage not to use things from her space, but she couldn't get used to living with the modern daily items. Now she truly understood the saying, "It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back." She didn't want to lower her standards just because she was getting married. She couldn't think of anything else, so she decided not to think about it anymore. After all, the wedding wasn't scheduled yet. She was about to go back to her room, stopped at the door, and looked at her brother. "If you like someone, just take action quickly." After saying that, she left the room and returned to her own. Xiao Junjie looked toward the door, stared for a few seconds, then withdrew his gaze. Meanwhile, Qiao Shanshan was lying on her dorm bed, still thinking about how to face Xiao Junjie tomorrow. Why did he have to help her put on her coat? Why did he help her tidy up? She felt so touched but quickly closed her eyes and shook her head. She wished she could just forget about Xiao Junjie in this moment. She was moved, especially when he stood up for her with that commanding attitude. Suddenly, she heard Luo Xiaohong's voice, a bit annoyed, saying, "Captain Yang wants you to go to the team tomorrow to help with the publicity." "Okay, do you know how many days it will take?" Qiao Shanshan asked. Luo Xiaohong impatiently shouted, "How should I know? It'll take several days, that's all." Hearing this, Qiao Shanshan let out a sigh of relief. At least she wouldn't have to see Xiao Junjie for a few days. She closed her eyes and counted the flaws of Xiao Junjie, then gradually fell asleep. Every Monday morning, Lu Ting never comes to Zhao's house. Xiao Keqing is having breakfast with her brother. Today, her brother didn't go up the mountain, so she doesn't need to boil water for him. While eating, Xiao Junjie said, "Once you and Lu Ting settle down, I'll go up the mountain again to hunt a wild boar. That way, there will be enough meat for the celebration." Xiao Keqing smiled and replied, "Brother, you really think far ahead. Have you thought about yourself?" Xiao Junjie smiled confidently and looked at his watch. Xiao Keqing started preparing the materials she needed for the day. After teaching Qiao Shanshan everything, she planned to start learning an instrument. By this time, it was likely that Qiao Shanshan had already arrived, probably due to other arrangements in the military. She thought she would find out when her mother returned in the evening, without jumping to any bad conclusions. However, Xiao Junjie didn't think the same way. Seeing that the time had passed, he left the living room and went to the yard, worried that something might have happened. He quickly went upstairs and knocked on his sister's door, then went in. "Sister, why didn't you bring anyone to learn today?" Xiao Keqing turned to look at her brother and smiled. "Brother, don't beat around the bush. Is it really so hard to admit you like someone? Why don't you just ask Shanshan why she didn't come? If you ask like that, you'll get a different answer." Xiao Junjie looked anxious. "Just tell me quickly, no more nonsense." Xiao Keqing giggled and said, I guess it's probably because of some activity in the team, or something. There must be a reason she didn't come. We'll know when Mom gets back tonight. Xiao Junjie advised, don't tell Mom about my matters for now. Ask her tonight. Xiao Keqing smiled and agreed, okay. Near noon, Lu Yu and Lu Cheng brought gifts to the Lu family. Xiao Keqing was quite surprised to see the two visitors. Xiao Junjie invited them to sit down. Looking at the 2 bottles of milk essence, 2 cans of food, 2 packs of pastries, and 2 white rabbit candies on the table, he asked, Big brother, what do you guys mean by this? Lu Cheng stood up and said, I made my younger sister angry yesterday. I came today to apologize. After saying that, he hurriedly bowed sincerely to Xiao Keqing. Sorry, sister. The gifts are secondary. I truly want to apologize. Please don't hold it against me. Xiao Keqing could see that he was genuinely sincere. If she didn't forgive him, it would seem too petty, especially since he was Lu Ting's brother. She nodded and said, sit down. I forgive you. Li Cheng smiled and said, you are so generous, sister-in-law. You know we haven't seen each other for many years, and misunderstandings happen because of that. Also, your marriage with my brother is settled. I truly am happy for you both. Xiao Keqing nodded. At this moment, Lu Yu took out 5 large notes from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Keqing. This is the translation fee from yesterday, paid by the factory. He had applied for this early in the morning. Xiao Keqing smiled and asked, you know I don't care about this. Is this your money, or the factory's? Lu Yu explained, I know. I applied to the factory for it. Don't worry, take it. You've helped me a lot. Xiao Keqing then took the money. Alright, I accept it. Xiao Junjie watched them chat and realized something must have happened during yesterday's meal with his sister. He looked at his watch and saw it was almost noon. He asked, do you two want to stay here and eat? Lu Yu and Lu Cheng nodded happily and said in unison, yes. This was also something Lu Cheng had discussed with his brother earlier in the morning. They planned to go on time, maybe even have a meal together. Mainly because Xiao Keqing's cooking was really delicious. Today, Xiao Keqing saw that her grandfather was not home for lunch, so she planned to eat with her brother at home. The green onions were just cut. Since these 2 brothers arrived, could they have noodles? Xiao Junjie looked at the 2 brothers and said, we were just about to make noodles. Do you think you can get used to it? Lu Yu smiled and said, yes, I can. He loved eating noodles, too. Lu Cheng agreed, sure. He felt a bit disappointed since they arrived just in time. If he wanted fish, he'd have to come early. Next time, he could bring fish himself. Xiao Keqing stood up and went to the kitchen. Since she had promised, she wouldn't change her mind. She decided to make noodles with seaweed soup and stir-fried sour bamboo shoots. Noodles were the easiest for Xiao Keqing, so she quickly served the prepared dish to the table. While eating, Lu Cheng and Lu Yu were amazed. Were noodles really this delicious? The seaweed soup and sour bamboo shoots made a perfect match. Lu Cheng increasingly felt that his younger brother had found a treasure. If he had known earlier, he would have been the one to find it. With such cooking skills, he needed to get along well with his sister-in-law. After his brother got married, they could often eat together. At the table, Lu Cheng kept praising Xiao Keqing, making her smile awkwardly across from him. She thought this person was really interesting. He was the one talking badly about her, but also the one praising her nonstop. At this moment, he accidentally noticed the marks on his wrist and the back of his hand. Could they be from yesterday's beating? Curious, he asked, what happened to your hand? Li Cheng then rolled up his sleeve and said, Dad hit me with a feather duster yesterday. He also explained how his father hit him and how his younger brother trained him last night. He even stood up and rolled up his pant leg. Xiao Keqing finally saw that his body was covered with bruises of purple and blue. Was her man serious? Seeing the injuries on his body, she felt completely helpless. Looking at the red marks on his wrist and ankle, she knew that Li Yaohui had been very harsh. Next to her, Lu Yu said, sister-in-law, your cooking skills are really good. Even after eating, I still want more. Xiao Keqing smiled and replied, if Big Brother likes it, he can come again next time. Lu Yu immediately smiled back, okay. It seemed he was no longer angry at his second brother, and now he was called Big Brother. Li Cheng also smiled nearby. After they finished eating, they left Zhao's house. Lu Ting had dinner at Zhao's house after work. Afterward, he took Xiao Keqing outside to digest. Xiao Keqing told Lu Ting that Shan Shan had given her money for the movie earlier that morning and about his two older brothers visiting her. Lu Ting nodded and said, "It's right to apologize to you." Because it was getting dark, he held her hand and slipped it into his pocket. "Look at where we will live after marriage. I listen to you. Home? Outside? Or I can apply for a house in the staff compound." Xiao Keqing thought for a moment and said, "Let's apply for the staff compound. We can live in any of the three places. That way, it would be more convenient and she wouldn't easily be exposed." Lu Ting's face was full of smiles. "Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Do you have any requirements for the yard?" Xiao Keqing considered it. She knew the situation of the staff houses. Many were old, shared buildings. As a regiment commander, Lu Ting could choose a private yard. She definitely wanted a separate yard where she could plant some small vegetables. That way, she could use her space to get various vegetables. She firmly said, "Let's not live in a shared building. We should have a private yard with its own toilet and shower." Lu Ting then asked, "All right, we have two staff compounds here. Which one do you want to choose?" Xiao Keqing thought about it. The two staff compounds were close to each other, and choosing the current one would be too close to home. "We'll pick the one next door." Li Ting heard this and smiled, saying, "What you are thinking is exactly what I am thinking. Look at how well we understand each other. It's destined that you will be my wife, Li Ting." Xiao Keqing chuckled softly and asked, "Can I build a big greenhouse in the yard, like the one you set up for me last time?" Li Ting suddenly remembered the greenhouse he built for her. Since he finished it last time, he hadn't even gone to see it yet. Building a greenhouse is simple. As long as she wants it, he will make it happen. He agreed easily, saying, "Okay, even if it doesn't grow much, it's fine. Just treat it as a fun project and don't take it too seriously." Xiao Keqing suddenly stopped walking and looked at Li Ting in the faint light, saying, "Do you think I can't grow anything? Don't you believe I can get you cucumbers and tomatoes?" Right now, her greenhouse vegetables are growing very well. But the tomatoes haven't appeared yet, of course, because they can't compare to the space garden. Also, she heard her brother hadn't been using the spiritual spring water to water the plants, only a drop at the beginning. If he had continued, they would have been able to eat all the vegetables inside by now. Fast-growing vegetables tend to make people suspicious, so she listened to her brother's advice. Li Ting didn't believe it was possible. He thought she couldn't grow anything. Still, he spoke softly to comfort her, saying, "Even if it doesn't grow, it's okay. After the new year, we can plant some more." Xiao Keqing grabbed his hand and said, "Let me show you what my greenhouse vegetables look like. First, let's go home and get a flashlight." Seeing how serious Xiao Keqing was, Li Ting decided to go along with her. They returned to Zhao's house. She went inside to get the flashlight, then took Li Ting's hand and led him to the greenhouse in the yard. Xiao Keqing turned on the flashlight and opened the greenhouse door. The scene inside made Li Ting's eyes widen. He had thought nothing could grow, but now everything was thriving. His eyes were full of shock. He quickly took the flashlight from Xiao Keqing's hand and looked closer. The cucumber vines on the bamboo poles were tender green and already starting to bloom. He used the flashlight to look at the tomato and eggplant seedlings, which were growing very well. It wouldn't be long before they flowered. After checking around, Li Ting saw that spinach, bok choy, and chives would be ready to eat in a few days. These vegetables were growing in a way that didn't match the season, but they were clearly right in front of him. He wondered what kind of wife he married. How could she be so capable? How is her mind so clever? Seeing Li Ting so excited, Xiao Keqing couldn't help but smile and ask, "So, what do you think? This time believe it, right?" Lu Tingyang smiled and said, "Wife, how did you do it? Do you know what this means?" Xiao Keqing knew very well and smiled. "Just ate some in winter." Lu Ting looked at the vegetables in the shed and became happier the more he looked. He walked over to Xiao Keqing and said excitedly, "Wife, you're amazing. Does Dad know?" Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting with suspicion. Has he suddenly changed his tone? How anxious is he? Are you sure you're changing your words too soon? Lu Ting smiled and said, "We've already agreed to marry me. Isn't that something that was bound to happen? Just tell me." Xiao Keqing shook her head. "Dad just asked once when he came back. He didn't believe I could grow them, and he didn't even come to see." Lu Ting continued, "What about Mom?" Xiao Keqing replied, "Mom and Grandpa are the same. They only looked once on the first day and then shook their heads and left." Lu Ting was worried and asked, "Does your brother also not know?" Xiao Keqing confidently said, "Of course he knows. Hasn't he tasted it yet? I want him to wait before saying anything." Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing's hand and walked outside, not forgetting to close the shed door. "Let's go tell Dad now." After saying that, he smiled happily and pulled her into the house. Xiao Keqing knew very well that the parallel world in the book must be different from reality. As soon as Lu Ting entered the house, he excitedly shouted at Xiao Guowei on the sofa, "Dad, I have good news for you." The next second, Xiao Guowei, holding a sewing needle, suddenly pricked his finger.
Ouch.
He pinched his finger and looked up at Lu Ting. "Who are you calling?" Xiao Keqing quickly stepped forward and said, "Dad, are you okay? Why didn't you ask Mom to sew for you?" Xiao Guowei explained, "Mom was upstairs knitting me a sweater. I just wanted to wear it sooner, so I came down myself." After saying that, he looked at Lu Ting. Lu Ting touched his nose and smiled. "Dad, I was just calling you." Xiao Guowei's face twitched as he said, "I haven't even given you the money to change your words, and you've already called me? Call earlier or later. It doesn't matter," Lu Ting replied. Xiao Guowei glared at Lu Ting, then looked at his finger, which he had pricked again. "What's the good news?" Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing and then at Xiao Guowei and said, "Just look at the shed your daughter built, and you'll know." Xiao Guowei put the clothes on his legs on the sofa, looked at Lu Ting, and didn't seem to be lying. What could it be? He was also quite curious, so he stood up and walked outside, not forgetting to take the flashlight from Lu Ting's hand. Lu Ting followed Xiao Guowei and walked beside him, quickly opening the greenhouse door to let him in. Xiao Guowei looked at the greenhouse. Last time, his daughter had told him about it once, but he didn't believe it and never came to see it himself. Feeling curious, he went inside. When he saw the various vegetables, he was stunned. He headed toward the tallest vine, where the cucumber plants on the pole looked healthy. He also looked at the other vegetables, all full of life. He looked around several times before turning to Lu Ting and saying, "Don't tell anyone yet. The plants haven't grown out yet." Xiao Guowei didn't want their home to become a museum for visitors, nor did he want his daughter to stand out again. His daughter was too outstanding now. The army often talked about her, and he warned Lu Ting, "Kiki is already very talented. Don't try to show off again in the army or the family compound. I hope you understand what I mean. Danger is everywhere, isn't it?" He was just thinking from his daughter's perspective and didn't want her to have any accidents. Lu Ting frowned and nodded. "I know what to do. I will protect her well." Xiao Keqing, listening to their conversation, knew her father was worried about her. She thought things were too simple. The world in the book was definitely different from now. If others found out, it would cause a lot of trouble. More people asking questions could lead to trouble, and those with bad intentions might use it against them, which would be a loss. Xiao Guowei looked at his daughter and handed her the flashlight. "Stop causing trouble at the army and the family compound." Xiao Keqing pouted and said, "I know. If I cause trouble, I'll just do it at home." Xiao Guowei then looked at Lu Ting and said, "Next week, isn't the engagement? Build a brick wall around this greenhouse area first. When the banquet is held, it won't be so easy for curious people to look in. Too many visitors can cause unnecessary trouble."
Lu Ting nodded.
"Okay, I'll do it with my brother tomorrow." Xiao Guowei went back into the house. Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting and said, "When we apply for the family compound, we probably shouldn't set up anything there. We'll wait until the weather warms up and then make a small area like this. Do you think I'm too much to handle, like my dad?" Lu Ting chuckled suddenly. "No, if my wife can't think of anything fun to do, she can consider me. I can entertain her anytime." Xiao Keqing immediately thought of something. She could feel her face starting to blush again. This man was teasing her again. He was definitely teasing her. Every time he flirted with her, She wondered why she didn't flirt back since she was about to become his wife anyway. Her eyes twinkled, and she smiled as she turned off the flashlight in her hand. She took a few steps forward, hugged him tightly, and rubbed her face against his clothes, smelling a familiar, pleasant scent. Lu Ting naturally placed his hands on her waist, feeling moved as she took the initiative to hug him. He heard her soft, sweet words. "Hubby, you have to go to work during the day, and when you come back, I might tease you again. It must be tiring for you. I feel sorry for you." Hearing her call him hubby made Lu Ting feel numb all over, and his Adam's apple moved involuntarily. She kept rubbing against him, making him feel warm and excited. Her words about feeling sorry for him softened his heart completely. He was eager for her to tease him, so he lowered his head and kissed her lips gently. Xiao Keqing pushed him softly, her voice a little shy. "Be gentle. I don't want others to see." Lu Ting responded in a husky, restrained voice. They stayed close, whispering softly for a long while. Finally, Lu Ting let go of her and said hoarsely, "You go inside first. I'll come in later." If he went in with her now, it might be embarrassing. Because everything around them was pitch dark, Xiao Keqing didn't notice anything unusual. She hugged his arm and said, "Let's go together." Lu Ting felt the softness of her arm and knew what it was. He had seen it before. His energy had almost faded, but now he was feeling lively again. This little troublemaker was really good at teasing him. He gritted his teeth and said, "You go ahead first. I'll come in later." Xiao Keqing wasn't thinking about anything else and tightened her grip on his arm. Lu Ting took a deep breath, grabbed her hand, and guided it. She quickly realized what he meant and pulled her hand back, blushing. "I can't help you now. I need to go back first." After saying that, she quickly walked away. Lu Ting smiled softly, looked down again, and thought how useless he was every time. Finally, after giving up, he went upstairs to find Xiao Junjie and told him everything. Xiao Junjie thought his dad was more thoughtful than he expected. He was still joking around with his sister. Luckily, the sister hadn't used the spiritual spring water from the space. Otherwise, things could have gotten complicated. He looked at Lu Tingdao and said, "I will handle it tomorrow. You still need to go to work, and there's no way you can wait until you finish." Lu Ting nodded and said, "Okay." In the morning, Yang Guizhi got up and put on the clothes she bought a few days ago at the mall. These clothes were bought with the money she had saved over the years, originally totaling over 1,000 yuan. After paying for her recent hospital stay in the army and the travel expenses back, she now only had 683 yuan left. She couldn't accept this. Xiao Keqing used to be a simple person, easily fooled since school days, and she had benefited a lot from her before. In the Southern Army, Xiao Keqing also gained many advantages from Li Chunmei. Otherwise, she wouldn't have saved up 1,000 yuan. If it weren't for Xiao Keqing, she wouldn't be in her current situation. Her good job at the art troupe was also lost because of her, and it was recorded. She wanted to marry someone who was in the army, but now that seems impossible. Her marriage application wouldn't pass the review. She wondered why she hadn't seen Xiao Keqing for over 2 years and how she had changed. She was so skilled now, she could break 2 of her ribs with a single kick. Plus, Li Chunmei's punches and kicks caused more injuries, though not as severe as Xiao Keqing's kick. Someone who was once so clumsy couldn't have suddenly become smart. She couldn't accept this and felt she had to get revenge. She was furious that she hadn't died several times. Her hatred had reached its peak. So she asked her brother to find a partner, preferably someone in the military district compound, but not a soldier. Someone living in the military area, like a family member of a soldier, would be fine. That way, they wouldn't need to submit a marriage report. She was confident about her appearance. Her brother had even asked someone to find a cook from the army cafeteria. His father was a retired deputy regiment commander, but he was no longer around. Her mother, a younger sister, and 2 older sisters who were already married, still lived at home. Marrying someone like that would mean no need to submit a marriage report, and she could always find Xiao Keqing. Her fierce determination flashed in her eyes. At this moment, the gate of her house opened. Hearing the noise in the yard, she knew her matchmaking date had arrived. Yang Guizhi quickly composed herself, looked into the mirror, applied some snow cream on her face, tore a small piece of red paper, and after moistening her lips, pressed the red paper onto them. She looked at herself in the mirror. She used to be a little plump, but after falling ill, she had lost weight. With makeup on, she felt quite satisfied. At this time, her brother was already calling her at the door. She just stepped outside and looked up to see a man sitting at the table, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. The man was slightly overweight and not very tall, probably less than 1.7 meters. His features were plain and ordinary. Sitting beside him was a woman with a touch of gray in her hair, likely the man's mother.
Yang Guizhi will get over.
Zhengyong saw her come out. She had neat features and a good figure, which made her look decent during this period of matchmaking, but she still couldn't compare to Xiao Keqing. Since meeting Xiao Keqing, he found himself unable to be interested in anyone else during matchmaking. He knew he couldn't pursue her, otherwise, Lu Ting would definitely get angry. Zhengyong stood up, feeling a bit nervous, and greeted Yang Guizhi. "Hello, comrade Yang Guizhi, my name is Zhengyong." Yang Guizhi deliberately acted shy and replied, "Hello." Then she greeted the middle-aged woman beside him. Both families sat down, and the mothers started to learn about each other's basic information. Yang Guizhi listened and thought the conditions were okay. At least their family had enough to eat and warm clothes, meeting her current requirements. She looked up at the man but found him too ordinary-looking, not tall, and she hesitated whether to keep looking. Time was limited, and her mother didn't have the bride price money, so she probably wouldn't get a job at the textile factory and would be sent to the countryside. Zhengyong said, "I am currently a cook in the army, earning 38 yuan a month. Do you know where comrade Yang Guizhi is working now?" Yang Guizhi looked at her mother. Her mother spoke quickly. "My daughter, Gigi, used to work in a cultural troupe. She was injured during a performance, so she left her job there. Recently, she's been resting at home. Once she recovers, she will take over my job at the textile factory, which is close by. I don't want her to go far away." This was a prearranged excuse that Yang Guizhi had discussed with her mother beforehand. Her mother was reluctant to give her daughter the job. Once she married out, she would be considered someone else's family. She insisted that her daughter agree to give her 500 yuan plus the bride price before she would agree. Zheng's mother immediately asked, where was she injured? Yang's mother quickly explained, in her ribs, she has a slight fracture. This was also a prepared story. They didn't mention that she had broken 2 ribs. They believed she would recover eventually, and they were worried the groom's family might mind if they knew the full details. Mrs. Zheng nodded. Having a job is good. If they didn't have work, they wouldn't support idle people. Fortunately, the work wasn't completely gone. If it had stopped, who would do the household chores? She planned that after her son got married, she would enjoy life. She looked at her son. Zhengyong remembered that she used to be in the cultural troupe. He looked across the street. No wonder she had a good figure and looked quite attractive. If she looked further, he wasn't sure what she would be like. Anyway, he couldn't find anyone better than Xiao Keqing. She looked okay enough to get by. After all, she worked in a textile factory. He nodded slightly toward her mother. Mrs. Zheng smiled and asked, "We think it's okay. What do you all think?" Yang Guizhi pinched her fingers but nodded. Inside, she was secretly criticizing Xiao Keqing. It was all her fault. Otherwise, Lu Ting would definitely choose her. She kept a calm face, but secretly wished Xiao Keqing would hurry up and die. She didn't know if Lu Ting had found a partner yet. If Xiao Keqing knew that Yang Guizhi had deliberately found someone from a big courtyard just to deal with her, she would probably laugh out loud. She was worried about not finding Yang Guizhi. At 13, she had caused the original owner to fall into the water repeatedly, using and harming her. Before, her memories were incomplete. Last time, she was spared lightly. Now her memories were fully restored, and she was determined to deal with her. This morning, the family was having breakfast. Yang Yunqiu told her daughter she could pick up her salary today from the military finance department. In this era, people had to go personally to get their wages. It was not as convenient as in later times. Xiao Keqing said, "Mom, I won't go to the military today.
You can pick it up for me.
Yang Yunxio replied, I already picked it up before I finished work yesterday. Today, I have to do publicity with them. You can get it yourself. Xiao Keqing looked at her father. Dad, can you pick it up for me today? Xiao Gui said, I'm busy today too. Just get it yourself. Lu Ting put down his chopsticks and looked at Xiao Keqing. How about I pick it up for you? I haven't collected mine yet, so I can do both today. Xiao Keqing immediately smiled. We're not married yet. Can you really pick it up for me? Lu Ting laughed. Everyone in the army knows you're my wife now. I can do it. Xiao Keqing happily agreed. Okay, then you do it for me. They started chatting. Xiao Gui watched their lovey-dovey behavior, especially Lu Ting, who was hard to look at. After breakfast, they didn't wait for Lu Ting and his wife. They went to the military first because they had important things to do today. Lu Ting went with Yang Yunxiu to the military. Xiao Junjie finished breakfast and looked at his sister. I'm going to the department store later to buy some things and also to buy bricks for building the wall. Xiao Keqing asked curiously, You just went to the mall a few days ago. What are you buying now? Xiao Junjie didn't want his sister to know his plans. He changed the subject. Sis, do you think we should use mud bricks or regular bricks? Xiao Keqing thought for a moment and said, I think we should use bricks. They last a long time, and since we need them every year, it's better to choose good quality, even if they cost a bit more. Xiao Junjie nodded. That makes sense. We need them every year. First, I'll go to the mall to buy some things, then I'll buy the bricks. He went back to his room, grabbed his car keys, and left the house. After pushing his motorcycle out of the yard and parking it, he closed the gate. Just as he was about to get on his bike, he saw Tang Ran walking toward him from a distance. He quickly got on his motorcycle. Whether she came to see him or not, it was better if they didn't meet. Thinking about what she asked him last time, he suspected she might have some issues. He started his motorcycle quickly, turned it around, and headed toward the back gate of the residential area. Tang Ran saw him get on the bike and hurried after him. She was about to shout, but the bike turned a corner. She was passing by today and wanted to ask the Women's Federation about divorce matters. Coincidentally, she ran into Xiao Junjie. If she had known she would meet him, she would have left a few minutes earlier. Recently, her mother told her that many families in the big yard saw Xiao Junjie riding his motorcycle with a woman, and rumors spread that she might be his partner. Lately, her health has been improving. The wounds on her hand are healing well, and she believes she will recover fully soon. Lu Ting looked at the time. It was already 4:30 p.m., and not many people would be at the payroll office now. He put on his coat and went to the finance department of the military unit. At that moment, he heard Zhou Haoyu calling him from behind. He stopped and looked back. He saw Zhou Haoyu with about a dozen people. He scanned the group. They all belonged to his unit. Zhou Haoyu and the others approached and saluted Lu Ting, greeting him. Zhou Haoyu smiled and said, Boss, you're not in a hurry to get your paycheck. They already took theirs yesterday. Lu Ting explained, It's not that I'm not eager. I just forgot because I was busy yesterday. Zhou Haoyu laughed and said, We also had a mission yesterday, so we would have collected it yesterday if not for that. When they reached him, Lu Ting signaled to Zhou Haoyu with his eyes, indicating he should stand in front of him. Zhou Haoyu understood and happily moved to stand in front of Lu Ting. He quickly received the money, signed his name, and started counting while standing aside. 96 yuan along with food and oil coupons. After completing a task, his salary would be a bit higher. He immediately smiled so broadly that his eyes disappeared, and he heard Captain Lu say, I received my pay together with my wife, Xiao Keqing from the art troupe. The section chief, Ma, who distributed the salaries, knew Captain Lu. Xiao Keqing was now a famous person in the army. Every day, her songs played on the radio. Of course, everyone knew she was Lu Ting's girlfriend, but no one had heard about their marriage yet. Since she called him her wife, it must be true. He first took out the salary slip for Captain Lu. Captain Lu, your total salary is 178 yuan plus coupons.
Please check and sign.
Zhou Gaoyu, standing nearby, gasped. Since Lu Ting often went on missions, he naturally earned more in bonuses. That's fair. Lu Ting picked up a pen and signed his name. Only then did the payroll clerk hand Xiao Keqing's salary to Lu Ting, saying, Captain Lu, your wife's salary is 180 yuan. Please check and sign. Lu Ting's eyes widened. How much was her salary? Did he hear right? He asked in surprise, how much? Zhou Gaoyu and the soldiers behind Lu Ting all looked at the salary in his hand with shock. Seeing Lu Ting's stunned expression, the section chief opened the account book, confirmed the figures, and said, Xiao Keqing's salary is 30 yuan, plus a bonus of 150 yuan, along with coupons. That's correct. Everyone behind Lu Ting gasped in surprise. The combined salary of the couple was incredible. Lu Ting took the envelope, signed, and then opened Xiao Keqing's envelope to check her salary. He couldn't help but be amazed. It was her first month's salary, and it was much higher than his. Truly impressive. He put both pay slips into his pocket, then looked at Zhou Gaoyu's shocked face and swept his gaze over everyone's surprised eyes. Zhou Gaoyu snapped out of his shock and praised, Boss, how is your wife so amazing? Her salary is higher than yours. Lu Ting's lips curled into a slight smile, proud but modest. It was indeed impressive, but even more so, he should stay humble, his father-in-law's advice. Lu Ting said seriously, my salary is only 30 yuan and bonuses aren't received every month. Zhou Gaoyu nodded in agreement. Right, bonuses aren't something you get every month. Other comrades nodded in agreement, knowing how difficult it was to earn bonuses. On the way back, Lu Ting kept thinking about his father-in-law's words. He must stay low-key. His wife Qing is truly outstanding, and he doesn't want anyone to envy her. He went straight to the Xiao family home. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Junjie building a wall. He walked over and asked, Are you not getting paid? Xiao Junjie, while working, replied, Not yet. I want to finish laying the bricks first. Tomorrow morning I'll go with you, and also visit the group. Luckily you're here so I can rest a few more days. Lu Ting smiled and asked, Do you know how much I paid your sister today? Xiao Junjie thought about the new salary at the art troupe, about 20 yuan. Lu Ting smiled and said, It's exactly 180 yuan plus tickets and vouchers, 2 more than mine. Xiao Junjie suddenly stopped working and stood up. 180 yuan? Lu Ting nodded and turned to walk into the house. Xiao Junjie couldn't help but smile, thinking that their space was getting more and more full, and his sister was becoming more and more the boss. Lu Ting went inside and saw no one in the living room. He smelled the aroma of food and headed toward the kitchen. He saw only Xiao Keqing cooking. He stepped forward, hugged her waist, and rested his chin lightly on her shoulder. Softly, he asked, Is it cold while cooking? Xiao Keqing felt his hand around her waist. She turned her head and kissed his cheek, smiling. It's not cold now. Lu Ting also kissed her cheek and looked at the dishes in the pot, saying, Start teaching me how to cook now. When it gets cold, you can rest. Okay, just watch from the side. Let me go first. Mom and Dad will be back soon, Xiao Keqing replied. At this moment, Lu Ting heard voices outside and reluctantly let her go. He then carried the prepared dishes out. Soon, Xiao Keqing brought out the last dish and placed it on the table. She then went to call her brother to eat. Xiao Keqing returned to the dining table and sat next to Lu Ting. Lu Ting took 2 envelopes from his pocket and placed them in front of Xiao Keqing, saying, Why is your salary so high? It's 2 yuan more than mine. Everyone at the table looked over. Zhao's mother knew her daughter's salary. Seeing everyone's curious looks, Xiao Keqing explained the bonus she had negotiated with Captain Yang and also told them she would contribute 2 to 3 new songs to the group each month. Xiao Gui smiled and nodded, his eyes full of happiness and pride for having such an excellent daughter. Lu Ting initially thought he only received this salary this month, but he was surprised to find that his high wages were the same every month. Mrs. Xiao saw that both envelopes on the table were placed in front of her daughter. Could it be that Lu Ting's salary had already been given to his daughter for safekeeping? She decided to ask her daughter later. After dinner, Xiao Keqing picked up one of the envelopes, looked inside, and smiled as she put it away. Lu Ting saw her lively expression and also smiled. His wife liked money. Yes, earning more was better. The next morning, after breakfast at the Xiao family, Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie went to the army. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing put the translated manuscript into her bag. Today, she was going to submit her work. She decided to take the bus to the bookstore. It was quite eye-catching for a woman to ride a motorcycle out. As she reached the courtyard, she met Ding Xuehua, who was about to leave. Ding Xuehua saw Xiao Keqing, stopped, and hesitated to walk away. Since she had seen Xiao Keqing sing and heard about the bamboo shoot incident, her opinion of Xiao Keqing had improved. Knowing that Xiao Keqing and Lu Ting were going to get married, she wanted to warn her that Lu Ting might be difficult to get along with and could get angry or upset. Ding Xuehua shouted loudly, "Xiao Keqing, I have something important to tell you." Xiao Keqing stopped and looked at her again.
Go ahead, she said.
Ding Xuehua looked around carefully, then stepped closer and whispered, "Xiao Keqing, I don't mean any harm now. I really like listening to you sing. I just want to tell you that Captain Lu might be hard to deal with and could get angry or upset. Think about it carefully." Hearing this, Xiao Keqing smiled. She remembered her last conversation with Lu Ting. He was just joking. She nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. He won't hit me. Thanks for telling me. I'll go by bus now and won't talk much. We can chat more when I have time." "Good," Ding Xuehua replied. She thought about Lu Ting's cold face and felt a bit scared. If it weren't for her liking her singing, she wouldn't have told her. Xiao Keqing walked along a small path to catch the bus. When she arrived at the bookstore, she received 700 yuan and some tickets for her translated manuscript. She also took another book and put it into her bag. Just as she was about to leave the bookstore, she decided to browse around a bit before heading home. At that moment, she saw a woman at the bend ahead, removing her scarf to cover her entire head and face, leaving only her eyes visible. She looked around carefully. Xiao Keqing quickly took a few steps back, avoiding the woman's gaze. This person was none other than Yang Guizhi. Her sneaky behavior made Xiao Keqing curious to find out more. Xiao Keqing looked again toward Yang Guizhi and saw her enter an alley. She quickly followed. Walking quietly, she used her bag to hide her actions and took out a scarf that Lu Ting had given her last time, wrapping it around her neck. At the corner, seeing no one inside, she hurried in. She took out an old cotton jacket from her space and put it on. As long as Yang Guizhi didn't see her face, she probably wouldn't recognize her in this outfit. The alley had only one path.
Xiao Keqing carefully followed Yang Guizhi.
She saw Yang Guizhi pay a few coins to the man at the door and go inside. Xiao Keqing looked up at the house she entered. Why was she paying the man at the door? What was going on inside? Just as she was wondering, she heard footsteps behind her. She saw an older woman with her head wrapped in cloth, carrying a basket. The woman glanced at her briefly and then went straight to the man, giving him a few coins as well. Xiao Keqing thought for a moment and decided to be brave and go inside. She mimicked the woman, took out a few coins from her bag. She wasn't sure exactly how many, and handed 3 coins to the man. Feeling a bit nervous, she watched as the man accepted the coins. Only then did she step inside. Inside, she was surprised to find a different world. Now she was sure this was a black market. There were all kinds of goods for sale. She quickly scanned the crowd and immediately spotted Yang Guizhi, wrapped in a big red scarf, standing at a stall and bargaining with a man. Xiao Keqing covered her face with the scarf and lowered her head as she moved closer. Standing with her back to them, she clearly heard the man say, "You've been using that for a while. I'm offering you 60. That's a high price. If you don't sell, I'll leave." Yang Guizhi was also thinking about her upcoming wedding. The groom's family was from a government compound, so they would definitely buy a 3-turn and 1-horn item. Although they hadn't discussed buying the 3-turn and 1-horn yesterday, she believed the conditions at the compound were good. She was planning to sell her watch for money and also give her mother 500 yuan. Hearing the man only offering 60 yuan, her heart ached painfully. It was a watch she bought for 120 yuan, even with a ticket. Yang Guizhi looked up and said, "Although I used this watch, it's only a few months old. It looks as good as new. I bought it for 120 yuan plus a receipt. I won't sell it for less than 90. The man saw that the watch was still in good condition and said, 80, I'll take it for 80. If you don't agree now, I'll really leave. Yang Guizhi hesitated, but the man continued, look at the people here today. Who would buy this? My nephew is getting married, and I just bought this for him. If you don't sell it to me, you won't find another buyer. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Guizhi gritted her teeth and agreed. Xiao Keqing smiled slightly and walked ahead. After Yang Guizhi finished selling the watch, she headed to the fabric section. She bought 2 pieces of soft cotton fabric to make some small clothes and pants for herself. She also bought 3 jeans of cotton to make a coat. Just as she was about to leave, she saw eggs for sale. Thinking her health hadn't fully recovered, she decided to buy some eggs to boost her strength. She bought 20 eggs. After buying the eggs, she secretly cursed Xiao Keqing in her mind. It's all because of that person. When she gets married, she will make her pay. Suddenly, Xiao Keqing sneezed. She observed everything Yang Guizhi bought. Just as Yang Guizhi was about to leave, a man outside hurriedly ran in, looking anxious. He closed the door quickly and loudly said, hurry and leave through the back doors. They're here to catch people. Good luck to you. Then he rushed toward the back door. Everyone in the scene was shocked. They hurriedly packed up and ran toward the 2 back exits. Everyone was terrified. This was illegal trading. Whether buying or selling, if caught, they would have everything confiscated and face labor reform. Xiao Keqing had never experienced anything like this before. She felt nervous, knowing Yang Guizhi was a troublemaker, and now she was unlucky too. She could hear outside people shouting, everyone, hurry up. We must catch these people. This is the tail end of capitalism. Xiao Keqing followed the crowd, glancing at Yang Guizhi, who was carrying her things and running toward another exit. A sly smile appeared in Xiao Keqing's eyes. She turned a corner and followed Yang Guizhi. Even if she was a troublemaker, she would still follow her now. Causing some trouble was fine. Suddenly, the gate was pushed open, and the crowd became even more chaotic. Yang Guizhi's bag was knocked out of her hand. She tried to pick it up, but was swept along by the crowd toward the outside. Xiao Keqing saw the situation and took a few steps forward to pick up the item, holding it in her arms, then ran out with the crowd. This chaos was a good chance. Even if someone noticed, they wouldn't say anything because everyone was too busy to care. She wasn't afraid of Yang Guizhi seeing her. She watched Yang Guizhi in the crowd turn her head every 3 steps, still protecting her chest. It seemed Yang Guizhi hadn't fully recovered. She turned her head to look behind her. The pursuers were shouting as they chased, and she quickly ran ahead. When she passed Yang Guizhi, she bumped into her, causing her to fall instantly. In pain, she clenched her teeth and was about to curse, but the people behind caught up and she could only protect her chest, hurriedly getting up and running forward. Seeing Yang Guizhi in such a mess, Xiao Keqing felt very happy. She thought it would be even better if she got caught. Yang Guizhi's injury on her chest slowed her down because it hurt too much. She called out to the people ahead, "Big sister up front, help me. I can't run much longer." Xiao Keqing glanced back and thought that the voice calling her big sister was probably for her. She looked at the pursuers behind, most of whom were grabbing people holding goods or carrying baskets. They had limited manpower. Yang Guizhi was definitely not their target, which was too easy for her. Her eyes flickered, and she pretended to speak in a low voice. "Little girl, quickly throw some money behind you. They will pick up the money, and then you'll have time to run. If they catch you, it won't end well." Yang Guizhi thought this was a good idea, but she had just paid for her watch, so she couldn't give it up. She tightly clutched her money, gritted her teeth, and quickened her pace, feeling the pain. Too much pain. She looked back again, seeing the pursuers shouting relentlessly. They were about to catch her, so she hurriedly took out 5 yuan and 1 yuan coins, throwing them behind her. She felt a sharp pain in her body and her heart ached, but it worked. She still had a chance to escape. Xiao Keqing watched Yang Guizhi's actions and couldn't help but smile. This person was really obedient, she thought happily. She should have told her to throw everything out. It was a mistake, a mistake. Just as she looked back, Her eyes met Yang Guizhi's gaze, who was watching her and saw her headscarf, only revealing a pair of lively eyes. Their eyes locked. Xiao Keqing? Her eyes widened. How could it be Xiao Keqing? She saw her still holding the cotton bag she had just dropped. That was her stuff. Gritting her teeth, she ran while shouting, "Stop! That's my stuff." At that moment, Xiao Keqing heard Yang Guizhi calling behind her. Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing. Oh, she recognized her. Xiao Keqing slightly smiled and lifted her lips. She didn't admit it. What could she do? She couldn't catch up anyway. She turned a few corners at the intersection ahead and finally lost the person behind her.
She stopped and looked around.
Someone running with her was the same lady she saw at the door, carrying a basket. The lady was older but still ran pretty fast. Suddenly, she sat down on the ground, gasping and crying. "Why are you crying? Didn't you run away?" Xiao Keqing asked. The lady looked up, then slapped her thigh and cried out, "All my eggs are gone. I need to exchange them for money to pay for my husband's doctor visits. They're all gone, completely gone."
Boo-hoo.
Xiao Keqing was feeling very hot now. She was wearing many clothes and had been running for a long time. No wonder she was hot. She first placed the cotton bag on the ground, then started taking off her clothes. Instantly, she felt much lighter. Seeing the crying lady on the ground, she spoke softly, "Stop crying. How much does your husband's treatment cost?" The lady looked up again, choking on her tears, and said, "I don't know. I heard the big hospital charges quite a lot. The doctor at the brigade said it's dozens of yuan." Hearing this, Xiao Keqing took out 10 big yuan notes from her bag and handed them to the lady. "Here." The lady immediately stopped crying, her face full of shock as she looked at the person wrapped tightly in a scarf.
What?
What does this mean? Xiao Keqing squatted down, placed the money in her hand, then took a bag from her own bag and covered the cotton bag with it. Even if Yang Guizhi saw it, she wouldn't recognize it. She then handed everything to the lady, saying, "This is for you. Take it to see the doctor for your husband." After saying that, she stood up and was about to leave. Seeing that the lady's clothes were too worn out, patched many times, probably for many years, she also handed her a new padded jacket, placing it in her arms. "This is new. I only wore it for less than 2 hours today. I'm giving it to you." The lady looked at the money, the cotton bag, and the jacket, her eyes full of gratitude. She started crying again, trembling as she said, "You're such a kind person. I don't know how to thank you." Xiao Keqing advised gently, "Take these and go see your husband." Then she turned and hurried away. The lady felt deeply moved. Today, she had met a living bodhisattva. She found a quiet place, took off her scarf, and put it into her space. She couldn't give away the scarf because it was a gift from Lu Ting. "I tidied up my clothes before heading to the station. On the way, I kept thinking about Yang Guizhi's awkward state and felt happy. I planned to ask Lu Ting when he got home how the nearby troops handled Yang Guizhi. When I returned, I still needed to carefully read the letter Yang Guizhi wrote to me last time to see if I could find evidence to accuse her." At the military unit, Xiao Junjie first went with Lu Ting to learn about the situation, working until noon. Then they went to the cafeteria to eat. After lining up and getting their food, they sat together to eat. Xiao Junjie looked around at the people in the cafeteria and asked, "I haven't seen Jiang Qi lately. What is he doing?" Lu Ting replied while eating, "Of course you haven't seen him. This guy is clever like your sister. He speaks English, so he's been assigned as an international translator. He's probably on a mission now. I don't know exactly where he's gone." Xiao Junjie nodded and said, "He probably speaks more than one language, like my sister." Lu Ting smiled and said, "This guy is as good at hiding as your sister." Suddenly, he noticed Zhao Shanshan from the arts troupe at the entrance talking to someone. Lu Ting then asked, "Look at the line of people waiting." Hearing this, Xiao Junjie looked at Lu Ting's eyes and followed his gaze. He saw Zhao Shanshan in line for food. Xiao Junjie looked away and said, "Not worth watching." Lu Ting looked at Xiao Junjie stubbornly, snorted, and was about to continue eating. After glancing at Zhao Shanshan again, he quickly asked, "Who is the man talking to her?" Xiao Junjie immediately looked at Qiao Shanshan, and indeed, a man was standing in front of her. He couldn't see her face from his angle, only her back, but he clearly saw the man's face. The man was smiling brightly. After saying a few words, the man took an apple from his pocket and handed it to Qiao Shanshan, saying something. She shook her head, probably refusing. The man quickly took her lunchbox, placed the apple on top, and blushed as he left. Xiao Junjie's face darkened, his brows furrowing, and he clenched his chopsticks tighter. Seeing this, Lu Ting continued, I remember that man. He's the battalion commander of the 3rd unit. It's impressive he brought an apple today. That shows he's thoughtful. He's clearly showing his intentions. If you don't feel anything, then I guess I was just overthinking things. After finishing speaking, he continued eating, but his gaze still looked coldly at Xiao Junjie, which made him slightly smile. Xiao Junjie forcefully placed his chopsticks into the lunchbox, then stood up and walked toward Qiao Shanshan. Lu Ting paused his meal and looked at Xiao Junjie with a smile in his eyes. Xiao Junjie stopped in front of Qiao Shanshan. Qiao Shanshan turned her head and met Xiao Junjie's deep eyes. His lips were pressed together, and her heart started pounding faster. Xiao Junjie looked serious and asked quietly, Is it a gift from your partner? Qiao Shanshan quickly shook her head and hurriedly said, No, not a partner. Xiao Junjie quickly took the apple from her hand, put it in his pocket, and after giving her a meaningful look, he started to walk back. The person behind Qiao Shanshan said, Who is that guy?
He seems interested in you.
He must be jealous. Qiao Shanshan replied to the person behind her, Eat your food. Don't talk nonsense. She glanced toward Xiao Junjie. What does that look mean? Lu Ting watched Xiao Junjie and teased him with a smile. Experience tells you that if you want to catch her, you should act sooner, or it will be too late. Xiao Junjie said coldly, Eat your food. Your food can't shut your mouth. Indeed, Lu Ting was right. When he saw another man showing interest in her, his heart felt tight and swollen. He really wanted to confront that man. Yesterday, he wasn't sure about his feelings, but now he knew he liked Qiao Shanshan. Qiao Shanshan finished her meal and looked for a place to sit, her eyes unconsciously drifting toward Xiao Junjie. Xiao Junjie also looked in her direction casually, and their eyes met. Qiao Shanshan looked away and lowered her head to eat, feeling like he had caught her looking. Xiao Junjie saw her look at him and suddenly felt much better. He turned to Lu Ting and asked, How do you pursue someone? Didn't you say I can't keep my mouth shut while eating? I should just focus on eating, Lu Ting replied with a smile. Xiao Junjie annoyedly said, Hurry up and tell me. Am I still your brother? Lu Ting chuckled and said, The first thing to do is to show your feelings. Didn't your sister teach you that last time at the Southern Army?
Just follow what she said.
Xiao Junjie remembered what his sister said at the Southern Army Hospital and nodded. He planned to ask his sister more about it when he got back. Lu Ting continued, With your emotional intelligence, I don't think you'll get married in less than a year and a half. Junjie Xiao looked at Lu Ting coldly and said, Who do you think you're looking down on? He had watched many movies downloaded by his sister and knew a lot of things that weren't common in this era. Surely he understood more. He had seen various romantic and exciting scenes in movies. It's better not to talk about it. Just knowing is enough. After finishing dinner, Junjie Xiao glanced at Qiao Shanshan and then left. In the afternoon, after receiving his salary, he went home. Seeing that his sister hadn't returned yet, he went upstairs to change clothes and continued unfinished work from yesterday. Xiao Qiqing, hungry, returned home around 3 p.m. She saw her brother outside, building a wall. When Xiao Junjie saw his sister, he put down his tools and followed her inside. Xiao Qiqing placed her bag on the sofa and said to her brother, Brother, I want to go into the space to get some food. Do you want to come with me? Yes, Xiao Junjie replied, still needing to ask his sister something. Holding her brother's hand, Xiao Qiqing entered the space. Brother, I'll get some food. You should eat too. It's definitely something you've never tried. Junjie Xiao agreed and went to wash his hands. Xiao Qiqing went to the storage room, took out 3 servings of seafood, and placed them on the counter. She started eating. After washing his hands, Xiao Junjie sat opposite his sister, looked at the dishes, and exclaimed, "Such big. It's the first time I've seen one. What's this? And this clam meat, can you eat it?" He picked up a piece of meat and ate it, his eyes lighting up immediately. Xiao Qiqing explained, "This is king crab from the typhoon shelter, this is steamed sea urchin eggs, and this is grilled oysters. Eat more, it's good for you." She was really hungry now and wanted to fill her stomach first. At noon, Xiao Junjie had thought about Qiao Shanshan and hadn't eaten well. Now he was eating big bites, nodding as he ate, and found it really delicious. After finishing her meal, Xiao Qiqing put down her chopsticks and Xiao Junjie ate everything clean. Then she told her brother everything that happened in the black market today. Junjie Xiao frowned and said loudly, "You're so brave. The black market isn't allowed for you to go, and you still didn't listen. Why are you so disobedient?" Xiao Qiqing smiled mischievously. "I was just curious and went in. Who knew it was the black market? Do you know how the army deals with Yang?" Junjie Xiao warned, "Next time, don't take risks. Don't make us worry. We should ask Lu Ting about Yang when he returns. I know she was fired. I still have other questions for you now." Xiao Qiqing nodded and said, "Ask away." Xiao Junjie hesitated before saying, "I plan to pursue Qiao Shanshan. I previously rejected her, so I wanted to ask for your opinion." Xiao Qiqing chuckled happily. "Go ahead. I think Qiao Shanshan still likes you. She looks at you differently." Xiao Junjie immediately smiled, feeling hopeful. "Really? Are you sure?" He had a feeling that Qiao Shanshan liked him. Xiao Qiqing confidently replied, "Definitely. Just show her your sincerity, and it should work." Xiao Junjie nodded in agreement. "You're right." Xiao Qiqing stood up and said, "We shouldn't keep everything to ourselves. You should take all the meat from the king crab and put it in a bowl. Do the same with the grilled oysters. Remove the shells and put 20 of them in the bowl. I'll prepare dinner for Dad, Mom, and Grandpa. I'll go back to my room first." "Okay," Xiao Junjie nodded and started tidying up the table. He then heard his sister dismantling the king crab, placing the meat into a bowl, and removing the shells from 20 grilled oysters, also putting them in the bowl. Thinking about how many family members would be home tonight, and that he liked fried chicken, which no one else had tried yet, he took 2 fried chickens from the storage. After leaving the kitchen, he cut the chickens into small pieces, keeping the thighs large for easy handheld eating. He took out a paper wrapper, filled it with about half a chicken, and also grabbed 5 or 6 apples. These apples were much better than that military officer's. Since he planned to pursue her, he decided to deliver the gifts later. Looking at what he held, he couldn't help but smile. He also included a beige scarf he bought yesterday at the mall, an obvious gesture. His sister came downstairs just as he finished packing, so he took the items and said to her, "I also brought half a fried chicken and some apples for Qiao Shanshan." Xiao Qiqing smiled and said, "Just take it. No need to report to me. Use it however you want, eat it however you like, as long as you don't cause trouble." After speaking, she held her brother's hand, and in the next moment, they arrived at the family compound. Xiao Junjie checked the time, quickly placed the dishes on the table, and said, "Sister, I'll deliver it now. It's almost time to get off work." He hurried upstairs, grabbed a scarf, and put it into a black bag. He took his car keys and left. Watching her brother look so anxious, Xiao Qiqing couldn't help but smile. She looked at the dishes on the table. Her brother was very thoughtful. Just some stir-fried vegetables would be enough. Xiao Junjie quickly arrived at the art troupe on his motorcycle. It was still before work hours ended. As soon as he parked his bike, he saw Director Yang come out. Xiao Junjie smiled and greeted him. "Uncle Yang, can you help me? Please call my mom. I have something to talk to her about." Director Yang smiled and said, "Something so important that you can't wait a few minutes?" After saying that, he turned around and left. Xiao Junjie called after him, "Thanks, Uncle Yang." Within minutes, Yang Yunqiu hurried out and saw her son. She quickly approached and asked anxiously, "What's the matter?" Xiao Junjie handed her some items and said, "Please give these to Qiao Shanshan." Yang Yunqiu took the things and looked at her son with suspicion. "What do you mean? What's inside?"
"Food. Just give it to her."
"I'll tell you when I get home," Xiao Junjie replied. Yang Yunxio took the items and went inside, then looked back at her son and said, "Wait a few minutes. We'll go back together." Xiao Junjie got into his car, parked by the roadside, and waited. He wanted to drive for himself, but after work, there are usually many people around. If someone saw him, it might not be good for her, so he asked his mom to send it. Soon, Yang Yunxio returned quickly, got into her son's car, and patted his shoulder. "Hurry up and tell me everything." Xiao Junjie confirmed his feelings and didn't want to hide anything from her anymore. He was also worried that her mother might find a match for him. "I like her," he said. Yang Yunxio smiled, a bit excited. "Good. I deal with her every day. I think she's a good girl." Xiao Junjie smiled and asked, "When you gave her the stuff, what was her expression? And when will your publicity work be finished?" "I told her it was from you." She looked surprised, "But it's almost done today," Yang Yunxio replied. Xiao Junjie's eyes lit up. That probably means she can come to the house tomorrow, making it easier to talk. Meanwhile, Qiao Shanshan, carrying her bag, didn't dare go back to her dorm. If Wu Xiaoyu and Luo Xiaohong found out, they would surely cause trouble for her. When they talked about Xiao Junjie in the dorm, they didn't hide anything from her. She waited until everyone went to dinner, then stayed in the troupe and opened her bag. Inside, she saw bright red apples, big and round. She was stunned. They were much better than the ones Xiao Junjie took from her, and there were so many. They looked delicious. There were also 2 more bags. One still had a warm cloth bag inside, probably food. She placed it on the table first. I took out the remaining bag and opened it. Inside was the scarf she liked from the mall last time. My heart started pounding quickly. I remembered how Xiao Junjie took the apple from my hand at noon. Now, seeing these things again, if I still don't understand his intentions, I would be really silly. My heart felt sweet. I picked up the paper bag and opened it. A strong aroma wafted out, and I couldn't help but swallow saliva. It smelled so good. It was chicken, definitely made by Xiao Keqing. Looking at the portion, she brought so much for me. Would the rest of the family have enough to eat? I took a small piece and started eating. My eyes lit up immediately. Her cooking skills are amazing. Xiao Keqing is truly talented. It was so delicious I couldn't stop eating. Xiao Junjie and Mom went home first, while Lu Ting and Xiao Gui entered together. The family sat at the dining table, looking at the table full of good dishes, things they hadn't eaten before. Curious, Xiao Gui asked, "What's this? And what's that?" Xiao Keqing casually said, "Meat." I had already tried Lu Ting's fried chicken, but the other dishes I hadn't. I took a piece and ate it. Xiao Gui said, "Of course I know it's meat, but I don't know what kind of meat it is." "It's really tasty." Xiao Keqing shook her head and pointed at her brother, saying, "My brother brought it back. I just made it." Hearing this, Xiao Junjie thought his sister was trying to trick him again. She never told him beforehand. It was always like this. When he looked up, he saw his sister smiling at him. He turned to look at Dad, who was staring at him intently. He cleared his throat twice and said, "I don't know what it is either. A friend gave it to me. Just eat it. Why ask so many questions?" Lu Ting squinted and looked steadily at Xiao Junjie sitting across from him. Then he took another piece of meat and put it into Xiao Keqing's bowl. Xiao Keqing picked up her chopsticks and moved the meat from her bowl to Lu Ting's. She said, "I came back late this noon and I just finished eating now. I can't eat any more." Xiao Junjie also couldn't finish his food. He stood up and said, "My sister, and I just ate a little while ago. I can't eat any more either. I'll go upstairs first. I have some work to do later." Yang Yunxio immediately warned, "Son, be careful tonight." Lu Ting added, "I'll go with him. Mom, don't worry." Yang Yunxio almost spat out her rice. What did that kid just call her? The surprise was quite a shock. She smiled and said, "All right, you two be careful." Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting and teased, "See? You scared my mom." Lu Ting smiled at Yang Yunxio and said, "I was just thinking I'd have to call her sooner or later." Yang Yunxio suddenly smiled and said, "Xiao Ting, you're right."
I feel happy hearing that.
Grandpa Xiao was happily laughing nearby, while Xiao Gui glanced at Lu Ting and continued eating his food. After the meal, Xiao Keqing signaled Lu Ting to go outside. Lu Ting smiled confidently, thinking his wife must be missing him, and quickly followed. Outside, Lu Ting quickly placed his hand on Xiao Keqing's shoulder and gave a flirtatious smile. "Wife, do you miss me?" After saying that, he quickly kissed her on the lips. Xiao Keqing slightly smiled, blushing. Hearing the word wife, she felt like this man was teasing her again. She softly said, "Stop joking. I still have something to ask you." Hearing her sweet voice, Lu Ting let go of her and laughed. "Just ask. It won't interfere with our closeness." After speaking, his fingers gently played with her bangs. Xiao Keqing glared at him lightly. "Do you know how Yang Guizhi is treated in the army?" Lu Ting paused his actions. "Why are you asking about her? If someone is expelled from the army, they are sent to a tough place to farm." Xiao Keqing nodded and told Lu Ting about meeting Yang Guizhi at the black market today. Lu Ting listened, realizing she went to the black market and almost got caught. His temples throbbed rapidly, and he frowned deeply. "Next time, you can't do that. The situation is unclear, and you dared to go in. How am I supposed to explain this to others?" Xiao Keqing knew he was worried and promised, "I won't do that next time." Seeing her obedient, Lu Ting wanted to say more but sighed instead. He could only remind her several times. Xiao Keqing, seeing how worried he was, gave up the idea of selling things at the black market. Having experienced being chased, she was even more afraid to try again. She hugged his neck gently and said softly, "Seeing that you're my man, I have to tell you I haven't hidden anything from you." Lu Ting was pleased by her words. He embraced her waist and softly said, "Yes, telling your man is right. Mom is helping us plan the wedding date. I want to move the wedding forward. Do you have any thoughts?" Xiao Keqing leaned on his chest. "Since I agreed to marry you, you can decide." She smiled beautifully, liking him. Marrying him sooner was fine. Lu Ting smiled at her, showing a flirtatious grin. "Wife, I was really worried you wouldn't agree." After finishing speaking, she excitedly kissed him on the forehead. At that moment, Xiao Junjie came out and saw the two hugging and being affectionate. He cleared his throat loudly and said, "Are you guys going up the mountain or not?" When they were about to go up the mountain, he saw them hugging and felt a bit embarrassed himself. These two are being so affectionate without considering the place. Xiao Keqing heard her brother's voice, and the hand around the man's neck immediately let go. She wondered why her brother was seeing this again. Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Junjie, released the person in his arms, and raised an eyebrow. "Let's go." Seeing this, Xiao Keqing ran into the house, not forgetting to say, "Be careful, you two." On the way up the mountain, Lu Ting decided that once he got home, he would discuss with his mother about the wedding date. It needed to be planned early, preferably within this month. This date was too hard to wait for. When Lu Ting returned, he saw his mother still knitting a sweater. He frowned and said, "Mom, go to bed early. Dad misses this sweater, right?" Lu Ma smiled and said, "That's just perfect timing to finish it." Lu Ting thought about telling his mother the wedding date and sat down. He said, "Mom, I proposed on Sunday. Please set the wedding date for this month." Lu Ma paused her knitting and looked at her son. "You can't be in such a hurry. Can't you wait until next month? We can't make Kuka feel wronged." Lu Ting didn't want to wait until next month. He wouldn't make his wife feel upset. The things needed for the wedding had already been prepared when Qinger agreed to be his girlfriend, and they were all handed over to Liao Chen to handle. He carefully said, "Furniture, 3 turns and a shang, traditional wedding items, wedding clothes, and all sorts of supplies. I've arranged everything. They should be delivered to the courtyard tomorrow. Just have Grandpa open the door for them at home. You can pay in advance, and I'll give you the money later." Lu Ma's eyes widened as she looked at her son. She had even gone to get the ticket certificate today and was amazed at how capable her son was. She exclaimed, "You don't need to give us the money. We'll cover it. Our 2 older brothers also bought the 3 turns Ansang. We gave 666 yuan as bride price for Coco, and it's the same here. Plus, the 10,000 yuan you gave me last time, there's 5,000 yuan left. We don't want it." Lu Ting said, "Keep it for yourselves. Use it however you want. Don't hold back. Luma couldn't help but laugh at her son's words. He was the most caring among the three sons. She had no intention of taking her son's money. She planned to give it along with the bride price for Kuka. The other two sons would surely agree. Lu Ting stood up and advised, "Let's set the wedding date for this month. We'll go get the marriage license on Monday." After speaking, he went upstairs, not forgetting to add, "Sleep early. Your brother Yao Hui won't be cold." Lu's mother was once again surprised by her son's quickness. Seeing how anxious he looked, she thought he was even more eager than her husband was when he married her. She shook her head and smiled. The next day, Xiao Junjie got up before dawn to go hunting in the mountains. Since Lu Ting was going with him to set traps, he planned to go twice today to bring all the game home. He carried one basket and a sack to Lu's house, left them in the yard, and explained things to Grandpa Lu before heading back to his own home. When he returned home again, he set down the game and heard his sister and Xiao Shanshan talking inside. He couldn't help but smile as he walked in. Xiao Shanshan saw her brother come in and asked with a smile, "How was your harvest today?" Xiao Junjie replied, "Quite a lot." After saying that, his eyes looked toward Xiao Shanshan, who was turned away from him. Hearing their conversation, she looked back. Her gaze met his meaningful eyes, making her heart race. Both of them understood each other, without words. Just as Xiao Keqing was thinking about giving the space to the two of them, Xiao Junjie went to the kitchen. Xiao Shanshan stopped her gaze and continued discussing the program with Xiao Keqing. Lunch was prepared by Xiao Shanshan. Xiao Junjie had just finished his bath before coming downstairs to eat. At the table, he ate with great interest, occasionally glancing up at Xiao Shanshan sitting opposite him. Xiao Shanshan noticed that Xiao Junjie had a big appetite today. He ate 4 bowls of rice and finished all the dishes on the table. After the meal, Xiao Junjie washed the dishes and went to the living room to watch the two sitting there. He said, "Sister, there's no salt left for the marinated meat. Go buy some salt." Hearing this, Xiao Keqing quickly agreed, "Okay." She then looked at Shanshan and said, "Shanshan, you rest for a bit. I'll go buy the salt." After saying that, she stood up and headed outside. She knew what her brother meant and hurried to make space for them. All the meat was already marinated today, so she didn't need to buy salt. She entered the room next door where miscellaneous items were stored, then immediately went into her space. She decided to spend the afternoon tidying up the space and to look for the key to exchange again. Meanwhile, after Xiao Keqing left, Xiao Shanshan felt nervous inside. Xiao Junjie took a deep breath, sat beside her, and turned his body toward her. "I was so nervous I didn't know how to start." After a moment of hesitation, I asked, "Did I show your mom what I gave you yesterday? You should understand what I mean now." Zhou Shanshan nodded and asked, "Got it. What does it mean?" No man usually gives a woman a scarf. She should understand. But she still wanted to be sure. Xiao Junjie glanced at her, pretending to be calm. Gathering courage, he said, "Shanshan, I like you. That's what I mean. Can you give me a chance to take care of you?" Zhou Shanshan's eyes widened.
He was so direct.
Taking care of her? Did he mean what she thought? Her heart was pounding. She felt excited. So excited. Seeing she didn't answer for a long time, Xiao Junjie continued, "Is it because I rejected you the first time we met? If that's why, I can explain. I was about to transfer from the southern troops to here, and I wasn't looking for a relationship. Plus, back then, there were many people trying to matchmake me. Someone like you, who I met by chance, was too common. That's why I didn't agree." Zhou Shanshan thought about the first time. She really was too impulsive. If a stranger had confessed to her, she probably wouldn't have accepted either. It was her first time liking someone, and she had no experience. Xiao Junjie scratched his head, looking anxious. "Isn't it because I didn't realize my feelings before? When I saw that man giving you an apple yesterday and you accepted it, I was really worried and upset. That's when I understood my feelings." Zhou Shanshan hurriedly explained, "I refused him. He forced it on me. After he gave it, he left. With so many people around, I couldn't chase after him." Xiao Junjie saw she still hadn't answered his question and asked anxiously, You were brave when we first met. Now, can you tell me if you agree or not? Zhou Shanshan turned to look at him and said, after coming here, I realized your family is very well off. Our family is just from the village. We can't compare. It's not very suitable. Xiao Junjie frowned and said, from what you're saying, I need to find someone with better conditions? And you think I should find someone with worse conditions to be suitable? Zhou Shanshan was speechless after hearing this. He looked at her and said, right now, I'm just a deputy battalion commander, earning only over 100 yuan. Is that good enough? I live in my parents' house, and my sister bought me my motorcycle. I don't have much savings. How are my conditions good? It just so happens that I match you, and I like you for who you are. When Zhou Shanshan heard him say again that he liked her, her face started to turn a little red, and her heart fluttered. Is a salary of over 100 not enough? Actually, it's quite high, but he talks about it so casually. Hearing him say that, she also felt the same way. She liked him, and blushing slightly, she looked at him and smiled. When Xiao Junjie saw her smile, his eyes lit up. Seizing the moment, he said, Shanshan, give me a chance. Let me take care of you for the rest of your life. Is that okay? Zhou Shanshan's heart beat faster. Meeting his hopeful eyes, she nodded with a smile, okay. Xiao Junjie immediately smiled and promised, I will definitely give you a good life and never let you suffer. After saying that, he took her hand in his large hand. Her ears turned red, and her heart was pounding wildly. Zhou Shanshan's face became even redder. She felt his hand, rough with small calluses but warm, and let him hold her hand. Xiao Junjie noticed her small, soft, and cool hand. He frowned and said, Are you wearing too little? Your hands are a bit cold. Zhou Shanshan shook her head, not cold. That's just how it is in winter. Hearing this, Xiao Junjie nodded. He looked at her shy expression and smiled. I have 10 days off. I plan to visit your home to ask for your hand in marriage. Is that okay? Zhou Shanshan's mouth opened uncontrollably, and she couldn't close it for a while. She stared directly at Xiao Junjie. Seeing her expression, Xiao Junjie smiled and said, Of course, 10 days isn't enough. I'll apply for marriage leave then. Zhou Shanshan hesitated. Are we moving too fast? Xiao Junjie looked serious and said, Since I've decided on you, I don't think time matters. We can still date after marriage. If we don't get married, I'll definitely have a bad influence on you if I visit you in the group. I don't want others to gossip about you. Even eating in the cafeteria at noon can't be done openly. If you're not willing, I'll respect that.
Jo fanns han hesitater.
Xiao Junjie continued. What's there to hesitate about? If it doesn't work out, it's okay. We can meet at night instead. After work, you can come to my place for dinner. Zhou Shanshan replied, That's not possible. I can't come here every day.
I don't want to.
Coming to his house every day wouldn't be good.
She was still shy.
Once they started dating, it would be obvious to others. The other two people in the dorm were also watching closely and might cause trouble. Xiao Junjie raised an eyebrow and looked at her meaningfully. You promise you're not joking with me, right? If you don't marry me, you won't see me anymore? Or are you still considering other options? Zhou Shanshan immediately shook her head and said, No, I think your first idea is good. We can talk after we get married. Can we wait to have children later? After speaking, she lowered her head slightly, hiding the blush on her face. Since she'd just arrived here, having children so early might affect her standing in the group. Xiao Junjie restrained his inner joy, gripping his thigh tightly with one hand, while the other held her hand more firmly. Excited, he said, Okay, whenever you want to have children, that's fine. Zhou Shanshan smiled and looked at Xiao Junjie. She didn't expect him to be so kind. She quickly kissed his cheek, then turned her face away. Xiao Junjie felt surprised by how sudden her affection was. He was shocked at how bold this woman was. His cheeks instantly turned red, and where she had kissed felt warm, almost like her temperature was still there, making his heart feel like it was boiling. To avoid disturbing her brother, Xiao Keqing entered the space and began using her mind to harvest all the crops. She then went to the fish pond. Each fish was more than twice the size they were when bought, fat and round, with many small fish inside, probably born from breeding. Under the sunlight, the scales shimmered with beautiful colors. They looked delicious. Tomorrow, she thought, she should ask her brother to prepare a few for eating. She looked at the surrounding fog, which hadn't cleared yet. She felt that the fog in the space would definitely disperse completely, and the land could expand again. She remembered that the space upgraded after her brother and Lu Ting's injuries were healed the second day. Could it be related to her brother and Lu Ting? But later, she also treated Lu Ting's arm, and there was no further upgrade. She then went to look at the front of the warehouse. She still had no clues about the key needed for the upgrade. The upgrade must be related to the key. She checked all the places she could think of again, but still found nothing. Frowning, she was sure she had missed something. But she just couldn't remember what. Since it was still early, she decided to take a bath and then take a short nap. At the Lu family's house, Lu Ma knew that today someone was delivering items, so she took leave in the afternoon. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she was stopped and talked to by a military wife sitting under a big tree. They were all asking about the bride price they saw this morning. That was quite impressive. Lu Ma smiled and said, "My little Ting is getting married. The wedding will be this weekend. Once the date is set, I'll let everyone know so they can come and celebrate." After chatting happily with everyone for a while, she went back home. When she entered the house, she was shocked by what she saw in the yard. Her son has bought so many things. A lady's bicycle, a sewing machine, a radio for thermos bottles, for wash basins, water cups, 2 large suitcases, and new cotton quilts for 8 beds. She opened the large suitcase and counted the sheets inside, with dragon and phoenix patterns, peony patterns, and mandarin duck patterns. 8 of each. So many. The pillowcases and towels all have double happiness characters on them. There are various fabrics, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 different patterns. A red cotton jacket and a double-sided red coat, each one, 2 sweaters, all clearly his size, and 4 pairs of winter pants. There are 2 pairs of leather shoes, 2 pairs of cotton shoes, and matching socks. Wow, her son is really thoughtful. He's a caring husband. She closed the suitcase and saw in the corner an iron pot, a coal stove, bowls, fire tongs, a rice jar, a salt jar, and an oil can. This really is a separate household. Suddenly, she felt reluctant for her son to leave. He's only been back for a short time after 3 years, and now he's moving out. Could she really let him go? Fortunately, no matter which courtyard they move into, they are all very close. It's best if they stay in the same big courtyard. She needs to talk to her husband about it. If they're moving, better to stay together in one big courtyard. Mother Lu saw the prey on the ground and immediately smiled. Her son and Zhao's son are both reliable. They will bring these things into the house when her son comes back. On a good day, she doesn't have to worry about them getting wet. Right now, her main task is to boil water and clean the prey. Fortunately, she took leave this afternoon. She doesn't know how long it will take to process the prey tonight. This afternoon, Lu Ting went to Xiao Guowei's office, knocked on the door, and went in. After saluting, he said, "Commander Xiao, I'm here to report my marriage." He handed the marriage report to Xiao Guowei. Xiao Guowei took the report and looked at it. "Aren't you rushing a bit?" Lu Ting rubbed his nose and said, "It's just a couple of days until I propose marriage. Of course I need to report first. Once he reports, he can get the marriage license and the house arrangements can be made. Both are equally important as proposing marriage." Xiao Guowei put the report back in front of him and said, "It's okay to wait a few more days." He knew very well that once the review was approved, his daughter would really be getting married. He felt a strange pain in his heart. He was a bit upset and suddenly found Lu Ting a little less likable. Yes, better to delay a few days. Why is he so impatient? Lu Ting spoke gently. "All right, since Dad is busy here, I will go see my family." "They are not busy. I was just thinking that you are the person I admire the most. Being with you makes me feel even more meaningful." Xiao Guowei raised an eyebrow and looked at him coldly, giving a small laugh. Flatterer. Lu Ting smiled and said, "Dad, just find some free time." Xiao Guowei picked up the report again, saying, If he didn't agree, It wouldn't take long for Lu Yahui to find out. Thanks, Dad. I'll go get busy now. After speaking, Lu Ting left, a smile still on his face that he couldn't hide. They plan to register their marriage on Monday, and he feels very excited. Xiao Gui watched Lu Ting walk away and muttered, "Annoying kid." After work today, Lu Ting went straight back to the Lu family house. He wanted to see the gifts that had been sent, then show them to his wife at the Xiao family, and buy more if needed. He entered the courtyard, strode quickly to the chest, and stopped, examining each item carefully. After checking everything, he went to the kitchen. His mother was cooking. He approached her and asked, "Mom, have we fixed the date?" Lu's mother looked at her son and smiled. "We've set a few dates. As you suggested, the 28th at the end of this month, then the 16th of next month, and after the new year." Lu Ting thought for a moment. There were 18 days until the 28th. He paused and said, "I'll talk to the Lu family now." Lu's mother asked, "Can't you just stay at home?" Lu Ting was about to leave when he stopped, turned to look at his mother, and said, "Mom, we can switch between two places. It's so close, why worry? If we want to see each other, we can meet every day." Lu's mother realized that convincing her son to change his mind was impossible, so she nodded. Lu Ting then ran quickly to the Xiao family. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Gui and Yang Yunqiu, who had just returned home. He cheerfully called out, "Dad, Mom, I need to talk to you about something." Xiao Gui waved his hand. "Come in and discuss." Inside, they saw the old man reading on the sofa. Everyone sat down while waiting. Xiao Kexing also came out of the kitchen and said, "Dinner is ready." Lu Ting said, "I have something important to say first." After speaking, he sat next to Xiao Kexing. At this moment, Xiao Junjie heard him and also came out of the kitchen, saying, "Perfect, I also have something big to tell you." After speaking, he sat across from Lu Ting. Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Junjie. Why is he so eager to join in? He then looked at Xiao Gui and Yang Yunqiu and said, "Mom, Dad, the date looks good. On the 28th of this month, I want to tell you about this matter." Xiao Gui looked at Lu Ting and said, "It's too early. We haven't prepared anything yet." Yang Yunqiu agreed. "Yes, only 10 days left. There's not enough time. I also want to get more tickets." Xiao Kexing smiled and looked at Lu Ting. This man is really impatient. Lu Ting explained, "No need to get more tickets. I bought everything today. You can go to the Lu family to see everything later." At this moment, the whole family stared at Lu Ting with wide eyes. Lu Ting continued, "Mom found someone to look at the date. It's also the best day. You don't need to worry. Since I am your son, I will definitely arrange everything." Xiao Gui was about to say something, but swallowed his words. He guessed that this boy had planned everything long ago. Indeed, Xiao Gui guessed right. When Xiao Kexing agreed to be his partner, he had already made arrangements with Liao Chun, waiting for the right day to come. At this time, Xiao Junjie took a marriage proposal report that he had written with Qiao Shanshan earlier that afternoon and handed it to Xiao Gui, saying, "Dad, my marriage proposal." Xiao Gui's eyes widened as he looked at his son. The whole family looked at Xiao Junjie with shock again. Xiao Kexing was also surprised. She wondered why her brother hadn't told her. She only knew they had become a couple. He kept it very hidden. Lu Ting frowned and said, "Brother, don't join in the fun. I haven't sorted out my things yet. Don't joke around." Xiao Junjie glanced at Lu Ting, then looked at Xiao Gui and smiled. "Dad, Shanshan agreed to marry me. Once my sister gets engaged, I will take the train to her house the next day to propose. After proposing, we will get married." After saying this, he looked at Lu Ting, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift. The meaning was very clear. He wanted to tell Lu Ting, "You said I would marry in a year or so, right? Looks like I've been proven wrong." Lu Ting smiled slightly, lowered his head, and chuckled. He underestimated his brother. This speed was like a rocket launch. Mom Xiao immediately smiled. Grandpa Xiao thought about the two happy events in the family and couldn't stop smiling. Both siblings were getting married, and great-grandchildren were not far away. Xiao Gui smiled and said, "Good." Then he thought about how to arrange the timing since both brothers and sisters were getting married. He looked at his wife and asked, Both of them are getting married at the same time. How should we arrange the schedule? Yang Yunxiu couldn't decide and looked at Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting, saying, "You are brothers. Do you have any ideas about the date? If you do, just tell me." Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting looked at each other. Lu Ting said, "Mom and Dad, we like the 28th. That's the date we've chosen." Since Lu Ting was the first to pick the date, Xiao Junjie thought it was fine if his own was earlier or later. He looked at his parents and said, "I'm okay with any day, earlier or later." Lu Ting heard this and agreed. He was fine with his brother's choice, since his own date was set for the 28th. He said, "I have no problem. If my brother's wedding is earlier or later, it's all good." Father Guowei snorted and said, "If you two don't have opinions, I have a big one." Lu Ting frowned, realizing the problem. He understood that this wouldn't work. Father Guowei continued, "I don't want either of you to be upset about your wedding. You two should discuss and decide who can wait a year or half a year." Both his son and Lu Ting were grown men, and waiting a year or half a year might be difficult. Xiao Junjie also saw the problem and frowned. Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting and asked, "Dad, why do you say that? Why wait a year or half a year?" Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing and explained, "Now people are encouraged not to waste resources. Having two weddings within a few days or months would be criticized as a capitalist style, something ordinary people wouldn't do. Since Dad is a teacher, this label would be heavy. If that happens, you can imagine the consequences. So, our wedding can't be too grand.
Just a normal one is fine."
Xiao Keqing suddenly remembered that this was a special time. She thought about her place. Wasn't it just a book? Why are some places still the same? Since that was the case, she decided to be more careful in the future, stay low-key. During this difficult time, being modest was better. Xiao Keqing suddenly had an idea and smiled, saying, "Then let's do it together. That way, Dad can set a good example. We won't have a big wedding, just follow the normal process. We can do it like other soldiers do, just get married." In later times, some people chose not to have a wedding at all and just traveled to get married. Group weddings are also very common. Everyone's eyes lit up. Father Guowei looked at his daughter and smiled again, then turned to Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie, asking, "What do you two think?" Lu Ting said, "I think it's very good." Xiao Junjie said, "My sister is very smart. I also think it's a good idea." Father Guowei looked at the elder. The old man nodded happily to his son. Yang Yunxiu also thought this was a good idea and looked at Lu Ting. "Go invite your parents. We can discuss everything together. If possible, both families can hold the gathering at the military canteen. It saves waste, and your dad's comrades all know each other." "Okay, I'll go now." Lu Ting stood up and headed home. Xiao Keqing thought it could wait until after dinner, but the man was leaving so quickly. She looked at everyone and said, "Maybe we should eat first?" Xiao Guowei waved his hand. "You all eat first. That kid is in a hurry." Xiao Keqing smiled and then went to eat dinner with her grandpa and mom. Xiao Junjie also went to the kitchen quickly to prepare the meal. By the time Lu Ting brought his parents over, he had finished eating. Watching her brother eat so fast, Xiao Keqing wondered if soldiers always eat that quickly. It was the first time she saw it. Though he ate fast, he didn't look bad doing it. At that moment, Lu Yaohui's family entered. Xiao Guowei saw Lu Yaohui and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" This kid was in a rush. He was about to eat when he was urged to come here. Lu Yaohui replied. Xiao Guowei smiled. "Just in time, we can eat together and talk. When he comes back, he'll be pulled into discussing marriage. We haven't eaten yet." Seeing everyone gathered for the meal, Xiao Keqing got up to help serve rice. The two families ate and discussed together. To help Xiao Junjie propose to the girls sooner, Lu Ting moved the proposal date to Saturday. On Sunday, Xiao Junjie would visit the girls' house to propose. After the families agreed, Lu Ting saw it was late and decided to go home with his parents. Meanwhile, Xiao Junjie called his sister into his room. Xiao Keqing sat down in her brother's room and watched him take out a metal box from the wardrobe, where he kept his salary. Junjie picked up a chair and sat opposite his sister. He placed the metal box on her lap and said, "There was 10,000 in here before, right? I took out 2,000 to buy a betrothal gift for Shanshan and to buy some other things. There are still 8,000 in the account, your dowry. Xiao Keqing felt very touched inside. She put the box back on her brother's lap and smiled. Brother, I don't want it. You know I don't need money. I got my salary the day before yesterday, 180 plus 700 yuan. I have more than enough. Plus, with Lu Ting's money, it's even more. Junjie knew his brother had more money than him, but his sister could use his money, so why couldn't she use his brother's? She was still his sister, after all. He put the metal box back on his sister's leg and said, Brother knows you don't lack money. This is just my way of showing I care. Since you're getting married, I should give you a dowry. It will make you feel better if you accept it. If you don't, I'll be upset. You can use Lu Ting's money, so why not use mine? Next time you buy something, take my money with you. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing felt touched because he had saved up so much money over the years just for her. He might not have much left after buying the bride price, and she couldn't bear to see him spend so much. She also felt sorry for her brother. With her eyes slightly red, she said, Brother, I accept it. Junjie immediately smiled. The previous 2 times, he wanted to give her money, but she refused.
He felt uncomfortable about it.
Now, he was really happy. He looked at his sister's expression, which seemed like she was about to cry, and he smiled, asking, Are you going to cry? Are you touched by your brother? It seemed that in her heart, he was more important than Lu Ting. He couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Keqing looked up at her brother and said, I accepted yours. Since you're getting married, you should also accept the gift I give you. Junjie's face showed surprise. He just said he was going to marry tonight. Was she giving him a gift so quickly? His sister was really kind. She would definitely accept. He smiled and said, Okay, I accept. Xiao Keqing mentally produced a few more bags of money and placed them on the table. Junjie stood up and opened the bags, his eyes wide as he looked at his sister and asked, What are you trying to do? Xiao Keqing, while counting the money, said, These are my money and the money my mother gave me last time. Of course, Lu Ting's money isn't included. Junjie watched her count the money. Could it be that his sister wanted to give him money? She placed the counted pile of money aside and said to her brother, You give me 80% of your money, and I will share 80% of my money with you. I calculated that it's about 13,000. Junjie looked a bit helpless and amused. Aren't you giving me a gift? Is this what you call a gift? Xiao Keqing nodded and said, Yes. You agreed to accept it. If you refuse, I'll be upset. Junjie had never seen so much money at once. It was a big pile. His sister truly loved him. He smiled helplessly and said, What do you want to do? I don't want this. You should pick another gift. Xiao Keqing counted the money again, took out 5,000 yuan, and placed it on her brother's metal box. She pushed it toward him and said, This way, it'll be easier for you to save. Plus, your salary is exactly 13,000 yuan. Don't refuse it. It was all given by Mom last time. If you refuse again, I'll really think you don't see me as your sister. She put the rest of the money back into her space. Save it first. Later, we can find ways to make some money and maybe buy some property. If I buy it first and you don't have money, I won't buy it for you. We can't live together then. Don't you want to live with me? Xiao Junjie looked at his sister and was truly convinced she wanted to live with him. Since her dowry wasn't given, she had an extra 5,000 yuan. Now he felt so touched he almost wanted to cry. Forget it, he accepted it. After all, it was from his dear sister. He sighed and said, All right, of course I want to live with you. If Lu Ting bullies you, I'll make sure he pays. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, It's great to have my brother's support. When we get married, we'll apply for a different family residence. Lu Ting and I have already discussed it. Xiao Junjie asked suspiciously, Not living with his parents? Xiao Keqing explained, Living separately is better, more comfortable. We can stay on both sides. It's too late now, I'm going to bed. You should sleep early too. After speaking, she yawned and went back to her room. Xiao Junjie sat on a chair, thinking. He also wanted to live with his sister, so he wouldn't be bullied by Lu Ting later. He decided to apply for a family residence too, preferably living with them. He put the money back in the cupboard and went to wash up. Early the next morning, Zheng Yong rode his bike to Yang Guizhi's house. They had planned to watch a movie today. Yang Guizhi had returned yesterday, but her injury made her sweat cold, and she was in pain. She hadn't slept well all night. This morning, her pain eased a lot, but she still couldn't go out. She needed to get some painkillers from the hospital. When Zheng Yong entered, he saw Yang Guizhi's face was pale. He hurried over and asked, "What happened to you?" Afraid Zheng Yong would notice something, Yang Guizhi made up an excuse, her voice soft. "Big brother Zheng, I was hit by someone yesterday and fell. I accidentally hit the injured spot from before. It still hurts a bit today, so I probably can't go to the movies. Let's go another day. I'll take you to get some medicine now." "You shouldn't be in pain like this," Zheng Yong said. Yang Guizhi waved her hand. "No, I'll just go to the local clinic later. It's not a big problem." Zheng Yong looked at Yang Guizhi's pale face and felt worried. He said, "I'll take you to the military hospital to get medicine." He also wanted to know how serious her health was so he could understand clearly. He thought it would be better not to marry someone who was sick all the time, or they might have trouble having children. Their family believed that a wife should be respectful to her mother-in-law, and if she was weak and couldn't work, that wouldn't be good.
Yang Guizhi suddenly felt nervous.
If they went to the military hospital, her secret might be exposed. She quickly said, "Big brother Zheng, there's no need. The local clinic is close." But Zheng Yong was firm. "That won't do. The hospital's medicine is better. I promise one pill will help. I'll ride my bike to take you there." Yang Guizhi felt uneasy inside. If she refused again, it might look suspicious. She softly said, "Big brother Zheng, you're so kind." Then she shyly lowered her head. Her sweet voice made Zheng Yong feel a shock. He scratched his head and smiled. "It's what I should do." They went to the military hospital. Yang Guizhi thought she couldn't tell the truth at the hospital, so she could hide her injury. They both entered together. At the hospital office door, Yang Guizhi looked inside and saw a doctor she recognized. It was Dr. Su from the Southern Military Hospital. Wasn't it Dr. Su who treated her earlier? If she spoke now, her broken ribs might be discovered. She thought hard for a way to handle it. She looked at Zheng Yong, pretending to be shy and hesitant. "Big brother Zheng, I want to show the doctor where I was hit. Can you wait outside and come in later?" Zheng Yong finally understood what she meant. He nodded. "Okay, I'll come in later." Yang Guizhi then went inside, closed the door behind her, and sat down across from the doctor. When Dr. Su saw the patient sit, she looked up and immediately recognized her. This was the person who had been beaten by Xiao Kexing. Because it was Xiao Kexing who hit her, she remembered her very well. Yang Guizhi smiled and said, "What a coincidence, Dr. Su. You transferred here to work?" Dr. Su smiled and greeted her. "Yes, I am. What's the problem today?" Yang Guizhi explained that she was hurt from running yesterday and was in pain. After listening, Dr. Su prescribed some medicine. Meanwhile, Yang Guizhi kept complaining about her friends, saying, "It's all my fault for trusting the wrong people." Hearing her complaints, Dr. Su thought about herself. Wasn't it also because of her that Lu Ting misunderstood her? She paused her writing, her eyes dark with deep anger. Hatred grew fiercely in her heart. She hated Lu Ting and Xiao Kexing. Since she couldn't have him, she would destroy them. Last time, Lu Ting warned her, so he was probably cautious now. She glanced at Yang Guizhi's fierce face. Wasn't she a good partner? Yang Guizhi smiled flatteringly and asked, "Dr. Su, can I ask for your help?" Su Malia looked away and said, "Go ahead." Yang Guizhi knew Su Malia understood her past, and she didn't want to hide anything. Even if she tried, it wouldn't work. Better to act pitiful. She told her about her relationship at the military compound, asking her not to reveal her condition or details to her partner, just say it was minor. She choked up again, talking about how she had been careless in her friendships and how things had become so bleak now. Su Malia quickly agreed, "Okay, I know Xiao Kexing too. I'm also a victim." Yang Guizhi's curiosity was piqued. "Dr. Su, you were also harmed by her?"
"Tell me more."
Su Malya replied, I need to see a doctor now. Give me your home address. When I have time, I'll come visit and we can talk more. She handed over the appointment sheet and advised her to eat nutritious food, avoid overexertion, and rest patiently. These were key. Yang Guizhi thought that made sense. There was no time to discuss in detail during work hours. She wrote her address on a piece of paper and went to open the door. Zheng Yong came in and asked the doctor, How is she? Su Malya said, She's fine, just minor. Take some medicine for a few days and rest for a few days, and she'll be okay. Zheng Yong finally relaxed.
Thank you, doctor.
Yang Guizhi also felt relieved. They took the medicine and left. Zheng Yong took her home and asked Yang Guizhi, Can my mom come tomorrow to discuss the marriage?
Yang Guizhi Shayaliya nodded.
Sure. After Zheng Yong left, she let out a long breath. Luckily, everything went smoothly. The next morning, Xiao Junjie said he wanted to move out after getting married and told his sister they should live together in the family compound for mutual support. Lu Ting glared at Xiao Junjie. He was everywhere.
Haha.
This guy just loved to join in their affairs. Xiao Gui thought it was good that his son stayed close to his daughter, so he agreed. Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up. It would be great if her brother stayed with them. She could play with Shan Shan and have her brother's protection sometimes. Suddenly, she laughed and said, Brother, that's great. We can share everything later. Lu Ting looked at his wife, smiling happily. Sharing isn't a problem as long as she's happy. He thought about it and believed that sharing had many benefits. He looked at Xiao Junjie and said, Brother, I will finalize this matter in the morning. After I come back in the afternoon, we can go look at houses together. Xiao Junjie nodded with a smile. Okay. Xiao Keqing liked Lu Ting's way of doing things more and more. Whatever he promised, he would make it happen quickly. His good qualities kept increasing. If her family wasn't here, she would already want to kiss her husband. She whispered softly in his ear, Honey is great. It was done so quickly. Lu Ting was drinking porridge when his hand shook while holding the spoon, making a clear sound with the spoon and bowl. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. Lu Ting cleared his throat, and his ears turned red. His voice was so charming. Yang Yunqiu advised, Xiao Ting, eat slowly. Lu Ting nodded and looked at Xiao Keqing with a mischievous smile. Xiao Keqing lowered her head to eat, smiling secretly. She didn't expect her husband to react so strongly. Xiao Junjie sat opposite them and naturally saw his sister whispering to Lu Ting. What did his sister say that made him so excited? Meanwhile, Zheng Yong and her mother had already arrived at the Yang family early to discuss the marriage. Everyone sat around the table. Zheng's mother smiled and said, Our Zheng Yong also likes Guizhi. We will give 120,000 in bride price. Yang's mother heard 120,000 and thought it was about right. Most people are offering similar amounts now. She smiled and said, All right, plus 3 turns and 1 sheng. Zheng's mother's face immediately softened, showing her shrewdness. We'll buy a watch too. What do you think? Guizhi thought that 120,000 plus the 3 turns and 1 sheng was quite impressive. But now, only 1 watch was included. Her face darkened as she looked at Zheng Yong and softly said, Big brother Zheng, I thought you cared a lot about our wedding, but it seems you don't care at all. After speaking, she lowered her head. Yang's mother also said nearby, Yes, a wedding only happens once. You can't skip the 3 turns and 1 sheng. Zheng's mother hurriedly said, Our Zheng Yong does care. We have a bicycle at home, so Guizhi can go to work after marriage. The clothes at home are made by a tailor, and buying more takes up space. How about we increase the bride price to 200,000 plus the watch? Our family is the most generous in the neighborhood. Zheng Yong looked at Yang Guizhi and said, From now on, if you marry me, I will give you all my salary. Yang's mother heard that the bride price increased to 200, and she immediately thought her future son-in-law was impressive. Adding 80 saved her from buying a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a radio. He really knew how to make a good plan. Yang Guizhi couldn't do much either. She didn't have time to look for other suitors. She decided to accept this arrangement. Fortunately, his family had a bicycle so he could ride to work. The two families continued discussing the wedding date. At noon, Lu Ting finished his lunch in the cafeteria before returning to the Xiao family. In the morning, he had already checked all the available houses in the two big courtyards. Each courtyard had a suitable house that met their needs, and the two rooms were connected. However, one of the houses in the neighboring family compound was next to Zheng Yong's. The other house was right next to Zhou Haoyu, the recently promoted battalion commander, with whom he had a close relationship. He planned to discuss it with his wife later. When he entered the house, he first called Xiao Junjie into the yard to talk about the two courtyards. After hearing the details, Xiao Junjie didn't think it was a big deal. He wasn't planning to pursue his sister anymore. Xiao Junjie raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Ting. "You're worrying too much. If my sister really chooses that house, I'll just live next door. Besides, don't you think moving into this family compound again is pointless? It's so close to home. Just ask my sister later. She'll probably agree with me." Lu Ting had already thought of that. "Let's go see the houses first and see which one she likes." The two of them went inside and sat next to their wives. Lu Ting explained the situation of the two courtyards. "We can only get a single-story house with a separate yard. We can't get the whole building." Xiao Keqing said that a single-story house was fine, as long as it had a private yard and wasn't a block of apartments. She shared her opinion. "Since both courtyards are similar, if we choose this one now, there's no point in moving. It doesn't make much difference." Xiao Junjie smiled and looked at Lu Ting. "I know my sister well. Maybe we should go see the houses first, then decide." "Okay," Xiao Keqing agreed. The four of them went to the neighboring courtyard. Just as they arrived at the house entrance, they heard Zheng Yong calling from behind. "Brother Lu, Brother Jia, I happened to meet you both. I was planning to visit you tonight." Xiao Junjie smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Ting saw that Zheng Yong only greeted them and didn't look at his wife beside him. He thought Zheng Yong was being considerate. Zheng Yong smiled and said, "In 5 days, I will get married. When that happens, please come to celebrate with us." "Congratulations in advance," Xiao Junjie replied. Lu Ting nodded and said, "Okay." Since Zheng Yong found out that Xiao Ke was Lu Ting's partner, he no longer had any thoughts about her. This time, he dared not look at her, worried that Lu Ting might notice something. He felt uneasy because Lu Ting was not someone he could easily deal with. He smiled and said, "All right, let's have a drink together." The three exchanged a few more words. Zheng Yong then realized they were here to look at houses. He decided not to bother them and turned to go inside. Xiao Keqing and Qiao Shanshan had already gone inside to look at the house. The house had 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and a kitchen, similar to the houses in the southern military area. It had a private yard, which was quite nice for 2 people. The yard was large enough to add more rooms if they had children later. The only thing she couldn't accept was that there was no private toilet or shower. They still had to go to a public toilet outside. Thinking about the morning when they queued up for the bathroom, she felt it was quite miserable. Xiao Keqing and Lu Ting went to another yard, leaving Qiao Shanshan and Xiao Junjie in this yard. Once inside the yard, they looked around. Lu Ting said, "Wife, what do you think? If it's not good, it's okay. We can live here for now." Xiao Keqing thought that living long-term with her parents might be inconvenient, as it would be hard to do anything freely, especially since she wanted her own space. She smiled and said, "I think it's pretty good. We can have someone build a toilet and shower in the yard, and just repaint the rooms." Lu Ting also thought the house was fine. As long as his wife was happy, it didn't matter where they lived. They could stay here or elsewhere later. This yard is also big. When we have children, we can add more rooms in this spot. Xiao Keqing pointed to an empty area. Lu Ting's deep eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at her with surprise. "Say that again." After saying that, he took her hand and pulled her into his arms, wrapping his hands around her waist. Xiao Keqing looked into his deep, dark eyes. "We can add more rooms in the yard." Lu Ting's heart trembled. "You want to have children with me? Are you serious?" Xiao Keqing showed a beautiful smile. "Can't you tell I love you? Giving you children is definitely real." She also liked children. Mainly, she was older now and hadn't fallen in love before, so she hadn't thought about having kids. A sudden surprise made Lu Ting smile, uncontrollably. He kissed her on the lips and said softly, "Wife, I love you too. But we are married, and having children isn't urgent. Let's wait until you're fully healthy before thinking about that." "Okay," Xiao Keqing replied, knowing her body was still recovering from her recent illness. The man was always thinking of her. After kissing him again, she started discussing the changes she wanted to make. Lu Ting listened carefully. Meanwhile, Qiao Shanshan also thought the yard was quite nice. She and Xiao Junjie discussed the modifications they planned. After they finished their discussion and went home, Xiao Keqing prepared to draw the plans. She remembered her father told her to be more low-key, but she decided against it. A motorcycle would definitely attract curiosity in the community. Sometimes, people came to visit her brother and asked questions. She sketched out the furniture design, but she knew it would cause a big fuss in the community. She didn't want people coming to see her house every day. Thinking about that scene, she knew it would offend others. If people saw her house, it might turn into a museum. Maybe someone would even accuse her of capitalist tendencies, which was hard to explain. She shared her ideas with Lu Ting, asking him to bring back some custom hangers. Lu Ting knew his wife's abilities and strongly agreed with her ideas. He smiled, feeling that his wife had grown up again. Xiao Keqing looked at her brother and said, "Brother, you should arrange for someone to dig the drainage pipe this afternoon. You know what kind of toilet I want, so just take care of it." Xiao Junjie promised, okay. He knew exactly what kind of toilet his sister wanted. Lu Ting added, "Big brother also needs to visit the furniture store this afternoon to order a set. Once the room is cleaned up, we can move in directly." Xiao Junjie agreed, "Good. I'll get the house cleaned up in the next few days. You focus on your work, no need to worry." Lu Ting checked his watch and said he needed to go to the team. He had work in the afternoon. Over the past 2 days, Xiao Keqing had been visiting the renovated house with her brother. Since they hired workers, the entire house was repainted in 2 days, and the bathroom and toilet were also built. They only needed to bring in furniture, ventilate the house, and then they could move in. Saturday quickly arrived, and the day for the proposal was set. Lu Ting got up early, washed his hair and face, and chose his clothes in the wardrobe. After trying on several outfits, he decided that a military uniform suited him best. He looked at himself in the mirror multiple times before going downstairs for breakfast. At this time, older brother and second brother were already sitting at the table having breakfast. Lu Ting sat next to older brother and asked, "Did sister-in-law not come?" Older brother Lu Yu replied, "Our daughter has a cold, so she's staying home to take care of the kids to prevent them from catching it. I told them to stay at home."
Lu Ting nodded.
His wife was not in good health, so catching a cold would be bad. His older brother was thoughtful. Then he looked at second brother and asked, "Did second sister-in-law not come?" Lu Chung smiled and said, "I didn't tell her at all. If I had, she would definitely come. You know how talkative she is. Today is such an important day. I hope the younger brother has good luck, and we avoid upsetting the family members with her sharp tongue." Lu Ting thought about second sister-in-law and realized it was true. Second brother was also thoughtful. Lu Yahui looked at his son in his military uniform. He didn't want to overshadow his son, so after breakfast, he changed into a proper Sun Yat-sen suit, which looked very suitable. Lu's mother knew that later, family members from the neighborhood would come to join the celebration. The news had already spread a few days ago. She took out some candies she had bought earlier and placed them on the sofa so she could give some to visitors later. After breakfast, Louis led the people from the neighborhood to help carry the gifts. When the neighborhood folks heard the news, they all came forward to offer their congratulations. It was very lively. Lu Ting's face was full of smiles as he went to the Xiao family. Xiao Keqing wore a bright red wool coat and had put on light makeup to look nice. Only after dressing up did she go downstairs. Hearing the lively sounds outside, she couldn't help but smile. Everyone from the Lu family entered the house with happy faces. Xiao Keqing went to the kitchen to pour tea for everyone. Lu Ting was very observant and immediately went to help his wife, smiling as he said, "Wife, let's do it together." He kept his eyes on her, noticing she had put on makeup today, especially her lips, which looked very sweet. He smiled and said, "Wife, you look so beautiful today." After giving her a quick glance, Xiao Keqing carried a tray and went out. Lu Ting couldn't help but smile, and also carried a tray to follow her. They each served tea to the guests and then sat down. When Lu Ting served tea to Xiao Gui and Yang Yunqiu, he called them Mom and Dad, which surprised the other members of the Lu family for a moment. Lu Yahui couldn't help but laugh. When Lu's mother saw Xiao Keqing come out, she placed the money wrapped in red paper on the table and said, "Our bride price is 660 yuan. Besides the bride price, there are 5,000 yuan that Xiao Ting keeps with me. I also want to give some to Ke." Lu Ting looked at his mother, realizing this money was for them to use. He immediately understood his mother's intention. Xiao Gui looked at Lu Ting in surprise. This guy really knows how to make money. She knew her daughter had several 10,000 yuan from him. Xiao Junjia also looked at Lu Ting in amazement. He really has money. He thought about asking how he made it and why he didn't include him in the business. Keqing knew that after he changed careers, he would become a wealthy person. But now he hadn't changed careers yet, so the outcome would probably be different.
She was quite curious about what it would be.
They had already discussed their marriage plans, and things were quickly settled. Now, Keqing looked at the two large boxes in the gift, and her curiosity grew. What was inside? She grabbed the sleeve of the man beside her and asked, "What's inside the box?" Lu Ting held her hand with a smile and walked to the boxes, opening them. "I prepared wedding clothes for you, and things you'll need after the wedding." After saying that, he showed her what was inside. "Liao Qin prepared these. I chose and bought the clothes myself." Keqing finally looked inside. This man was very thoughtful. He even had socks. She hugged Lu Ting's arm and said happily, "You've bought everything quite thoroughly." Lu Ting touched his nose and whispered in her ear, "Not everything yet.
There are some things I really can't buy. I'll take you to the mall tomorrow to buy them."
Keqing looked at all these things and didn't expect there was anything missing. She asked in doubt, "What else is there?" Lu Ting's ears turned slightly red, and he whispered in her ear, "The clothes inside I didn't buy well. I'll take you tomorrow. You can buy them yourself. I'll wait outside." Keqing finally understood what he meant by things not bought. She looked up at him and said, "I have plenty at home, and many new clothes I haven't worn yet. There's no need to buy more." Lu Ting nodded. "Okay, we'll go register our marriage the day after tomorrow." "Good," Keqing said happily, thinking about getting the marriage certificate. "Let's both wear military uniforms. After registering, we can take photos as keepsakes." Marrying in military uniform, what a good idea. Lu Ting's tone was a little excited. "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." At this moment, Grandpa Lu came over, clearing his throat. "Kiki," shouting, "come back with me. I have something for you." Keqing let go of Lu Ting's arm and walked to Grandpa Lu. She asked softly, "Grandpa, what do you want to give me?" Grandpa Lu turned to look at Kiki and smiled. "You'll see when you see it." Keqing looked at Lu Ting. Lu Ting shrugged. "My wife, I don't know what Grandpa wants to give you. Maybe it's money." Grandpa Lu glanced at his grandson. "If you don't know, don't guess randomly." When they arrived at the Lu family house, Xiao Keqing and Lu Ting followed the old man to his room. It was Xiao Keqing's first time entering Grandpa's room. As a former soldier, his tidiness was impressive. Grandpa Lu took out a small box, with a tiny case on top. Xiao Keqing quickly recognized that the small case was the bracelet returned when they broke off the engagement. Grandpa Lu placed both items in Xiao Keqing's arms. "You definitely know what's in the case, the engagement bracelet. The items in the box were left by Grandma Xiao Ting. I've given everything to you." Xiao Keqing placed the box back on the table and said seriously, "I accept the bracelet, but I can't take what's in this box." Grandpa Lu picked up the small box again and handed it to Lu Ting. "This is for your wife. Take it to your room. I won't be able to take it with me after I pass." "Okay, don't worry, Grandpa. We'll take good care of it," Lu Ting said, holding the box close and smiling at Xiao Keqing. "Grandpa gave us a wedding gift, so you shouldn't worry." "Grandpa," Lu nodded. "Yes, Coco. I've also given the other two grandsons wedding gifts."
"Just take it."
Xiao Keqing nodded.
"All right, thank you, Grandpa."
Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing back to their room, placing the box on the table. Open it and see. I want to know what's inside too. Xiao Keqing looked at the box and immediately knew it was an antique. She opened the box, revealing various gold and silver jewelry, all old pieces. Each one would be valuable in the future. She exclaimed in surprise, "Your grandma must have been from a wealthy family. Look at all these jewelry pieces. From now on, these will be our family heirlooms, passed down from generation to generation." Lu Ting smiled instantly. Your family's wife really is full of surprises. He wrapped his arms around her from behind and kissed her ear. Xiao Keqing shrank her neck. Tickles. Don't tease me. I want to look at the bracelet again. When they broke off the engagement last time, she had glanced at it, which made her feel happy. Lu Ting sat on the edge of the bed, holding her hand on his thigh. He watched her bright eyes as she opened the box. Seeing her face full of joy, he asked, "Do you like it that much?" Xiao Keqing looked at the bright green jade bracelet. Its color was very beautiful. She liked it, really liked it. She picked it up, and the smooth touch immediately made her feel very comfortable, as if every pore could breathe. Strange. Why do I have this feeling? It's so weird. She kept touching the bracelet, thinking maybe it could nourish people. Lu Ting saw her loving it and took the bracelet from her hand. He rubbed it gently, then held her hand and put the bracelet on her wrist. As he did, he said, "If you like it, just wear it." Xiao Keqing smiled as she watched Lu Ting put the bracelet on her. She also rolled up her sleeve to better show off her slender wrist. After he finished, Lu Ting raised his hand and held it in front of him, smiling and asking, "Does it look good?" Just as he was thinking of how to describe how nice she looked with it on, the bracelet suddenly disappeared from her wrist. Both of them saw this happen and were shocked. Lu Ting rubbed his eyes with both hands, thinking it must be his excitement last night causing him to see things. No way it could just vanish, he must be seeing things. He kept rubbing his eyes several times, then looked at the person in his arms with surprise. Xiao Keqing swallowed hard and stared at Lu Ting with her mouth open in shock. It shouldn't just disappear like that, especially not by her own will. She wondered if the bracelet had vanished on its own, and started to guess. But how could she explain to Lu Ting that the bracelet was gone from her wrist? Lu Ting looked steadily at her, shocked, and asked, "Honey, were you doing magic just now?" She nervously stammered, I. She tried to use her mind to make the bracelet appear, but it didn't listen to her. Inside, she was thinking frantically, what should I do? She was trying to figure it out. Lu Ting squinted at her and said, "Honey, last time at the Southern Army base, you drank too much and took 3 bottles of wine out of your bag, but your bag couldn't hold 3 bottles. Her heart skipped a beat. Had she already been caught? She looked at Lu Ting with wide eyes. Lu Ting continued, "Honey, do another trick for me. I'm really curious how you did it. I want to see again." "Oh no. What should I do?" Xiao Keqing could only pretend she didn't know anything. I forgot," she said, lowering her eyes. Lu Ting gently lifted her chin and squinted at her. "Oh no, that look again." She hurriedly made up an excuse, "No props this time. Next time, maybe." Lu Ting squinted at her and smiled, saying, "That's easy. Just go to your room now and get the props." "I almost forgot. Of course, we need props. Perfect for a magic trick, and then we can eat." After speaking, he released her and moved the box on the table into the cabinet. "Let's leave it here. You won't be staying here for long, and in a few days, you'll bring some clothes from your room to stay here for a while. Once everything is settled over there, we'll move again." Xiao Keqing couldn't hear what Lu Ting was saying anymore. Her mind was racing. At this point, she wasn't sure if the bracelet was guessed correctly. Definitely, there was no time to check the space before tonight. She didn't expect the problem of exposure to come so soon, nor that she would be caught early. She hadn't even told her own parents about it. Xiao Keqing absent-mindedly returned to Zhao's house with Lu Ting. Seeing only her brother and the 2 Lu brothers in the living room, she wondered where everyone else had gone. Lu Ting thought that since the engagement was already decided, it was fine to go to his fiancée's room. He wasn't doing anything else, and the wedding was in 2 days. He was really curious about where the bracelet had gone. It had disappeared right in front of him. How did the wine from last time fit into it? And the medicine she gave him? He had never seen anything like them. He had always wanted to know what was going on. Now that he knew his fiancée could do magic tricks, his curiosity grew even more. The bracelet had truly vanished before his eyes, and he was shocked, unable to believe it. He pulled Xiao Keqing to go upstairs. She stopped and said, "Everyone's here now. Let's wait a bit before we do anything." Lu Ting thought she was shy, which was normal, especially since their wedding was in 2 days. He agreed, knowing they had plenty of time later, and this moment wasn't urgent. But inside, he couldn't help but want to see how his fiancée did it. Xiao Keqing sat beside her brother, feeling calmer this way. They didn't talk for long before Lu's mother and Yang Yunqiu started calling everyone to eat. Xiao Keqing tugged on Lu Ting's sleeve and smiled, saying, "Go to Dad's wine storage and bring a good bottle." "Okay." Lu Ting then went to where Xiao Guowei stored the wine. During this time, they had been eating at home every day, so he knew where everything was. Xiao Keqing took the opportunity while Lu Ting was grabbing a drink to pull her brother aside and whisper, "Brother, Lu Ting is about to find out my secret. I'm about to be exposed. What should I do?" Xiao Junjie looked at his sister and said, "Even if you slip up, don't say anything yet. He still doesn't know everything. We'll talk about this later." He had suspected this day might come. Last time his sister asked him, he thought about it for a long time. He glanced in the direction of Lu Ting and said, "Let's go. First, let's eat." The two families happily ate their meal. After eating, the engagement was officially completed. Besides Lu Ting, everyone from the Lu family went home. Xiao Junjie looked at Lu Ting and asked, "Why aren't you going back?" Lu Ting snorted and said, "We're family now. Why should I go back? My wife is still here." Xiao Junjie urged, "It's only a few days. Don't be in such a hurry. You know I plan to visit Shanshan's house tomorrow. I'll be gone for many days. I still have things to tell my sister. Don't stay here." Lu Ting looked at Xiao Junjie with some annoyance. He was annoyed because they wanted to take up more of his and his wife's time. He also wanted to see how his wife managed it. He helplessly stood up and looked at Xiao Keqing. "In 2 days, you'll be my wife. We have the certificate. Next time, I won't leave. If I leave, it will be your brother." Xiao Keqing giggled happily and said, "Okay, see you tomorrow." "Okay." Lu Ting then left. Xiao Junjie signaled to his sister with his eyes to go upstairs. Xiao Keqing quickly followed her brother and entered his room. She couldn't wait to find out if her suspicions were correct. She grabbed her brother's hand and entered the space. They hurried to look at the wall of the warehouse.
Wow.
"Wow, it's really a key," she exclaimed happily after unlocking the exchange and jumping in place with joy. Xiao Junjie watched his sister happily looking at the wall and also went over. He wondered what could make his sister so happy. When he saw what was on the wall, he was surprised and asked, "What is this? It wasn't here last time." Xiao Keqing looked at her brother in surprise and said, "You can see it? Last time I asked you, you couldn't see it." After speaking, she excitedly looked at the exchange method above. It was something that could be grown in her space, exchanged for things available in modern stores. But it was limited to food and medicines from pharmacies. She thought it must be related to what she grew in her space, which included food and medicinal herbs. Xiao Junjie watched his sister operate without interrupting. Xiao Keqing used 10 jin of rice from her space to exchange, and 20 yuan appeared on the display. Then she used 10 jin of apples from her space to exchange, and the amount on the display suddenly changed to 100 yuan. She returned to the exchange page, selected 2 ice creams, and clicked. Instantly, 2 modern ice creams appeared inside the fence, each costing 3 yuan outside. She looked at the remaining amount, which was 94 yuan. Xiao Keqing happily took one and handed it to her brother, saying, "Try it." Xiao Junjie looked at his sister with surprise, took the ice cream, and ate it. It was delicious, much better than the one sold outside. Now Xiao Keqing finally understood how to exchange. What about the bracelet? She suddenly remembered that the bracelet was the key. Where did it go? Could it be that the bracelet, which opened the exchange, was also gone? Hee. At least she could have worn it for a while. Such a beautiful bracelet, just taken away by the space. She pulled her brother to sit down, ate ice cream, and told him about what happened with Lu Ting. She also shared the story of getting drunk at the Southern Army last time. Xiao Junjie was lost in thought. Xiao Keqing smiled happily and said, "Brother, do you think Lu Ting is my destined one? Otherwise, why is the bracelet also the key?" Xiao Junjie nodded. "No need to ask. The bracelet is the best proof, and he even saved you." He looked around. Why hadn't the fog cleared? He continued, "Sis, look at the poultry fence over there. It can definitely be expanded. The water trough is only half out, and it's clear the fog is blocking the other half. It can definitely be upgraded." Xiao Keqing was so happy she overlooked the fog in the space. As her brother said, it could be upgraded again. Where was the opportunity for the upgrade? Xiao Keqing walked around but couldn't figure out how to disperse the fog. She looked at her brother's ice cream, which was finished, and he was pressing on it hard. She walked over. Xiao Junjie looked puzzled. "Sister, I want to eat one too, but I can't click on it. It's not responding." Xiao Keqing reached out, and it immediately responded. Xiao Junjie tried to click like his sister, but it still didn't work. He coldly said, "It's recognizing the owner now." Xiao Keqing smiled, realizing she had to do it herself. She exchanged for another ice cream. The amount on the display showed 91 yuan. Xiao Junjie took the ice cream and started eating. Not at all upset because she couldn't operate it herself, she smiled and said, "Sister, try clicking again. What else can you exchange? Let me see." Xiao Keqing only then heard her brother clicking repeatedly. She thought her brother was going to take the train tomorrow and looked at him, saying, "What do you want?"
Just take it from the space.
"Bring more food tomorrow." Xiao Junjie nodded. "Bring a jar of meat sauce, a few apples, some pastries, a thermal cup without any markings, and a bottle of milk concentrate to drink on the way. The rest isn't necessary." Xiao Keqing asked, "So little? No sugar?" Xiao Junjie didn't want to reveal too much and smiled. "I've already called someone over there to handle it. The wedding gifts, candies, alcohol, cigarettes, and bride price will all be around 660 yuan, as discussed with our parents." Xiao Keqing didn't know the local customs. "You decide for yourself. I don't understand their traditions here." Xiao Junjie explained, "Today, Lu Ting gave you the most generous betrothal gift in the big courtyard. No one else has such standards. Look at the clothes he bought for you. He really put thought into it. I can see his sincerity." Xiao Keqing could tell that Lu Ting was sincere about her. Once they got married, he would surely notice. This man had suspected her all along. Even if she wanted to hide it, he was clever enough to figure it out. As the moment approached, a question suddenly appeared in her mind, making her frown. Letting Lu Ting know about the space wasn't necessarily a bad thing. She trusted him. But wouldn't that also reveal her past? Frowning, Xiao Keqing asked, "Brother, would you marry someone whose soul is 10 years older than yours? Would you mind?" Xiao Junjie's hand paused while eating ice cream. He understood what his sister meant. This was a serious question. She probably couldn't hide it forever. Xiao Keqing looked at her brother hesitantly and continued, "Would he think I'm a monster?" Xiao Junjie stared at his sister with wide eyes and shouted, "If he dares, I'll peel his skin. You're an angel, a little fairy." Xiao Keqing chuckled softly, feeling much better. Xiao Junjie hesitated for a moment and said, "It's better not to tell him now. Wait until I come back. What does it matter if her soul is 10 years older? Even if she's much older, she's still a little fairy in his eyes." Xiao Keqing replied, "Okay, take good care of Mom and Dad on the way. I'm going back to my room to rest for a while." She needed time to think carefully about this question. Xiao Junjie nodded and said, "Yes, I will definitely take good care of the person." The Xiao family, valuing their son's marriage, would definitely be there for the proposal. Yang Yunxiu took a week off, and Xiao Gui used his annual leave. Xiao Keqing returned to her room, took off her outerwear, and lay on the comfortable big bed, lost in thought. After a moment of pondering, her eyes suddenly opened, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. She quickly came up with an idea. Hesitation was not her usual character. The next day, after breakfast, Zhao's parents, carrying luggage, went to the train station with Xiao Junjie and Xiao Shanshan. Grandpa Xiao was not at home now, As long as it wasn't raining, he would go for his regular walk. Lu Ting looked at his wife and said, "Don't cook during this time. Come eat with my family." Xiao Keqing nodded and replied, "Okay." Lu Ting took her hand and tried to go upstairs. He had been thinking about this matter all night and couldn't figure out where the bracelet had gone, which even caused him insomnia. Seeing his intention, Xiao Keqing followed him upstairs and returned to her room. When Lu Ting entered the room, he smelled the same fragrance as his wife. His wife always smelled nice. Her room was fragrant too. Thinking about her performing magic tricks for him, he felt quite excited. He sat down on a chair, his eyes bright as he looked at her. Xiao Keqing stared at Lu Ting for 3 seconds, then walked forward and sat on his lap. Leaning into his arms, she asked playfully, "Why did you bring me to the room? Why are you pretending with me?" Lu Ting gently touched her cute little nose with affection. Xiao Keqing was indeed pretending. A smile spread across her face. "Do you think we are destined to be together? Is it fate? Otherwise, how could the bracelet be the key? The previous space upgrade was because of him." Lu Ting's face was full of a warm smile. "Oh, wife, you just found out? I've known for a long time. We are meant to be husband and wife." After saying that, he kissed her on the face. Xiao Keqing thought that her current body's age was only 20, which made being with him seem reasonable. In her later life, she was also older than him, quite a bit older.
Sigh.
Although she had a plan in mind, she still felt a little nervous. She wondered how he would react if he found out her soul was 10 years older than his. Xiao Keqing thought again and again. If I tell him my secret, he might not want to be with me. What should I do? Lu Ting's eyes flickered, and he confidently said, "No, such a serious secret? How could I stop loving you because of that? If you're worried, I won't ask anymore."
Just don't tell me.
He knew his wife had many secrets, not just magic tricks but also that mysterious potion. Xiao Keqing hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is it easy to get a divorce from a military marriage?" She was thinking about how military marriages require approval, and she had heard from Jiang Qi that divorces are difficult. She didn't know exactly how hard it was. Lu Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. Was she planning to divorce him in the future? Seeing his expression, Xiao Keqing awkwardly smiled and said, "I'm just asking." Lu Ting squinted and watched her face carefully, then replied, "Military marriages are protected. I can't just leave unless someone makes a mistake, then maybe." He didn't say more. Xiao Keqing nodded and asked again, "Can I ask you one more question?" "Yes, go ahead." Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting seriously and asked, "If, hypothetically, you had to choose, would you marry a woman 10 years older than you?" Lu Ting was surprised. A woman 10 years older? She'd already had children with someone else. She was just an older woman. Why would he marry her? He looked at her strangely and said, "What kind of question is that? 10 years older? That's an older woman. No way." Xiao Keqing paused for a moment. Yes, in this era such things probably didn't happen, but in later times it was quite common. She continued, "If I were 10 years older than you now, would you still marry me?" Lu Ting didn't understand why she was asking such strange questions, but he answered seriously, "As long as it's you, I will marry you. Age doesn't matter." Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up. She loved hearing that. Her mood instantly improved. "I will definitely tell you my secret someday. It's just a matter of time. If I tell you now, you might not want to be with me anymore. I haven't finished with you yet, so it's not worth it."
What?
Lu Ting's eyes widened as he looked at her, a bit overwhelmed by her words. Xiao Keqing had never slept with anyone before, nor experienced the feelings described in books as heavenly. She believed that since he was part of her heart, she had to sleep with him first. Even if he minded her having an older soul and didn't want to be with her anymore, she wouldn't feel like she lost. This was the best plan she had thought of. First, she had to sleep with Lu Ting. She wants to be with him. She really wants to experience that feeling, being with someone she likes. It must be wonderful because she has fallen in love with this man. She hopes it will happen on the first try. Finding someone as handsome as him again is difficult. She hasn't seen anyone like him since she arrived. She thinks that if she doesn't sleep with him, Breaking up would be a huge loss. She feels it's a big mistake the more she thinks about it. She no longer wants to hide her feelings. She should just be honest with him. Seeing his surprised reaction, she worries he didn't understand her words clearly, so she explains again. I mean, I haven't slept with you yet. That would be great. I want to sleep with you, and then I'll tell you my secret. If you want to leave me after that, I won't feel like I lost anything. What? She wants to sleep with him. Oh, my wife is too straightforward. Lu Ting's ears quickly turned red, and his heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. What was she thinking? Is reputation not important? What does she mean by not feeling like she lost? His wife is more direct than him, but he also wants to. He calms his racing heart and says, Wife, we can't wait much longer. Let's wait a little more. Tomorrow we will get our marriage certificate. After saying that, he swallowed hard and added, Even if you tell me now, I won't leave you. Maybe you shouldn't tell me at all. I don't want to know. Her words have triggered him. Every sentence she says seems to stir his nerves. Looking at her eyes, full of shining water, staring at him intently, makes his whole body feel hotter. He quickly releases her and says, Come on, let's go to the mall to buy some things. After saying that, he leaves the room. He lets out a long breath, afraid that staying inside might cause him to make a mistake. Usually, he only dares to speak. He didn't expect his wife to be more anxious than him. It's almost time. It's almost there. Xiao Keqing thinks she has been very straightforward, so why did she leave? Meanwhile, Su Malia is off today. She takes her medicine box and plans to visit Yang Guizhi's house. When she arrives, only Yang Guizhi is home, which makes it easy for them to talk. Yang Guizhi pours her a cup of tea and places it on the table, smiling. Dr. Su, last time you said you had a conflict with Xiao Keqing. What happened? Su Malia deliberately sighs and says, Sigh, it's because her brother was hospitalized at the hospital. I accidentally offended her. She reported me to the authorities. I was about to get a promotion, but it all fell through. Not to mention me, what about you? She definitely wouldn't tell Yang Guizhi that her actions were for a man. Yang Guizhi thought about Xiao Keqing's personality and truly believed she could do it. Smiling, she said, I am getting married in 2 days. I heard that Xiao Keqing will visit my fiancé's family that day. They all know each other. This was also because yesterday, she mentioned Xiao Keqing from Zhao's family to her fiancé, and he told her that Zhao's family would visit his home. Su Malia heard this and thought, if Xiao Keqing goes, that would be great. Drugging Lu Ting wasn't successful, but that didn't mean she couldn't drug Xiao Keqing. She couldn't get the person, and others shouldn't get her either. Xiao Keqing was even more impossible. She had to ruin her. Smiling, she looked at Yang Guizhi and said, She treats you like that. Don't you hate her? Don't you want revenge? Yang Guizhi raised an eyebrow at Su Malia and gritted her teeth, saying, Of course I hate her. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be like this. Su Malia said, I really can't stand people like her. I also want to seek justice for you. After all, I am also a victim. Both women wanted to use each other, thinking hard about how to manipulate the other to fight their common enemy. Yang Guizhi smiled flatteringly and said, I think you're a pretty good person. How about you come to my wedding the day after tomorrow? I want to be friends with you. A faint, almost imperceptible sneer flashed in Su Malia's eyes. All right, do you have any ideas now? Yang Guizhi shook her head. I can't beat her, so I can't think of anything. Su Malia curled her lips into a cold smile. Actually, I have a plan. I don't know if you're brave enough. What plan? Yang Guizhi looked at her. Su Malia took a packet of medicine from her bag and placed it in front of Yang Guizhi. This is colorless and tasteless. After taking it, there will be no reaction within 2 hours. The antidote can only be used by men. Yang Guizhi's first thought was that it was an aphrodisiac. She was instantly shocked and looked at Su Malia. Did she think she was a fool? Was she using her as a? Looking at the medicine packet on the table, she thought it was meant to kill Xiao Keqing. But the person in front of her was even more vicious. This was worse than death. It would be more painful for women. Su Malia was confident that even if this plan was exposed, she wouldn't be afraid. No one could find out where the medicine came from. As long as she didn't admit it, no one could do anything to her. Yang Guizhi pretended to be panicked and said, I don't dare. How about I cover for you and you do it? After speaking, her eyes gleamed with cunning. Then forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Yang Guizhi hurriedly returned the medicine to her. You keep it. I can cover for you. I really can't find the time to do this on my wedding day. It's settled then. You go back first. My mom will be back soon. I'll wait for you at home early the day after tomorrow. After speaking, she hurriedly stood up, headed to the door and opened it. Su Malalai clenched her hand, holding the medicine. Her originally gloomy face immediately brightened into a smile after she turned around. She walked up to her and said, Congratulations on your marriage. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, she walked out. Yang Guizhi wasn't sure if she would come the day after tomorrow. If she did, she would definitely cover for her. If not, it's okay. She could think of another plan after she gets married. She could still use her old method to try to persuade Xiao Keqing first. There's always a way. Just as Su Malalai was about to enter the dormitory, she saw Lu Qiming approaching from the front. Since the boys' dorm is in another building, there's only this one door. In the past 2 days, she had learned a lot about this man. He was just like in her dream, except now he isn't married yet. Yesterday, he greeted her in the cafeteria, just like in her dream. She didn't want to greet this scoundrel, so she planned to walk straight past him. Lu Qiming saw it was Su Malalai and immediately smiled. Dr. Su, what a coincidence. Let's have a meal together. I also have some more questions to ask you. Su Malalai coldly said, Find someone else.
I'm Buse.
Lu Qiming watched her walk away. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He liked her strong personality. The more she ignored him, the more interested he became. Xiao Junjie had already bought 3 beds in advance, with his ticket on top of Qiao Shanshan's. For safety, his parents were in one carriage, and he and Shanshan in another. Before boarding, he warmed his parents' cups and his own with hot water. Then, Xiao Junjie sat next to Qiao Shanshan and handed her a cup. New, it has warm water inside. Qiao Shanshan looked at the cup she received, still new. She noticed that his parents also had one, so she curiously asked, What about yours? Xiao Junjie said, I'll drink from a metal lunchbox later. It was really prepared for her. She couldn't help but smile and open her cup to take a sip, warm and comfortable. After another sip, she handed the cup to Xiao Junjie and said, The temperature is just right. You should drink some too, so you don't need to go get water again. Xiao Junjie glanced at her and, on a whim, took the cup. After staring at the rim for 3 seconds, he started drinking. His ears also started to feel warm. It was a bit sweet. Qiao Shanshan watched him drink the water she had just drunk, feeling that their relationship had become a little closer. This man only held her hand once when he first confessed, and last time she kissed his cheek. Since then, he hasn't held her hand again, let alone other intimate actions. Xiao Junjie took a few sips from his drink, then handed the glass back to Qiao Shanshan. He glanced at her slightly red cheeks and coughed twice, saying, Let me see what my parents need. After that, he left. The woman next door teased, Are you newlyweds? Qiao Shanshan blushed faintly and replied, Yes. During dinner, Xiao Keqing and her grandfather ate at the Lu family's house. Afterward, Lu Ting took her grandfather and Xiao Keqing back to Zhao's home. Grandpa Xiao greeted them and went straight upstairs. Xiao Keqing had planned to sit on the sofa and chat with Lu Ting. Thinking about their unfinished conversation earlier, she took his hand and headed upstairs, smiling warmly at him. Lu Ting looked at her with sparkling eyes, and his lips slightly curved into a gentle smile. It seemed his self-control was really breaking down around her. His wife was too eager. He also thought, Isn't their marriage not official yet? They should wait until their wedding night. He quickly regained his composure, stopping his steps up the stairs and pulling her back. Wife, let's just chat in the living room on the sofa. Xiao Keqing stood on a step higher than him, level with his eyes, and softly said, Not going to my room? Her parents and brother weren't home. She wanted to sleep with him tonight and tell him her secret. If he decided not to marry her after knowing, then they wouldn't need to register their marriage tomorrow, avoiding future trouble. Even if she liked him very much, she wouldn't force him if he didn't want to. But at least she could sleep with him now. It would be a big loss to wait. She also knew he wanted to sleep with her too. Lu Ting quickly shook his head, swallowing nervously, his breathing becoming unsteady. Once they went upstairs, he knew he might lose control. Xiao Keqing placed her hands on his shoulders and whispered into his ear, "I want to sleep with you." Her breath brushed his ear, making him shiver. His mind suddenly went blank, and he was stunned. She looked at him with flirtatious eyes, making his heart race like a deer. The next second, he smiled with a charming curve, bold and straightforward. He felt his wife was even more eager than him. He smiled and gently pinched her cheek. "Wife, we'll get the marriage license tomorrow. Let's wait until the wedding night." Xiao Keqing thought that because they had to get the license tomorrow, she was so eager to sleep with him now. Once they were married, breaking up would be very complicated. She hesitated and said, "Maybe we should change the order first? Sleep first, then I'll tell you the secret. If you mind, we can skip the marriage registration for now, and I can tell my parents later." Lu Ting's smile instantly faded from his face. His wife really has a big heart. It seems like she doesn't care much about her reputation. Is he the irresponsible type? He suspects that she plans to sleep with him first and then refuse to register the marriage afterward. Indeed, Lu Ting guessed her thoughts correctly. She just wants to sleep with him first. If he objects, she won't register the marriage. Hearing her say this so casually, he doubts she truly loves him and is just trying to make him happy. His eyes darkened as he said, "Since it's a secret, then don't tell me. I don't want to know. Let's register tomorrow morning." Xiao Keqing kissed his cheek and smiled. "Give yourself some time to think. I'm going to take a shower first. I'll wait for you." After saying that, she turned and ran upstairs. When she entered her room and closed the door, her heart pounded as she leaned against it. Lu Ting watched her go upstairs and suddenly remembered how Xiao Keqing looked in her pajamas last time. Her white skin made him lick his lips and click his tongue. He strode out quickly. He planned to go to the military to bring the car. He didn't want his wife to ride the motorcycle in the cold weather. They must register first, hold the wedding banquet, and then do that thing. He can't let her run away. The more he interacted with his wife, the more he realized she was different, with so many strange ideas. When Xiao Keqing finished her shower and saw no one in the room, she smiled to herself, feeling her guess was right. Despite how often this man kisses her, it's usually because he's about to burst from holding back. He only kisses her when he can't hold it anymore. Anyway, she decided to sleep first and tell him her secret later. After drying her hair, she went to bed. Lu Ting lay on his bed, tossing and turning, thinking about his wife's straightforwardness and their wedding tomorrow. He was so excited that he didn't fall asleep until very late. The next morning, Lu Ting got up early. He listened to his wife, changed into his military uniform, and went to register the marriage. He looked at his watch and decided to have breakfast at home before picking up his wife. He knew his wife would also dress nicely. Going too early to the registration office, which wasn't open yet, was pointless. It was better to stay home and prepare himself. He packed the household registration booklet and the political review report together, then went downstairs. Lu Mom had prepared breakfast early. Seeing her son coming down looking energetic, she immediately smiled. Lu Yahui buttoned his clothes while walking downstairs. Seeing his son eating breakfast in the kitchen, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, interesting. You're eating breakfast at home now." After speaking, he sat down. Lu Ting looked at the person who had just sat down across from him and said, "Today, Qing'er and I are getting our marriage certificate." After saying this, a smile couldn't be kept from his face, and his tone was very happy. Hearing this, Lu Yahui immediately smiled and said, "Good, good. Getting the certificate means they are now true members of the Lu family." After finishing breakfast, he stood up, tidied his military uniform again, and carried the big white rabbit candy he had prepared last night. He looked at the people at the table and said with a smile, "I'm going now." He then strode out happily. He opened the Jeep door, got into the driver's seat, and started the car toward the Xiao family's house. Today, Xiao Keqing had her hair styled in 2 fishbone braids draped over her shoulders, decorated with small red flowers at the ends. She had also done her makeup and specially picked a lipstick from her space to put on her lips, then changed into her military uniform. When Lu Ting arrived at Zhao's house, he went inside but didn't see his wife. He guessed she was in her room. He wasn't in a hurry, thinking she would want to dress up nicely. So he waited. He sat on the sofa, picked up the newspaper placed on the coffee table by the old master, and started reading. About 15 minutes later, he heard sounds from upstairs and looked over. Seeing his wife walking down the stairs with a smile in her eyes, he was so captivated that he couldn't look away. Her makeup made her face look more delicate, her features like a painting, especially her lips today. They looked particularly beautiful. Wearing her military uniform, she looked both heroic and gentle. His heart was pounding wildly. He put down the newspaper with a smile and walked over, taking her hand. "Wife, can we go now?" Xiao Keqing looked at her husband, who looked so spirited today, and knew he was excited. She smiled and said, "Let's go." As they walked outside, Xiao Keqing lightly tickled his palm with her fingers and said, "Didn't I tell you yesterday to think about it? We got the certificate now. If you regret it, it might be a bit troublesome." Lu Ting stopped and said firmly, "I only regret not marrying you. If you're worried, I really don't want to know your secrets anymore, okay? As long as you're with me, that's enough." "Okay, but I still want to tell you." "Let's go," Xiao Keqing replied. He had already discovered her secret, and there were quite a few slip-ups about their marriage. The two got into the car. Lu Ting drove, with a constant smile on his face, occasionally glancing at the person beside him. Soon, they arrived at the marriage registration office. It was Monday, and a few couples were there to register their marriage. Both of them were dressed in military uniforms, which immediately drew everyone's attention. They looked very handsome, Lu Ting with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, tall and elegant. The woman looked even more stunning. Nowadays, as long as you have the right documents, the marriage process is quite quick. It was soon their turn. Lu Ting took out the items he had prepared and handed them over. The staff saw that both were in military uniform. The star on the man's shoulder signified something important, which she understood well. She quickly stamped and signed the documents for them. Xiao Keqing looked at the marriage certificate. Was the process really this fast? The staff, noticing their uniforms, smiled knowingly and said, "Congratulations to both of you. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness." Lu Ting quickly took out a big white rabbit candy from his pocket and placed it on the staff's desk. "Thank you. Please enjoy some wedding candies." The staff saw how generous he was, grabbing a handful and complimenting him non-stop. Lu Ting's smile grew even wider. When they left, each staff member was holding a handful of candies. Xiao Keqing smiled happily at the man. "I'm liking your way of doing things more and more." Lu Ting, hearing this, wondered if it meant his wife liked him even more. Yes, his wife liked him. Seeing her beautiful, glowing lips praising him, Lu Ting felt a surge of excitement inside. He quickly got into the car, sat in the driver's seat, looked at the marriage certificate, then carefully put it away in his pocket. He glanced sideways at the person in the front passenger seat. His voice was a little excited. "Wife, we have the certificate now. Say husband for me." Xiao Keqing chuckled softly, seeing the hopeful look in his eyes. She sweetly said, "Husband." That single word, husband, sounded like it had a hook, making his heart tingle. "Husband, oh." That voice had a teasing tone and a lingering sound. He looked out the window briefly, then quickly leaned toward her, hooking his hand around her neck and gently pulling her closer. He kissed her lips. He had wanted to kiss her since this morning. It must have been sweet, and indeed, it was very sweet. Xiao Keqing pushed him away with her hands. Looking at the red mark on his lips, she knew her lipstick was smudged. She playfully chided, "Can't we wait until we get home to kiss? Look at what you've done. We still need to take photos later." After finishing speaking, she took her bag and took out the small mirror that Qiao Shanshan had given her last time. She also took out a handkerchief from her bag and started to wipe the corner of her lips. Lu Ting watched his wife wipe her lips, which he had accidentally smudged, and casually dabbed at his own lips. He looked at himself and saw that his lips were also stained. In an instant, a big smile appeared on his face. He couldn't let himself wipe it. He needed his wife to do it for him. He lowered his hand and stared intently at her applying lipstick. So this is how women dress up. He was seeing it for the first time. Xiao Keqing, while applying lipstick, glanced at the man beside her. Seeing the lipstick mark on his lips, she took out another handkerchief from her bag and handed it to him, saying, "Wipe it with this." She then picked up her small mirror again to fix herself up before looking at him. Lu Ting put the handkerchief back into her bag and said, "Just use what you used to wipe your lips. It'll save some water washing the cloth." This man just wanted her to wipe his lips, but he gave such a clumsy excuse. Xiao Keqing took the handkerchief she had just used and started wiping his lips. Their eyes met, and the car suddenly fell silent. Lu Ting's eyes looked intensely passionate. Her heart was boiling from his gaze, which seemed to want to devour her. Her heartbeat was also racing out of control. She finished wiping his lips and said, "Let's go take some photos." "Okay," he replied. "Since you want to take more, we should take a few." Lu Ting held her hand and rubbed it a few times before starting the car. They went to the nearest photo studio. They took one group photo standing and one sitting, and Lu Ting took a solo picture. At her husband's request, Xiao Keqing took 3 solo photos. They agreed to come back in 3 days to pick them up. Near noon, they ate at a state-run restaurant before heading home. Lu Ting first took his wife home, then planned to return the car. Before getting out, he said, "Organize your clothes. I'll finish with the car and come to pick you up." Xiao Keqing was momentarily surprised. Was this the start of living together? She still felt a little excited about what was happening. Seeing her expression, Lu Ting couldn't help but smile and said, "Last night, you were pretty brave." "Well, I guess you were a bit scared." Xiao Keqing pretended to be loud and said, "Who's scared? I'll pack some clothes right now." After saying that, she opened the car door and got out. It wasn't fear. She was actually surprised and quite looking forward to it. Lu Ting's eyes sparkled with a smile. When Xiao Keqing entered the house, she saw her grandfather and Grandpa Lu playing chess. She smiled and went over to greet them, asking, "Who won between you two?" Grandpa Lu immediately smiled and said, "Kiki, did you get your marriage certificate?" Xiao Keqing nodded. "Yes, I did." The 2 elders smiled at each other. Grandpa Lu asked, "Where did that boy go?" "He took the car for service. He'll come over later to pick me up and take me to the Lu family," Xiao Keqing replied. The 2 elders exchanged a glance. Grandpa Lu urged, "Then hurry upstairs to get ready. We'll stay here and play chess." Xiao Keqing smiled and agreed, then went upstairs. Old Mr. Xiao glanced at him and said, "Your wedding is in a few days. Aren't you rushing things a bit?" Grandpa Lu raised an eyebrow and stopped what he was doing. "Once you get the marriage certificate, it's legal. I already have 3 great-grandsons and 1 great-granddaughter. Why should I be in a hurry? But you have none. Don't you think Kiki's children are worth cherishing?" He just hoped his grandson and Kiki would have children soon. They both look good, so their children would probably be beautiful too. Old Mr. Xiao snorted and urged, "Are you done packing? If not, I'll leave." They already have 4 children, but he hasn't had any yet. Of course he's anxious. Whether it's Kiki's or Jinji's children, he cares about all of them. Grandpa Lu hurriedly placed his chess piece down. Xiao Keqing returned to her room, opened the wardrobe. Since they would both live there, she only needed to take half of her clothes. She took out her small suitcase. Winter clothes are thick, so it couldn't hold many items. She then took out a piece of cloth, spread it on the bed, folded her thick winter clothes, and placed them on the cloth. She tied each corner into a bundle. She then opened her small suitcase, planning to bring 5 sets of underwear. She wrapped her underwear inside her pajamas before packing them into the suitcase. Looking at her pajamas, she wondered if the man had any sleepwear. Her brother didn't have sleepwear. She had prepared some for him last time. With a thought, she quickly entered her space, took out a set of men's sleepwear from the warehouse, found one that fit Lu Tingning, slightly loose but comfortable, and threw it into the washer-dryer combo. He could wear it before bed. Stockpiling supplies had been a smart move. Now, with the space's exchange feature, it was even more enjoyable. She couldn't stay in the space for long. Lu Tingning would be here soon. She exited the space. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She mentally took out a set of bright red, full-lace camisole sleepwear. There was once when I went shopping for lingerie with my little assistant. I bought many pieces, all genuine, but I never wore any of them. Now I finally opened and examined them carefully.
Wow.
They're so. I tried one on and realized it barely covers anything, only hiding a few spots. Thinking about how it would look when worn, I worried it might be too striking. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Keqing knew it was probably Lu Ting. She nervously rolled up the camisole sleepwear in her hands and sent it back to her private space on the big bed with her mind. She couldn't take it with her. If Lu Ting saw it, he might think she was not proper. Although she wanted to sleep with him, she didn't want to admit she was not proper. While closing the box, she said, "Come in." Lu Ting opened the door and walked in carrying a bundle. "Wife, I brought a few sets to put here. In the future, if you want to come back, I'll be here with you." After speaking, he placed his slippers on the ground and put the clean bundle on the bed. Xiao Keqing stood up. "Perfect. Put it where I just cleared. There's a clothes rack on the bed, so you can hang your clothes and keep them from wrinkling when you wear them."
And Lu Ting nodded.
Okay. Although he only said one word, his tone was cheerful. He opened his bundle and quickly hung up his 2 outfits, still holding his 2 underwear. He thought, I don't need to hang these. Just then, Xiao Keqing approached and took a few pieces of clothing from the bed to hang in the wardrobe. Any more? Lu Ting went to the wardrobe, holding 2 items, and handed them to Xiao Keqing. There's this. You probably don't need to hang it. She looked at the wrinkled clothes and understood what he meant. No, my clothes are here. Just put yours over there, she said, pointing to the wardrobe. Lu Ting quickly put his clothes inside. Xiao Keqing shook her head, took out the clothes he had just crumpled and folded, and carefully folded them into squares before putting them away. The fabric in her hands made her thoughts scatter. She was thinking about everything. She felt like she was becoming improper again. Lu Ting watched his wife fold his intimate clothes and felt a flutter in his heart. Xiao Keqing looked up at the man, her face slightly reddened. The fabric is stiff. Is it comfortable to wear? She touched his old, worn-out boxers, which felt a bit hard from wear. She wondered if they were uncomfortable, so she asked. Lu Ting dismissed her concern. I have tough skin. I'm not delicate like you. Xiao Keqing glared at him lightly, closed the wardrobe door, and headed toward the door without forgetting to leave a message. The clothes on the bed and the suitcase are to be taken out to Lu's house. The 2 elders were still downstairs, so she didn't dare tease the man now. If she wanted to tease him, she would wait until the evening. After Lu Ting and the others left, he smiled and lifted the bundle on the bed with one hand, while carrying the suitcase downstairs with the other. When he reached the bottom, he looked at the people on the sofa and said, I'll go back first to put away the clothes. Xiao Keqing responded with a smile. Okay. Lu Ting took the clothes back to Lu's house. His mother was cooking dinner in the kitchen. He carried the clothes to his room. He placed the bundle on the bed and the suitcase on the floor. He opened the wardrobe and hung his clothes, arranging them like his wife's wardrobe. His clothes were few, so he hung them quickly. No wonder he needed more custom hangers. Now they could be used. He then opened his wife's bundle and hung her clothes next to his. After hanging all the clothes on the bed and folding the fabric, he started opening the suitcase again. Seeing the clothes inside, he recognized his wife's pajamas, which he had seen in her room before. As he was about to hang them, other clothes suddenly fell out. It was a familiar scene. Colorful and small. One set especially caught his eye, black, which he had accidentally seen in the hospital ward twice, both times when clothes fell out unintentionally. He first hung up the pajamas in his hand, then paused slightly. After all, she was his wife. What was there not to touch? Just now, she even touched his underwear. He squatted down and started folding the clothes. His heart began pounding loudly. Oh, He hadn't looked carefully at the hospital before. Now he saw that the small underwear was sometimes transparent lace, made of soft fabric. With a comparison, he finally understood why his wife asked if he found her comfortable to wear. His own underwear was stiff in comparison. His ears also started to feel hot, but he kept folding the clothes. The clothes above and below matched, all lace. His thoughts began to drift. He finished packing the clothes, closed the wardrobe, and took a deep breath. Wow, this was a bit overwhelming. He then closed the suitcase and set it aside. He went downstairs and sat on the sofa, glanced at his watch, and realized he didn't need to go to Zhao's house. They would be coming over for dinner soon. Around 7 p.m., Xiao Junjie arrived and first rented 2 rooms at a guest house. Zhou San and Yang Yunqiu are in one room, and he is in another with his father. He went to a state-run restaurant to buy food and brought it back to the guest house to eat. A few people sat at a simple dining table, eating together. Xiao Junjie and Zhou San had eaten many meals at home. He noticed that she and his sister both don't eat fatty meat. Today, among the dishes he brought back, there was braised pork. Braised pork usually has both fatty and lean parts connected. She only ate a small piece of the lean part and didn't pick any more. He saw Lu Ting carefully remove the fatty parts, leaving the lean meat for his sister. He put the braised pork into his own bowl, picked out the fatty pieces, and then moved some lean meat into Josen's bowl, grabbing several pieces in a row. Josen looked at her bowl of food and suddenly felt very happy. She thought Xiao Junjie was quiet, but very thoughtful. Otherwise, how would he know she only liked lean meat and not fatty meat? She hadn't told him, and on the train, he also took care of her the whole way. She became more certain that she had found a good partner. Xiao Junjie planned to propose tomorrow morning, which they had already agreed on before coming. They also informed the Zhou San family beforehand. After dinner, Xiao Junjie took Josen back to her room. He stopped at the door and looked at her, saying, "Rest early. We'll go to your house early tomorrow morning. I already called your brother to inform him." He remembered that Josen's brother used to call him Jiege. Tomorrow he would have to call him Ge too. How times change. Josen smiled and nodded. Okay, then went back to her room to rest. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing and Grandpa were having dinner at Lu's house. They sat on the sofa chatting for a while. Xiao Keqing looked up at Lu Ting sitting opposite her. His deep eyes were fixed on her, and he was smiling. Xiao Keqing showed a faint, almost unnoticeable smile, which Lu Ting caught. Their eyes occasionally met in the air, as if electric currents were passing between them. At this moment, Grandpa stood up and said, "I'm old. I should rest early. Let's chat another day." Xiao Keqing also stood up and said, "Grandpa, I'll go back with you." Both elders looked at Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing at the same time. Xiao Keqing understood the meaningful look from the old man. She glanced at Lu Ting again, then linked her arm with her grandpa's and walked outside. Yesterday, Xiao Keqing had taken the initiative in front of the man. Today, with the family present, she stayed voluntarily. Thinking about it, she felt embarrassed. Even if she wanted to stay close to him, she shouldn't do it like that. It's better to go back with her grandpa. The two of them left the yard together. Grandpa Xiao looked at his granddaughter with affection. Although they had registered their marriage and could move in together, they hadn't yet held a wedding banquet. It was not proper for the granddaughter to move in like this. Girls shouldn't rush into things. He hoped to see a great-grandchild soon but wasn't in a hurry these days. Lu Ting sat on the sofa, lost in thought. They had registered their marriage, so was he just going back now? Old Mr. Lu glanced at his grandson and shook his head. Useless fellow. He lightly kicked his grandson's leg and then turned to go back to his room. Lu Ting quickly chased after him. They had registered their marriage, so she was truly his wife now. Could they be separated? Soon, he caught up with Xiao Keqing and said, "I'll take you home." In the dark, Xiao Keqing smiled softly. "Okay." Grandpa Xiao saw this and also smiled. This young man was quite eager. In no time, the three of them arrived at the Xiao house. Grandpa Xiao turned off the light and said to the two, "You should rest early." After speaking, he went straight back to his room. It was best to leave the space for the couple. Xiao Keqing and Lu Ting exchanged a glance. Lu Ting immediately smiled and closed the door behind him, then took Xiao Keqing's hand. Let's go, wife. Upstairs to rest. Xiao Keqing smiled faintly. Aren't you going back today? Lu Ting looked serious. Grandpa asked me to stay. Besides, where my wife is, I am there too. After saying that, he held her hand and entered the room. Xiao Keqing turned on the light, then gently placed her slender hands around Lu Ting's neck, softly asking, You really aren't going back? Lu Ting looked at her with a charming smile, swallowed hard, and quickly shook his head. I have the certificate now. Xiao Keqing immediately smiled and turned to open the wardrobe. She took out the pajamas, a new towel, and his underwear she had prepared, handing everything to him. There are 2 buckets inside, both used by me. If you don't mind sharing one, you can heat water downstairs and wash there. The toothbrush and new soap are in the drawer. I already prepared the pajamas for you earlier. There's another set in the closet. You can change between the 2. Lu Ting's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this. He took the clothes. All right, wife. Do you want me to bring some hot water upstairs for you? No need. There's hot water in the thermos. Xiao Keqing turned to the wardrobe to get her own pajamas. Lu Ting looked at the clothes in his hands, his happiness obvious. First, he took the bucket, his wife had used it so he wouldn't mind, and then grabbed his toothbrush, soap, and slippers before heading downstairs. He doesn't need hot water. He usually takes showers with cold water and carefully lathers himself with soap all over. Lu Ting finished his shower and changed into the pajamas his wife prepared for him. His large hand brushed the fabric of his shirt, feeling how soft it was, clearly good quality. Wearing it, he felt very comfortable. He used to be less meticulous. As long as his sleepwear was clean, that was enough. Today's soap was especially nice, and he thought about how his wife had prepared everything for him early. The warmth in his heart was unshakable. It felt so good to have his wife with him. He casually washed the dirty clothes he took off and hung them on the clothesline in the yard. Only then did he go inside, turn off the downstairs light, and go upstairs. Once in the room, he heard the sound of water from the bathroom. He sat on the edge of the bed and glanced at the head of the bed, noticing an extra pillow, surely prepared specially by his wife. He picked up his wife's translated manuscript from the table and lay down under the quilt, leaning against the headboard to read. His wife's bed was completely different from his, softer, and the blanket carried her gentle fragrance. Xiao Keqing knew what was going to happen tonight and had prepared everything well: bathing, washing her hair, skincare. Today, she would definitely wear a bright red outfit for good luck. She put on a red camisole sleepwear, which was more modest than the one she usually kept in her space. She draped a matching outer coat over her shoulders and took out the hairdryer her brother bought her first time using it. She usually used her space's hairdryer. This era's hairdryer was heavy in her hand, much heavier than her space's, and it was louder too. After drying her hair, she opened the door and stepped out. She saw the man lying on the edge of the bed, holding her manuscript and looking at it. Lu Ting heard the door open and looked up. Her long black hair was loose over her shoulders, her face was flushed, and her white neck showed a faint pink. Wearing the bright red outfit made her look even more charming and lovely. The hem of her dress swayed as she moved, and her white calves flashed as she walked. His deep eyes darkened. His whole body felt hot. His wife's presence was almost too much for him. She was definitely teasing him. She sat down at the dressing table to start her skincare routine. Knowing her husband was watching her, she couldn't deny she felt a little nervous. She calmed her fluttering heart and decided tonight was the night to sleep with him. She couldn't wait until their wedding day. Today she slept, and tomorrow she will tell him about the space issue. If he dislikes her, even if he is responsible and should take care of her, she no longer wants to have a wedding banquet with him. Anyway, his brother can use the banquet. She increasingly believes this idea is reliable. Lu Ting just looked at her steadily. Xiao Keqing returned to the bed and smiled. Are you sleeping outside, or am I sleeping outside? Lu Ting's intense gaze fixed on her. He patted the bed inside and said hoarsely, inside. Xiao Keqing looked at him with charming eyes, took off her outer coat, and placed it on a chair. In an instant, Lu Ting's lower abdomen heated up. Her thin pajamas outlined her figure clearly. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. Every curve was visible. She was such a charming little sprite. Xiao Keqing took off her shoes, and just as she was about to step over him, Lu Ting quickly wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her into his quilt. Looking into her bright eyes, he said, "Are you teasing me?" Xiao Keqing sat on him, hugging his neck, blushing. "Isn't it obvious?" Lu Ting turned her around and pressed her down. Her shoulder strap slipped off. His gaze moved from her eyes to her lips, then downward, clearly showing he couldn't hold back anymore. "Wife, I can't wait anymore." Xiao Keqing looked up and kissed his Adam's apple. Her hand slid into his clothes and touched his six-pack abs, surrounded by his hot breath. His lips also moved down. The temperature inside the quilt instantly rose. His hands began to wander over her body. "Turn off the lights." Xiao Keqing's voice was soft and sweet. Lu Ting took a shallow breath, unbuttoning his shirt as he said, "Are you afraid I'll see?" Following his buttons, her eyes fell on his well-defined abs and slim waist. His deep eyes looked at her like a wolf. Seeing her blushing face, he knew she liked him. He threw his clothes onto the bed. Even with the lights off, she could still see. Does she underestimate his eyesight? After giving her a deep look, he pulled the lamp cord beside the bed. Clack. It seemed he was naturally skilled in this area. Xiao Keqing let out a soft moan. It hurts. Her brows furrowed in pain. She knew it was painful, but it shouldn't be this much. Could it be related to size? Lu Ting paused, sweat forming on his forehead. He lowered his voice and asked, "Is it okay?" "Okay." As Xiao Keqing showed her feelings, Lu Ting could no longer hold back. The room was filled with a warm, intimate atmosphere. The next morning, at dawn, Lu Ting always woke up at this time. He looked down and saw his wife in his arms, her head resting on his shoulder. One hand was on his chest, and one leg was bent and draped over him. He gently kissed her forehead and then her lips. She was breathing evenly and sleeping deeply. Lu Ting knew she was very tired from yesterday, having stayed up late. He looked at her with tender affection, her fair face glowing with a healthy blush. She looked so beautiful that he couldn't look away. Today, he didn't need to go for a run. He wanted to stay and sleep a little longer with his wife. After another hour, noticing it was already bright outside, he carefully pulled his arm away and got out of bed. He quietly dressed and took the quilt off the bed, then went downstairs. Grandpa was an early riser and was already downstairs. Lu Ting greeted him naturally. "Good morning, Grandpa. I'll go to the cafeteria to get breakfast later, so Coco can sleep a bit more." Old Mr. Xiao replied, "Okay, bring me some buns. Also, I won't be home these days. I'll stay at my brother's house for a few days." After saying that, he glanced at what Lu Ting was holding. Lu Ting smiled and nodded, "All right." He then went to the yard, placed the quilt in a basin, and rinsed it with cold water before washing it. After hanging the quilt to dry, he refreshed himself and took his lunchbox to the cafeteria to get food. When he returned with breakfast, he warmed his wife's meal over the coal stove so she could eat as soon as she woke up. Only then did he head to the team. Early in the morning, Xiao Junjie took the bride price to the Chiao family. As soon as the car stopped, the engine noise drew the curiosity of neighbors nearby. At that moment, Qiao Jun came out dressed in a military uniform, likely accompanied by Qiao Shan's parents. Xiao Guwei was wearing a Zhongshan suit, while Xiao Junjie was in his military uniform. Qiao Jun stepped forward to salute Xiao Guwei. "Commander Xiao, good morning." Xiao Guwei waved his hand and said, "Today I'm here just as a father, so no need for formalities." Qiao Jun nodded repeatedly and smiled. "All right, uncle and aunt, please come in." Qiao's father hurried forward and said, "Commander, it's been a long journey. Let's go inside and talk." Xiao Guwei smiled and replied, "Just call me family." Qiao's father responded with a smile. "All right, family, let's go inside and chat." Xiao Junjie stepped forward and said, "Uncle, aunt, hello." On the way here, Shanshan had introduced her family to him, and he knew that Qiao's father was the village chief. He looked at Qiao Jun again and smiled, saying, "Big brother, hello." Xiao Jun immediately burst into laughter. Hello. Who knew that when Xiao Junjie called him brother, it was different? Qiao's mother and Yang Yunqiu started talking as well. Qiao Shanshan also came over to her brother. Xiao Jun saw his sister touch his head and said, "It seems you're doing well. Not thin at all." Qiao Shanshan glared at her brother. "I'm not a kid anymore. Stop touching my head." Xiao Junjie watched them talk and couldn't help but smile. People nearby heard this and exclaimed in surprise. No wonder the leader carried an air of calm authority. He commands respect without trying. Xiao Gui and Yang Yunqiu went inside the house. Xiao Junjie and Xiao Jun carried the bride price down from the car. The neighbor saw this and eagerly came over to help. In a short time, the village had a traditional celebration with the bride price. This Qiao family girl found a good match. He's handsome, talented, and young, already a deputy battalion commander. Soon, the bride price was brought into the house. Xiao Junjie took out some white rabbit candies from his pocket, smiled, and handed them to those who helped. He also thanked them, saying, "Thank you all." After seeing off the villagers, Xiao Junjie finally went inside. The two families started chatting happily. The Xiao family took the initiative to discuss the bride price. Qiao's father and mother were very pleased with the bride price offered by the groom's family. Seeing how full the amount was, it showed they valued their daughter Shanshan. They also decided not to ask for a dowry from the bride. Instead, the bride price would be sent by mail later. The elders also planned to give their daughter more wedding clothes. Initially, after Qiao's daughter called to say she was dating someone, her parents asked their son, Qiao Jun, about the groom. After learning more, they were even more amazed. Before meeting Xiao Junjie, they worried their daughter might be treated unfairly after marriage, since the groom was very capable. Now that they saw him, they knew their daughter's taste was excellent. No wonder she hadn't liked any of the previous matchmaking candidates. Both families quickly agreed on the bride price. Yang Yunqiu also told her daughter that she was getting married, and the wedding was scheduled for the same day. Qiao's father didn't expect the wedding date to be so soon. Considering the reasons, he didn't want his daughter to wait a year or more, so he agreed. Xiao Jun heard that Xiao Keqing and her sister would marry on the same day. He just raised an eyebrow and smiled. If he were as brave as his sister, maybe he could also pursue Xiao Keqing. By noon, after lunch, the wedding plans were settled. Xiao Gui and Yang Yunqiu took the train back early. Xiao Junjie stayed behind and went home with Qiao Shanshan. Xiao Keqing woke up and sat up.
Ouch.
It hurt. She looked at the empty bed beside her and then outside, where sunlight was shining through the curtains. Her whole body was sore, and moving her legs caused pain. She felt dry and comfortable, and memories of last night suddenly flooded her mind. The man came twice. Once was restrained, the second time was more exciting. She was so tired she didn't want to move, and he helped her wash up.
Wow.
That was really exciting. The pain was real, but she also felt a kind of floating, blissful sensation. Discomfort between her legs made her frown. Just as she was about to take spiritual spring water from the space to drink, the door opened from outside. Lu Ting came in and saw his wife sitting on the edge of the bed. Wife. She was wearing a camisole, with her arms and neck exposed. The red marks on her skin were very noticeable. Her skin was so delicate. Last night, he had just kissed her a few times, but it looked so striking. He quickly stepped forward, wrapped her in a coat, and said, "Don't catch a cold. I brought lunch back." Xiao Keqing didn't want to drink the spiritual spring water anymore and didn't want to move. She leaned into his arms and softly whispered, "It hurts. Can you get my clothes?" Lu Ting felt tender and replied, "Okay." He kissed her on the forehead. It seemed she was exhausted from last night. He couldn't control himself either. He wanted to come closer again, but held back. He found the clothes she was going to wear and sat back on the bed. Seeing the man acting as if he was going to help her get dressed, Xiao Keqing thought about what they did yesterday, and her ears turned red. "Go out first."
"I want to put on my clothes," she said.
Lu Ting smiled and kissed her lips. "I've seen everything about you. Now you're shy?" Xiao Keqing playfully scolded him, Hurry up and go out. I'm hungry.
Okay.
Lu Ting left, knowing she hadn't eaten breakfast and was probably hungry. He quickly went downstairs, found some milk powder in the kitchen, prepared a cup, and placed it on the dining table. He also put the food on the table. After Lu Ting left, Xiao Keqing quickly took out spiritual spring water from the space, took a sip, and instantly felt refreshed. She finished dressing and went to wash up. Just as she finished, Lu Ting came in again. Are you done washing?
Yes.
She was about to leave but was suddenly picked up by him. Xiao Keqing hurriedly patted his shoulder. Put me down. I can walk by myself. Grandpa is still at home. Lu Ting walked forward quickly. Not here. I went to his brother's house. I won't be back for a few days. The old man was just making room for them. Xiao Keqing thought there was no one at home, so she didn't hold back. She leaned on his neck and rested in his arms. Lu Ting slightly tilted his head and gently kissed her forehead. He said softly, Wife, next time I'll have more experience. I won't let you get hurt like last night. Xiao Keqing quickly covered his mouth with her hand. She looked up at him, and even though her hand covered her mouth, her eyes shone with a gentle, happy smile. Lu Ting held her and walked to the dining table, opening the lunchbox with one hand. Xiao Keqing softly said, Put me down. If you keep holding me, how can I eat? Lu Ting finally let her go and placed the food in front of her. Xiao Keqing drank some spring water. Feeling better, she realized she was really hungry. She didn't expect it to be such a physically demanding task. She ate a lot for lunch and drank all the milk without leaving a drop. Lu Ting had never seen his wife eat so much before. Seeing how hungry she was, he thought next time he should prepare food in advance. After lunch, Lu Ting went to the team. First, he finished some work there, then he went to the military hospital. He knew about family planning supplies because he had heard his fellow soldiers talk about it in the dormitory. Thinking about last night, it was their first time, so she probably wouldn't get pregnant. He also remembered her previous fever and knew he had to take good care of her health before considering having a baby. At the hospital, he found out he needed a doctor's note to buy the supplies, so he had to ask a doctor. Su Malalai was about to leave work and go back to the dormitory when she saw Lu Ting enter Director Lin's office. Thinking of a scene from her dream, she walked to the door of the office. Since the door was not closed, she clearly heard the voices inside. Lu Ting entered the office, and he recognized the person inside. He greeted cheerfully Uncle Lin. Director Lin looked at the visitor with surprise.
Lu Ting.
When did you come back? Lu Ting smiled and said, I've been back for a while. Since you're here, can you help me get some family planning supplies? Director Lin looked puzzled. When did you get married? I didn't hear about you having a family. Why no kids? Lu Ting explained, We got married on the 28th. My wife's health isn't fully recovered yet. Once she's better, we'll think about having children. Director Lin immediately smiled. All right, I'll go on the 28th. I'll get 2 sets of family planning supplies. These are reusable, and there are instructions on how to use them at home. Lu Ting thought about how he came twice last night. This thing is just a consumable, so it won't last long. He shared his idea. Buy a few more. 2 are not enough. Director Lin teased with a smile. Are your old house on fire? Lu Ting smiled at his teasing, recalling last night's feelings. I'm almost 26. It's just like an old house on fire. Oh, uncle, just buy a few more, 10 will do. Director Lin burst into laughter. 4 is enough, no more. If there are too many, it won't work. You kid, on the 28th, I will make sure to see who is skilled enough to take you down. Lu Ting replied with a smile. All right, I'll go home early. Outside, Su Malalai thought about the scene from her dream. She had drugged him, but he didn't touch her. No matter how she tried to him, he didn't react. She wondered if she was not attractive enough. Seeing this situation today, anger filled her heart, and she trembled all over, her reason being slowly consumed. Then, a strange smile appeared on her face. At this moment, Lu Ting came out and saw Su Malalai standing outside the door, her face twisted as if in pain. Bad luck, she has encountered a crazy woman. He walked straight over with a list in hand, not giving her an extra glance. Su Malalai watched Lu Ting's back as he left, then smiled strangely again. She went back to her dormitory to change clothes. She was going to find Yang Guizhi. Su Malalai returned to Yang Guizhi's house. She didn't want to miss the chance to drug Xiao Kexing, so she came again. Yang Guizhi poured her a glass of water and placed it on the table. Su Malalai bluntly said, "You're getting married tomorrow. If you help me, and we do this together, I will come to give you the wedding gifts tomorrow. If you don't agree, there's no point in me coming. I can't find a chance to drug her myself. Together, we have a better chance." She couldn't swallow her anger. Why could Xiao Kexing get what she couldn't? She hated them both. She wouldn't let them marry on the 28th. Destroying Xiao Kexing was the best plan. Yang Guizhi frowned, deep in thought. She looked at the watch Shengyong gave her. She had sold it on the black market, then got it back. Why was she so angry? All of this was Xiao Kexing's fault. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so miserable. Seeing her hesitant, Su Malalai continued. The drug takes effect after 2 hours. It won't be noticed. If you miss this chance, do you think there will be a better one next time? We will be completely safe together. Yang Guizhi, with her sharp eyes, looked at the person in front of her and asked, "How can I help?" Su Malalai raised an eyebrow and said, "Play it by ear." After speaking, she took out a packet of medicine from her bag and placed it in front of her, then added, "You take one, I take one. Be flexible."
Yang Guizhi nodded.
Anyway, it would be Su Malalai who would make the final decision later. She wouldn't be foolish enough to act first. Covering for her was also an option. If Su Malalai didn't come to send the wedding tomorrow, there would be no chance at all. She agreed, saying okay. The two quickly reached an agreement and continued discussing the schedule for tomorrow. For dinner, Lu Ting and Xiao Kexing had dinner at the Lu family. It was dark when they returned to Zhao's house. After taking a shower, Xiao Kexing, dressed in a modest long-sleeved nightgown, came out. She saw Lu Ting leaning against the bed reading, just like yesterday. Seeing his deep eyes, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh my! She was dressed very conservatively today, but his gaze was still very intense. Tonight, she didn't dare to provoke him. The pain from last night was still fresh in her mind. Lu Ting looked at his wife, who was wearing a long-sleeved outfit, but her white legs were visible as she moved. Her chest also moved with her steps, indicating she wasn't wearing anything underneath. He knew how good her figure was. There was real flesh where it should be. Suddenly, Lu Ting felt warmth rise within him. For the first time in 25 years, he was truly attracted. It was hard not to be. He knew she was probably still in pain, so he forcibly suppressed his desire to eat her up. Watching her delicate hand wipe her face, he suddenly remembered how she had hooked his neck last night. He slightly bent one leg to ease the change in his body. Xiao Kexing took care of her skin, and then walked to the bed. She supported herself with one hand on the bed and climbed over Lu Ting. Because of this movement, her nightgown's neckline, which was already loose, revealed a glimpse of spring. Lu Ting saw everything clearly. If he didn't know she was still in pain, he'd think she was flirting with him again. Seeing his little brother becoming more energetic, Lu Ting quickly turned off the light, so he couldn't see anymore. Xiao Kexing didn't know what had just happened. She usually didn't wear underwear to sleep. Relaxing and sleeping comfortably was much better, and sleeping in clothes wasn't healthy. Even with the lights off, Lu Ting still wanted to be close to his wife. He turned and hugged her in his arms. Xiao Kexing placed her hand on his body and said, "Lu Ting, didn't I tell you that after we sleep together, I'd share my secret with you? I'm telling you now. Do you want to hear it?" Lu Ting remembered her previous words and realized they might part ways. He didn't want that and said firmly, "I don't want to hear it and I don't want to know. Since you said it's a secret, then it's a secret. I really don't want to know. Go to sleep." Xiao Kexing smiled slightly and asked, "Don't want to know where the bracelet is?" "No, if I don't want to, then it's yours." Lu Ting thought about the bracelet that disappeared in front of him. He was curious, especially since he had thought about it all night after it vanished. The possibility of separation made him even more curious. So what if his wife had secrets? She was still his wife. He was very happy with their life now. He couldn't imagine what he would do if they parted. Xiao Keqing continued, "Don't want to know how the wine was taken out of the bag?" Lu Ting looked up slightly. "If we don't sleep, we can do something else." "Sleep, sleep." Xiao Keqing quickly withdrew her arms from around his waist and turned her body so her back was to him. Even with the spiritual spring water, she was afraid she couldn't handle it today. Lu Ting hugged her from behind, holding her tightly in his arms. Xiao Keqing suddenly felt not only his chest pressed against her back, but also something else that was also close to her. In an instant, she remembered last night's scene and moved slightly. Lu Ting buried his head in her shoulder and said softly, "Wife, I just want to hold you. I know you're hurting, but I won't touch you. Once you recover, I definitely won't let you hurt anymore." Sleep. Did this man need to say so much? It made her unsure how to respond to him. Xiao Keqing felt warm in Lu Ting's arms and, without realizing it, fell asleep. Lu Ting listened to her steady breathing, turned her around, and saw that she had been sleeping with her face resting on his chest. He felt pretty good about it. The next day, Xiao Keqing woke up in Lu Ting's arms. She looked up and saw that the man's eyelids were closed. She moved slightly. Lu Ting seemed to unconsciously hold her again, wrapping his arms around her completely. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Wife, sleep a little more, She looked up at him. He was still with his eyes closed, looking lazy. She glanced outside and asked, "Aren't you going for a run?" Lu Ting, still with his eyes closed, kissed the top of her head. "I didn't sleep well. From now on, call me husband." That night, holding his wife to sleep, he was excited and kept thinking about doing more things. He endured all night. Suddenly, Xiao Keqing remembered the night before last. Her face heated up. The man was on top of her, and at her most passionate moment, he wanted her to call him husband. She obediently called him that, but he kept getting more energetic. Oh my! It was so exciting, really so exciting. Thinking it's still early, I might sleep a bit longer. Before I knew it, I fell asleep again. When she woke up, no one was around. She sat up and immediately saw a note on the table, which she picked up. "Breakfast is on the coal stove. Be sure to eat. I went to the team. I will come back early this afternoon to take you to visit." It was written by Lu Ting, with the words husband at the end. Xiao Keqing smiled slightly, got out of bed, washed up, and then went to the wardrobe to pick out clothes. She was attracted by a box inside. Opening it, she found condoms wrapped in paper. Seeing the instructions on the box, she was suddenly surprised, especially the part that said, "Wash and wipe clean after use, then apply talcum powder." Thinking of what the man said last time, she realized he wasn't asking for a child now because he was worried about her health. Her body was fine now, so she didn't want to use this. When she was preparing medicines before, there was just in her medicine box. If she needed to use one, it could only be from the space. Besides, she had no intention of letting Lu Ting use it. Having a child was necessary. She wondered if Lu Ting would still stay with her if he found out her secret. Having a child might be okay. She put the item back into the space. At 4 p.m., Lu Ting finished his tasks and went to Zhao's house to pick up his wife. Once inside, he hugged her and asked, "Honey, does it still hurt?" He had noticed that the red marks he made on her earlier had disappeared that morning, so he asked. Xiao Keqing clearly understood his question. After drinking the spiritual spring water, she no longer felt pain. She shook her head and buried her face in his chest. Lu Ting's lips curved into a smile, and his eyes darkened with joy. "Let's go have some wine early, then go home to do serious work." Xiao Keqing found it hard not to understand what he meant. How could he speak so seriously about such things? But she was also looking forward to it. She thought about her upcoming wedding and asked, "When will Jiangqi come back?" "I don't know. I also don't know when he'll return. You and Jiangqi have kept things very hidden," Lu Ting replied. Xiao Keqing felt a little disappointed if Jiangqi didn't come to her wedding. They went straight to Zhengyang's house. Seeing Yang Guizhi dressed in a bright red cotton coat with a big red flower on her head, Xiao Keqing was completely stunned. Lu Ting's eyes narrowed sharply, looking coldly at Yang Guizhi and Zhengyang. The two of them couldn't even say a word of blessing. Zheng Yong stepped forward with a smile and said, "Brother Lu, my wife, Yang Guizhi." He looked at Yang Guizhi and introduced, "Guizhi, this is Commander Lu and his wife, Comrade Xiao." When Yang Guizhi heard that Xiao Keqing was Lu Ting's wife, her face remained calm, but inside, she was overwhelmed with shock. Her fists clenched tightly. Zheng Yong saw that his wife didn't greet others and quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile, saying, "Brother Lu, you guys sit first. Dinner is ready." He immediately realized that his wife must know them, otherwise her expression wouldn't have been like that. Okay. Lu Ting looked around. Most of the people here, he recognized. When he saw Zhou Haoyu, he and Xiao Keqing moved to an empty seat nearby and sat down. Zhou Haoyu saw it was someone close to the boss and his eyes brightened. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, hello." Xiao Keqing nodded with a smile, "Hello." The food was served quickly. At this moment, Su Malia, who had been observing from the corner for a long time, came out and signaled to Yang Guizhi.
Yang Guizhi immediately understood.
Xiao Keqing casually glanced at the interaction between Su Malia and Yang Guizhi, realizing they were scheming together. Seeing Su Malia walk straight toward them, she nudged Lu Ting beside her. Lu Ting looked at his wife, following her gaze, and saw Su Malia. His face immediately darkened. Su Malia stopped beside Xiao Keqing and said, "Xiao Keqing, long time no see. May I sit next to you?" Xiao Keqing showed a faint smile, her expression calm. "Feel free to sit anywhere." Zhou Haoyu also noticed the person next to Xiao Keqing. Wasn't she the Dr. Su, who liked their boss? He looked at the two of them carefully. Something was going on. If his sister-in-law found out, it wouldn't be good. Su Malia smiled, picked up a glass of wine from the table, and poured 2 glasses in front of herself. She placed one in front of Xiao Keqing and said, "Xiao Keqing, I want to officially apologize to you. I'm sorry for what happened at the Southern Army last time.
Cheers to you.
Please forgive me." After speaking, she raised her glass. Everyone at the table looked at her. Lu Ting's sharp eyes fixed on the wine glass in front of his wife. He reached out to grab it, but was held back by her hand. Xiao Keqing pressed Lu Ting's hand under the table and smiled at Su Malia, saying, "Dr. Su, it's okay. It's nothing serious. I've already forgotten about it. And I should thank you. If it weren't for you, Lu Ting and I wouldn't be together so soon." She was also capable of doing that. Xiao Keqing looked down at her wine glass. She clearly saw that there was only 1 glass on the table, but when she sat down and poured wine, 2 appeared. Thinking about the story in the book, was she blind? Was someone trying to drug her? This glass of wine must have been drugged. Xiao Keqing picked up several glasses and smiled, saying, "Okay." Su Malia saw this and immediately became happy. She wanted to see how Xiao Keqing would handle being with Lu Ting. Xiao Keqing observed Su Malia's gaze carefully and put the wine back on the table, saying, "Dr. Su, you are a doctor, so you must know that people with stomach problems shouldn't drink alcohol. To show I truly forgive you, I will eat some food first and then drink later. Is that okay?" Su Malia hesitated for a moment after seeing her put down the wine glass. Hearing her explanation, her uneasy heart finally calmed down.
Okay.
Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Dr. Su, you also eat some food. Let's drink together so we won't get too drunk." Hearing this, Su Malia put down her wine. Okay. Anyway, Xiao Keqing wouldn't drink this glass, and there was still Yang Guizhi's wine later. 2 measures at once, no worries about falling for it. Xiao Keqing picked up her chopsticks, smiled at Lu Ting, and quickly opened his palm, writing wine swap on it. Lu Ting obviously couldn't let his wife drink that wine. If it weren't for her asking him to stay still, he would have acted already. He pinched Xiao Keqing's hand and pulled it away. At this moment, everyone started eating their food. Lu Ting patted Zhou Haoyu's leg with one hand and made a few gestures in a place they could see. Zhou Haoyu understood immediately and continued eating his rice. Lu Ting then picked up his chopsticks and helped his wife with some food. After a while, Zhou Haoyu finished his wine, stood up, and looked across the table, smiling. "Captain of the 4th Battalion, shall we have a drink?" The captain of the 4th Battalion also stood up and smiled. "Sure." Zhou Haoyu smiled and said as he walked, "Great, I'll pour a glass." He approached Su Malia, picked up the wine on the table and poured it. Pretending to slip, he spilled a glass of wine on Su Malia. She immediately screamed and stood up, looking at Zhou Haoyu. This instantly drew everyone's attention at the table. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing took this chance to quickly swap the wine glasses between herself and Su Malia. Zhou Haoyu hurriedly apologized. Dr. Su, I'm really sorry I slipped. It wasn't intentional. Su Malia was furious and wanted to lash out. Everyone had apologized, so she couldn't really hold onto her anger. Besides, she had important things to do, so she suppressed her rage and said, "It's okay, I'll wipe it off." Lu Ting placed the sliced lean meat into Xiao Keqing's bowl and softly said, "Wife, eat more." His gentle voice was just loud enough for Su Malia to hear. How could he be so kind and caring to another woman? In her dream, she was his wife. Such tone and tenderness were things he had never shown her. Her eyes filled with crazy jealousy. Why wasn't it her? Suppressing her hatred, she picked up her wine glass and raised it to Xiao Keqing, saying, "Xiao Keqing, I toast to you." Xiao Keqing put down her chopsticks, picked up her glass, and smiled. "Okay, I toast to you too." After saying that, she drank the wine. Seeing her drink so happily, Su Malia smirked and also finished her glass, her throat immediately burning. Then Xiao Keqing poured a glass of wine for Su Malia and filled her own glass. The wine tasted okay. Maybe because she hadn't drunk in a long time, having another glass should be fine. She looked at Su Malia and said, "One more drink shows more sincerity." Su Malia smiled, thinking she was just being silly. Okay. She had never drunk before, so this wine probably wouldn't get her drunk. The two of them drank another glass together. Lu Ting saw his wife pick up her glass again and hurried forward, taking it from her hand. "You have a stomach problem." Xiao Keqing turned to look at Lu Ting and whispered, "You don't know if I have a stomach problem. Hurry and find an excuse to leave. I want to see what she's really up to." Lu Ting knew she wasn't sick. Otherwise, she wouldn't have drunk a whole glass. He put down his own glass and said, "I won't be back tonight. There's something at the team." "Okay." Lu Ting pulled Zhou Haoyu and Jingyong aside and spoke briefly before leaving. Su Malia saw this and smiled even more brightly. It's good he wouldn't be back. Just now, she was worried about Lu Ting interfering. Now, everything was working in her favor. When the medicine's effects kicked in, anyone could lose their clarity. She might just pull someone randomly to handle things. Even if she couldn't find someone, enduring it would harm her health. Whether she could have children in the future was uncertain. Her mood also improved, as if the anger in her heart was slowly fading. Xiao Keqing poured another glass for Su Malia. One more drink. She thought about secretly adding medicine to the glass, knowing alcohol would speed up its effects. The wine tasted good, and she didn't admit she was craving it. Okay. Su Malia also decided not to stay any longer. If she was suspected later, it would be bad for her. After finishing her drink, she put down her cup and didn't want to talk to Xiao Keqing anymore. She stood up and walked over to Yang Guizhi. "I'm leaving now. I've taken care of everything I needed to." Xiao Keqing watched their interaction and saw Su Malia was about to leave, so she followed behind. She still regretted not letting Su Malia have a few more drinks. She stepped outside. Maybe because she had a few drinks, her face started to feel hot. Sigh, this body really can't handle alcohol. Lu Ting and Zhou Haoyu waited outside. When they saw their wife come out, they walked over. Seeing her face flushed and cheeks rosy like red apples, they guessed she was probably drunk again. Xiao Keqing saw Lu Ting and said, "I want to follow her and see if she really drugged me." Of course, Lu Ting wanted to go too, but he was very good at judging people. He knew this person wanted to harm his wife. So, the three of them followed Su Malia. When Su Malia came out, she felt her body start to heat up. It was definitely because she drank alcohol. She was a little drunk and tugged at her collar tightly. Lu Ting watched her sway unsteadily ahead, his sharp eyes narrowing. On the way back to the military hospital, they passed behind a row of apartment buildings. At this moment, Su Malia felt her whole body burning, very uncomfortable. Her vision started to blur. Although she had never drunk before, she knew she wasn't in her usual state. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. She guessed she must have accidentally drunk the spiked drink. She was furious, her teeth almost clenched to break. That despicable Xiao Keqing. She couldn't have mistaken the cup. She was sure that person swapped the cups. Thinking about the possible effects of being drugged, she started to feel scared. Her vision also blurred. She staggered forward, anxious to move ahead. Zhou Haoyu saw that Su Malia was definitely in trouble now. Her courage was really big. She even drugged his sister-in-law. What kind of drug was it? She was losing her balance. At this moment, Su Malia bumped into someone. Lu Qiming saw her crash right into his arms. His hand immediately wrapped around her waist, and he quickly smelled alcohol on her. Had she been drinking? Su Malia couldn't see clearly who she was holding on to. Her mind was too muddled to think. Her hands uncontrollably reached up and kissed the person's neck. Lu Qiming, being a doctor, immediately realized she had been drugged. He curled his lips and thought, today must be quite a lucky day. Fortunately, this is behind the military district's apartment building, and it's getting dark, so you can't see what they're doing. Lu Qiming said, Dr. Su, are you drunk? Can I take you to my house? Su Malia was dizzy and only wanted more. She couldn't hear what he was saying and pulled at her clothes, holding the man in front of her and continuing to kiss him.
Want more?
Seeing this situation, Lu Qiming thought he couldn't wait to go home. Behind the apartment building was a small forest, which was quite exciting. He picked up the woman and headed into the woods. The three people behind saw everything clearly. Lu Ting's eyes flashed with anger, his fingers clenched into fists, making a cracking sound. Xiao Keqing looked at the kissing couple with bright eyes. So he really drugged her. Zhou Haoyu's eyes widened in shock. This was aphrodisiac drugging. He turned to look at Lu Ting, who was radiating intense hostility. He knew this look well. Lu Ting's expression when killing enemies was exactly like this, full of pressure and very intimidating. Xiao Keqing showed a sly smile. If he dared to drug her, he would pay the price. She quickly ran forward. Lu Ting and Zhou Haoyu hurried after her. Xiao Keqing hid behind a big tree, watching the two of them undress. It looked like a scene from a movie, somewhat shocking. Just as she was getting into it, a pair of big hands covered her eyes, and she heard Lu Ting's deep voice say, "Don't look." He quickly turned her around. Xiao Keqing pouted, "You can't look either." Lu Ting said seriously, "I won't look." He didn't want to see anything inappropriate, especially not his wife with another man. Xiao Keqing definitely wouldn't miss this chance. She looked around, then turned to Zhou Haoyu, who was watching eagerly. She decided he could go instead. She didn't want Lu Ting to see another woman. She patted his arm and shared her idea. Zhou Haoyu's eyes lit up when he heard his sister-in-law's plan. This was good. If someone dared to drug his sister-in-law, she deserved punishment. He quickly found a branch, smirked, and quietly took away the clothes the two had discarded. He couldn't help but glance a few more times. There was a lot of white skin. The two were working hard, and they didn't seem to notice their clothes were gone. Both of them made sounds as they called out, not caring if anyone heard. Once again, he lit a small fire in the woods to make sure it wouldn't cause a wildfire. Then he quickly ran back to the residential area, which only took 2 minutes. He was still hoping that the man wasn't impotent, or else no one would watch the exciting scene. He loudly shouted, "It's on fire! Quick, it's on fire!" Suddenly, everyone rushed out with buckets, heading towards Zhou Haoyu. "Where is the fire?" Zhou Haoyu, anxious, said, "Hurry, gather everyone and follow me. The mountain is on fire." The residents immediately started shouting. A mountain fire was no small matter. If not put out, it could burn the houses in the residential area. People from the apartment buildings also came out, increasing the crowd. Zhou Haoyu was worried about that man's impotence, so he shouted for everyone to hurry. "Quick, quick, we need to get there in 2 minutes." That man wasn't a good person either, just like the woman. He couldn't be allowed to get away with it. Strict punishment was necessary. The man ran ahead, and the woman followed behind. Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing hid behind a large tree. their backs to the two people who were working hard nearby. His big hand covered Xiao Keqing's ears. If his wife hadn't refused to leave, he would have carried her away long ago. Xiao Keqing leaned into Lu Ting's arms, feeling dizzy. He carefully covered her ears. Having seen small movies in the past, this wasn't a big deal. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming, who was now clear-headed, heard the noisy sounds. He tilted his head and saw a large group of people running toward him with flashlights. He quickly got up from Su Malalai, wanting to grab his clothes and run. His eyes widened. Where were his clothes? Su Malalai suddenly felt itchy all over, got up quickly, and threw herself onto Lu Qiming, pressing him down. This wasn't good. There was no time to run. Just as he was about to push her off, the flashlight's beam shone on them, blinding him. Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, "Quick! These two are cheating! Catch them!" The crowd erupted into chaos. Zhou Haoyu took a few steps to look at the two on the ground, then smiled and walked over to the fire he had just lit, putting it out. He looked at the crowd and said, "Luckily, we arrived in time. The fire is out." And so, the fire was extinguished. After speaking, he ran over to Lu Ting and stopped. Seeing everyone had arrived, Lu Ting picked up his wife and started to walk back. He looked at Zhou Haoyu and said, "Catch those two and interrogate them carefully. Find the evidence that frames my wife." Xiao Keqing added, "Su Moli and Yang Guizhi must have conspired. I also have a letter from Yang Guizhi intending to harm me." Lu Ting's eyes were deep and dark, and his voice was filled with restrained anger. "Yang Guizhi has been harming my wife. We need to question her thoroughly. Let's go and arrest her now. She even secretly took photos of me. I suspect she's a spy. Get a search warrant and send more people to search right away. Check if she's drugged anyone. I'll send my wife home first, then come to the team." "Yes." Zhou Haoyu turned and ran toward the military district. At this moment, Su Moli had not yet regained consciousness. She was still clinging to Lu Qiming. The people from the family compound came to put out the fire. Many of them were carrying water and poured it directly onto both of them. Su Moli suddenly woke up, her whole body feeling cold, especially as a breeze blew, making her shiver all over. She looked around at the people and then at herself, which fidgeted her so much that she fainted again. A kind-hearted elderly woman in the crowd draped her own clothes over Su Moli. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing was being carried home by Lu Ting. Lu Ting softly said to the person in his arms, "When we get home, give me the letter from Yang Guizhi from last time." Xiao Keqing, feeling dizzy from drinking, took the letter from her bag directly.
"Here now."
Lu Ting looked at the letter her wife pulled out of her pocket, squinted slightly, and couldn't help but smile faintly. He didn't want to know her secrets, but her slip-ups were increasing. Xiao Keqing leaned against the man's chest, talking about how Yang Guizhi and Su Moli exchanged glances at the banquet, and she also mentioned that Yang Guizhi pushed her into the lake when she was 13. Maybe it was because the man's embrace was too comfortable, and her voice was getting softer. Lu Ting gently said, "Close your eyes and lean on me." He knew his wife couldn't handle alcohol. He clearly remembered what happened when she was 13. He was the one who saved her. But he hadn't seen clearly that Yang Guizhi was the one who pushed her. Back at Zhao's house, he pulled the light cord, looked at the person in his arms, who was closing her eyes with a blush on her face. Her lips were slightly parted, and she pouted a little, looking strangely adorable. He carried her back to the room, gently took off her outer clothes and shoes, and covered her with a blanket. He kissed her forehead and said, "I won't let those two cause trouble in front of you." After saying that, he turned off the light and strode out. Zhou Haoyu went to the security department with 10 people to Zheng Yang's house. When they entered, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to them. Yang Guizhi immediately felt scared and worried, fearing that her secret might be exposed. However, she didn't take any action. The person who attacked Xiao Keqing was Su Malia, which eased her uneasy mind a little. Zhou Haoyu handed a search warrant to Zheng Yang and said, "There is enough evidence now to show that Comrade Yang Guizhi is a spy. Please cooperate actively." After speaking, Zhou made a gesture. The security personnel instantly moved, heading toward Jingyang's house. Yang Guizhi was stunned and froze in place. The crowd erupted in chaos. Upon hearing this, Jingyang's mother staggered and started hitting Yang Guizhi, slapping her face repeatedly. "You wicked woman! Are you trying to ruin our whole family?" Hearing that she was called a spy, Yang Guizhi felt a mix of shock and fear. She couldn't believe she was a spy. She shouted, "I'm not a spy. They must have made a mistake." The security personnel held Jingyang's mother back. Two female soldiers stepped in front of Yang Guizhi and said, "Come inside. We need to search you." Yang Guizhi's legs trembled with fear. She still had medicine given by Su Malya on her, and if it was found, she didn't know how to explain herself. Seeing that she didn't move, the two female soldiers took hold of her arms and carried her into the house. Zhou Haoyu quietly took Jingyang, who was still stunned, aside and said softly, "You should thank Commander Liu. Otherwise, tomorrow you might be implicated, and they could even hand you over. You know how to handle spies, right? Later, come with us to the security department to explain everything." Zheng Yong nodded repeatedly and said confidently, "Yes, yes. I only met Comrade Yang Guizhi a few days ago. My mother is eager for me to get married, so we just got married. We are definitely not spies." Zhou Haoyu patted his shoulder and said, "That's just to understand you. Today, Commander Liu was anxious to handle this matter. Otherwise, you might suffer later." "Yes, Commander Liu, and we grew up together. We are definitely not spies." Zheng Yong nodded again, sweating coldly. He truly needed to thank Commander Liu. It was thanks to him. At this moment, a female soldier approached, opened her hand in front of Zhou Haoyu, and whispered, "This is medicine powder taken from her. She has already confessed. It's meant to give Comrade Xiao aphrodisiac." The female soldier spoke softly, but Zheng Yong, who was close, heard her clearly and was instantly terrified. Zhou Haoyu picked up the medicine packet and said, "Take her away. When we interrogate her, there will be more than just this." Meanwhile, Su Malya was taken to the military hospital, hooked up to 4 fluids. When she woke up, she was immediately taken to the security department. Sitting silently in the interrogation room, she stared blankly with dull eyes, not saying a word. Her whole body ached, which made her think about what happened tonight. Sometimes she would laugh foolishly, and other times she would stare blankly. The security officers asked her to explain what she knew. At this moment, tears filled Su Malalai's eyes. "I saw Lu Ting. That's why I spoke." 2 officers from the security department exchanged glances. One of them left the room. Lu Ting entered the interrogation room, looking coldly at Su Malalai. "Speak." Su Malalai looked into Lu Ting's eyes, burst out laughing, and tears slid down her face. "Why isn't it me? Why don't you like me?" Lu Ting's expression turned fierce. "Is that why you want to harm her?" Su Malalai showed a wicked smile. "Yes, so I can ruin her and also ruin you." Lu Ting didn't want to say another word to her. He told the person beside him, "Report this." After speaking, he left the room. Yes. In another interrogation room, Li Guizhi thought that if she really became a spy, she definitely wouldn't survive. The security officers didn't ask many questions and clearly explained everything, also saying she hadn't drugged anyone. The officers placed a letter on the table and sternly said, "Why did you take photos of Captain Liu? That's something spies would do." Li Guizhi was trembling with fear and started explaining everything clearly again. The 2 major incidents tonight quickly spread throughout the 2 residential compounds and even the military district. Especially the Su Malalai incident was too explosive. Lu Ting returned to the family compound around 7 p.m. the next evening. Xiao Keqing served him a bowl of noodles with 2 eggs inside. Lu Ting held his wife's hand in one hand and ate noodles with the other. Someone at home was thinking of him, and his heart was filled with happiness. Xiao Keqing wanted to ask about Su Malalai, but saw that Lu Ting was really hungry, so she swallowed her questions and decided to wait until he finished eating. While eating, Lu Ting looked at his wife and couldn't help but smile. This matter has a big impact. The 2 troublemakers have been handed over to higher authorities. Su Malalai will definitely be sentenced for her crimes. Yang Guizhi might be sentenced or sent for farm reform. The results won't come out quickly, but in any case, these two won't be causing trouble in front of you anymore. Xiao Keqing's eyes brightened. No matter what happened to Yang Guizhi, she was very satisfied. She smiled and said, "You don't know, today the whole estate was talking about it. Ding Xuehua even came specially to tell me." Lu Ting stopped eating with his chopsticks. "Those two troublemakers won't come here again. That makes me feel much better." After dinner, Lu Ting took a shower. Seeing that his wife had already finished hers, he asked, "Honey, I was about to shower. Do you want to wash up? I can do it for you." "No need. I've already washed," Xiao Keqing replied. She always finished her shower in the space and then took her clothes from outside. He knew how attentive this man was. Lu Ting washed his clothes and hung them outside in the yard. Just as he was about to go inside, he heard the gate open. He guessed correctly, it was probably Xiao Guowei and Yang Yunqiu returning. He quickly went to open the gate. When Xiao Guowei and Yang Yunqiu entered, they saw Lu Ting in his pajamas, holding a basin. Xiao Guowei's face twitched. You. Just a few days away, and this kid has already taken over the house." Lu Ting smiled and took Xiao Guowei's bag. "Dad and Mom, have you eaten? If not, I'll serve you some noodles." Yang Yunqiu looked at Lu Ting with a moment of surprise. "Xiao Ting, did you register the marriage?" She didn't want her daughter to face gossip.
Lu Ting nodded.
"Yes, we registered the day before yesterday." Yang Yunqiu finally relaxed and smiled. "Good, now that you're married, you can stay peacefully." We ate in the car. She liked this son-in-law more and more. Xiao Guowei glanced at Lu Ting, wondering why he looked so anxious. Was waiting just a few days really such a big deal? In the living room, Xiao Keqing went to talk with her mother to learn about her brother's situation before returning to the room with Lu Ting. Lu Ting entered the room and locked the door behind him. He bent down and picked up his wife. His eyes were deep and intense, fixed on her. "Wife, is that okay?" His gaze seemed to burn like fire, making her heart tremble slightly. "You didn't sleep last night. Let's do it another day." She was always worried about him, and this feeling was hard to describe. A smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. "Are you worried I can't handle it? Then I need to perform well tonight." Xiao Keqing gave him a light glare. "Mom and Dad might hear. The room is soundproof. They won't hear, and I will be very—" The last two words were whispered close to her ear. "Gentle." After saying that, he kissed her earlobe. Suddenly, Xiao Keqing's face turned red. She wrapped her arms around his neck to respond. Lu Ting carried her to the bed and set her down. "Wait for me." Xiao Keqing quickly held onto his neck to stop him. "Don't go. I'm fine. I'm serious about having your child." Lu Ting's eyes filled with tears. "Wife, I worry. Let's wait a bit longer, okay? I want to raise you for a year or so." Xiao Keqing chuckled softly, "Haha. Wait a year and a half before you eat me." Her husband was so funny when he spoke. Lu Ting saw his wife smiling happily and couldn't help but laugh along. He reached out and released her hand, then turned to the wardrobe. Xiao Keqing crawled into the quilt, watching Lu Ting search through it. "Don't look anymore. I took it. I don't want to use it. If you don't want to have children with me, then just hold it in." Lu Ting quickly closed the wardrobe door and stepped in front of her. "Are you really okay with that?" Xiao Keqing then looked at his body, staring at him. He looked energetic and well-built. Her eyes were full of mischievous smiles. "Whether I can bear it or not isn't up to me. You decide." Lu Ting made a clicking sound, tapping his chin with his tongue. Did he not want their child? All of this was for her health. Lu Ting got into bed and pulled her into his arms, speaking softly, Wife. Xiao Keqing immediately remembered what she had said before. He was just like a little puppy. Hee. She kissed his lips lightly. "Husband, good night." She reached out and pulled the lamp cord. She couldn't compromise. Lu Ting held her tighter, rubbing against her. With his fragrant wife beside him, could he really sleep? The next morning, Lu Ting, with his arm around his wife's shoulders, went downstairs affectionately, catching Xiao Guowei's eye. Xiao Gui watched their sweet interaction and was happy for his daughter. Seeing how Lu Ting looked at her, it was clear he adored her very much. Lu Ting went downstairs, saw Xiao Gui, and let go of his wife's shoulder.
He greeted him, Dad.
Xiao Gui waved his hand.
I have something to talk to you about.
Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing sat down together. Xiao Gui looked at Lu Ting and said, "You know you shouldn't see each other before the wedding." Lu Ting looked at him with wide eyes, surprised. "You're a teacher. How can you believe in superstitions?" Xiao Gui dismissed it. "I'm also a father, and I only want what's best for you too. The wedding is almost here, so you shouldn't come home these days." To avoid rumors, even though they had registered their marriage, others didn't know. Lu Ting couldn't believe it.
What?
"Dad, we can't do that. Besides, it's normal not to see each other the day before the wedding. That's too long." He didn't want to be apart from his wife. Xiao Gui glared at him. "Long? It's only 5 days. Can't you handle 5 days?" Xiao Keqing also wanted to ask her father a question, but she thought there was no need to go 5 days without seeing him. Seeing her father's serious expression, she chose to stay silent. Lu Ting suggested, "Dad, I'll follow the normal plan. We won't see each other the day before the wedding."
Xiao Gui smiled and said, "Okay."
Lu Ting immediately smiled, feeling relieved that there was room for discussion. Xiao Gui glanced at Lu Ting and said, "I was planning to tell you when you got to the army, but now is fine. Today, you and the commander of the 2nd Regiment will lead the outdoor training, and you'll come back the day before the wedding. I can give you 2 extra days of leave." Lu Ting was speechless, feeling like he was being given a sweet treat after a slap. He replied, "Yes," and then looked at his wife with a faint smile. Meanwhile, at Xiao Junjia's place, the Qiao family arranged a celebration for the couple 2 days later. That evening, Xiao Junjia finished washing up and was about to return to Qiao Jun's room to sleep, but he was turned away. Qiao Jun joked, "The wedding banquet is over, and you could even get the room wrong." "I really admire you," Xiao Junjia said. "We haven't registered the marriage yet." Xiao Jun explained, "From what I see, you're a city boy. Don't you know that in the village, holding a banquet means you're married? Hurry up and go to my sister's room. Her room is bigger than mine, and I can't stand you sleeping in my small hut." Then Xiao Junjia headed toward Qiao Shanshan's room. When he reached the door and was about to knock, it opened from inside. They looked at each other. Xiao Junjia saw Qiao Shanshan with her hair down, her face delicate and small, her clear eyes shining brightly, and her smile even more charming. Qiao Shanshan smiled and said, "You go back to your room first. I need to talk to my brother." After saying that, she left happily. It was the first time Xiao Junjia saw her with her hair down, beautiful and captivating. He couldn't help but smile and stepped into her room. Seeing the bright red quilt on the bed, his heart started pounding wildly. Qiao Shanshan quickly returned and closed the door behind her. She was filled with happiness. She had married the person she liked. Tonight was their wedding night, and they would sleep in the same bed. Her nerves made her heart race. Xiao Junjia also felt nervous. "Let's rest early. We have to leave by car tomorrow." Qiao Shanshan nodded and said, "Okay." Then she started to take off her outer clothes, revealing her pajamas underneath. After showering, she put on her pajamas directly. She got into bed and lay inside, leaving the outer side for Xiao Junjia. Xiao Junjia finished washing up. He was only wearing a simple shirt. Seeing her already in bed, he said, "I'll turn off the light." "Okay." Xiao Junjia pulled the cord and got into bed. He lay down, and his nose was filled with the scent of a woman. It was nice, but also very tempting. His hand was about to cover himself with the blanket, but he withdrew it. Oh well, no need to cover up. If he did, it might make things more difficult. Seeing and wanting are 2 different things, and not being able to have it makes it harder. Anyway, it wasn't cold now. Qiao Shanshan waited a moment, but didn't see him cover himself. She looked up slightly and saw him resting his hands behind his head in the moonlight outside. "Aren't you cold? You'll catch a cold in the morning." During these days together, she truly understood that Xiao Junjia was a very good man, thoughtful, diligent and never sloppy when working. He was humble in front of her family. The only thing she didn't like was that he kept his distance from her. Last time, she even kissed his cheek, but after that, he didn't follow up. They hadn't even held hands in days. Xiao Shanshan was naturally bold. Otherwise, she wouldn't have confessed her feelings to him the very next day. If he hadn't confessed first, she might have thought he didn't like her. She gathered her courage, lifted the blanket beside her, and covered Xiao Junjie with it. Then, she leaned her head on his shoulder and rested her hand on his waist, hugging him. Xiao Junjie instinctively wrapped his arm around her back, pulling her into his embrace. In the quiet, only their heartbeats could be heard. Xiao Junjie thought to himself how soft this woman's body was, so soft, especially the two plush parts pressed against him, even softer. He had watched many movies and knew what this meant. Since she was his wife, it was okay to kiss her a few times. He quickly turned over and pressed her down, his sharp, wolf-like eyes fixed on her. Their breathing intertwined. Xiao Junjie cleared his throat and asked, "Shanshan, can I kiss you?" Xiao Shanshan knew he was a bit shy. She was already his, so why ask? She boldly hooked her hands around his neck, lifted her head slightly, and kissed his lips to show her feelings. Xiao Junjie received her response and kissed her quickly. He had seen this in movies and tried to imitate it, using his tongue to gently open her mouth. His kissing became more experienced, and his hands couldn't help exploring her body. Xiao Shanshan was dizzy from the kiss. She quietly held his waist with her hands, which also slipped inside his clothes. Xiao Junjie felt her hand movements and the sounds she made, which made him want more. The two kissed for a long time. The next day, Xiao Shanshan woke up in Xiao Junjie's arms. His big hand was inside her clothes, covering her fair skin. Her face suddenly started to feel hot. They had done everything last night, just not the final step. She thought Xiao Junjie was just a simple guy, but he was actually a fierce wolf, a hungry wolf, and quite experienced, good at kissing and other things. She liked it very much, both physically and emotionally. Looking at such an honest person, she wondered how many partners he had had. He was 25 and not married yet, but so talented with many good qualities. How could he have no past relationships? Thinking about the person she liked and how many people he might have kissed, she pouted her little mouth. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt, and her eyes started to fill with tears. Xiao Junjie sensed something was wrong and looked at her quickly. His eyes welled up with tears. His breathing slowed as he quickly propped himself up with his elbow. He realized he might have scared her last night by being too forward, asking for too much. He could tell his wife liked him last night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold and done everything. He thought they would take a car today, but they didn't finish the last step, and now he felt he might have frightened her. He hurriedly pulled her into his arms, speaking softly. "Wife, I was wrong. Don't cry. I really was wrong." Xiao Shanshan heard him admit his mistake and could no longer hold back her tears. Xiao Junjie was suddenly panicked and awkward, saying, "Sorry, wife, I was really wrong. Don't cry first." After saying that, he wiped her tears. Xiao Shanshan choked and said, "Before we got married, I forgot to ask you something. Now I kind of regret it." Xiao Junjie suddenly stopped what he was doing, his expression darkening, and his heart trembled fiercely. "I don't want to let you go, and I can't let you go. If you want to ask, just ask now. I'll answer you." Xiao Shanshan suppressed her emotions. "How many women have you been with? Why are you so good at that?" Xiao Junjie asked, "Is it just because of that?" She nodded. This woman was jealous. Xiao Junjie smiled and wiped her tears again. "You're my first woman and you'll be my last. Everything we did last night was my first time. Why am I so good at it? It's because I got married late. I used to hear my roommates talk about marriage and all the spicy stuff, so I guess I learned a lot. I am a soldier. I can do those kinds of things." He definitely couldn't tell her that he learned it from his sister's computer or heard it in the dormitory. It was true, he didn't lie. Zhou Shanshan felt happy when she heard this. Xiao Junjie saw she didn't answer and said, "Don't believe me? Then I swear to you." Zhou Shanshan quickly held his hand and said, No need, I believe you. Xiao Junjie pulled her closer into his arms and asked, Are you still regretful? Zhou Shanshan shook her head and said confidently, No, I thought you were with someone else. Xiao Junjie chuckled and said, Last night was the first time I kissed someone. I still want to kiss you now, is that okay? Zhou Shanshan immediately thought of last night and covered her face with her hands. Xiao Junjie quickly pressed her down and took her hands away. Her cheeks turned red as she said, You misunderstood me earlier. You owe me an apology. After saying that, he kissed her fiercely. They went through some more moments of closeness, but they didn't go all the way. In the morning, they had to take the bus. Xiao Junjie reluctantly let her go. Seeing the red marks on her neck, he couldn't help but smile and said, Honey, today wear a high-neck shirt. It was the first time. I'll be more careful next time. He wanted to clarify, so she wouldn't overthink and cry. Zhou Shanshan looked down at herself, noticing the red marks everywhere caused by him. She then realized what he meant and covered her head with a blanket. Go change your clothes quickly. I need to change mine. Xiao Junjie's smile grew wider. It was normal for his wife to be shy. If they didn't do it properly, he would take care of her when they got home. Otherwise, he might get sick. His body was almost bursting from excitement. He didn't expect his wife to have such a good figure. He quickly dressed and left. The long-awaited wedding finally arrived. Both the Xiao family and the Lu family had decorations with double happiness characters. Relatives and friends gathered, making the scene lively and joyful. Lu Ting arrived at the Xiao house, followed by a large group of people bringing wedding gifts. He was dressed in a neat military uniform with a big red flower pinned to his chest. He first bowed to Xiao Guowei and Yang Yunqiu, who were sitting on chairs. Everyone fell silent. Lu Ting confidently promised, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, please rest assured to entrust your daughter to me. She was wonderful at her home, and she will be even better in the Lu family. I promise to love, care for, protect, and respect her every day in the future. Zhou Haoyu cheered and clapped, and the house became lively again. Xiao Guowei and Yang Yunqiu's eyes reddened, feeling grateful that the two families lived close by and they could see their daughter every day. Old Master Xiao nodded with a happy smile. When Lu Ting was about to go upstairs, Xiao Junjie stopped him. I carry my sister. What are you using to pick up your wife? Lu Ting smiled and said, No need for you to carry her. I'll do it myself. The most sincere thing is my legs. I'll carry her back myself. He didn't want Xiao Junjie to carry her. He would carry his wife himself. Xiao Junjie chuckled and said, Riding a motorcycle to pick her up is also good. Lu Ting patted Xiao Junjie's shoulder and said, Bicycles and motorcycles are cold and hard. What if my wife gets frozen? It's more comfortable and warmer if I carry her. The distance is short, just a few more minutes of carrying. Xiao Junjie's eyes lit up, and he thought it made sense. Later, he decided to ride a motorcycle to pick up Shanshan and then carry her back. It's the same as what Lu Ting said, and the distance isn't far. Guo Wei and Yang Yunqiu were even more pleased with this son-in-law, truly caring for their daughter. Everyone else inside the house also saw that he really loved his wife. Lu Ting, who hadn't seen his wife for 5 days, stepped up 2 stairs at a time, smiling happily. When he entered, he saw the person he loved sitting on the bed waiting for him, also wearing a big red flower on her chest. Lu Ting went to her and said excitedly, Wife, I'm here to marry you. Do you want me to hold you or carry you? You choose. Xiao Keqing smiled warmly and spread her arms, saying, Hold me. That way, she could see his expression. Okay. Lu Ting easily bent down and picked her up, then headed downstairs. When Xiao Keqing came down, she saw her parents, grandfather, and older brother all smiling. They really listened to her last night's advice. When she got married, everyone should smile, and the wedding should be happy. Lu Ting carried his wife out amid everyone's blessings, and many people looked at him with envy. At this moment, Xiao Junjie also rode his motorcycle to the dance troupe to pick up the bride. Ding Suehua, standing among the crowd, shook her head. Sigh, they look perfect together, but unfortunately, he's abusive. Xiao Keqing wrapped her arms around his neck and saw the watch he was wearing. The one she bought yesterday, with Qiao Shanshan. Shanshan also bought one for her brother. Do you like it? Lu Ting looked at the watch on her wrist and said, Yes, I like it. A smile was always on his lips. When they got home yesterday, he saw a box on the table with a note underneath. To my husband. Those simple 3 words seemed to burn in Lu Ting's heart. Just as he was about to take a shower, he opened the wardrobe to get some clothes. He originally had only a few clothes, but now there were many new men's clothes. Looking at them, they all fit his size, especially the area for his underwear, which now had several new pairs. He touched the fabric. It was very soft. After showering and changing, he felt really comfortable. He had never worn such comfortable clothes before. Looking at the person in his arms with a sincere face, he said, My wife, I promise you, I will love you forever, cherish you, stay loyal, and never leave you. Okay, then I'll tell you my secret tonight, Xiao Keqing said with a smile. Lu Ting whispered softly in her ear, his tone gentle. No, tonight is our wedding night. Although they had already consummated their marriage, this was not the main point. Xiao Keqing leaned into his arms and looked up at him. Do you promise not to wear a? Lu Ting grinned slyly. He didn't want to tell her now that the first thing he did after returning yesterday was to go to the hospital and get 4 more prescriptions. Soon, the 2 arrived at Zhao's house. The wedding banquet was held at the military canteen at noon. After both couples arrived, Commander Huang announced loudly that the wedding officially began. In this era, weddings were simple compared to later times. They first bowed to the great leader, then offered tea to each other's parents. During the toast, Lu Ting replaced her drink with water. Xiao Keqing knew her own alcohol tolerance. On such an important day, getting drunk would be bad. She whispered softly to Lu Ting, There are many people to toast you. Just take small sips. Lu Ting smiled mischievously. Don't worry, it won't interfere with our wedding night. Xiao Keqing pinched his arm. Lu Ting looked at her, smiling. Wife, go ahead and pinch me later. Let's finish the toast first. During the toast, Lu Ting introduced many people to her. The wedding celebration lasted until after 6 in the evening, and everyone returned to the family courtyard. Lu's mother, father, and grandfather came back and gave her red envelopes. During the day, they thought it was unnecessary to show things to outsiders, so now was the best time. Xiao Keqing smiled and accepted. Thank you, Grandpa, Dad, and Mom. Lu Yahui stood up and said, Kiki, you woke up early this morning. Go back to rest with Xiao Ting. We're going upstairs too. Today, Lu Yahui also drank some wine, mainly to give his son and daughter-in-law space, so he took his wife upstairs. Grandpa Lu followed closely behind. At this moment, Lu Ting's cheeks were flushed as he leaned on the sofa, patting the space beside him. Wife, sit here. Wait, I'll get you a glass of water first. Xiao Keqing then went to the kitchen. She poured a drop of spiritual spring water into a porcelain cup. She sat next to him with the water and said, Drink this. Lu Ting's lips curled into a drunken smile as he took the water from his wife and drank. Maybe because of the alcohol or because it was his wife's water, it tasted especially sweet. He put down the porcelain cup and said, Wife, I'm not drunk, just a bit flushed. He pulled her into his arms. After feeding him the spiritual spring water, Xiao Keqing wasn't worried about him getting drunk. She leaned into his embrace and said, Can you still walk? Or should you sit here for a while? I'll go upstairs to take a shower. Lu Ting felt much better after drinking her water. He had drunk similar before, but this time felt different. He squinted and looked at his wife beside him. He reached under her legs and picked her up, showing his affection with real actions. After bringing her back to the bedroom, Lu Ting went downstairs to shower, taking the clothes he had just worn. Before showering, he picked up the porcelain cup he had just drunk from and poured himself a glass of water. He sipped it, muttering that it wasn't sweet at all. He looked at the water in the porcelain cup, paused for a few seconds, then went to shower. He came out feeling refreshed and energetic. Earlier that morning, he had been so excited that he couldn't sleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. Plus, after several days of outdoor training, his body had changed noticeably. Thinking that his wife was probably still taking a shower, he sat on the sofa and closed his eyes, lost in thought. When he opened his eyes again, he had timed his return to match his wife's shower. He entered the room and locked the door. His wife was already lying on the bed. He went to the wardrobe to get something. Xiao Keqing heard the wardrobe door open and looked up slightly. Seeing what the man was holding, she realized he had prepared quite thoroughly. Both rooms had preparations. She sat up on the bed, feeling it was better to clarify things with him. Lu Ting opened the bedding and got onto the bed, wrapping his large hand around her waist. Xiao Keqing looked at him and said, "Husband, my body is really fine. Do you remember how your arm healed last time? You forgot? You really can relax now." Lu Ting thought for a moment and agreed. He hadn't connected the two things. He glanced at what he was holding, then with a smile, he threw it onto the table and quickly pressed her down. He kissed her lips quickly. The two kissed for a long time. When Lu Ting was about to get to the main point, Xiao Keqing suddenly pulled something out from the space and handed it to Lu Ting, saying, "Wear this." Lu Ting took it and saw it was a delicate rectangular box. The writing on it made him instantly understand what it was. Wow, where did his wife get this? Such a fine item. Even the military hospital didn't have it. He wondered, why don't we want children anymore? Xiao Keqing explained, "You drank alcohol today, so your quality isn't good." "What?" Lu Ting asked in surprise. Xiao Keqing touched his abs and said while doing so, "You can't drink alcohol when you're trying to have a baby. It can be risky for the baby." Lu Ting didn't quite understand what she meant, but he knew one thing. Drinking alcohol means no children. He quickly opened the packaging in his hand and asked suspiciously, "Do I need to wash this after using it?" Xiao Keqing exclaimed, "No need. It's disposable. Just use it and throw it away." After fussing for a while, Lu Ting's forehead was covered in sweat. He looked at his wife and said, "It's too small." Xiao Keqing exclaimed. She cleared her throat, coughed twice, then reached into the quilt and took out a box. She looked at the instructions, compared it with the previous box, and blushed as she handed it to Lu Ting. Lu Ting was stunned, staring at the box his wife pulled out from the quilt, feeling incredulous. He lifted the quilt to check, but there was nothing there. It was simply unbelievable, shocked beyond words. Xiao Keqing placed one foot on his abs and said sweetly, "Hubby, if you don't want to come over, I will sleep now." She was teasing him, trying to tell him her secret, but he refused to listen. Now he was even more shocked. Lu Ting snapped back to reality. This couldn't go on. He quickly opened the packaging, grabbed her ankle, and placed it on his waist, then kissed her. That night, Xiao Keqing experienced Lu Ting's strong side. It wasn't until dawn that he let her go. After tidying up the battlefield, Lu Ting lay on the bed and carefully examined the two boxes. When he saw the manufacturing date, he was stunned, decades into the future. He was so shocked he froze, holding the box in his hand. He then picked up the box he had thrown on the table last night for comparison. It was clear that this was not something from the present day. Turning his gaze to his deeply sleeping wife, he wondered if she was some kind of immortal. "A box contains 12 pieces, and I used half of it in one night. I can't believe how quickly it was used up. I saved the remaining half, and then fell into a deep sleep with my wife." Xiao Keqing slept until noon, waking up only because she was hungry. When she opened her eyes, her memory gradually returned. She looked at her watch on the bed. It's noon. On her second day of marriage, she slept until noon. She just got up, feeling weak all over. Since no one was in the room and her husband didn't wake her, she wondered how her parents-in-law would see her. Just as she remembered, Lu Ting came in and said, "Wife, I was about to wake you up." Xiao Keqing playfully scolded him. "Why didn't you wake me? It's all your fault. I wouldn't have slept until noon if you had called me. What will they think of me?" Lu Ting sat on the edge of the bed, smiling. "Mom and Dad are at work, and Grandpa left early this morning. Besides your husband, no one knows what time you slept." Hearing this, Xiao Keqing relaxed and lay back down. Lu Ting quickly pulled her up and said, "Time to eat. After breakfast, you can sleep again, okay?" He kissed her on the lips. Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting and saw he was full of energy. Doesn't he know how tiring it is? Why is she so sore and weak? She softly said, "Husband, I want to drink water." Her throat felt like it was on fire. Lu Ting quickly brought warm water from the table and fed it to her. Xiao Keqing held the cup and drank, feeling her throat become comfortable. After she finished drinking, Lu Ting knew his wife might feel shy changing clothes, so he stood up and said, "Wife, I'll go downstairs and bring the food." After saying that, he went to the wardrobe to get her clothes, placed them on the bed, then left and gently closed the door. After Lu Ting left, Xiao Keqing changed her clothes and washed up. She took another sip of water from the space and then went downstairs. Just as she reached the bottom, she saw him coming out of the kitchen with a plate of food. Lu Ting saw her come down and said, "Wife, you sit first. I'll serve the rice." Then he went back into the kitchen. Xiao Keqing sat at the dining table, looked at the dishes, chicken soup, scrambled eggs, and some side dishes. Lu Ting brought out the food and placed it in front of her. "Try my cooking and see if it suits your taste. If it's not good, I'll improve next time." Xiao Keqing picked up her chopsticks and ate, smiling and praising, "My husband is really amazing. How can he be so capable? The food is delicious. I'll be lucky to have such good food in the future." Hearing her praise, Lu Ting's lips curled into a slight smile that couldn't be hidden. "Wife, I didn't cook often before, but I will do it more often now. It will get even better." Xiao Keqing picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in the man's bowl. "Okay." After finishing the meal and tidying up the dishes, Lu Ting sat beside his wife and asked, "Wife, do we still have that thing from last night? Where did that thing come from? As a woman, where did she get it?" His curiosity grew more and more. Even in the black market, he couldn't get such items. Was she in danger? What should he do? "Yes, we still have a lot." Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting. He was clearly surprised, and their eyes met. She said seriously, "Lu Ting, I plan to tell you my secret now, or else your questions will only increase." "Isn't that true?" Lu Ting hugged her and said, "I'm just worried about your safety." Xiao Keqing paused for a moment and said, "My soul came from another parallel world. In that world, I am 10 years older than you." Lu Ting chuckled and said, "Wife, storytellers can't even come up with stories as good as yours." Xiao Keqing asked, "So you don't believe me?" Lu Ting smiled and said, "No, I don't believe it." "Wife, you're just joking with me. Why are you so serious?" Xiao Keqing continued, "Lu Ting, I'm not joking." Lu Ting looked at her with affection. "You probably didn't sleep well. Let's take a nap together later." Xiao Keqing added, "I have a space that contains many supplies I stored from that era. I plan to take you inside to see. Once you see I'm not lying, you'll understand. If you don't want to be with me anymore, I'll respect that." Her eyes darkened for a moment. Just as Lu Ting was about to speak, wanting to say they should always be together, he suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar environment. The scene before him was breathtaking. Wasn't this what the stories described as the homes of immortals? After Xiao Keqing entered, the entire space changed dramatically. The fog dispersed completely, stretching out endlessly. The farm expanded, the land grew larger, the spiritual spring water increased, and the warehouse expanded. It turned out that Lu Ting was the key to the space's upgrade. He was his destined one. Lu Ting looked around in shock. "Wife, I believe you now." Xiao Keqing introduced Lu Ting to the various supplies in the space. The more he looked, the more amazed he was. This space was truly incredible. Xiao Keqing took Lu Ting to the wall where the supplies were exchanged. "There's food. What do you want to eat?" "I exchanged something to taste the flavor. I told you, the bracelet you gave me last time was swallowed by it, but now I can exchange it again." Lu Ting watched his wife operate the device. Anything can be exchanged. Xiao Keqing exchanged for 2 ice creams and gave one to Lu Ting. "My brother likes this one. He ate 3 at once last time. Try it and see if it tastes good." After doing all this, he was again amazed. Lu Ting took the ice cream from her hand and asked curiously, "Does your brother also know about your space?" Xiao Keqing nodded. I told him on the day I joined the Southern Forces. That early? Why didn't your wife tell him sooner? Only after getting married did she tell him, which made him feel a bit sad. Xiao Keqing ate her ice cream and said, "Come on, I'll take you inside to see. I have detailed information about my other world there. You can look at it yourself. After you finish, we can talk." After saying that, she walked into the villa. Lu Ting was about to follow his wife, but looked at the ice cream in his hand. It was really tasty. He imitated her earlier operation, selected one, and operated the device himself. He didn't want to be like Xiao Junjie, who was just a foodie. He decided to eat only two. Holding the exchanged ice cream, he went inside. Xiao Keqing turned on the TV in the living room and placed a magazine from her interview on the coffee table next to a photo album. The magazine detailed her personal profile. She then looked at the extra ice cream in Lu Ting's hand and was a bit surprised. "Did you exchange it yourself?"
Lu Ting nodded.
"Is that not allowed?" Xiao Keqing smiled and mentioned the previous issue, where Xiao Junjie couldn't exchange something. Lu Ting was in a very good mood now. Seeing that only he and his wife could operate the device, he thought this space was special. It must know that he and his wife shared a unique bond. He started to look around the living room. He could describe it in 4 words: grand and luxurious. He then stopped in front of a photo on the corridor wall. The photo was of Xiao Junjie, Xiao Keqing, and their parents. How could there be photos of Xiao Junjie and them here? Their clothes in the photo didn't look like from this era either. At that moment, he heard his wife calling him, so he snapped out of his thoughts and walked over to her. Xiao Keqing began to teach Lu Ting how to play a disc. "This contains my life story and a personal concert." She pointed to the coffee table. "The magazine has my interview and photos of me and my family from that world. I will play a video of my personal interview for you now. After you watch it, we can talk about our own things." "Okay." Lu Ting believed his wife's words. Wanting to understand her better, he sat down. Xiao Keqing went outside, looked at the time, and decided to rest a bit before talking to a man. Lying on the outdoor lounge chair, the temperature was just right. There was no need to worry about catching a cold, and the gentle breeze was very comfortable. She slowly closed her eyes. Inside the house, Lu Ting was focused on watching a video of Xiao Keqing's interview on a disc, which showed her achievements and growth in another world. Seeing her confident and shining in the video, Lu Ting was full of admiration. The interview also talked about how she gradually moved on after losing her family. Watching Xiao Keqing like this, Lu Ting's eyes reddened, feeling both pain and fear. After finishing the interview, he opened a photo album on the coffee table and looked through it. Xiao Keqing woke up 2 hours later, feeling refreshed after a nap, and got up to go inside. When she entered, she saw the man frowning while looking at the album, with a serious expression. Why was he frowning? Why that look?
Could it be
he really didn't want to? Her breath caught, and she sat next to him, took the album from his hands, and placed it on the table. They looked at each other. Lu Ting immediately pulled her onto his lap, wrapped his arms around her waist, and buried his head in her neck. "Wife, will you still leave this world and go back to your original world? If you go back, how will I find you?" He was worried, afraid she might return to her original world. What should he do? Where could he find her? Xiao Keqing felt his unease. "Are you still planning to be with me?" Lu Ting looked up at her and said confidently, "You are my wife. Of course we are together. You can't leave me in this life. And you still need to have my children." Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. As long as she gave him children, she probably wouldn't leave this world. Having someone to remember her here would make her reluctant to go back to her original world. He picked her up and stood up. "Where is your room?" Xiao Keqing didn't know what he was planning. She could feel his nervousness and uncertainty, so she answered, "3rd floor." Lu Ting carried her quickly upstairs. Xiao Keqing clearly felt he was very anxious. "Husband, what are you going to do?" He reached her room and placed her on the bed. As he looked around, his gaze was attracted by her bright red dress beside her. The fabric was so little that it looked almost empty. He picked it up with one large hand to look at it. Clearly, this was the kind of outfit worn on a special night. Xiao Keqing's face suddenly turned very red. She hurriedly took the clothes from his hand and stuffed them into the blanket. She forgot that last time she had simply left this outfit on the big bed in the space. Lu Ting's eyes were dark and deep like ink, swirling with emotion. He asked in a low voice, "Did you wear this for me?" Xiao Keqing's face grew even redder. "Hubby, I'll take you out of the space first," she said quickly, trying to sit up. But Lu Ting pressed down on her body and said in a husky voice, "Wife, I want to see. Let's finish what we need to do first, then we can leave the space." Looking into Lu Ting's eyes, Xiao Keqing's gaze was very intense and passionate, making his heart tremble. "Oh my, could it be what I think it is?" She whispered softly, "What are we doing?" Lu Ting looked at his shy wife, so beautiful that he couldn't look away. "No alcohol today. We're having a baby," he said, and in the next moment, he kissed her lips.